Chapter 1. Stellaris, activate. Setting up a synaptic condenser. In a cluttered room filled with various movie merchandise, a casually seated man is intently staring at his computer. Liu Ji is quickly browsing through the vast amount of information in the game. He's playing the most fun game on Earth, Stellaris. Constructing a game, can't we change this single-core calculation left by our ancestors? Liu Ji has added a large number of crazy mods to this game, and after unifying the galaxy, he recklessly summoned all calamities. The Purge, the Swarm, demons, the Eldrakes, turning the galaxy into a vibrant realm where everything is in competition. Fortunately, the framework of cosmic creation combined with the mod values allowed his empire to hold its own against these chaotic beings. On this massive battlefield of the galaxy, it is rare to see ships below the battleship class. Even the mysterious battleships developed through cosmic creation are mere fillers. The real main force consists of hundreds of Paradox-class Titan ships, and the Titan Enhancement mod has freed these powerful ships from being mere decorative pieces, giving them combat power that finally matches their design. Those special planet-sized ships serve as rapid response units, putting out fires everywhere, while terrifyingly large structural weapons continuously unleash unimaginable energy upon the enemies. Liu Ji manages the entire galactic war while also planning his escape. But don't get me wrong, it's not that Liu Ji can't handle anymore, but rather that this computer is about to give out. The gameplay time has already approached 1 second per day, and Liu Ji now feels as if he is suffering like someone who has sat on a toilet until they go insane. Although Liu Ji enjoys this feeling of commanding with authority, he knows it's time to end it all. Reality spike, activate. Target, L-star cluster, terminal exit. As the reality spike slowly tears through the walls of the universe, rifts in the virtual realm appear in the galaxy, and strange, indescribable entities swarm out. Fortunately, no one in this universe will be affected. All intelligent beings have been placed into a paradise with 100 adaptability by the prophetic Liu Ji. He feels that even the sacrifice he made to seal the synthetic queen, Zaklon, pales in comparison to his current situation. Yes, we Stellaris players advocate love and peace. The Starry Sea is kind, friendly, and hospitable. The universe is born hospitable and friendly. After the reality spike completely leaves this ancient universe, the final event frame pops up, departure from the valley. The reality spike has completed its mission. We have successfully arrived in a new universe. It is a newly born universe, young and full of vitality. The Nanobot Collective is ready. The journey has just begun. Let's go. Liu Ji's overheated brain noticed that the text was a bit different, but after finishing reading, he habitually clicked through. Click! A psychic portal suddenly appeared with a thunderous crash, swallowing Liu Ji before disappearing, leaving only the still-running Stellaris. Liu Ji hurriedly kicked off the bedsheet, clearly still disoriented. After taking a deep breath, he first looked at his hands, then checked himself over, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Before him was a dark silver, black, and deep green mixed cabin, with facilities that were complete and even luxurious, proving that this was no ordinary place to live. As for why he called it luxurious, because the room also came with a girl. Wait, a girl? Who are you? Liu Ji hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover himself, looking suspiciously at the girl leaning on his bedside, with white hair and dressed in a red and black military uniform. And, more importantly, a pair of deep green, glowing eyes. That you're awake? Liu Ji hesitantly nodded, carefully examining the girl, only to feel that she looked somewhat familiar. You've been sleeping for a whole day. Although we have no rules on how to spend the 5,000 years of my allegiance to you, I think exploring the boundless star sea on a great adventure would be interesting. Gray Wind. Now Liu Ji could recognize Gray Wind. She was the cyber nano goddess that the fourth calamities loved to fantasize about. Slap. Before he could think, Liu Ji immediately gave himself a resounding slap, causing the confused Gray Wind to tilt her head in puzzlement. I'm not dreaming, it really hurts like hell. Liu Ji grimaced and covered his face, as he just wanted to test whether the current scene was a fantasy of an overworked Stellaris player who died from gaming too hard. After all, we Stellaris players all possess an extraordinary imagination. Paradox, boundless star, sea system loaded. Damn it! The piece of Paradox interactive donkey is still chasing me. I knew this was a donkey scheme. A massive panel appeared before Liu Ji, the center icon being the Pisca logoed, and the progress bar at the bottom filled up, A new interface replaced the logo, and Liu Ji immediately recognized what it was. The control panel from Stellaris. Government, leaders, traditions, research. For some reason, this panel is different from the one in the game, but fortunately, the main functions remain. Liu Ji attempted to open the government panel. Good, it was empty. The leaders panel was the same. He then switched to the traditions interface. This one was usable, and Liu Ji even saw a sentient slot that was about to burst through the panel, but he had no cohesion, so traditions were useless. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ji silently praised the Omnisia and trembled as he opened the technology panel. The technology panel was usable, especially when Liu Ji saw the familiar three-choice format. He almost cried, "Great, this can be played." But aside from the origin technology, it seemed there was an additional unlocked technology, dimensional clone body. Without hesitation, Liu Ji clicked on the description. Dimensional clone body, biology physics. This specially manufactured body possesses mysterious powers from the virtual realm and can be used to carry souls. Although Liu Ji didn't understand, he was a bit shocked. Thus, he decided to select other technologies first. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose based on experience. Physics, fusion energy unlocks nuclear fusion reactor. Engineering, powered exoskeleton. When Liu Ji tried to select sociology, he discovered a big problem. Where's my planet unification? What about my cohesion? Wait, I seem to have no planets, so never mind that he could only choose sociology. Atmospheric filtering, but then two big problems arose. First, the percentage bonuses for the technologies disappeared. Likely because this wasn't a game after all, creating a reactor in reality can be customized in size, so there are naturally no standard data. Second, the research progress didn't display, but Liu Ji quickly realized why. He had no research facilities. Fortunately, there was a system panel, so the stars seemed to be progressing in a good direction. Chapter 2. The Great Summoner. When Liu Ji came back to his senses and closed the system, he looked at Grey Wind, who was still leaning against the bed looking at him. "So, what's the situation now?" Upon hearing this, Grey Wind stood up, and a holographic projection was cast in front of them with only a vast darkness displayed. "It seems you've understood everything. Do you remember how to use the control panel?" Liu Ji nodded. A qualified Stellaris player could handle the affairs of the Empire using muscle memory, even when on the brink of death. "Because the little triangle was dismantled by you. I'm responsible for your teaching." "Okay." When Liu Ji heard little triangle, he didn't remember, but as soon as 100 minerals was mentioned, he knew it was the beginner tutorial robot. "Although we have arrived in a new world, our entire empire consists only of the two of us. The others have vanished." When Grey Wind mentioned this matter, he felt a bit melancholic, and Liu Ji inexplicably felt a bit upset as well. After all, that game had consumed a lot of his effort, and saying there were no feelings involved would be a lie. "Does that mean all my max-level leaders are gone?" "Yes. Fortunately, the advanced experiences of the Empire remain, but we have to start from scratch." Liu Ji didn't react much. It was just a restart, and having Grey Wind this time was like starting with a heavenly hand. "So what should we do now?" Grey Wind looked at Liu Ji with confusion, questioning whether it was wise to ask a nanobot who had killed his entire family, stayed home playing cosplay until he lost his mind, and ultimately wanted to commit suicide. "This is your matter, chief spokesperson." That title hit the mark. Did he like my synthesized, reproductive democratic parliamentary technology that led to a 10-year ascension? "All right, as the great Western king said, since we have come, we shall plan." "Little Grey, you can just call me by my name, or Chief is fine too." "Okay, Chief." Liu Ji sat up. The special space suit he wore was quite comfortable, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his body. "Is this a star map? Why isn't a single star system lit up?" "The effects of traversing the universe have not yet dissipated. We estimate that we will stabilize into the material universe in 20 Earth Standard Hours." "What resources do we have now?" Grey Wind waved her hand, and a projection displayed a spaceship, Grey Goose Storm engineering ship, with a total length of 3,000 meters, a width of 1,500 meters, and a height of 2,000 meters, equipped with a complete engineering module and nanoprinting assembly, using a basic power unit. Liu Ji stared at the engineering ship for a long time, but didn't wait for Grey Wind to continue. "That's it." "Yes, Chief, we only have one engineering ship." Liu Ji laughed, holding his forehead with one hand. This star was truly something. "Shall we go check out the ship?" Grey Wind looked Liu Ji up and down, who was in pajamas and slippers. "Chief, I do not recommend you wear that." This puzzled Liu Ji. "What's wrong with this? It's just you and me on the ship, right?" Do you remember the dimensional cloning body technology? Gray Wind pointed to a cabin on the ship. This technology was the last dangerous technology completed by the Empire. It allows qualified biological consciousness to cross dimensions and reach a clone body in this universe. Wow, what kind of technology is this? Even Liu Ji, who had seen a lot, had to admit this was disaster-level technology. Astonishing. So you mean parallel universes like the Dimensional Empire? Gray Wind shook her head. I don't know. What does qualified refer to? Talent, psychic energy, or something else? I don't know. What use is this technology? Summon leaders? Liu Ji patted Gray Wind's head. Could it be that there's a problem with traversing the universe? How come you don't know anything? Gray Wind felt wronged upon hearing this. The group of enigmatic, godlike scientists had not explained clearly, and she could only read from the script. Liu Ji sighed. Looks like I have to see for myself. Where are the clothes? As he finished speaking, his pajamas began to change layers from top to bottom, obviously made from nanorobots. When the transformation ended, a piece of clothing similar in style to Gray Wind's appeared. A marshal's uniform. A mirror projection appeared just in time, and Liu Ji was quite satisfied as he adjusted his body. Who wouldn't like the Grand Marshal's attire? Let's go, my dear Lady Gray Goose Storm. Liu Ji extended his hand to invite Gray Wind to walk with him. Gray Wind smiled and took his hand, and the two walked out of the cabin together. Though the Gray Goose Storm engineering ship was large, the living space for biological entities had been arranged later, so Liu Ji could only access about a third of the entire ship. The corridor had portholes, but outside was only darkness, and Liu Ji lost interest after looking for a while. As they walked, Gray Wind introduced Liu Ji to the ship's activity areas, which included living areas, the bridge, a comprehensive area, and a hangar. From Gray Wind, Liu Ji learned that not just the engineering ship, but all newly constructed ships after Gray Wind joined the Empire were very simple because nanorobots could handle most of the work and daily maintenance. The living area was the largest, with a complete residential area, entertainment area, and restaurant. The bridge was divided into two levels. The upper level had a 180-degree observation area, while the lower level was the central command center. The comprehensive area was essentially a warehouse and data storage area, where all sorts of peculiar things were kept. The hangar was simple. It was the place for industrial drones. Liu Ji and Gray Wind toured for over 3 hours before they had a rough understanding of the layout, during which robots continuously brought Liu Ji small juices and other refreshments. How many robots do we have on board? Liu Ji sipped the small juice, found it tasty, and wanted to check the ingredients. When he saw the word starfish, he almost spat it out. Chief, these are nanorobots that can split from the ship's body and storage area at any time. So we have living metal technology now. That's right, but while we can use it, we don't have raw materials. We will get them. Having seen everything that needed to be seen, Liu Ji recalled the dimensional cloning technology. Little Gray, how do we use that dimensional cloning technology? Follow me. Chief, we have a dimensional cloning machine. Gray Wind led Liu Ji to the comprehensive area and then to a special cabin. The space here was quite large, and in the center of the room was something resembling a stasis pod from a sci-fi movie. This is it? No. Strictly speaking, the entire room along with the hidden external extension area is the complete machine. How do you use this thing? As soon as Liu Ji touched it, the system reacted. Leader module activated. Detected available leaders. 9. Chapter 3, The Celestial Ones Gather. Like hemp, Liu Ji was taken aback for a moment. Now the government controlling the panel was operational. Although the decrees and agendas were still unusable, at least the cabinet was functional, with Liu Ji himself as the chief spokesperson. The positions of Minister of Science and Minister of Defense were still vacant, and Liu Ji decisively placed Gray Wind in the Minister of Defense position. When he looked at Gray Wind again, the title of Minister of Defense appeared above her head. Do you want me to command? Don't worry. Gray Wind saluted Liu Ji. Although the leaders here had no obvious bonuses, the fact that they could be selected by players in the game indicated that she was a pride of the entire empire. A genius among geniuses. After confirming multiple times that the dimensional leaders had no obvious bonuses or maintenance costs, Liu Ji selected all of them without hesitation. Who wouldn't like free leaders? Of course, excluding leaders like Chiang Kai-shek. Interestingly, these leaders could not be directly recruited into the government. They needed to agree first. Invitation sent. Liu Ji was curious about how this worked, so he had Gray Wind create a sofa to wait. On a yellowish planet filled with steampunk-style buildings, a retro palace stood tall on a majestic plateau. Inside a secret room of this palace, a tall and handsome, long-haired man curiously looked at the projection invitation that suddenly appeared before him. After confirming there was no aura of unspeakable evil gods, he discussed the strange object with his close friend. "Mikado, do you see the projection in front of me?" The man called Mikado, who had white hair and was even more handsome, shook his head. "Stellaris, infinite star sea, right before your eyes, join this great journey." The long-haired man was somewhat puzzled. "If that's the case, I'm already playing the real-life version of Stellaris, so why should I play it?" But when he saw the constantly changing poster, his heart wavered. Although he was busy at the moment that said, "In another universe, on a familiar Earth," nothing special was happening. In a university dormitory, it was the residence of a university loser. "Is this my delivery?" The loser opened the package to find a sci-fi helmet that didn't fit the current era, complete with a manual. Put on the helmet to enter the Stellaris universe. Doubtful, he plugged in the helmet, lay back on his bed to find a comfortable position, and opened the game. What the hell? What is this? In another universe, it was also Earth, but this Earth seemed a bit unusual. A shocking change seemed about to engulf the entire human world. Stellaris? This helmet looks quite valuable. This young professor, filled with spring breeze after just returning home, discovered the delivery at his doorstep. Let's look at the next universe. The technology on this Earth appeared quite advanced, but the light yellow atmosphere also spoke of the price of every choice humanity made. In a nondescript room in a coastal city on the North American West Coast, a young kid picked up a special chip from the living room table. What is this? A super dream? In a non-existent space, a pair of light blue eyes watched the boy. Meanwhile, in another part of North America, a young woman who had just finished a brawl discovered a chip that had appeared in her pocket without her noticing. Where did this come from? It looks good. I should be able to sell it for a good price, but before that, let's spin our heads around once more. In this universe, there were 4 people who received the mysterious little gift, but unfortunately, there was no protagonist-like figure among them. What is this? Do I still need to create a game name, scan, or manually input body data? Back on the engineering ship, Liu Ji and Grey Wind have been waiting for a while. Invitation accepted. 9-9. There was a response. Liu Ji excitedly ran to the cloning chamber, with Grey Wind closely following. Inside the cloning chamber, a body was abruptly being constructed. When Liu Ji saw that it was a female head, he instinctively covered his eyes. Don't look, don't look. Fortunately, the cloning chamber provided clothes, and the brown-skinned woman, although still with her eyes closed, stepped out of the cloning chamber, freeing up space for the next body to seamlessly connect. Why isn't she opening her eyes? Liu Ji and Grey Wind curiously observed the woman standing there motionless. Black hair, brown skin, about 165 meters tall, quite beautiful. The woman suddenly opened her eyes, startling Liu Ji, but she didn't speak immediately. Instead, she curiously looked around. Liu Ji didn't greet her either. He wanted to watch the birthing scene, so he gestured for her to join in. During this time, he glanced at the woman's name. "I'm not a god." Quite cringy. When I am not a god approached the cloning chamber, her pupils dilated. What the hell is this outrageous void printing? The cloning chamber was quite efficient, producing 1 body every 10 seconds. Another man was created, and his name was quite cringy, Qinghua Social Butterfly. Qinghua Social Butterfly was quite shocked, repeatedly looking around, full of questions to ask, but the gesture of the 3, he too joined the crowd to watch. In this atmosphere of one joining after another, 5 men and 2 women were successively created. After it ended, Liu Ji took Grey Wind back to the rest area first. He wanted to give these dimensional leaders some time to adapt. The leaders saw Liu Ji and Grey Wind leave, but didn't chase after them. Instead, they marveled at the realism of the game. However, Liu Ji looked at their names and felt something was off. Little Grey, do you think this dimension could refer to the second dimension? Little Grey didn't know. Why do I always feel so familiar? Liu Ji squinted his eyes, stroking his chin in thought. Meanwhile, the chattering leaders had finally started socializing. Hello, friend. Are you from Night City? Night City Living Buddha approached Sin Domingo, first affection. Although Sin Affection was robust in appearance, he was somewhat shy and couldn't bring himself to look at the living Buddha woman while talking. What a coincidence. I grew up in Haywood. Although I'm not in Night City now, I didn't expect to see a fellow townsman here. The living Buddha naturally put her arm around San Affection's neck, making his face turn red. Have you heard of the priest? No, I haven't. The two chatted enthusiastically, but it was basically a question and answer format. Seeing that both girls had company, the social butterfly decisively moved to I am not a goddess side. Liu Ji didn't expect there would be acquaintances here. It seemed that all the dimensional leaders were Earth humans, and they quickly formed 3 small circles. Chapter 4. A gathering of talents. Hi, lady. I'm not a god. I stopped stroking the ship's wall and turned to look at the socialite. The socialite's heart skipped a beat when she saw her face. Beautiful lady, are you also interested in this kind of sci-fi game? The god smiled and nodded. The socialite was completely captivated by that smile, and both of them started to warm up to each other. They were indeed capable. After chatting for a while, they quickly moved on to family topics. How can such a beautiful goddess not have anyone pursuing her? I already have children, and besides, I'm not a god. The socialite chuckled awkwardly. You have children at such a young age? Yeah, I have 21 kids. With that, I'm not a god flashed a mischievous smile, which made the socialite beam with joy. Surely, she thought, he must be joking, so she became more interested, and I'm not a god didn't mind chatting with her casually. Meanwhile, the group of single men naturally huddled together, discussing intensely, although their names were rather abstract. Yellow-skinned Keenan, Adolf Cat, I love Tooth Arrow, Galactic Power, only Mengyu sounded somewhat normal. It's worth mentioning that yellow-skinned Keenan's model was actually female, but with her silly personality, others believed she must be a man in real life. To some extent, silly humans are comparable to green-skinned beings within this short time. The 5 of them had completed their nicknames and started revealing their addresses to each other. Galactic Power, why Haven T, I heard of that giant canyon city you mentioned. Galactic Power waved dismissively. You must be from the mountains. When the opportunity arises, I must take you around. As the saying goes, 3 men will surely give birth to an idea king. So with 5 men, well, it's quite reasonable that the energy imbalance leads to a drop in intelligence. Since it's a cosmic theme, are we supposed to fight aliens? Kill them all? Taking them as slaves wouldn't be bad either. Adolf Cat and Meng Yu exchanged glances, like the meeting of a hero and a strategist. Liu Ji, who was eavesdropping, felt a bit embarrassed. These two were a bit too murderous. In the end, it was I Love Tooth Arrow who took the initiative to gather everyone for a chat, thus earning himself a new nickname, Old 8. I'm not a god seemed oddly interested in the title Old 8. Once they all got to know each other, Liu Ji approached with Grey Wind. Hey look, an NPC is coming. Galactic Power pointed at Liu Ji, and as to why he was so certain, it was because these leaders could also see the titles above their heads. What NPC? Call me Chief. I must say, people are indeed judged by their attire. Liu Ji, dressed in a marshal's uniform, could really intimidate others. Quite impressive. Adolf Cat looked Liu Ji up and down, clearly liking it. The Night City duo was unfazed, but the goddess seemed to develop a wariness toward the seemingly intelligent Liu Ji, leading the socialite next to her to believe she must be a woman lacking love. Everyone, you have joined this great expedition from a distant dimension. You must all be local elites. Liu Ji didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, some leaders began to introduce their backgrounds. I'm just a broke college student. I don't know anything. Galactic Power weakly raised his hand, causing Liu Ji to twitch his lips. I'm an emperor. I'm not a god, spoke up, almost making others burst out laughing. The socialite seemed to understand something and leaned in to whisper, you can't be Ace, right? She then revealed a mysterious smile. I could be. Although I'm not a god, had always been mysterious. A mysterious woman is more charming. Isn't she? I'm a thug. How is there even a mob? After a round of introductions, Liu Ji couldn't help but turn to Grey Wind and quietly ask, this machine isn't broken, right? Among this group, only one university professor barely counts as elite. What does everyone else do? It should be fine. I've kept this machine protected in the safest part of the ship. It won't have any problems. Besides, what leader isn't a leader? You're still picky when it's free. Liu Ji thought about it carefully and realized that might indeed be the case. So he continued introducing them. As the chief of the empire, I welcome you all on behalf of myself and the entire empire. I believe everyone must have questions. Feel free to ask the Minister of National Defense beside me, Ms. Grey Wind. The leaders all knew their identities and considered themselves officials without assigned ranks. So many were eager to try. Are we in an interstellar empire? I'm not a god, asked Grey Wind, who stepped forward to reply. That's right. But due to certain reasons, we're all that's left of the empire. With that, she briefly told the story of the vision-piercing needle, and they seemed to understand. It was about a super strong interstellar empire that fled to a new universe to create paradise for its citizens, but something went wrong, and everyone vanished. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji realized that they were a blank empire, lacking a government, name, and flag. He had subconsciously thought he inherited the governmental structure of the human empire from his game. We are currently being anchored in reality and are expected to officially arrive in a new universe in 15 hours. Grey Wind then detailed the data of the engineering ship to everyone, prompting the leaders to express their amazement at how expansive the game's imagination was. So we're all just figureheads, and we have to start over? Adolf had expressed some disappointment, as he had thought they could start fighting right away. You could say that, but I believe that with our efforts, one day we will return to our rightful positions. So what are we supposed to do next? The socialite, indeed high quality, began to immerse herself in her role and consider the subsequent matters. Grey Wind shook her head. I don't know what the new universe is like, but that is something you all need to think about. In this round of questioning, it was clear that most people did not have the awareness befitting a leader and were merely listening. Meanwhile, Liu Ji was watching these people. He seemed to know where this group came from. This one is the Emperor. Liu Ji silently thought, only to find I'm not a god glance at him. Damn. At this point, Liu Ji was more certain of his guess. This one is the lifelong enemy of the Trisolarans, the legendary moon running king, Liu Ji. These two are cyberpunk, galactic power, huh? Just short of sticking their ID card on their face. However, Liu Ji genuinely couldn't guess who the other few were, thinking that he would get to know them gradually later. Besides those with purely hilarious names, the people he recognized were all protagonists in their own worlds. Chapter 5 Preparation. It seems that the future of the Empire is bright, happy. Although Liu Ji is not very familiar with his ability to pull others into working illegally, he believes that his max-level leaders will not harm him. After all, they don't have to enjoy the comforts of the synaptic refinement machine. Compared to others who are asking questions left and right, I am not a god is very interested in the Empire's technology, clearly different from the mindset of others who treat this as a game. Grey Wind answers all questions, though she doesn't know much. But just a super space engine makes I am not a god shine with excitement. Unfortunately, the engine can only be used with super space routes. And as for how to set up the routes, Grey Wind admits she doesn't know. Although the Empire could build routes at the end, they currently cannot use the related technology, and I'm not a god looks a bit disappointed after hearing that. So Chief, what should we do next? Liu Ji looks at Hit Meow, guessing it should be someone who enjoys cosplay. After all, the real person must still be busy with Blitz. Should we go to the restaurant for some fries? The leaders are a bit taken aback. Is a sci-fi game this relaxed? Why are you all looking at me? Liu Ji shrugs. We're not in the new universe yet. We'll have to adapt when we get there. So it's better to take a good rest now and let you see the ship. Let's go, everyone. The others have no choice but to follow Liu Ji's pace, walking while exclaiming in awe, just like Liu Ji a moment ago. Liu Ji doesn't intend to reveal their identities. Such things are better done slowly, of course. Special situations still require special treatment. Thus, Liu Ji took everyone for a round, and only then did they arrive at the bridge, which has been transformed into a large lounge under Liu Ji's command. They can stay there or use it as a conference room. Indeed, Liu Ji knows that although he is an old group leader, he lacks practical experience, so it's best to discuss matters together. He has always believed in the wisdom of the people. Coincidentally, Liu Ji remembers that the cabinet can still have a chief scientist, so he clicks to take a look, only to find that only I am not a god and Buddha of Night City qualify for this position. Liu Ji mentions this in front of everyone and asks for their opinions. Huh? Research? The Buddha scratches her head unconfidently. I'm just someone who came out to mix. How would I do research? Forget it. Liu Ji has quite a bit of confidence in her. Since you qualify, it proves you must have that talent. Forget it. Let the goddess do it. Everyone then looks at I am not a god in unison, and she doesn't mind. Let me really do scientific research? Liu Ji isn't too sure, but it seems they can currently pursue technology through intelligent machinery nodes, so it's hard to say. Well, it might need your inspiration. You might as well give it a try. But I estimate there won't be much time, and I only have some knowledge in biology. Although Liu Ji is a cloud among clouds, he knows the emperor is usually very busy, so he expresses understanding. All right, I can give it a try. Liu Ji then assigns her as the Minister of Science, and a blue label reading Chief Scientist appears above I am not a god. By the way, can I change the color? Sure. I'm not a god, then chose a luxurious gold, and the others question her taste because of that. I am not a god receive an official position in front of everyone. Although they all know this is just a figurehead, they still looked at Liu Ji eagerly. Everyone, let's wait a bit. We'll confirm the positions after we settle down. Upon hearing this, everyone temporarily set aside their thoughts, but they were still thinking about what positions they might get then. So what are we doing now? Yellow-skinned Kanan and Mengyu sit together, curiously looking at Liu Ji, this highly intelligent NPC. How about we arrange a plan? Gray Wind looks at Liu Ji, and he nods, initiating the projection. Ahem, everyone pay attention. The leaders all look at Liu Ji, and as he gets up, he changes into another set of professor robes, giving the leaders a small nanoshock. If all goes well, the first thing we need to do is find a new colony. The environment doesn't have to be too good, but the resources must be abundant. The others nod after hearing this, and Liu Ji presents them with various suitable planet styles. According to reason, the new universe shouldn't have superspace routes, so we must be prepared for not finding suitable planets. Why isn't there that? A superspace route. Buddha of Night City raises her hand to ask, and Liu Ji points to her, good question. Because superspace routes are natural phenomena from the previous universe, links created by the multidimensional movement of superspace. We can't guarantee that this phenomenon exists in the new universe, and we even need to be prepared for not encountering aliens. So if we are not within a stellar system, do we still have to travel? I love Chishi's question is indeed on point, but the name still brings a burst of laughter. Hopefully, we won't be that unlucky, and also about your name. Let's just call you Old 8 from now on. Mengyu chimes in. Liu Ji agrees with Mengyu's suggestion, and Old 8 has no objections. Once we find a suitable, unclaimed stellar system, our first step will be to gather minerals. The engineering ship has complete engineering modules. We may need to go to the asteroid belt to build mining stations, build power plants on planets, and we also need a space station. After such a grand vision, everyone can't help but feel excited about the future journey. Since there are so many automatic machines, what do we still have to do? Social Butterfly is very confused, and Liu Ji explains the reason to everyone. It's very simple, because there is no decision-making layer. Although Gray Wind, as a nano-robot, has extremely high intelligence, she cannot take on heavy work due to certain reasons, so a decision-making layer is necessary. If this were an intelligent machinery empire, then the central processor could complete all tasks, but the key is that Liu Ji doesn't have that kind of technology. Creating a fully self-evolving intelligent machine is extremely difficult. It's not something you can just do. Moreover, you don't have to worry about experience. I will be responsible for providing you with preliminary training. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or I'm not a god. I am not a god looks at Liu Ji with meaningful eyes, and Liu Ji returns her an encouraging glance. Of course, her suggestions still need you to evaluate whether to adopt them. You might think teaching a group of newcomers is tiring, but as long as you see it as leveling up the whiteboard leaders, it becomes much easier to understand. The most important point is our political system. We currently count as a democracy, but I prefer to call us ascension seekers. Chapter 6 Liu Ji's PY trading as expected from sci-fi game. Everyone was puzzled by this strange term. Liu Ji noticed their confusion and walked to the center of the circular lounge, surveying the leaders. We are ignorant and weak. Therefore, we have decided to improve ourselves. We are determined to uncover the secrets of the entire universe, the endless dimensions, the terrifying natural disasters, and the indescribable gods. None of these can hinder our progress. We are all in, and we must embark on this destined path of ascension. The will of heaven is clear. There was a moment of silence among the crowd. What does that mean? Puffed. Huifeng covered her mouth and laughed, while Liu Ji looked speechless. It just means for you to fly. Forget it. Explaining more wouldn't help. He would wait until they understood the ascension tradition later. So we can only wait now? The power of the galaxy looked bored at the projection, while Liu Ji had already changed to a lounging position. The first deep emotion suddenly stopped moving, and a message indicating offline appeared above his head. How long has it been? About 3 hours, I guess. Has it been that long? After a while, the first deep emotion returned to normal. Sorry, I just want to have dinner. Did I miss anything? Liu Ji shook his head, while the others began to whisper among themselves. Is it time for dinner already? I'll log off to check. Me too. You can set alarms for yourselves. They will remind you when you arrive in the new world, Hui Feng reminded. After bidding farewell to each other, everyone logged off, deciding to handle their real-life matters first. In the blink of an eye, only I Am Not a God and Saint Domingo, first deep emotion, remained online, while the others seemed to have fallen into a baby-like sleep. The first deep emotion looked around and made eye contact with I Am Not a God. Aren't you going to have dinner? I'm Not a God shook her head. I don't need to eat. The first deep emotion raised an eyebrow. Thinking she was a strange person, Liu Ji, wanting to chat with I Am Not a God, asked, what do you think about our ship? Superliminal travel is very safe, but the limitations are too great. We also have wormhole travel, jump engines, psychic jumps, stargates, quantum slingshots, and so on. Which one do you prefer? I'm Not a God stood up, tossed her hair, walked in front of Liu Ji, and unexpectedly lay in his arms. What the? The first deep emotion quickly covered his eyes with his hands, but left a gap, and it seemed he saw some incredible secret. So what's the cost? I Am Not a God pressed her finger against Liu Ji's chest, while Hui Feng also covered her eyes like the first deep emotion, mumbling about the stimulation. Liu Ji had never seen such a scene. Are you testing the chief speaker with beauty? He closed his eyes and turned his head away. By the gods. You like me on top? That's fine too. I'm Not a God said, as she was about to make a move, and Hui Feng quickly covered the first deep emotion's eyes tightly. Let us talk properly. Under Liu Ji's stern refusal, I Am Not a God stopped her actions. Her expression was intriguing. This appearance was clearly very popular during the 1K period, and even if it cost a fortune, guests came endlessly. To obtain this technology, they would have to wait for scientific facilities to operate on a large scale. If all goes well, it would take about 200 years. 200 years. I Am Not a God fell into silence, resembling a bit of a closed-off mood. Yeah, and what's the situation over there now? I Am Not a God knew what he was referring to, as a major expedition was underway, and she was currently on Terra. Then you need to take care of your sons. I Am Not a God nodded, then asked, I still need to learn more about this place, including some confidential knowledge. Of course, you are my chief scientist. All the permissions of the Empire are open to you. I'm Not a God suddenly smiled, leaving the three in a state of confusion. It's fine, I just didn't expect it to come so hastily. I wasn't prepared at all. I have some things to do, I'll log off first. I'm Not a God immediately logged off, leaving only Liu Ji and the first deep emotion staring at each other. I wish you a harmonious union for 100 years. After listening to the first deep emotion, he didn't understand much, but he did get that the sister god seemed to really have sons. You're back. You scared me. I thought your soul was going to be captured by an evil god again. I'm Not a God slapped Mikado's butt. He looked around at these research projects. Mikado, stop all of this. Why? I don't understand, Emperor. This is the hope of our entire empire. I'm Not a God, or rather, the Emperor waved his hand. Now that we have a more efficient and safer jump method, whoever wants to enter that subspace dump can go. I'm going to be taken flying by relatives now. I have found a safer way to navigate the universe without relying on subspace. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Chancellor, the Magic Pattern Mikado, showed an extremely distressed expression, and he had no doubt about the Emperor's words. How long will it take? Mikado knew that the new navigation method would certainly take time. Otherwise, the Emperor would have already kicked him out the door to update the Empire's technology. 200 years or longer. So soon? The Emperor nodded, and Mikado's face was filled with genuine joy. Although the expedition was important, since the unrecaptured human worlds had suffered for so long, enduring another 200 years was no problem. During this time, I will be conducting experiments in another universe. Old friend, the entire Empire will be entrusted to you. Mikado solemnly nodded, and the Emperor added, the great expedition may slow the progress. Everything should be stable. My prophecy told me many years ago that this expedition would not go smoothly. Also, I need to convey a message to the originals. In the end, the Emperor delivered a death order to all the originals, including the 2 alphas. No one is allowed to make any moves for 300 years. Even if you find a stasis field to sleep for 300 years, that's fine. Until I return, everything will follow Mikado's arrangements. If anyone dares to make moves for the Empire, the first thing I will do when I return is to slap you dead. When the Emperor logged back in, most people were online. Coincidentally, the power of the galaxy also logged in at the same time. I am not a god, nodded at him, causing this lifelong single dog to suddenly have some unspeakable thoughts. Hey, done with your business? Even though I have an early class tomorrow, I would die if I didn't play Stellaris. The power of the galaxy's words made everyone burst into laughter, and Liu Ji nodded appreciatively. Chapter 7 New World. So, what do you usually do? Not much. I'm a professor of a niche subject, and I hardly have any classes. The social butterfly showed a punchable expression, and the others were all talented individuals with time on their hands. Even if they couldn't be online all day, they still had plenty of time to log in. Since everyone is so bored, how about I tell you a story? Upon hearing that Liu Ji was going to tell a story, everyone expressed their anticipation, and Hui Feng even specially took out snacks from the warehouse. It's worth noting that the warehouse contained 1/10,000th of a unit of food, and with so few people, they wouldn't finish it even if they died. By the way, Liu Ji and these clones also need to eat, but the clones have the advantage of not needing to sleep. Let me tell you a story from the last universe. What kind of story? The story of the prison disaster and the synthetic queen threatening the universe, the legendary con artist Zaklon elbowing the queen, and the Hook summoning the divine to suppress and save the galaxy. The story of the groove. Ahem, legend has it that in that distant era, Liu Ji and the leaders chatted and boasted for a long time before stopping. He was indeed a bit tired, so the leaders logged off to rest, agreeing to come back online before reaching the new universe. And Liu Ji went back to his room to sleep, leaving only I am not God continuously asking Hui Feng all sorts of questions. During this time, Liu Ji was also curious whether the time in each leader's universe was interconnected. Hui Feng said he wasn't sure about the specific time, but it definitely wasn't interconnected. They currently exhibited the same sense of time, which must be related to themselves. Half an hour away from reaching the new world, the leaders received a reminder and logged on one after another. As soon as they arrived, they saw Liu Ji standing in front of the porthole, hands behind his back, frowning, staring into the endless darkness. The social butterfly leaned closer to I am not God and asked, "What is the chief doing?" "Oh, him. He has been posing for almost 10 minutes just to show off." Liu Ji turned around with a face full of speechlessness. Didn't they say the emperor is aloof? Why does he like watching people make jokes so much? Huang Pai Kanan gathered her good brothers into a circle, first glancing at Liu Ji, then lowering her head. Why do I feel like the chief is not an NPC, but a real person? Obviously, if I'm not a real person, am I Cyberlux? The sudden appearance of Liu Ji startled everyone. Although Liu Ji repeatedly stated that he was a real person, they just wouldn't believe it. Liu Ji sighed and didn't say anything more. They would realize it one day. All right, everyone, are you ready? We are about to arrive in a new world. Chief, you haven't decided on the name of this ship yet. Hui Feng's suggestion made Liu Ji think for a moment. From now on, the flagship will be named Journey, which is a non-fixed and unique ship name. Now, Journey, set sail. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the countdown on the porthole slowly came to an end. It felt like a long time had passed, yet also like it was just a moment. A brilliant starry sky unfolded at a singular point before them, enveloping the entire journey. Everyone was awestruck by this strange sight, while Hui Feng was efficiently processing a large amount of data. Basic cosmic data detection in progress. Completed, with a similarity to the previous universe reaching 98%. Star map comparison completed, no matches found. Hyperspace route detected. The last sentence made Liu Ji instantly turn to look at Hui Feng. Hyperspace route. Yes, Chief, this universe also has hyperspace routes. As long as there are hyperspace routes, everything will be manageable. After Liu Ji said this, he looked out at the universe again. The ordinary leaders were already too shocked to speak. In their own worlds, let alone looking at the universe. They had hardly ever looked up at the stars and open spaces. How close is the nearest star system to us? We're almost there, Chief. As if destined. The energy we carried when entering the universe had not yet dissipated. It was propelling us toward the star system at full speed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. They arrived at a new star system, which was quite prosperous. The ship detected 6 planets and a large asteroid belt. The blue giant star at the center of the system was emitting tremendous energy, breathtaking. It looked like a nice new home. I'm not God calmly looked around, good? I didn't sense anything strange. Hui Feng, do a simple scan of the planets suitable for colonization. Yes, Chief. What should we name this place? I'm not God asked. The system randomly named it Ospelania. Liu Ji was also a person who went with the flow, so that would do. The system reported, in order from the planet closest to the star Ospelin to the farthest. As 1 is a molten planet, as 2 is a barren planet, as 3 may have an atmosphere, as 4 is a gas giant. Its satellite, as 5, may also have an atmosphere, followed by a small asteroid belt, and as 6 is an icy planet. Let's go to planet 5. I am not God suggested, and Liu Ji trusted his chief scientist, immediately giving the order. As for how she knew, you don't need to worry about the psychic stuff. Hey, is everyone still not awake? After Liu Ji's reminder, everyone gradually came back to their senses, mainly because the starry sea was just too shocking, and now they all looked flushed. Chief, what should we do now? Lao Ba leaned over, excitedly looking at Liu Ji. Although the nanobots are very useful, the lack of living metal means we still have to smelt alloys, so we still can't do anything. Everyone felt a bit speechless, having the feeling of having their pants down only to be shown this. Hey, don't make that face. Liu Ji pulled Hui Feng over and said to everyone, soon the journey will land directly on the planet, and then the ship will transform into a base. At that time, all of us will have to explore this planet. There's no choice. You have to know that while it seems like there's only 1 scientist on a research ship in the game, in reality, there's an entire research team. Liu Ji didn't have a team, so he had to send this group of leaders who knew nothing about it. Perhaps in the end, everyone would have to listen to I Am Not God's arrangements. After all, among them, only I Am Not God had real experience in space travel. After the engineering ship arrived, it landed directly without even deploying a satellite. With living metal being so limited, they couldn't waste it on deploying a satellite. As the ship shut down its main engines and slowly entered the atmosphere, a vibrant continent appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a planet with a land-to-sea ratio of 60-40, featuring 3 continents, with no large landmass at the North and South Poles. Chapter 8 Exploration Chief. Are we landing directly? No. Let's send out the carrier-based aircraft for reconnaissance first. Everyone who wants to go for a stroll. Liu Ji's words brought the atmosphere to a climax, as all the ordinary leaders simultaneously raised their hands and surrounded Liu Ji in the middle. Stop. Hey, everyone is going. Yay. I'm Not God rarely showed a genuine smile at this scene, recalling her sons. Although she was introverted and socially anxious, she still hoped everyone could get along harmoniously. As for why she seemed so sociable here, can reality be the same as the game world? In the end, everyone gathered in the hangar. I Am Not God initially didn't want to participate, but was pulled over by Liu Ji under the pretext of an on-site inspection. 5 fighter jets were parked in the hangar, measuring 100 meters long and 250 meters wide, resembling a large version of the H-20. Equipped with scanning modules, tactical nuclear missiles, and small red lasers, each fighter also carried 3 small rapid shuttlecrafts. After all, while these were called fighter jets, they were actually the size of an aircraft carrier. The number of fighter jets wasn't limited to just 5. As long as Liu Ji needed, the nanoblocks in the warehouse could quickly transform into more fighter jets. All right, now everyone choose your partners. Hit Meow and Ming Yu, both Kill Star associates, teamed up, while Liu Ji paired with I Am Not God. The social butterfly intended to invite I Am Not God, but was caught off guard by this arrangement. Watching from the side was first deep emotion, who hesitated about whether to inform the social butterfly that his target had already been taken by the chief. Huang Pai Kanan teamed up with Galaxy Power, while the social butterfly decided to team up with Old 8. Thus, 5 teams boarded their respective fighter jets, and the journey was already a gray wind. So it didn't matter. Attention, our goal is to explore valuable lands, mining areas, and find a suitable plane to establish a base. You don't need to worry about driving. Little Gray will assist you throughout. Hey, operation codename, Second Homeland. Depart. With Liu Ji's command, the massive fighter jet engines slowly started, and amid the leader's screams and cheers, they flew out of the hangar, tracing arcs through the clouds. Four planes flew in 4 directions, while Liu Ji and I Am Not God headed straight for the largest plane. Compared to the journey, the fighter jets had a broader view, allowing the leaders to clearly see the details of the planet. Fighter 3. Mineral resources detected. Should we scout? This task, which Little Gray could handle, was specifically brought up by Liu Ji to give the leaders a sense of participation and to cultivate their problem-solving abilities. Yes. Approaching, the living Buddha was as excited as a little girl, shaking First Deep Emotion's arm constantly. Wow, this is so cool. Just the day before yesterday, I was fighting with a group of thieves in an alley, and today I'm flying this awesome thing in the sky. Damn it. I was even thinking of selling my game chip. Super Dream? Huh. I can now guard the stars until I die. Although First Deep Emotion was also very excited. He thought, what should I say now that you've said it all? Fighter 1. Iron resources detected. Data uploaded to the Central Control Center. Fighter 1 had the fastest flight speed, possibly because Hit Meow and Mengyu liked to march quickly. They reached the second largest landmass, which was very close to the edge of the first landmass where the journey was located. On the ground was a lush grassland, where various strange creatures were running and reproducing. Notably, on a hill near a small lake, a group of herbivorous animals resembling triceratops seemed to be driven away by an alien intelligent life form. The two were very interested and boarded a shuttle to head over boldly. These humanoid alien intelligences were riding on a creature that stood upright on its hind legs. When they saw the shuttle flying overhead, they fell to the ground in fright. They then began to slaughter their livestock, gathering them together and shouting towards the sky with stone spears. What is this? I don't know. It looks like they're worshipping us. Neither of them had experienced this feeling, and they couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled. Let's send the data over first. Subsequently, the data on these creatures was transmitted to various units. Alien intelligent life detected, exhibiting a certain level of intelligence. Suspected to be in the tribal era. Hit Meow messaged Liu Ji on the public channel, expressing that these aliens were treating them as gods, flattering and scheming heavily. This could become a major problem in the future. I request the use of tactical nuclear missiles to wipe them out. This left Liu Ji at a loss. He could only let the two continue with their tasks, as dealing with these natives could happen at any time, while others were racing on AS. 5. Liu Ji and I Am Not God quickly reached their destination. How is it here? I Am Not God nodded, stating it was a good place to build a nest. Forgive my intrusion, but is it the kind of low-efficiency, chaotic mess I'm thinking of? Exactly. Liu Ji said nothing and patted her shoulder. Once the scientific facilities are established, let's get something good for the Empire. I Am Not God had intended to do this. And Liu Ji unexpectedly said it outright. Take it. You can take it all. After all, in her view, she was working for Liu Ji now, and the reward was the cosmic navigation technology they had agreed upon, while the ownership of other technologies still belonged to Liu Ji. I'm still quite curious. Why do you trust me so much? Or rather, us leaders. Liu Ji showed a nonchalant expression, saying, we star players don't suspect those we use, and we don't doubt those we trust. Moreover, I have to thank the Emperor for the blessing. Why do you say that? I didn't know you before this. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji pretended to be horrified and mysteriously said, because legends say that those who understand your universe will be reincarnated there. Not reincarnating, there is precisely the Emperor's blessing, right? Ha ha damn. The Warhammer joke from hell made her face show a strained expression, as she didn't expect the reputation of their universe to have spread to another world. That must have been the work of the treacherous. Moreover, she needed to share this with Mikado once she got back. Little Gray, scan it. If everything is fine, set this place as a base. Okay, scanning now. By the way, Fighter 1 has applied for tactical nuclear missiles again, claiming they really want to see the power of this thing. Liu Ji sighed and called Fighter 1. I approve your application, but you need to find a wasteland or the sea. Chapter 9, the base, is completed. I can't let my precious resources be blown up. Otherwise, I'll have you two come over to mine. After hearing this, the two of them repeatedly assured me they wouldn't mess around. And then they giggled and went off to find a place to plant mushrooms. When the others heard there was this activity, they all applied as well. And Liu Ji agreed to all of them. Thus, One small mushroom after another appeared on As. 5. To be honest, tactical nuclear missiles aren't valuable to Liu Ji. He wouldn't even feel bad using them as firecrackers when he's bored. The scanning by Hui Feng was quick, and it soon confirmed that this was a very suitable location. Everyone, the base has been located. After completing the mission, head to the marked spot. Understood. The journey has arrived and is landing. The massive journey slowly approached the ground, only to turn into a puddle of molten iron upon landing. Nanobots quickly began to clean the surrounding environment and constructed a comprehensive area and manufacturing plant. A base covering 100,000 square meters was completed in just half an hour, leaving Liu Ji and I Not God quite shocked. All types of buildings clearly displayed the style of the Grey Goose Storm, and once various industrial products could be manufactured here, they would be replaced by advanced building materials. The aircraft slowly landed, and Liu Ji put on his protective suit and walked down with I Not God. The leaders' bodies aren't their own. If worst comes to worst, they could just clone another one. But if Liu Ji is gone, he is really gone. Is your body still from the 3K era's genes? Yes, why? Are you going to give me a Space Marine surgery? I want to upgrade you to the Forbidden Army. Liu Ji took a step back. What? You can perform surgery now? I Not God shook his head. Not right now. Resources are lacking, but at this rate of development, it won't be long before we can do it. Liu Ji quickly waved his hand to refuse. Let's forget about it. The Forbidden Army surgery has risks. I'll wait and see. I Not God didn't press the issue, touching the operating nanobots as they walked. The advantage of nanobots is that they can change their form as needed. Liu Ji pointed to their aircraft, which at that moment also merged into the puddle of molten iron, spreading in all directions. I plan to keep only one aircraft, retaining the shuttle. Let those aircraft go to various resource points to establish bases. That would be more efficient. I Not God nodded. Liu Ji's plan was fine. The exploration mission lasted a day, but only a rough overview was obtained. It definitely wasn't as detailed as what the research ship could investigate, after all. They can even survey the depths of the Earth. During this time, the leaders had logged off for various reasons, but as soon as they had time, they would immediately log back on, as if not being online for a second made them feel like bugs were crawling all over them. To diligently complete the task and to have some fun blowing things up, the Galactic Power had not attended classes for 2 days. The Night City Living Buddha was a talent. He logged on right after quickly treating his wounds from a fight. Everyone would be online all night. Initially, they had some concerns, but when they realized they could play all night while still resting their bodies, they became even more reckless. One day, later report. All teams have completed the exploration mission. Good. All teams pay attention. We are now assigning the next phase of the mission. Liu Ji sat in the conference room of the base, holding an online projection meeting with the leaders. Team 1. Proceed to establish a subbase at the large mine on Continent 3. The naming of the 3 continents on As. 5 is still quite arbitrary, categorized by size. This is also a habit of Liu Ji. He is only interested in naming ship models, while other names are primarily for ease of management. Understood. Hit Miao and Meng Yu offered a rather awkward military salute, and Liu Ji returned the gesture in a similarly unstandard way. However, he had already determined the development direction for the 2. Imperial Navy, Fleet Commander. Team 3, go to the designated location to establish a small power plant. Ensure the mission is completed. The Living Buddha and First Deeply Affectionate didn't even think to salute, and Liu Ji didn't mind. Team 4, go to the Equatorial Zone to find a suitable location. We have a big task. What task? Huang Pai Kanan, being the curious baby, started asking questions again. To establish a launch base, we need a space elevator. Compared to warships and powerful aircraft that can fly freely in space, the term space elevator is still more exciting. A space elevator? Yes, with it, we can collect resources in outer space. Team 5, return to base for modifications and handle transportation tasks. The leaders were still very efficient. Although they were excited after witnessing the completion of the base, they weren't overly surprised. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a sense of expectation regarding the various high technologies they had never seen before. Liu Ji felt that when they encountered aliens now, they would subconsciously think, where did these bumpkins come from, especially galactic power and the social butterfly among them? In Liu Ji's memory, their world was not lacking in aliens. Speaking of which, looking at their cheerful attitude, It seemed that those plot points hadn't occurred yet. After the meeting, Liu Ji took I Not God to a small room. Although it was rather simple, it at least had some equipment. We can't establish a giant computing array until energy and resources are fully abundant, so I hope you understand. Liu Ji looked apologetic. It was one thing to make the chief scientist work for free, but having no place to conduct research was really embarrassing for a player of the stars. I Not God expressed understanding, then seemed to recall something and looked at Liu Ji. Huifeng told me that you seem to have a system left by your empire. Yes. Liu Ji opened the control panel, and to his surprise, I Not God could also see it, or rather all leaders could see it. Liu Ji ignored the other useless functions and opened the technology interface. I had never seen such a miraculous research method. Is this the research progress? Yes, but I also don't know how to increase it. Liu Ji looked regretfully at the three technologies, but I Not God had always been quick-witted. She fell into deep thought while looking at controlled nuclear fusion and physics. I have an idea. I Not God opened a nearby storage device and quickly input a large amount of data on the projection keyboard. Liu Ji stared wide-eyed at the progress bar, which advanced rapidly with I Not God's input. 10 minutes later, controlled nuclear fusion and physics completed. No way, dude. What the hell? It can be done like this. The next technology option has been unlocked, and Liu Ji and I Not God exchanged glances, followed by a chilling, sinister laughter echoing throughout the entire base. Hee. Chapter 10 Research God Call Team 1. The space elevator base has been installed. When will our resources arrive? Team 1 responded. Right now, we are short on iron everywhere, and we still need to expand the mines. Don't expect any construction this month. Liu Ji interjected. Team 4 can operate freely now. What about Team 5? Team 5 is about to arrive at the mining area to carry out transport tasks. Mining Area Machine 1 has turned into a comprehensive mining facility with an integrated foundry. Ever since the nanotechnology machines started working, the foundry has been producing a continuous stream of building materials without pause. Because the power plant is very close to the mining area, Machine 5 quickly arrived here after loading energy blocks. Hit Meow stood in the open space, waving his hands to direct the large transport aircraft. Although it was completely random, it did not hinder the safe landing of the transport aircraft. Nanotechnology is fast. Standing beside him, Mengyu walked up with Hit Meow, while Old 8 and Social Butterfly also exited the cabin. We produced the energy blocks as soon as we could. They'll last you a week. Thanks. Hit Meow and Old 8 high-fived, while the nanotechnology engineering vehicle continuously transported the massive energy blocks. Although they worked non-stop, it still took a considerable amount of time. Where will these resources be transported first? Just then, Social Butterfly asked, and Mengyu led them to tour the foundry. Because the foundry operates fully automatically, there isn't much to see, which is a result of building integrated industry. However, the massive output still shocked the two. The foundry, completed in just one day, has a daily output of 10,000 tons. This is still influenced by the mineral output. According to the system report, as mineral and infrastructure increases, the daily output will exponentially rise after a period of time. The chief asked us to draft a plan for him to approve. We decided to expand the factory area first and then have the base produce more industrial robots, so only your power plant can receive some necessary resources. Did he agree? Social Butterfly asked. Yes, the chief said your team should endure for a while. Once the space elevator is completed and then the stellar space station is built, we can expand the power plant. Social Butterfly turned around and deleted the plan to achieve 100 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity generation in the short term that she had been considering for a long time. Why hasn't the chief told us yet? Oh, I want to ask Little Gray. Little Gray said the chief and Godsister have uploaded the technology for controlled nuclear fusion. A meeting will probably be held soon. Controlled nuclear fusion. Mengyu rolled his eyes at Social Butterfly. Don't be so surprised. What can't exist in the game world? That's true. Sci-fi has a peculiar point. The technologies that are closer to the current level of scientific development are often more shocking than those unimaginable zenith technologies. Once controlled nuclear fusion is utilized, we won't have to worry about energy anymore. Base Liu Ji and I are not gods, still researching the technology panel. These technologies are part of a tech tree system, meaning that if we don't complete the prerequisite technologies, advanced technologies will never appear. I see, I am not God nodded. So, what category does space navigation belong to? Mostly physics, while megastructures seem to require some engineering. Shall we start now? I'm not God was eager. And even though Liu Ji couldn't help much, he could still play a role in lightening the atmosphere. Let me see these two. Atmospheric adaptation and powered exoskeleton. This is simple, just wait. Warhammer Universe, the Emperor opened his eyes and did not see Mikado. He didn't pay much attention and went to search for data storage. Unfortunately, atmospheric adaptation and powered exoskeletons are also low-end technologies for an empire that relies on archaeology for technology, and they are not worthy of being stored in the Emperor's laboratory. Valdo, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Constantine Valdo, almost immediately arrived beside the Emperor. Before he could kneel, the Emperor pulled him up and handed him 2 task objectives. Now go find these 2 technologies and do it quickly. Although the Emperor has existed since the dawn of humanity, he has not learned everything during his tens of thousands of years of journey. And of course, he is not omniscient. He is unaware of how far one must go to complete a technology, so he simply shoved the entire system's results into it. The Emperor believes that with the Empire's technological reserves, even if they cannot directly complete space navigation technology, they can definitely shorten research time. Before long, Valdo returned, accompanied by 2 Imperial guards. My lord, during the long study Stop. You 2 are proficient in these technologies? Yes, my lord. Good. Now recite it to me word for word, quickly. Yes, atmospheric adaptation is a very vague term. Its essence is... After a considerable time of listening, the Emperor confirmed that his knowledge was correct and then quickly returned to the stellar universe, leaving 3 Imperial guards staring blankly. Base Liu Ji watched I Am Not God's virtual keyboard fly as, after a vigorous research session, the 2 technologies were completed one after another. Why do I always feel like I'm playing universe creation? The incredible speed of unlocking technologies left Liu Ji dazed. It really is a race against time. All right, shall we choose other technologies now? Research God. Activate. Unlocked. New World Theory and Sociology. Climate Management. Underground colonization, selective leaf removal agents, deep crust engineering, wildlife elimination, harsh environment adaptation, surface reshaping, ecological adaptation, dead planet adaptation, unlocked military theory and sociology, ground defense plans, space combat, global defense plans, agile fleet. The good news is that now Liu Ji and the others can colonize all types of habitable planets, and there has been long-term progress in fleet command and formation. The bad news is, unlocked engineering propulsion mechanics, space torpedoes, afterburner fuel chambers, coil guns, material science, ceramic gold composite armor. Engineering has only unlocked some low-level weapons. The Empire's warships are not recognized by the system, and as expected, the Empire's physics is virtually non-existent. I Am Not God sat at the door with a gloomy face, while Liu Ji walked up and handed her the alien natural gas electronic cigarette he had kept. There was only this one in the entire warehouse, and it was found by Liu Ji out of boredom. Hiss, whoosh. I Am Not God curiously glanced at the electronic cigarette. It was indeed powerful, possibly related to the fact that this was not her true body. Damn it. Chapter 11 Ascension Seekers. After a moment of contemplation, I, not a god, angrily tossed my e-cigarette, startling Liu Ji, who hurriedly caught it, thankfully without breaking it. How can we develop a great empire while mingling with those bugs? I never expected that my empire couldn't even unlock the most basic technology. Liu Ji casually remarked, Your empire has its own national conditions. No. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I need to find a mechanic for a chat. Then I logged off, and Liu Ji had no choice but to observe a 3-second silence for the mechanical sect. Coincidentally, there wasn't much to do right now, so why not take a stroll? Without hesitation, Liu Ji planned to wait for the transport aircraft to arrive and inspect the construction of various branch bases. Although Gray Wind allowed him to check all data in real time, Liu Ji still wanted to see it for himself. It's like how the star people know that the unemployed population of a planet is automatically migrating, but they still want to click to see how many unemployed people there are. 3 days later, I log back in. Gray Wind, where is everyone? The chief has been inspecting the construction in various locations these past few days, and everyone is currently returning to the base on the transport aircraft. As I walked out the door, I happen to see a black dot in the distance getting closer. They've been busy these past few days, and currently, the tip of the iceberg of various technologies and the confidential technologies of the mechanical sect were being transported to the Terra Palace. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of some unknown low-life bluebird. Fortunately, it couldn't see here through the dimensional barriers. The so-called multiverse is essentially still a system. Only when a power truly surpasses all dimensions can two different systems possibly intersect. I witnessed the transport aircraft land, and as the hatch opened, a group of leaders bustled out. "Oh, isn't this our chief scientist? Finally willing to come see us?" I jokingly scolded, and the others echoed. Liu Ji wasn't annoyed and led everyone into the base. "Let me tell you, the conference hall was designed by me personally. It will definitely open your eyes." "That's right." Liu Ji gathered the leaders back just to show off his design. As everyone reached the end of the corridor, the 3-meter-high double doors automatically opened, revealing a stylish circular long table and futuristic black benches. Above, a massive pentagram light was embedded, adding a special flair to the conference hall. This design, the leaders looked speechlessly at the eye-catching light. They wouldn't believe Liu Ji didn't have some personal motive behind it. This place is equipped with the latest holographic projection technology, allowing everyone to sit and hold meetings online. Of course, calling everyone here was for a reason. "Please take a seat." Including Grey Wind, there were a total of 11 seats. And since there were no special markers, everyone just found a spot to sit. Once all the leaders were seated, Liu Ji glanced around at everyone. They all looked at him, waiting for him to speak. The overhead light added a seriousness to the venue, making the leaders unconsciously become more earnest. "After a week of development, we have finally gotten on the right track. I want to thank Grey Wind and everyone for your hard work. As the saying goes, people have their names and nations have their systems. Although we are just this few people, we still need to give our small group a name to clarify our nature. Does anyone have any suggestions?" As soon as Liu Ji finished speaking, the leaders began to whisper among themselves, but due to the distance, they had to speak loudly, resulting in quite a chaotic scene. Hitler Meow was the first to raise a hand, but just as he was about to speak, Liu Ji interrupted. "You only have voting rights. Is my intention that obvious? How about calling ourselves the Galactic Empire?" As soon as Huangpi Kanan finished speaking, he was rebutted by Mengyu. "With just us, what empire? How about the Human Federation?" Vetoed for the same reason. Liu Ji suggested, "How about Ascension Seekers? That sounds so cheesy. Let's change it." Everyone chimed in, and no one could persuade anyone else. After a long discussion of an hour, the leaders decided to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. In the end, the lucky Liu Ji and I, who cheated purely based on reflexes, competed for the first place, while Grey Wind did not participate. Rock, paper, scissors. Shoot. Yay. Liu Ji finally won, but of course, it was because the opponent let him win. I wasn't very interested in the name, and since the chief was willing to participate, I simply let him win. The other leaders were even less interested in national ideology. Whatever the chief said was what it would be. Ultimately, Liu Ji established their goal, which was the original goal, to pursue ascension at all costs. The Ascension Seekers had no clear diplomatic ideology or thoughts, completely adapting to the situation with their goals. As for the flag, Liu Ji's proposed emblem was unanimously approved by everyone. A golden vision spike silhouette against a black background. Notably, there was a skull in the central part of the vision spike. This became the flag of the Ascension Seekers, truly a combination of culture and strength, with a cool emblem that exuded a kingly aura. The leaders were not interested in naming the planet either. In the end, Liu Ji officially named as 5 Union, as the capital of the Ascension Seekers. Once Liu Ji confirmed this, the control panel displayed the corresponding information. Coincidentally, all the leaders were present. So Hitler Meow suggested organizing a team-building event, referring to taking a shuttle to hunt large beasts. It seems the poor beasts are going to participate in a barbecue event. 1 month later, mining area, after checking this batch of goods, Mengyu nodded. 4 huge drones then slowly lifted off with 5 tons of alloy, and such a formation required 100 units per batch. The mining area was only responsible for preliminary smelting. These minerals still needed to be transported to the central manufacturing plant of the Union for processing into finished products. The manufacturing plant was operating day and night, producing intelligent engineering machinery. Don't misunderstand. These are not robots in the engineering sense. These intelligent machines are like the mentally challenged compared to robots. So although they have a high level of intelligence, they still need humans to oversee and command them. After this, these engineering machines would further increase production capacity and enhance their numbers until they reached a standard population size, at which point the growth rate would slow down. Greywind's wife's family was indeed genuinely prosperous, relying on these nanobots. Liu Ji achieved such rapid production increases, not to mention the creator civilization that could freely manufacture nanobots. At this point, the Union base no longer resembled its previous shabby appearance. Chapter 12 Development. The previous joint base has been completely replaced with normal materials, and the concept of the joint base has expanded again. A central administrative district has been established on the original site, although it serves no real purpose. Liu Ji still quite likes this place. On the other side, engineering machinery has begun preparing to construct the scientific facility that I am not God has been thinking about, which is the computational array. The entire joint star has been divided into 20 districts by Liu Ji, and this administrative district is currently not even filled to 1/1,000,000th of the capital district. However, considering the future demand for central processors, Liu Ji has arranged the scientific facility in the adjacent district at the edge of continent number 1. Liu Ji arrived at the scientific district via a shuttle. Well, there are no extra buildings. There aren't even any so-called streets or other facilities. Huge energy transmission pipes continuously deliver energy, and all the towers inside are dense computational arrays. In the distance, engineering machinery is continuously expanding the scientific district at the current efficiency. It will take quite a long time to fill the entire district, but the factory that never stops producing can exponentially increase construction efficiency. After entering the building, Liu Ji saw "I Am Not God" focused on a huge screen, where data continuously rolled, showcasing the achievements of the computational array. This direction is correct. The progress has increased. I Am Not God did not turn around, concentrating on the simulation calculations of this project. The project is named Physics Force Field Modulation, aimed at enhancing power generation efficiency. But just from its name, it's clear that the scope of this technology is not so narrow. Earlier, Liu Ji discovered a bug, or rather, a cheat. When the research direction and phase results are correct, the progress bar of the scientific research project will increase. In other words, Liu Ji can determine whether the current research direction is correct by whether the progress bar increases or not. Then, simply allowing the computer to simulate one by one can yield the correct answer. Thus, the research progress has been accelerating. Unfortunately, limited by material data, only theoretical physics has achieved substantial results, while material science has made little significant progress. Don't get me wrong, the porcelain gold composite material brought by I Am Not God from the Empire, commonly known as Level 2 armor, is generally used in the Imperial Guard's armor. Level 3 armor, made of plastic steel, is commonly found in the cores of white dwarfs. This illustrates the difficulty of research, so merely relying on the process of elimination to expedite research is akin to dreaming. Does the current technology have any use for you? Liu Ji surveyed the cultivation tanks in the large chamber below the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yes, aside from various planetary constructions, just one artificial intelligence would be enough for the Empire to ponder for a long time. Have you used it? Liu Ji turned to look at I Am Not God, who had finally detached herself from her busy work. This technology is expected to be completed today. She walked over to Liu Ji and looked down at the chamber. No, these technologies still need some verification time. It could be next year, 3 years later, or perhaps even longer. So, does that mean faster-than-light communication can't be used? Liu Ji felt a bit regretful. He was quite curious about what a well-governed empire would look like. We must ensure that the evil god does not taint these crystals of wisdom. Otherwise, I will not promote them. Liu Ji nodded but still reminded. I suggest you first equip all the gene primaries with communication devices, just in case something happens so they can contact you. I've already done that. That's good. Liu Ji sighed in relief, realizing that the biggest loss of the grand birthday celebration would not occur. In Liu Ji's impression, Horus somehow felt that his father's rule was poor and insisted on burning the galaxy, which indeed seemed a bit abstract. To be honest, since you don't lack money, Why not build some escort ships to protect Terra? Hiss. I am not God, scratched the back of her head. It seems this idea is indeed not bad. The standard length of the escort ship technology that Liu Ji already possesses is between 500 meters and 1,000 meters. And even the Empire's smallest escort ship is twice its size. However, removing artificial intelligence, combat computers, and other advanced technologies, strictly in terms of weapons, a standard escort ship can carry 2 small red laser emitters. Don't underestimate its size. Although red lasers are initial technology, they are weapons capable of burning glass, as clearly demonstrated in game events. Moreover, the maximum range of small red lasers can reach a terrifying 512 light-years, which is about 48 billion kilometers. To put in perspective, Pluto is only about 9 billion kilometers from the Sun at its farthest distance. Wait a moment, I'll arrange for it. Let us start with 100 of them. Although Liu Ji was skeptical whether the Empire's productivity could produce 100 ships, and even if they could, it would probably take a long time. Still, 1 escort ship would be enough to trouble the enemies. Terra the Emperor hurriedly dragged Mikado to see his scientific achievements. When Mikado first saw the length of the escort ship, he was somewhat indifferent, but when he saw the weapon data, his eyes widened. What kind of outrageous data is this? Where did you get this thing? Do you believe me if I say I picked it up from the research room? Mikado chuckled a couple of times. Anyway, the data was in hand, and he would believe it even if you said it was written by Oglin. Why don't we try to produce the weapons first and install them on large cruisers? The Emperor sighed. I want to as well. But these weapons require intelligent computer control. With just our visual targeting, we want to use these weapons. Hee. Sigh. Mikado was equally helpless, and he looked around, noticing the problem. How we build this escort ship? Who will build it? We can't let the mechanics on Mars build it, right? It's not that Mikado is overly suspicious. It's just that the mechanical church and artificial intelligence are at odds. We'll build it ourselves. Let the Imperial Guard lead, and see if we can manually craft one to use first. This was also a choice made out of necessity. The Emperor would never allow this standard escort ship to be modified. Does that mean it can only operate within the solar system? I think equipping it with a Geller field should be fine. The Emperor was also unsure whether an unblessed escort ship would be corroded while passing through the warp. Let us do it this way. I will help build this warship. Subsequently, this highly classified engineering project commenced within the imperial city of Terra. Small also has its advantages. Aside from those incomprehensible technologies, building a very sci-fi hull is not difficult for the Empire. Although the Imperial Guard in charge of construction always wanted to incorporate some Imperial characteristics into the ship, it became a non-issue after being explicitly prohibited by the Emperor. The Empire forbids the research of artificial intelligence, but the Emperor personally led the charge to break this rule. However, it would have no impact because those who know this secret would be played with jump rope by the Imperial Guard. Chapter 13. The Leader's Life. During the bustling construction in the capital star, Liu Ji discovered a significant issue. The leaders were always bogged down by their personal matters. For instance, the living Buddha of Night City. Liu Ji assessed her high IQ based on her qualifications as a scientist, but according to her, she had never received any formal education. However, Liu Ji was not willing to give up on her talent. Just a few days ago, after persistent persuasion from Liu Ji, the living Buddha finally agreed to come and learn. Furthermore, due to the needs of future development, other leaders also needed to learn various things. I don't want to study. Liu Ji unexpectedly found out that both Galaxy Power and First Deep Emotion also had high learning capabilities. So he decided to let the 3 of them become little Gray's students, hoping they could assist him in the future. Meanwhile, the socialite was intentionally being cultivated towards the direction of Secretary of State, and although Old 8 appeared silent, he had strong problem-solving abilities and could serve as a governor of a star region in the future. As for Huang Pai Kanan, she aspired to be a captain, but still needed a bit more ruthlessness and training. Although Liu Ji's ideas were quite good, the living Buddha had been offline for 2 days. Upon inquiry, it turned out that she had run out of money and had to go earn some. Liu Ji was furious. How could this be allowed? If word got out, people would think Liu Ji couldn't even support the leaders. However, since the 2 were in different dimensions, Liu Ji didn't know how to send her money and had to ask I am not God for a solution. I heard your network technology is quite advanced. Liu Ji briefly explained the cyberpunk worldview to I am not God, which opened her eyes. I mean, AI is dangerous, right? Was her evaluation. Gray Wind. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. That group of low-quality trash can't compare to you. Upon hearing this, Gray Wind smiled. While Liu Ji was quite curious about why I am not God's emotional intelligence suddenly seemed so high. But none of that mattered. Back to the present. What do you mean our technology is advanced? Fool. I already said we are not in the same world. Why don't you believe me? Liu Ji interjected. And the living Buddha looked at the two with skepticism. Are the hackers there very active? Do you have similar materials? Does the basic hacking tutorial I got count? I am not God nodded. This was acceptable. Liu Ji and she watched the living Buddha, who remained unresponsive. How do I send you the data from the chip? Input it byte by byte here. I am not God pointed to the computer behind her. The living Buddha repeatedly gazed at the massive amount of data input and collapsed directly into the chair. Fortunately, I am not God guaranteed she could provide an idea, and the living Buddha began the input work that would last 3 days. 3 days later, it was done, although the living Buddha wouldn't feel physical fatigue. The mental exhaustion was genuinely uncomfortable. She looked at I am not God with starry eyes, eagerly awaiting her action. How about this? I'll make you an intrusion system. It should solve most of your troubles, but I can't guarantee it will handle large forces. Unexpectedly, during this time, I'm not God had learned a lot from Gray Wind. Really? Yay. The living Buddha pounced on I am not God and gave her a flurry of kisses, leaving her at a loss. This system had fewer functions, but was simple to replicate, requiring the living Buddha not to understand too many things. Atlanta, capital of Georgia, New America. In this so-called free new world, some open folk customs have naturally been preserved. V, also known as Valerie, was walking home as usual. It seemed the space elevator was about to start construction, and she couldn't help but wonder when she would be able to participate in the new mission. Sight, unsure why the chief insisted she had the talent for research and made her study those cryptic texts. Although she could understand the current course progress with her serious study, she still felt a bit mentally exhausted. Moreover, why were the courses of that guy from Night City and Galaxy Power completely different from hers? The course of First Deep Emotion seemed like a primary school student compared to hers, while Galaxy Power was studying something about material structure. Though studying was quite taxing, she still liked it there. The people were good-looking, and their conversations were pleasant. Hey, beautiful! V was lost in thought and inadvertently walked close to a small alley. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, she was surrounded by some thugs. Normally, she would just need to state her name to scare them off. But today, she wanted to try her new weapon. Invasion protocol activated. Target count 2. Ready. V revealed a meaningful smile and walked into the alley with the thug shouts. When V came out, the thugs had already been converted into euros in her electronic account. United Stars, Equator Space Elevator, all the leaders gathered together, looking up at the building that pierced the clouds as it gradually grew taller. The living Buddha's body had been brought over in advance, and as soon as she came online, she excitedly ran to I am not God. That's right, the chief scientist finally stepped out. After all, it was a significant day for the spaceport construction, so everyone came to witness it. Sister God, your system is too powerful. I encountered a group of thugs, and they were instantly taken out. I am not God smiled, as if everything was expected, showcasing the demeanor of a master. Want to be as strong as her? Then go study. The living Buddha rolled her eyes, looking back. Chief, can you not act like a ghost? The living Buddha noticed something interesting. Whenever a topic of interest to Liu Ji arose, he would suddenly appear nearby to watch. By the way, everyone, if you have anything you need, be sure to let me know. I will find a way to support you. The others exchanged glances, and they could see intriguing meanings in each other's eyes. Chief, can I fly a spaceship in reality? Get lost. The first space elevator wasn't too large. It was just part of the entire spaceport. In the future, a second, third, and even more space elevators would be constructed, connecting and networking them. As containers full of construction materials soared into the sky, everyone immediately cheered excitedly. The completion of the space elevator seemed to press a button, and the construction of Capital Star entered a shocking speed. In just 3 months, the existing buildings had multiplied tenfold, and the first standard engineering ship had also begun construction at the spaceport. It was only a matter of time before Liu Ji and the others returned to space. Little Gray, call them over for a meeting. Okay, Chief. It was still the familiar meeting venue, but the government building had been significantly expanded. Chief, why did you call us over this time? Chapter 14. First Signs of Talent. The social butterfly yawned, not feeling very energetic. Although the group activities were fun, personal needs still had to be addressed. Just yesterday, he had spent the night studying with a female student. Let me tell you, with your attitude, the goddess won't look at you, he said. The social butterfly ignored Lao Ba. After being colleagues for so long, he realized they were both in the same boat. Come on, saying that is ridiculous. The goddess is so busy every day. How could she have time for me? Although the social butterfly really liked I'm not a god. He couldn't see her every day, and he wasn't at the point of longing for her to the point of sickness. I'm not a god threw him a flirtatious glance. Come to my room tonight. The social butterfly's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Don't. He had no doubt that if he actually went, he would be dragged into a whole night of physics tutoring. All right, stop being so extravagant, Liu Ji said. As the chairman of the Ascension Group, he felt that the current leaders were just starting out. I think we can clarify everyone's tasks now. I'm not a god will still be the chief scientist. And Social Butterfly and Lao Ba, I want to appoint you two as governors. Me? The Social Butterfly and Lao Ba exchanged glances, both shocked by the news. That's right. One of you will be the governor of a star sector, and the other will be the Secretary of State. Can we do it, Chief? Liu Ji waved his hand dismissively. With just us and a bunch of robots, do you think you can't manage? Trust me, I'm here. It's settled then. Liu Ji ignored their complaints and continued to assign roles to others. Next, Grey Wind will no longer serve as the Minister of Defense, but will become my secretary, assisting in the operation of our little government. Meng Yu and Hit Miao will become fleet commanders, taking on the roles of Minister of Defense and Commander-in-Chief in the future. Is there a difference between the two? Meng Yu asked. The Minister of Defense focuses on overall command, while the Commander-in-Chief is responsible for specific operations. Then I'll be the Minister of Defense, Hit Miao said excitedly, and Meng Yu had no objections, preferring to lead troops in frontline combat. Liu Ji looked at Hit Miao hesitantly, hoping he wasn't a micromanagement expert like Little Mustache. Galactic Power and First Deep Emotion, go learn from me. Galactic Power will take on the role of Army Commander in the future. Army Commander? Liu Ji looked at Galactic Power. That's right. Don't you like swinging a big sword? Galactic Power paused, indeed liking it, but wondered if using cold weapons in the interstellar age would be too foolish. Don't worry. The gear I arranged for you will be top-notch, the kind that nuclear bombs can't harm. Upon hearing this, Galactic Power beamed. All right, I'll listen to the chief. As for the living Buddha, I don't need to say much. Learn well and help I'm not a god. Upon hearing this, the living Buddha slumped onto the table helplessly. Okay, thus, only First Deep Emotion and Yellow Skin Kanan remained without assignments, both looking at Liu Ji expectantly. As for you two, I can't really arrange anything. Why don't you try different departments first and see what you like? They had to nod, and then Lao Ba began to persuade them to work under him off the books. With that, the leader's responsibilities were officially divided. The busiest were the Social Butterfly and Lao Ba. While everyone else had been busy with construction, now others were starting to collect salaries without working. The burden of construction fell on the two of them. Although Liu Ji was quite competent, others would help. It was predictable they would be especially busy for a long time. Industrial District, Liu Ji walked on a steel structure several hundred meters high. Below was a massive smelting plant. The sun was setting in the distance. The temperature difference between day and night on Capital Star was significant. But for the industrial district that operated continuously, the night was the most suitable temperature for human life. Xiaobi, we will soon be able to build the first space station. Grey Wind walked alongside Liu Ji. Chief, on the day we arrived, I clearly detected that there was only one hyperspace route around. Only one route? What a great place. Liu Ji looked up at the gas giant AS. Foreign remarked. As he spoke, white mist dissipated into the air. Let's go check the progress of the spaceport. Grey Wind nodded and summoned a shuttle. Months passed. The main divisions of the Union had been completed: an electrical division, a mining division, an industrial division, and a scientific facility. Liu Ji and the others did not need consumer goods or a dedicated food division. They could just manage with some basic food. Thus, the industrial district focused entirely on producing alloys, and due to extensive use of machinery, their demand for electricity was enormous. The next construction plan included 2 electrical divisions to sustain the increasingly large intelligent machinery. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, after the leaders became familiar with each other, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit, open. But Liu Ji thought it unnecessary to pay special attention. He was quite aware of the network's inhibiting effects. Until, "Hey, Chief, did you spend another night alone with the goddess last night?" The living Buddha approached Liu Ji as he reached the conference room door and playfully slapped him on the backside. "Yeah, when will you add me to the list?" The social butterfly slumped in his chair, speaking in a slightly resentful tone. "Flower bro, why don't you be bolder and include the goddess, the nun, Sister Nan?" "And shall we?" Galactic Power said cheekily. Although he looked like a loser, no one minded since everyone was acting a bit silly. Yellow-skinned Kanan hit Galactic Power on the head with an electronic tablet, knowing it wouldn't hurt him. "Do you believe I could toss you into the furnace to warm you up?" Liu Ji calmly walked to the conference table with a thermos cup. Since the government building was completed, all necessary facilities were in place, and the leaders no longer needed to run around. Apart from work requirements or personal interest, they typically stayed in the government building. After all, humans are social animals. Once they ventured far, they were only accompanied by the ever-present gray wind. He took a deep breath, sipped, and said, "I had Xiao Hui change all your clones to styles I like. Let us have some fun." Everyone burst into laughter and began chatting about random topics. Once they grew tired of playing, they quietly attended to their work. The living Buddha suddenly looked at Liu Ji. "Chief, I want to be online for the next few days. Please inform the goddess." Chapter 15 Meeting in person. Liu Ji was observing the construction situation of the engineering ship, which had been completed 2 months ago and was subsequently assigned to build the stellar base, also carrying a large number of nanobots to expedite the process. Additionally, the construction of the research ship had also been put on the agenda. "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Liu Ji put down the electronic board and looked at the living Buddha with concern. Caring about employees was one thing. Liu Ji genuinely worried that something might have happened to her. "Yes, I'm not planning to hang around Atlanta anymore." "Can't hang in there anymore?" The social butterfly looked at the living Buddha, who nodded. "There's no future in Atlanta. Thanks to Sister Tuashin, I've saved up some money. Next, I plan to return to Night City, where I know people, and I want to have so many worries. I can also focus on playing Starlight." Liu Ji looked at the living Buddha with approval, thinking she was too disciplined and would definitely arrange for her to become an executive in the future. The living Buddha chuckled. "You just want to use me as your slave, Chief." Liu Ji frowned. "Who has spreading rumors about me?" In the next moment, he changed his expression. "I'm just concerned about you. In the future, I'll make sure you live well." The living Buddha waved her hand, as if remembering something. "By the way, what about First Deep Emotion?" First Deep Emotion was lying on the table, frowning as he contemplated the after-school assignment assigned by Xiao Hui, the working principal of nuclear reactors. When he heard someone call him, he lifted his head to look at the living Buddha. "Oh, what is up? Let us meet up, maybe go for a meal or something." The living Buddha's surprising suggestion caught everyone's attention, and the curious gray wind connected the projection communication to the absent leader. "What?" First Deep Emotion looked incredulous and a bit dazed. "I thought you were in Santo Domingo." "I'm going to Haywood, which isn't far." First Deep Emotion scratched his head awkwardly, replying in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Is that okay?" "Hey, don't be shy. We've been buddies for so long." The living Buddha encouraged. First Deep Emotion suddenly turned red and stammered, unable to speak. "Not buddies. Respond already." Mengyu, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but remind him. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his next words, with Liu Ji leaning forward. "I don't have much money. I can't afford anything expensive." Puffed. As soon as he said that, First Deep Emotion began to feel uneasy, while the living Buddha boldly stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "What are you afraid of? I'll treat you. During this time, I've received quite a bit of money." After this, First Deep Emotion finally agreed to the invitation, and they arranged a meeting point. Liu Ji thought the whole situation was absurd. His leader didn't even have money to date, even though it was technically a girl asking a boy out. But isn't this ridiculous? He thought he should discuss with Xiao Hui later about how to give the leaders a salary. Speaking of which, Where's Santo Domingo? I only know that Atlanta is on the west coast of America. Huang Pai Kanan started chatting with others. I don't know. By the way, where are you guys? I'm called the Qinghua Social Butterfly. Guess where I am? Oh, I almost forgot there's also a Jingyi here. Lao Ba put on a flattering expression and said something that everyone didn't quite understand. Authentic, very authentic. What is he talking about? Huang Pai Kanan looked puzzled at the others, and Hitler Meow thought for a moment before translating. Oh, Jingyi, may you be blessed. After hearing Hitler Meow's translation, the conference room suddenly sprouted a lot of grass. Lao Ba nodded in approval, thinking the young ones were teachable. By the way, let's have a gathering sometime. I want to see if you guys are actually big-footed men under those skins. Sure, we all go. Chief, are you going or not? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, while Liu Ji continued to smile at them. There will be opportunities. Just have fun. When the time comes, you can hold up a sign that says Liu Ji, and that will count as me being there. It was only today that the leaders discovered the chief's name was Liu Ji. Chief, can we really meet? Liu Ji nodded. The leaders had previously not understood that group of people from the second dimension, but today they understood. Liu Ji was sitting right there. It couldn't be fake. Right? They looked at each other, as if trying to see who else might be a hidden NPC. Don't look like Xiao Hui just died. Cheer up. If you say that, then I'm not happy. Gray Wind pouted at Liu Ji, and Liu Ji began to comfort her. The atmosphere gradually became lively again. A week later, in Night City, Valerie seriously dressed up in a mature style and rode her newly bought motorcycle to the agreed location. She zipped through the city like a streak of light, leaving only a fleeting impression on passers-by. When she arrived near an overpass in the old town, the sky was still bright. During this time, various thugs or strange people approached her, but she easily sent them away with a few words. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the familiar person still hadn't appeared. Valerie felt a bit regretful, having forgotten to ask whether First Deep Emotions' body was the same as in reality. Just as she was thinking of leaving, a voice came from behind her. Are you the living Buddha? Valerie's expression brightened, and she quickly turned around but saw nothing. When she realized something and looked down, she found a small boy partially hidden by her figure. At that moment, Valerie had to acknowledge that this seemed to be her colleague. First Deep Emotion? The boy blushed and nodded excitedly. Valerie incredulously took off her sunglasses and looked at the shy little boy. First Deep Emotion seemed to be only a little over 6 meters tall, while Valerie was a full 75 meters, and, considering her figure, the difference between them was quite significant, making them look like a small something and a big something. My name is David Martinez. David extended his small hand, looking at Valerie with anticipation. I'm Valerie. You can call me V. On the street, Valerie rode with David at high speed, her mind racing with thoughts. David, on the other hand, was thrilled. It was his first time riding such a cool motorcycle. Valerie glanced at her hand on her waist, but said nothing. After all, why would she argue with a child? When they arrived at the restaurant Valerie often visited, she encountered several familiar faces. Hey, V, you change your taste? A woman who looked very cyber greeted Valerie, who smiled and cursed back, go to hell. With David around, Valerie's demeanor was noticeably more composed. Hey, cutie, let me give you a hug. The woman whistled at David, startling him into hiding behind Valerie. Valerie shot a glare at the woman and pulled David inside. Get us something to eat. Although this area was mixed, the restaurant was surprisingly quiet. The two found a corner to sit down. Valerie kept staring at David, while David was quite curious, constantly looking around. So, David, how old are you this year? 14, but I'll be 15 soon. The chief actually hired child labor. So you're not online during the day because I have to go to school during the day. Valerie found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. She pressed her hand against her forehead. Before coming, she had considered many scenarios, even thinking that David might be an extremely ugly old man, but she never expected this. They had a simple meal, and chatting turned out to be no problem. David is a great listener. The two chatted like they were in a game, and, as they talked, the previous awkwardness faded away. I bet if that group of fools knew your true identity, they would be scared half to death. I actually think they're more interested in you, Sister Buddha. I think you're prettier than in the game. Valerie, who is not one to shy away from compliments. waved her hand, and put on a humble expression. Ahem, I was just afraid my looks would be too outstanding and hinder unity. Speaking of which, David changed the topic again. I heard the stellar base is nearing completion. Valerie became serious upon hearing this. Yes, soon we will officially start mining resources from other planets. It seems we all have to go and learn, right? Oh, if we have to go, then we will. What the chief says goes. Valerie didn't understand why she had to go to this game like it was a job. Maybe it was because she truly gained a lot from it. By the way, the chief asked me to give this to you. What? The two had already exchanged communication earlier, and Valerie sent David a file. Basic invasion system. Can protect your good stuff. I relied on this system to dominate in Atlanta. Is this the system developed by Sister Shun? Valerie nodded, and David sighed again. I really want to see what they are like in reality. I heard before that they are all in the east, which is quite far from us. We could just have the chief send a warship over when the time comes. Haha. David made cold jokes only leaders could understand, occasionally making Valerie laugh heartily. But happy times are always short. Before long, David had to leave. The reason was that his mom was about to get off work and go home, which was unexpected but understandable. After all, it's dangerous for such a young child to be running around in Night City. In the end, it was Valerie who paid the bill. She wouldn't let such a young child pay, as it would make it seem like she couldn't afford to treat him. Valerie then took David home, and as they said goodbye in front of the car, she playfully messed up David's unique hairstyle. The next day, Chief, a shout from the living Buddha startled Liu Ji, causing him to spill some water on himself. What? The others were also confused, wondering if this was some new entertainment segment. Do you know how old the first deep emotion is? How would I know? Liu Ji put down his cup, looking innocently at the first deep emotion, who was already preparing for social death. He's only 14. The room fell silent for a moment, and everyone kept glancing back and forth between Liu Ji and the first deep emotion. Why are you looking at me? Look at him. Liu Ji pointed at the first deep emotion, who had already crawled onto the table. Chief, according to Chinese criminal law, employing child labor without pay carries at least 3 years of imprisonment. I can play from the age of 7 in our stars. Don't be awkward. Liu Ji argued with the leaders for a while, and after some time, everyone finally accepted the new setting of the first deep emotion. However, their expressions were a bit subtle. Among the things they usually talked about, 5 out of 10 sentences couldn't be shared, and it turned out the child heard them all, leaving a sense of guilt lingering in everyone's hearts. Why aren't you all talking? Just relax, it's fine. I will selectively forget our conversations. The first deep emotion encouraged everyone to speak up, but upon hearing this, they all had only one thought. It's over. This child has been led astray. In the end, under Liu Ji's strong suggestion, the first deep emotion's body was replaced with his own. Liu Ji's reasoning was that seeing his face would make others think twice before speaking. I'm not a god, but I was quite interested in the idea of body swapping and have been researching dimensional cloning machines for quite a while. When people get busy, they lose track of time, and several months passed. As the leader's world approached the end of the year, the slowly moving capital star had only completed half of its orbit. The research ship conducted a simple survey of the Osplanian star system, and the leaders finally finished their 2-month study trip. I'm not a god, and Liu Ji didn't go. One was too busy, and the other was afraid to die, as the abnormal accident rate of research ships is quite high. The engineering ship also completed the construction of the stellar base and began building space mining stations. The solar panels at the stellar base alleviated some of the pressure on electrical energy, allowing Liu Ji to halt plans for further expansion of the power areas. Currently, Capital Star has 3 power zones, 2 industrial zones, and 2 mineral zones. Liu Ji initially wanted to turn Capital Star into an industrial hub, but the energy consumption was too high, so he could only wait for Dyson Cloud technology while making do for now. The mineral zones didn't need further expansion, as they could directly collect resources from the asteroid belt and molten planets in their star system. Old 8 previously suggested opening a large hole in Capital Star and mining until they exhausted the resources in the crust. He was promptly kicked out by Liu Ji. Setting aside whether the technology could support it, Liu Ji didn't want to wake up one day to find both the base and people falling down. However, Old 8's radical strategy gained Liu Ji's approval, but the premise was that they couldn't operate in the colonies. The stellar base has an anchorage, a dock, a solar energy collection area, and a fleet logistics office. Don't ask why the secondary starport has 3 modules. Just consider it a violation of regulations. Interestingly, the research ship detected an anomaly in the atmosphere of AS4, seemingly indicating a peculiar biological fluctuation. But Liu Ji didn't have time to arrange it. His plan was to let the research ship go out to see what was happening outside and deal with matters within the star system after the next batch of ships was built. Chapter 17. Frigate. According to Liu Ji's thoughts, with the improvement of industrial capabilities, a certain number of frigates can be manufactured for emergencies. Therefore, next year's plan includes 3 frigates, 1 multifunctional engineering ship, 1 research vessel, and at least 100 transport ships. The transport ship is a rectangular vessel up to 1 kilometer long, with the advantages of being cheap, having a large carrying capacity, and being able to perform some simple engineering tasks. When necessary, the ships can be connected to tow more cargo. Reality is not like a game. Resources on other planets are also very rich, and fully developing Ospirania will definitely take a long time. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to the efforts of I Am Not a God and Living Buddha, the robot labor technology is expected to be operational by early next year. Although there are currently at least 10 units of engineering machinery, the pressure of command is still too great. Lao Ba and the socialite have complained to Liu Ji more than once, but fortunately, Grey Wind and other leaders have also been pulled in as free labor, which barely maintains operations. Engineering machinery is like an excavator that can work by itself. Robots can understand tasks and command machinery, while intelligent beings have a certain level of autonomy. The synthetic humans are red technology and are not much different from normal intelligent beings. Meanwhile, in the Warhammer universe, the efforts of the Imperial Guard have finally paid off, and the spear of the Emperor frigate has finally been handcrafted. However, due to the inability to fully utilize the technology, this is still a rudimentary version of a frigate. It is currently undergoing subspace trials, and Mikado is thinking that if there are no issues, he will send this warship to the front lines of the Great Expedition. Of course, the crew of this warship consists of Imperial Guards and Silent Sisters, with no need for mortal assistance in operation. Happy New Year, everyone! Liu Ji pushed open the door to the conference room and saw the room decorated with festive lights, all the people dressed in cheerful attire. Even Little Gray sporting a red scarf. Chief, go call Sister God out. No need. I'm already here. Not dressed as a god, blended in well. While Liu Ji and the 2 old Americans from Night City were dressed more casually. Under the socialite's urging, the 3 changed into new clothes. Thus, a casual but joyful party began. Until today, the leaders realized they could get drunk, shout like fools, and not want to leave. I still drunkenly look at the world as it flows like water. Meng Yu and Hit Meow held hands dancing, while Liu Ji and the others clapped along. Even though there were only a few of them, the entire Ospirania was filled with joyous laughter. The first research vessel quickly explored the neighboring star system, which Liu Ji named the Barrier Star System, and officially renamed Ospirania to the Central Star System. The Barrier Star System had nothing special. Just a yellow dwarf quietly shining on 3 planets. On the edge of the Barrier Star System, there were 2 unknown routes, and Liu Ji ordered the research vessel to continue exploring. In the Trisolaris universe, a young man with a middle-parted hairstyle hurried through the streets, surrounded by hurried pedestrians. The sky was overcast, as if heralding some impending misfortune. The young man glanced up at the dark clouds and quickened his pace. Above, a peculiar particle observed everything from a height of a kilometer. Soon, heavy rain began to pour. Teacher Luo, why didn't you bring an umbrella? Soaked. Luo Ji looked up in surprise at the woman in the living room. It suddenly occurred to him that he had left the battlefield from the previous night for some matters in the morning, thinking that diligent female students would have already left. But to his surprise, she was still at home. Some things had kept him busy all day. Luo Ji took off his dripping wet coat and walked toward the bathroom. Have you eaten? The female student seemed to realize her inappropriate behavior and held her left arm. Yeah, I ordered some takeout. After a quick hot shower, Luo Ji comfortably lay on the sofa and waved to the girl. She smiled and then lay in Luo Ji's arms. What have you been busy with, Teacher Luo? Luo Ji casually turned on the TV and thought for a moment before replying me. Recently, I've been busy helping the government with some matters. I'm exhausted every day. Liu Ji wasn't lying. Who said he was talking about the Chinese government? The female student's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, Teacher Luo is so impressive. Huh, it's just that. Just as Liu Ji was immersed in the warmth, almost dozing off while watching TV, the channel suddenly switched. Good afternoon. This is the United Nations Security Council. The sudden change jolted both of them awake, as did all the people around the world watching the live broadcast. After our investigation into the terrorist organization ETO, we have confirmed some unfortunate news. Ladies and gentlemen, the spokesperson suddenly looked serious at the camera. Aliens do exist. What? Liu Ji stood up in surprise, leaning closer to the TV. The species named Trisolarans is located in the Alpha Centauri system and is a hostile entity towards humanity. According to reliable sources, the Trisolaran fleet is heading towards the solar system. They have also launched 2 Sophins towards Earth, and I regret to inform everyone that our science has been locked down. Here are the detailed reports. Liu Ji stared blankly at the TV, his head nearly pressed against the screen. How could this be? Aliens. They want to destroy Earth. Humanity is doomed? Teacher Luo? The female student looked at Liu Ji with concern. Her words seemed to awaken him. Right? Yes. Liu Ji ran to the bedroom and shouted back at the woman. You go back yourself. I have something to do. Bang. After locking the door, Liu Ji put on his helmet, and the familiar feeling of being pulled returned. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a conference room, but there was no one there. As expected, Liu Ji and I Am Not a God were busy conducting research with the living Buddha. Meng Yu Hit Meow and Huang Pai Kanan were playing military simulations. Lao Ba was arranging things everywhere, and the First Affection was discussing army matters with the galactic power. Gray Wind. Little Gray's upper body projection immediately appeared in the center of the round table. I'm here, what is the matter? This was the first time Gray Wind had seen a leader so flustered, so he nodded and sent messages to others. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on today? Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the conference room. What's going on? Everyone looked at the anxious socialite, their hearts tightening. What's going on? Haven't you all seen the news? What news? Aliens. The Trisolarans are coming. Aside from Liu Ji, everyone else looked confused. Chapter 18. Leaders accepting reality. Old 8 hesitated and looked at the social butterfly. You're not having nightmares anymore, are you? I'm not. Oh, you guys should go check. Everyone exchanged glances and then went offline, but soon logged back in. I suggest you take a break for now. I'll cover your tasks. Meng Yu patted his shoulder, but the social butterfly thought everyone was just joking. What time is it? Stop kidding around. Hey, what's gotten into you today? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Liu Ji spoke up. What the social butterfly said is correct. Now everyone was even more confused. Could it be that the social butterfly was actually an NPC? You didn't TC the news because the social butterfly isn't in the same universe as you. Liu Ji made a shocking statement, and before anyone could respond, he continued, you arrived in this universe through a dimensional cloning machine, using a form of consciousness transfer. Wait, so Chief, you're actually a real person? The living Buddha pointed at Liu Ji in disbelief. Liu Yi nodded helplessly. I've said it before, but you didn't believe me. Then what the hell is your system? Meng Yu questioned. Did you forget the history I mentioned earlier? Liu Ji briefly recounted the previous story. My empire can traverse the universe. What is wrong with having a system? This reasoning was great and filled in all the doubts. So, the social butterfly's universe really has been invaded by aliens. The social butterfly thought he would meet aliens in the star universe, but unexpectedly, the aliens had already invaded. Actually, it's about to be invaded. The news says it's still over 400 years away. Huang Pai Kanan was quite optimistic. That's fine. By then, you won't even have a bone left. The blunt words seemed reasonable. And the social butterfly was unexpectedly comforted by Huang Pai Kanan in this way. By the way, how can aliens take 400 years to travel? You're thousands of light years away, right? I'm not, God asked. Liu Ji interjected. Sister God is a professional at handling aliens. Now others believed it. Looking at I Am Not God with surprised expressions, but the current topic wasn't about her. Right in front of us, the Trisolarans from Centaurus. So, they take 4 years to travel 4 light years, meaning their speed is 1% of the speed of light. The social butterfly shook his head. I don't know. The news only said that much. With all due respect, Are the Trisolarans a bit too? Hitler Cat chuckled, but realized it wasn't appropriate to laugh in this situation, and lowered his head to compose himself before regaining his expression. Too slow. Even so, they are much stronger than humans. The social butterfly drooped his face, helplessly leaning on the table. What the social butterfly didn't realize was that after so long of interstellar life, he had developed a sense of responsibility for his own civilization and a sense of shame for failure. Old 8 was still very worried about his good buddy and quickly looked at Liu Ji. Chief, think of something with that amazing brain of yours. The social butterfly is about to cry. The social butterfly weakly raised his hand to defend himself. It's not that bad. Liu Ji thought for a moment and looked at I am not God. What is your suggestion? Kill. Liu Ji nodded as expected. But we can't win. How we kill them? We're strong, but we're not in the same universe. How about this? Others looked at Liu Ji, hoping he would come up with a plan. Social butterfly, you should go back and learn more about the Trisolarans and try to connect with government agencies. If it really doesn't work, we'll provide you with technology and you can build a fleet in your universe. Hey, that is a good idea. The social butterfly perked up again, and the cloud of despair brought by the Trisolarans dissipated with Liu Ji's words. Chief, I love you. The social butterfly excitedly hugged Liu Ji, feeling so grateful for his once playful self. It was all thanks to the chief, who really stepped up when needed. Get off. I'm not your boyfriend. Ha ha. Although the Trisolaran crisis seemed to have eased, the leader's doubts remained unresolved. So Liu Ji held another story session, briefly helping the leaders understand the significance of dimensional cloning. During this time, everyone exchanged their real names, but due to habit, they couldn't immediately switch back to their nicknames. For a while, Liu Ji shared news about the Trisolarans with everyone daily, while also learning that the Trisolarans were monitoring humanity through softens. However, Liu Ji brought good news. After completing the last New World theory in sociology, a technology Liu Ji had longed for appeared. Sociology governance, planetary unity. After the research was completed, it gained a lot of cohesion. Liu Ji chose this without hesitation, and surprisingly, the technology was almost completed instantly. Choosing traditions is a big deal, and the leaders all leaned in to see what effects the traditions would have. Exploration, expansion, supremacy, hostility, prosperity. The numerous traditions dazzled them, and more importantly, the traditions clearly provided percentage bonuses. Liu Ji was curious if this percentage bonus would actually increase their void production. What do you all think we should choose? Liu Ji looked up at the leaders. Supremacy. Hitler Cat and Meng Yu blurted out simultaneously. Supremacy is a tradition that increases warship combat power, reduces shipbuilding costs, and speeds up shipbuilding. I think prosperity is good. Exploration is also okay. Expansion might work, but the others aren't very suitable. Old 8's suggestion received most people's approval, and Liu Ji explained to the two war fanatics. We don't understand the situation in the Star Sea, and since we have no conflict of interest with the aliens, there is no need to build a large fleet. Corvettes aren't strong. It's very likely that if we go out with the fleet to fight, we'll encounter something powerful and be wiped out instantly. It's also possible we'll wander around and find out there aren't any aliens at all, so I don't support your proposal. After hearing this, the two expressed understanding. They enjoyed fighting, but they weren't mindless brutes. It seems the position for the first tradition was clear: prosperity. Prosperity can provide a significant output bonus while reducing maintenance costs, making it essential for farming. This aligns very well with Liu Ji and their current situation. Is that settled? All the leaders focused intently as Liu Ji's hand slowly descended. When prosperity was selected, its basic bonus immediately affected the entire empire. Unlock agenda. Preferential treatment for society. By the way, do we even have a society? Never mind, it's not important. The key is its effect. Mining stations' output increased by 20. Chief, it increased. Chapter 19. Natural Disaster Technology. Shocking and heart-stirring Grey Wind said in shock. Not just her bionic appearance. Even her mainframe paused for a second for self-data checks. However, after several checks, she still found no issues. What improved? Liu Ji and the others leaned closer to Grey Wind's face, and under everyone's expectant gaze, Grey Wind projected a data chart. Just now, our total output inexplicably increased by 20. For instance, minerals. When screening, it was 1 ton. During transportation, it was also 1 ton. And when entering the blast furnace, it was still 1 ton, but it came out as 2 tons. Sorry, I really can't understand what happened. Liu Ji certainly wouldn't blame her for this. After all, everyone was confused. Natural disaster technology, shocking and heart-stirring, Liu Ji murmured. Then he suddenly realized he could click again. He eagerly activated one of the prosperity traditional tree options. Unlocked, standard construction template. Effect, building costs reduced by 10, construction speed increased by 25 at the same time. The intelligent machinery constructing the new district suddenly increased its operating speed, the mechanical arms moving rapidly. It was even more outrageous than entering overload mode. And the key was that the operation was very stable. After completing the construction goal, they found that there were still some materials left. Huh, I can still click? Liu Ji exclaimed, and the leaders trembled as if they just won 2 million from a lottery ticket. Unlocked, superconducting energy transmission, effect. Maintenance costs reduced by 10. Wow, I can still click. Liu Ji's hands trembled uncontrollably as he clicked the next one. Unlocked, ultimate performance, effect. Output increased by 10. Wow. Unlocked, modular superstructure, effect. Construction speed increased by 40. Oh my. The last one. Liu Ji's hands slammed heavily on the last option of the traditional tree. Unlocked, efficient algorithm, effect. Energy output increased by 10 after all the prosperity traditions were unlocked. An icon on the right also lit up. A little figure sat cross-legged, with dazzling and sacred golden light falling down from above. Traditional completed, prosperity, effect gained, output increased by 10, maintenance costs reduced by 10. Unlocked, ascension talent 1. The cohesion finally ran out. This must be the power of the divine emperor. I am not a god. Liu Ji couldn't wait to click on the ascension talent. The crowd had just been stunned by the surprise, and unexpectedly, there was more. Liu Ji quickly browsed through the ascension and found an additional talent. Ascension talent, dimensional traveler, effect, gain dimensional anchor technology, dimensional anchor. A giant structure, upon completion, can link with one or more dimensional anchors located in another dimension to form a dimensional passage. Liu Ji read it repeatedly, confirming he wasn't mistaken, then looked up at the other leaders. Do you know what this means? The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes shining with the same light. Choose it. Previously, even though everyone knew this was a real universe, they could only find spiritual solace here or ask the chief for key technologies. But now, when their efforts could bear fruit, the utilitarian thoughts that had existed since the dawn of humanity drove them crazy. Liu Ji decisively clicked on it, and suddenly, the data center had a very complicated new piece of information. So, does this mean we can meet? The social butterfly looked at everyone in disbelief, and Liu Ji nodded affirmatively. Then everyone cheered in unison and embraced each other. After the celebration ended, Liu Ji suddenly noticed an important issue. Everyone, I seem to have found a blind spot. What? It seems that most of your worlds don't have the capability to build giant structures. Liu Ji suddenly let out a wail. I thought the chief could bring reinforcements to beat the Trisolarians. But it turns out we're so weak, we can't even call for help. It's okay, we'll take it step by step. We have plenty of time. Liu Ji knew that in the future, there would be sleep chambers on Trisolar and Earth, and Liu Ji would be selected as the wall facers. So he wasn't worried about resource issues at all. This also temporarily dispelled others' thoughts. There's still a long way to go. And this is the most crucial development period for the Empire, so they can't let wonders mislead the nation. By the way, why not try building one? Liu Ji gently elbowed the Emperor, who told the leaders her name was Neos, which she often used when she went out to play in her youth. Moreover, the Emperor told everyone she was a leader of an interstellar empire. Although everyone showed admiration and curiosity, the Emperor didn't say more, and they didn't ask. In short, this is the current image of the Emperor, a leader of an empire who plays Stellaris every day and is a bit flirtatious. No, Liu Ji was a bit curious about the Emperor's resolute attitude, but the Emperor immediately explained the reason. We don't understand the transmission effect of the dimensional anchor yet. I must eliminate any possibility of the chaos gods eroding other universes. All right, I almost forgot about this. The Emperor loves all of humanity and also loves the humans of other universes, so he would never allow the Warhammer universe's cesspool to explode and pollute other universes. Liu Ji also felt disgusted by the Chaos Gods. He hesitated as he looked at the Emperor. That evil god won't come here, right? The Emperor shook his head. Absolutely not possible. They're all subspace evil gods, dependent on reality. Do you think they can escape to other universes? It would be more realistic to dream of all other gods dying. That's good. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm up early. No response. Seeing this, Liu Ji became bolder. I will torture you. You're just a cripple. Damn it, Yuum. Liu Ji didn't know how to describe the damn it, so he decisively skipped over it. You are my chosen one. Although the others didn't understand, they had grown accustomed to it. The leaders were so abstract. So how could their head be a normal person? However, the Emperor beside him found it a bit hard to hold back. This was a rare scene in the Warhammer universe. I carefully read through the description of the dimensional anchor. This thing cannot be understood by common logic. Its activation method is a force that transcends dimensions. If there is no such power, then the dimensional anchor would appear to others as a big chunk of scrap metal. After the Emperor spoke, the others fell into thought. A force that transcends dimensions. Isn't that us? Huang Kanan's astonishing wisdom struck again. Oh, that makes sense. Everyone looked at each other in amazement, and after hearing Huang Kanan's praise, his nose was almost pointing to the sky. It also has a replication prevention feature. Liu Ji was somewhat surprised. He looked at Luo Ji, already formulating a complete plan in his mind, just waiting for Luo Ji to be elected as a wall facer. Chief, is there no cohesion left? Meng Yu suddenly asked, interrupting Liu Ji's thoughts. Huh? No, it's gone. Chapter 20. Prosperity takes off. Meng Yu felt a bit regretful. He still very much wanted the supreme tradition. Liu Ji still did not understand how to gain cohesion, which in the game description should be the faith of the citizens. The intelligent machines were constructing upward link buildings, which meant enhancing the ability to receive information from the central processor. Although the capital star was also improving these, it was of no use. Liu Ji knew that this was something that couldn't be forced and could only continue to observe the situation. They were too busy now to spend energy searching for the elusive cohesion. In the following period, Old 8 had a smile on his face every day. The massive resources produced by the Void caused the Empire's reserves to soar, and they finally had the capability to start multitasking. So Old 8, the logistics minister, was naturally happy. The electrical districts had been constructed to 5, industrial districts to 4, and mining districts remained at 2, mainly because the output from the mining stations on various planets made the Empire's industry seem slightly insufficient. With the construction of the star-based dock modules, the Empire's shipbuilding capacity had greatly improved, and they now possessed 3 Voyager-class frigates. Meng Yu, Hit Meow, and Huang Kanan each got one. Although they were a bit shabby, the 3 were still very fond of these warships and spent most of their time aboard. The second research ship finally began inspections of the gas giant ZY-4, and the person sent was Valerie. ZY, for research ship here is V. I have detected biological signals. Received. The Imperial Navy is in orbit and ready to assist at any time. Meng Yu excitedly ended the communication. Faced with this currently unknown alien life form, Liu Ji and the others showed great interest. Meng Yu and the others couldn't wait to try out the warship, looking forward to a thrilling battle with this potential enemy. Valerie stared at the control panel as the scanning beam swept through the clouds, constructing a 3-dimensional image of a massive, oval-shaped creature. What is this? The creature was several dozen kilometers long, a true giant. Valerie shouted into the communication channel, and Liu Ji, who was sitting in the conference room, stood up to look at the transmitted data. Could it be? The Leviathan-level creature circled around the research ship, but showed no signs of taking further action, since the frigate could not operate within the atmosphere. Meng Yu and the others could only watch. Half an hour later, the creature finally stopped its circling behavior and then shot up into the sky. Everyone finally saw its true appearance, a giant creature resembling a sunfish, with strange elongated structures at its tail. After flipping around, it approached the research ship, and Valerie couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Strangely, this space creature seemed to have no hostility, merely accompanying them. Wherever Valerie went, it followed. Even when she piloted the research ship back into space, the creature still followed. It curiously hovered in front of the already targeting frigate, continuously circling the ship and looking quite excited. "Chief, this." The others were at a loss due to the creature's enthusiasm and could only ask Liu Ji for his opinion. "This is a space amoeba, a creature that existed in the previous universe, known for its gentle nature. It seems the new universe is indeed a parallel universe quite similar to the previous one. So it poses no threat?" Valerie looked at the giant creature in surprise, while Mengyu and the others felt a bit disappointed. Liu Ji smiled and said, "That's right. It appears to be a juvenile. Moreover, since space amoebas often travel in groups, this might just be a lost young amoeba. Let us keep it from now on. We'll call it Bubble." Seeing Liu Ji had made a decision, everyone lost their enthusiasm and turned to play a game with Bubble to see who was faster. The space amoeba possessed quite a high intelligence, so interacting with it was not too difficult. In the following days, Bubble often came to find people to play with, and the leaders were happy to accompany it. Bubble only returned to ZY. For when it was feeding, Valerie guessed it must be eating some kind of high-energy gas. Overall, Bubble quickly integrated into the Empire. If only it wouldn't disturb those unmanned engineering ships. Speaking of the Warhammer universe, the Emperor's Spear finally completed its subspace trial run. But there were still some issues with the warp communication. Warp communication is a technology that requires a system, and the human empire was still quite inexperienced in handling certain technologies, making it difficult to promote on a large scale. However, with the development of technology on the other side, the Emperor would eventually be able to use the much-desired warp communication. Mikado ordered the Emperor's Spear to immediately head to the front lines of the Great Expedition, specifically to the 16th Legion, led by War Master Horus. The line of the Sons of Horus. After a long trek, the Emperor's Spear finally arrived at Horus's location, on the ship's Soul of Vengeance. Horus slowly walked toward the bridge. Father said reinforcements have arrived. A hint of gloom flashed in Horus's eyes, but he still ordered a greeting to be sent to the Emperor's Spear. "Is it sent by Mikado?" Walking beside Horus was the undefeated Abaddon, a company commander. "Yes, a frigate specifically dispatched to provide support, and it's led by the Imperial Guard." "Huh." Horus was even more displeased. But when he reached the bridge and saw the small escort ship, he was stunned. The square side of the Emperor's Spear was adorned with a huge family portrait featuring the Emperor and the 18 Primarchs. In this painting, the Emperor had abandoned his usual stern demeanor and appeared with a beaming smile behind the Primarchs. Standing directly in front of the Emperor was Horus. Horus fell silent, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard maneuvered the warship to the other side of the Soul of Vengeance, and Horus jogged over to the other side's porthole. This was another family portrait, but a Warhammer-style one. It depicted the Emperor and the Primarchs charging into battle, with Horus and the Emperor at the forefront. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, facing endless Xenos, while their brothers fought valiantly to protect their flanks. Horus was dazed. He picked up the simple warp communication device sent by the Emperor and extended a hand to touch the porthole, as if wanting to board the ship and take a look himself. "War Master, greetings to you in the name of the Emperor." The voice of the Imperial Guard came through, filling Horus with feelings of gratitude and guilt. His father loved him so much and valued him so highly. Yet he had the audacity to be dissatisfied with his father's decisions. In a moment of urgency, Horus activated the warp communication and sent a message to Terra. Chapter 21. The Change of Dimensions. What is going on? Coincidentally, the Emperor was not in the Starry Universe and happened to receive a message from Horus. "It's nothing, Father. Just missing you a bit. Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong. I'm very busy." Beep, beep, beep. Horus put down the communicator. Although he was hung up on by the Emperor, did it prove that his father didn't love him? No. This escort ship in front of him was a gift from his father, who often said one thing but meant another. Horus had already imagined the Emperor sitting in front of a mountain of administrative work, regretting not communicating well with his son, thinking about how to make it up to him. It must be like that. While Horus was lost in thought, the Emperor had already returned to the Starry Universe. "The frigate has arrived. I believe we will soon see its power." Liu Ji nodded and asked, "By the way, have you managed to get the family photo done?" "That's right. The family photo was Liu Ji's suggestion. The Emperor was not interested in such matters. But Liu Ji said it would benefit family harmony. So she went ahead with it. At that time, Mikado had been looking at him with a strange expression, making the emperor feel uncomfortable. That's good. Although Liu Ji didn't know what use such things had, she just did it out of interest. Liu Ji had always been that kind of person, doing things she found interesting. In the Warhammer universe, Horus had been staring at this escort ship for several days, even sharing it with other brothers multiple times. He even got some brothers worked up. I won't say who. Horus had thought about going aboard this warship, but the Imperial Guard had received orders from the Emperor prohibiting him from boarding. The Imperial Guard explained that the Emperor had used some incomprehensible dark technology to create this warship, and for some reasons, only specially trained individuals could operate it. But that kind of training was too painful, and the Emperor didn't want him to get hurt, so he was not allowed on board. The Imperial Guard's explanation was full of doubts, yet Horus actually believed it, moved to tears. Even Abaddon found it hard to watch, but since the original body believed it, what could he say? He just followed along. The front line kept advancing, and soon they encountered the enemy. In a star system named Tofa, there were signs of aliens on one of the planets. During the march towards this direction, Horus had encountered quite a few of these aliens, and, based on experience, it should be a small alien empire. These alien ships had a long range, but poor hull protection. Horus' sons usually managed to take them down after suffering some losses. And this time, Horus' tactics remained the same. To protect the Emperor's spear, this good luck charm, he specially moved it to the rear of the fleet. Everyone regrouped and prepared to engage in 5 hours. According to the usual practice, Imperial warships had to get quite close, about within 100 kilometers, to engage in combat. This was no different from kissing in space, which was one of the reasons jump combat could succeed. It was just too close. But this time, the Empire had a divine weapon. Report, the Emperor's spear has sent a request to fire. Fire. Horus was somewhat confused. What could be fired at such a distance? But the thought of trusting the Emperor still occupied his mind, so he approved the request. The Imperial Guard controlled the ship to the front of the fleet and then aimed at the alien ships. The only massive main cannon on it slowly turned, and a devastating red energy began to gather at the cannon's mouth. In an instant, that thick red laser crossed billions of kilometers and hit the largest alien ship 5 seconds later. The alien ship didn't even activate its shields before being turned into molten metal, causing the other alien ships to quickly raise their shields. But it was useless. After a brief cooldown, another laser shot out. Another alien ship was blown up, and the laser showed no signs of slowing down. Since the alien ships had just set sail, their home planet was directly behind them, and the laser struck that planet directly. The laser penetrated the alien buildings and even reached the crust, causing small-scale geological activity. Oh, my Emperor! Horus and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of range was this? Although they didn't know the power and maximum range of this thing, the laser extended to the point where it was invisible, and just that range was enough to shock them. The Imperial Guard was still quite competent, sending real-time battle reports. First shot, hit a large enemy ship, range 1, for billion kilometers. Second shot, hit a small enemy ship, estimated to hit planet TF. 3, potentially causing minor casualties to the aliens on the surface. Third shot. Horus and the others were stunned. Abaddon even started counting on his fingers how far 14 billion kilometers was, but he quickly realized he only had 10 fingers. Father, is this the power of love? Horus looked complexly at the Emperor's spear and then at his own vehicle. Feeling that so-called painful training, he could accept it. Meanwhile, in the subspace, in a place where no one could find, Kine looked at this strange ship with great interest. It was clear that this was not something the Empire could comprehend, and the weapon style was unlike any other race in the galaxy. Change is a good thing. Kine saw the network path located in Terra through the endless sea of stars, but for some reason, the activity there had stopped. As Horus rapidly changed his mindset due to the Emperor's gift, the one who felt the worst was Lorger. The key part of his plan was Horus. Only by pulling this war master of the Empire to the side of chaos could he possibly overthrow the Emperor's rule. But now, Horus showed no signs of dissatisfaction with the Emperor, and after learning about Horus' recent situation, Lorger could only pin his hopes on the blade of the unclean. Back in the three-body universe, Luo Ji was checking the news about the Trisolarans, as usual, while observing the official announcements. The Hua country successively launched a series of policies and prepared to establish a space military. The fifth self-funded wall-facer, the eternal astronaut and father of humanity in space, Zhang Beihai, was still playing brain teasers. TSK, so chaotic. Is it illegal to be a fugitive? Luo snorted disdainfully. Trisolarans are just a bunch of bugs. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Luo Ji glared at the sky, imagining the Trisolarans bowing down to him. The reality was that, at least the Trisolarans were not fantasizing about him. In the Trisolaran star system, a group of Trisolaran leaders displayed expressions of confusion. We are bugs. Although this high-threat target seemed a bit neurotic recently, he still had to be eliminated. Chapter 22, a different story due to Luo Ji staying at home recently. The car accident in the original story did not happen. Just as Luo Ji put on his helmet to enter the universe of the stars, an ETO member had already assembled a large-caliber sniper rifle on another building. QBU 201, domestically developed 12.7 caliber, heavy anti-material sniper rifle. This ETO member chambered a bullet, with a total of 5 bullets, 5 chances. But he thought he didn't need that many bullets. Luo Ji was lying on a recliner with his head facing the window. Although only his head was exposed, it didn't matter for an anti-material sniper rifle. Bang! The man acted decisively and swiftly. The moment the bullet left the chamber, he seemed to see Luo Ji in pieces. The bullet easily broke through the glass. And at the moment it made contact with the helmet, most of its kinetic energy was surprisingly absorbed and converted into energy by the helmet. At that moment, Luo Ji felt as if someone had forcefully tapped him on the forehead. Warning, the original body is under attack. Luo Ji, who was chatting in the conference room, suddenly went offline, and as his head hit the table, the other leaders quickly stood up. What happened? In the Trisolaran universe, Luo Ji quickly opened his eyes, then skillfully rolled over and scrambled away in a panic. The man was also startled by this turn of events and momentarily did not react. By the time he regained his senses, he had wasted a few rounds of ammunition for nothing. Hey, is this the police? I've been attacked by terrorists. Luo Ji was now quite flustered. As smart as he was, he quickly realized who was trying to assassinate him. If he had known that the Trisolarans were so petty, he wouldn't have spoken so recklessly. Coincidentally, police sirens quickly sounded downstairs, and the man, knowing his mission had failed, pulled out a handgun and committed suicide. Hasty footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and Luo Ji carefully hid himself. It was extremely quiet around him. He didn't wait for a knock, but instead heard the sound of a key unlocking the door. Just like that, he watched helplessly as a middle-aged man entered his home with a team of men in black. Half an hour later, in a bulletproof SUV. Are you the police? Luo Ji looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity. Normally, the police wouldn't respond so quickly. And who has this kind of police presence at their home? I used to be. My name is Shirchong. Luo Yi. Luo Ji had no intention of shaking hands. Shirchong glanced at the box in Luo Ji's hands. Luo Ji noticed his gaze and hugged the box tighter, prompting Shirchong to retract his gaze and take out a pack of cigarettes. Want one? Luo Ji glanced at it, shook his head. I only smoke e-cigarettes with alien natural gas flavor now. That's right. That's why Liu Ji can never find his e-cigarette. Shirchong raised an eyebrow and lit one for himself. Brother Shirchong, am I going to cooperate with the investigation? In this era, any action by the Trisolarans would attract human attention. Just a part of it. You have other matters. After hearing this, Luo Ji breathed a sigh of relief. He rolled down the car window a bit, but Shirchong turned around and raised it back up. Not safe. Luo Ji kept his eyes on Shirchong's hand as it returned to his thigh, finally relaxing his body. I didn't do anything. I just cursed the Trisolarans and suddenly got assassinated. Shirchong smiled nonchalantly and turned to look at him. The first thing an invading enemy does is to eliminate the hardbones. That's too much, right? Maybe you have some extraordinary ability. Shirchong's casual joke made Luo Ji tense up again, and this time Shirchong finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. He tried to appear harmless and tentatively said, Brother Luo, oh no, Luo younger brother, The gaming addiction is too great. I senti it. Just this little hobby. Women don't count as a hobby. Liu Ji wasn't surprised. His glorious deeds could be found out with a little inquiry. Used to be, now well. Half of one. Shirchong smiled, but did not continue talking, instead zoning out while smoking. After a while, Liu Ji realized something was off. Aren't we going to the police station? Shirchong shook his head, finding it hard to explain at the moment. You'll know when we get there. Liu Ji suddenly understood his current situation and asked again. Going abroad? Shirchong looked back at Liu Ji in surprise. Yes, we're going to the PDC headquarters. That Planetary Defense Council? Yes. Shirchong thought Liu Ji would continue to ask questions, but unexpectedly, Liu Ji stared blankly at his box. I didn't expect the hardest step to succeed so easily. Liu Ji still felt a sense of unreality. And not only could he access the top echelons of Huagua, but he could also connect with the PDC, which united human defense. Liu Ji had talked to him, and he deeply understood the risks of stepping forward. But the strong support from Liu Ji and the others could eliminate the greatest threat Liu Ji faced, the Trisolar Ants. What Liu Ji needed to do was to hold on until that time. He could imagine how bleak humanity's hope would be without Liu Ji and the others. Thus, the journey was calm, and they arrived at a military airport, where Liu Ji transferred to a passenger plane. The flight attendant gave Liu Ji a bulletproof vest, which he put on without hesitation. Due to the attendant's request, Liu Ji had to keep his seatbelt fastened throughout the flight. Brother Shirchong. Shirchong waved his hand. No need to call me brother. Everyone who knows me calls me Deshur. Then, Deshur, will I look inappropriate in this outfit? Liu Ji had worn casual clothes when he left home, and Shirchong looked him up and down. I think your unique outfit will attract more attention. Then I'll pass. Liu Ji had just been assassinated and didn't want to draw attention. Shirchong shrugged, pressed the call button, and ordered an expensive suit. Change after you land. Liu Ji had no objections and thanked Shirchong before taking a deep breath. To be honest, he was still a bit nervous, but his experience navigating the stars had brought about some barely perceptible changes in his demeanor. The roar of fighter jets could be heard outside, and after watching the accompanying jets for a while, Liu Ji quickly lost interest, followed by a wave of drowsiness. After realizing that others were not interested in his helmet, Liu Ji comfortably fell into a baby-like sleep. Under the blue sky, the lake reflected the distant snow-capped mountains, and a retro villa stood amidst a patch of low flowers. Liu Ji sat on a collapsed log in front of the door, watching a woman strolling on the grass not far away. Neos, Liu Ji called softly, and the woman looked up at him, then quickly walked toward Liu Ji, looking like a fairy amidst the flowers. Just as the two were immersed in the beauty of their embrace, Liu Ji suddenly felt that his breathing was not smooth. He turned around and saw Liu Ji and others laughing and crowding over, insisting on getting close to him. Chapter 23 Destiny. Although Liu Ji was quite unhappy about being disturbed, he didn't resist too much. When he was stuck in the middle, feeling despondent, everyone slowly stepped back. Reviding a passage. Liu Ji widened his eyes, and behind the crowd, a familiar figure appeared. The woman softly called his name, and while he was still dazed, Neos gave him a playful nudge with a big smile on his face. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Liu Ji walked over to the woman. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and petals danced in the air. In the place where time seemed to die, we finally reached paradise. Liu Ji opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. After a while, he remembered he was on a plane. Sure, is there a charging port on the plane? Liu Ji's brain hadn't fully started yet, and he only realized after he finished speaking that he couldn't connect to the internet on the plane. However, he thought it was strange that he had never connected the helmet to the internet. It seemed normal for dimensional technology not to be online. Playing here? If you can connect to the internet, then play. Liu Ji didn't understand why Shirchong was still awake. Shirchong pointed under the seat, and when Liu Ji looked down, he saw the charging port. He carefully connected the power, logged into the game. The Trisolar Ants had thought about watching Liu Ji play, but they couldn't see any game graphics at all. Aside from the power supply system, they completely didn't understand the other components in the helmet. As soon as he entered the Star Universe, he saw a group of leaders gathering around, very similar to the scene in his dream. Liu Ji pushed Liu Ji's head aside, and the two almost collided. "What's going on over there?" "Nothing, just got assassinated." Liu Ji said it lightly, but others were still very worried. "Jiga, what about now?" "Now I'm on a plane, heading to the Planetary Defense Council headquarters." "What's the purpose of going there?" Shi Chao Miao asked curiously. "I don't know. I was saved by agents after the assassination, and I don't know where these agents came from. I also don't know what I'm going there for, but it must be something significant." Liu Ji's words sparked a round of speculation, which got increasingly absurd. Lao Ba even speculated that Liu Ji's ability to traverse worlds had been discovered, and those agents were there to take him for dissection research. This guess gave Liu Ji goosebumps. "No way." "Very likely," Lao Ba said seriously, but the emperor immediately refuted it. "It's not very likely. It's absolutely going to be dissection." Upon hearing this, Liu Ji cried out for help, and after watching for a while, the emperor laughed and patted his shoulder. "All right, stop with the twisted humor." After Liu Ji said this, Liu Ji realized he had been played. He bared his teeth and was about to deal with the two of them. The emperor explained while running around the table. "I researched this before. We enter the star universe through a soul exiting method. Others can't understand what our bodies are." Hearing this, Liu Ji stopped and suddenly thought of a question. "Sister Shun, what level do the Trisolarans rank in your place?" The emperor also paused and thought seriously. To judge a civilization's level, one needs to look at all aspects. If we only talk about travel speed, they don't even count as bugs. The plane still needed some time to reach its destination, so during this time, Liu Ji helped Lao Ba handle some political affairs. In addition, Gu Xiaoluan, also known as Galactic Power, was discovered by Liu Ji to have a strong talent in science, so he was handed over to the emperor for training, hoping he could take up the banner of physics research in the future. Currently, with the efforts of the calculation array and 2 ornaments, the research on robotic labor technology has been completed, and it has already taken over a large portion of the basic construction work. The research ship has also completed its exploration outside the barrier. Outside the barrier, there are 2 star systems connected separately, and those 2 star systems are interconnected, forming a triangle with 3 star systems, with only one outbound route at the edge of one of the star systems. Liu Ji named the star system without an outbound route border, and the other one exit. These star systems form the capital circle, the central star area. Currently, the barrier star system has officially merged into the Empire's territory, and the star bases in the other 2 star systems are also under construction. Moreover, planet ZY3 has been confirmed as a dry planet with abundant resources. Due to industrial demand, Liu Ji officially launched a colonization plan in February, preparing to build it into an industrial planet and gradually relocate the capital's industrial facilities. In the future, after the electricity zone is also moved, the capital star will be transformed into a research star. Star Universe Liu Ji was called offline by Shi Chong. He knew they were close to their destination, so he put away the helmet and stood up to tidy his clothes. "We're almost there. Go prepare." Liu Ji quickly washed up and had a little something to eat, and the plane began its descent. After landing, Shi Chong asked Liu Ji to wait, and then he walked out by himself. Shortly after, an official with a European face walked in with Shi Chong. "Are you Dr. Liu Ji?" Liu Ji nodded, and the man slightly bowed and extended a hand. "It's an honor. I am Kant." Shi Chong, unable to understand English, listened half guessing and half understanding. Kant then turned to Shi Chong and said, "You did well." Shi Chong slightly turned to the side and quietly asked, "What is he saying?" Kant realized this and repeated it in awkward Chinese. "We are following the superior's instructions to minimize the action steps as much as possible." Shi Chong and Kant had a quick and brief exchange. "The meeting will start in an hour. So tight on time?" Kant nodded apologetically. "The start time is arranged based on the last participant's arrival. Additionally, you will continue to be responsible for Dr. Liu Ji's safety. So, can we go now?" Shi Chong glanced at Liu Ji, who nodded and signaled for Shi Chong to lead the way. "Looks like I still have time to change clothes." After getting off the plane, Liu Ji was shocked by the tightly guarded military presence around him. He then followed the 2 men into a stretched bulletproof car. Since they still had about 40 minutes of travel, Liu Ji changed his clothes in the car. After all, it was just a jacket. After changing, Liu Ji felt the fabric of his clothes and looked quite satisfied, while Kant was somewhat surprised by his casual demeanor. When Kant said they had arrived, Liu Ji looked through the window and saw that famous building, the knotted handgun in front of the United Nations building. As soon as Liu Ji got out of the car, he was surrounded by a group of bodyguards, feeling a bit breathless and finding it hard to walk until they entered the building. There was also a large amount of security patrolling in the lobby, and under Kant's guidance, they walked into the right corridor. Chapter 24, The Fourth Wall Facer. Liu Ji Kant introduced as he walked. The venue will not be open to the media, only representatives from various countries, so it should be relatively safe. Although Shirchong was surprised by Liu Ji's calm expression, he still expressed his confusion to Kant. At this point, you should at least reveal something to him. I have not been authorized to disclose anything. You must say something. Kant stared at Shirchong without speaking, but Shirchong's slick expression immediately changed. Liu Ji had never seen him so serious. Then Kant looked at Liu Ji earnestly and said, Dr. Liu Ji, all I can tell you is that you are about to attend an important meeting, which will announce something significant. Liu Ji did not respond, and the three continued forward. Although Liu Ji was well prepared mentally, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. When the three reached the door, Kant said softly, You do not need to do anything, doctor. Kant opened the door and spoke to someone, then led Liu Ji inside, while Shirchong stayed outside. The two entered the United Nations General Assembly Hall, which was filled with people, and the buzzing conversation filled the entire hall. Where do we sit? Kant led Liu Ji to a seat in the 5th row by the aisle, while he took a seat in the 2nd row. Liu Ji, holding a box, attracted the attention of the person next to him, but that person glanced at him a couple of times before turning back to converse with a companion. Liu Ji was not interested in what they were saying. He was recalling the discussions he had had with the leaders not long ago and his curiosity about the cosmos outside the empire. The venue quieted down as then UN Secretary General Ms. Tsai walked onto the podium, glancing in Liu Ji's direction. After surveying the hall, Tsai said, The 19th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council is now entering its final agenda. The announcement of the final list of wall facers and the commencement of the wall facer program. Liu Ji was still thinking about how Liu Ji had been sending supplies to the leaders daily after initiating the preferential social agenda. It was called preferential society, but clearly it had no effect. The cabinet agenda was still progressing at a very slow pace. Before we formally enter the agenda, I believe it is necessary to briefly review the wall facer program. Liu Ji listened attentively, knowing that the Sophins would block technology and probe human information. But they had a fatal flaw. They could not probe the thoughts in the human brain. Therefore, the wall facer program required the selected wall facers to use schemes and tricks against the Trisolarans to seek victory. The remaining lives of the wall facers would undoubtedly be tragic. They would be unable to reveal their true feelings to anyone and could only walk towards victory or destruction alone. Here, let me express deep respect on behalf of human society to the wall facers. Tsai's speech finally ended, and Liu Ji knew that the truly important moment was coming. Next, I will announce the 4 wall facers selected by the United Nations in the name of the United Nations. Liu Ji couldn't help but hold his breath, waiting for the list to be announced. The first wall facer, Frederick Taylor. As soon as Tsai's voice fell, Taylor stood up from the front row and walked calmly onto the podium. He looked expressionless at the assembly, and there was no applause from below. Everyone quietly watched this wall facer. Taylor was the recently resigned U.S. Secretary of Defense. He was an excellent strategic theorist and a qualified candidate for a wall facer. The second wall facer, Manuel Radiades. Liu Ji recognized him. Radiades was the current president of Venezuela and had led his people to thwart the U.S. invasion of Venezuela. He was a hero of the 21st century who had triumphed against the odds. The third wall facer, Bill Sheens. A polite Englishman walked onto the stage and gracefully greeted the assembly. Sheen's qualifications for facing super dangers were far inferior to the other two, but his comprehensive performance in politics and science made him a rare individual who could perfectly combine the two. Below, his wife, world-renowned brain science authority Yamashita Keiko, looked at her husband with affection. The hall was silent as everyone awaited the announcement of the 4th wall facer. The first 3 wall facers were the result of a political balance and compromise between the U.S., the Third World, and European powers, making the final candidate particularly noteworthy. Liu Ji looked around, speculating about the identity of the last wall facer. Sai slowly raised her right hand, and everyone's gaze followed her hand to the fifth-row seat. Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be. He saw Sai point to him, the fourth wall facer, Liu Ji. The surprise, or rather the shock, came too suddenly. Liu Ji's mind was instantly filled with a flood of meaningless thoughts, and he froze there for a moment. "Dr. Liu Ji, please." It was only when someone softly called his name that Liu Ji shook his head and walked up with the box. As he took his first step, he hesitated, suddenly struck by an absurd thought. Could he be the protagonist of a novel, saving the Earth alongside his close companions in a time of danger? Liu Ji recalled one of Liu Ji's catchphrases, which he still did not understand. This must be the great power of the divine emperor. Liu Ji chuckled at his own thoughts. He unconsciously moved forward, his mind occupied with future plans. Wall facer, the hope of all humanity. Surely the combined strength of the globe would bring reinforcements. Liu Ji did not realize he had arrived at the podium until he came to his senses and saw Sai, who was puzzled by his presence. His future colleagues looked at him with strange expressions, and the representatives below were also curious about what the wall facer was doing. At this point, Liu Ji took a moment to gather his emotions, infusing his anger and pride into the words he was about to say. "I did not know why I was elected for such an important position, but the Trisolarans have angered me." After saying this, he suddenly felt a bit childish, and his cheeks flushed, but he steeled himself to continue. "Not only because I was assassinated, but also because the Trisolarans dared to attempt to lay hands on Earth. I can assure you all that my election as a wall facer will be the most correct decision made in the foolish and erroneous history of humanity." Finally, he wanted to correct a statement from the Trisolarans. "I know you are watching." Liu Ji suddenly fixed his gaze upward. The deep-seated arrogance of a higher civilization over a lower civilization was unmistakable. "Trisolarans, you are the real insects." Liu Ji's brief speech undoubtedly shocked everyone. As humanity was being thoroughly suppressed and could only hope for a wall facer program that seemed like a child's game, he belittled the Trisolarans to nothing. The shock of the three wall facers was visible, and Sai also reevaluated this dashing nerd. She saw Liu Ji's awkwardness and took the lead in applauding. Then the applause in the hall erupted like thunder. Here, humanity would officially sound the horn for a counteroffensive against the Trisolarans. Chapter 25. Power. Once the announcements were made, there was nothing else to do. All the representatives gradually left the venue. After greeting Liu Ji, his three colleagues also departed. It seemed that Liu Ji's somewhat reckless speech had caused the three to view him in a new light. "Dr. Liu Ji, it appears you still have some doubts." The venue was left with only Liu Ji, Sai, and GZ. "Yes, I am quite curious about the extent of the wall facer's power born from the political game." So I was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you curious why it is you?" Liu Ji shook his head. "At this point, knowing those things might be useful for the wall facer plan, but not for my own plan." "Do you already have a plan?" "Indeed." Liu Ji looked up into the air. "Trisolarans, what do you think I will use to defeat you?" The Trisolarans remained aloof, as usual, offering no response. Sai glanced in the direction of his gaze, saw there was no movement, and steered the conversation back. "Dr. Liu Ji, wall facers possess immense power and can theoretically mobilize all of Earth's resources. If that's the case, humanity should be able to achieve victory soon." Sai paused for a moment. "I am curious as to why you are so confident." "Of course, you can completely refuse to answer." Liu Ji raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. "What can a golden monkey bring us?" Sai furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then slowly relaxed. "It seems you are that golden monkey." "Wrong. Call me the Monkey King." Sai was amused by Liu Ji's humor. "Of course, that is your power." Liu Ji turned to leave, and Sai watched him as he pushed open the door and walked into a beam of light. Next to the Fourier pendulum, Liu Ji encountered Shi Chong and Kant, along with some security personnel in black. They all looked at Liu Ji with serious and admiring expressions, and Liu Ji adapted well to the role. Ahem. Just a couple of coughs drew everyone's attention. Sure, let's go." Shi Chong immediately stepped forward. "It's not necessarily safe outside. Do you need security?" Although Luo Ji was audacious, he was still quite concerned about his own safety. Yes, yes. You there. Check the surroundings thoroughly, all the rooms, rooftops, and corners. Luo Ji pointed at a security guard, who immediately relayed the wall-facer's orders through the intercom. We've already acted according to your command. A thorough check is expected to take half an hour. Luo Ji nodded and found a bench to chat with Shi Chong. Relax, just like before. Shi Chong shook a cigarette box, and only after Luo Ji gestured did he take out a cigarette and light it. Yes, following your orders, wall-facer. I said to act normal. Luo Ji and Shi Chong laughed heartily, and the two began discussing their upcoming itinerary. Sure. Do you think I can really do whatever I want? Shi Chong flicked off some ash. When I was a kid, my mom told me stories about a magic lamp that could grant any wish, but you couldn't wish for more wishes. I thought, if you can't get more wishes, then how can it be said to grant any wish? Now I understand that magic lamp is fake. The real magic lamp is in your hands. Luo Ji opened his hands, seeing nothing, but when he clenched them, it felt as if he had halted the Earth's rotation with a single thread. A different feeling. What? Luo Ji crossed his legs and looked at the huge United Nations emblem on the wall. God has supreme power, but why create humans? Shi Chong shook his head, unable to comprehend what kind of level God was thinking at. If God's great power goes unseen, how does God know he is God? Shi Chong puffed on his cigarette, pondering the meaning of Luo Ji's words. Luo Ji looked around and happened to spot Khan talking to the security personnel not far away. Gunt. Hearing the wall-facer's call, Khan immediately walked briskly toward Luo Ji. Dr. Luo Ji, how can I assist you? Is the wall-facer plan going public? Gunt nodded. Global news will be released right after the meeting ends. Well, do you have any tasks coming up? I am responsible for your daily communications. Luo Ji rubbed his chin, thinking about what to handle next. Who is responsible for the wall-facer? The execution and command institution of the wall-facer plan is the Planetary Defense Council, and the highest leader is the rotating chairman of the PDC. I want to see the PDC chairman. All right, he is currently in the conference center next door. Should we go now? Wait, let the security finish the check first. Luo Ji gestured for Khan to sit beside him. Khan sat with perfect posture, while Luo Ji casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Do you think it's unreasonable for me to ask for some small benefits in my life? Khan was momentarily taken aback by this topic. The living standards for wall-facers are quite high. Of course, you can request an upgrade. Oh, Luo Ji chuckled, deciding to try it soon, having already thought of a reason. Before long, a security personnel entered, standing a distance away from Luo Ji. The surrounding area has been cleared. We found an assassin and have arrested him. There really is an assassin. Luo Ji stood up, his mind racing with brilliant ideas. I want to see him. The assassin? Yes, right here. Soon, the assassin was brought in. He was a young European man with a smile that seemed like it would never change. You're the one who wanted to kill the wall-facer? Luo Ji looked him over. Not all wall-facers, only you. Really? The Trisolarans are that petty, just targeting me? The man continued to smile. It is the task of the master. I am sorry, I do not know the reason. Oh, quite polite. You jest. We simply have different alignments. In fact, I admire your courage to face the master. This abnormal mission that ordinary people cannot bear is truly the most terrifying torture. Luo Ji dismissed it. You said it yourself. This is not something an ordinary person can endure, but I'm not an ordinary person. Your courage is commendable. But one day you will realize that the gap between humanity and a master is like comparing ants to giants. Luo Ji grew somewhat irritated. You keep referring to the master. I wonder what aspect of the Trisolarans deserves such a title. Is it technological strength, culture, or something else? Why don't you tell me? Chapter 26, I am the Lord. All comrades of the ETO have a profound understanding that humanity cannot manage itself well. So they hope the Lord can help humanity. So why do you think the Trisolarans can manage humanity well? The man finally put down his smile and sighed helplessly. We don't know, but the Lord will reach Earth in 400 years, which already says a lot. Luo Ji finally got the answer he wanted. He leaned his face closer to the man, and the strange light in his eyes made the man feel a sudden chill. By your logic, why don't you worship me as the Lord? I am much stronger than the Trisolarans. You're joking, we. Luo Ji interrupted him. I'm asking, if I had that kind of power, Would you abandon the Trisolarans and worship me as the Lord? The man, almost without hesitation, blurted out, yes. The conversation ended, and you can just wait to be my fanatic in the future. Take him down and lock him up. The man wanted to say something else, but Liu Ji didn't listen and directly followed Shi Chong and Canny out. In the office of the conference center, Liu Ji saw Gao Ning as he wished. Hello, Dr. Liu Ji, what brings you here? Gao Ning was a burly Russian old man, and he was currently dealing with a mountain of documents. I want to ask what the other three wall facers are busy with. Liu Ji felt embarrassed to get straight to the point, so he decided to chat about some trivial matters first. They haven't taken any action yet, and I can't know their plans. By the way, they will be forming their own staff soon. I suggest you do this work quickly as well. If you'd like, I can assign some advisors for you. Liu Ji quickly shook his head. Advisors? No need. All right, if you need someone in this regard, I can recommend the most suitable personnel. Gao Ning stopped speaking. He was waiting for Liu Ji to say something. May I use some paper and a pen? Please. Liu Ji took the pen and made a black dot on the white paper. Since it was a fountain pen, the ink quickly made the black dot grow larger. Mr. Chairman, do you have dreams? In what aspect? For example, have you ever fantasized about living in a beautiful place? Gao Ning gave a wry smile. I have unending work every day, various meetings, and I need to travel around the world. I only spend about 3 months at home in a year. I don't have the energy to think about these things. But I have a dream place, and it's the most beautiful one. After Liu Ji finished speaking, Gao Ning had already guessed his intention, and the resentment on Gao Ning's face was visible. Liu Ji put down the pen and gestured. Think about it. These are several steep, snow-capped mountains, looking even more magnificent against the backdrop of the blue sky. Galning, you mocking it seriously. It's a very cold place. No, it can't be cold at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. It must have a subtropical climate. And there should also be a large lake nearby. It would be best to have vast forests and grasslands where a manor could be built, fully equipped, modernized, preferably luxurious, to ensure that the owner can live a noble life. Who would live there? Me. Liu Blinket. What would you do there? I have a good office and living space that is beneficial for my physical and mental health. After hearing this, Gao Ning nodded seriously. Ensuring physical and mental health is indeed an important matter. After the committee reviews it, we will proceed immediately. You want to think I'm just enjoying myself? Gao Ning shrugged. Only if the wall facer uses resources beyond the set limits or poses a threat to human life. Any other doubts violate the basic spirit of the wall facer plan. Speaking of which, I am very disappointed with the performance of the other few. Compared to their scheming manner that makes it obvious what they are doing, you seem more like a wall facer. Liu Ji was a bit puzzled. Am I not also acting like a schemer? Pride and ignorance of 1's limits are two different things. Three-body game, a group of historical figures stood together, and Qin Shi Huang raised his sword and shouted loudly. In light of the threat the wall facer plan poses to the Lord, we should immediately initiate the wall-breaking plan. We will assign a wall breaker to each wall facer, who will have the maximum authority to mobilize resources within the organization. But your greatest resource is the Sapon. The Sapon will monitor the actions of each wall facer, and the wall breaker needs to analyze the intentions of each wall facer's actions with the assistance of the Sapon to quickly decipher their strategic intentions. Once the 3 wall breakers are arranged, someone asked a question. What about Liu Ji's wall breaker? Qin Shi Huang looked to the sky. Liu Ji's wall breaker is himself. He needs to identify his own threat to the Lord. Do we know what his threat to the Lord is? No. Qin Shi Huang continued. The Lord knows. Evans also knows. He taught the Lord to hide this secret, and then he died. Among everyone, is Liu Ji the biggest threat? Someone asked cautiously. I don't know about that either, but one thing is clear. Liu Ji will confront the Lord head-on. Liu Ji's dream came true. Gao Ning really found that kind of place for him. When he got off the plane and looked at the dreamlike scenery, he was speechless. Don't be surprised. People can dream of places that really exist. Canny took Liu Ji into the villa, a spacious European-style hall, a fireplace in the corner, and fresh fruits in the fruit basket. Canny took him around again and then introduced the butler of the villa's original owner. The original owner of the villa asked me to send his regards to you. He is honored that a wall facer can live here. When Liu Ji returned to the living room and plopped down on the soft sofa, he thought of Shi Chong. Mr. Shi Chong has handed over your security work. He may have already returned. Liu Ji felt a bit reluctant about Shi Chong. Although they had known each other for a short time, they got along very well. Call him back in my name. He doesn't understand other languages. Communication might be a bit inconvenient. Then replace all security with Chinese people. Canny responded and went out to contact the relevant personnel. Liu Ji looked through the window at the distant snow-capped mountains, stroking the helmet next to him. The other 3 wall-facers also started their plans. Ray Diaz went to study nuclear bombs. Taylor found Ding Yi to say he was researching high-energy particles, while Zions went back to his old profession, studying the brain. Compared to their hard work, Liu Ji decided to find a comfortable position to start the stars. Chapter 27, Liu Ji's Plan. A plane was weaving through the clouds, the outside world shrouded in darkness, with a window reflecting Garning's profile. He picked up Logic's painting and pondered deeply. On the white paper was only a large black circle, which swallowed Garning's gaze and even his thoughts. When he inadvertently lifted the white paper, the cabin lights shone through a small hole in the center of the black sphere, illuminating his face. Capital Star, Central Conference Room. Damn. Brothers, I've become the Wall Watcher. Logic shouted excitedly at the crowd, who exchanged puzzled glances. Wall watching and self-reflection? Get lost. Logic kicked old 8 aside, and Huang Pecanin walked over to hand him the new task list. Can you explain this to us? Logic recounted the recent events to them, and they finally understood, looking at him with envy. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? The crowd burst into laughter, with a few even slapping the table in glee. While Logic didn't quite get the joke. Stop. Look at me. Liu Ji stood up, arms wide open, speaking in a deep voice. Treat me as your master. Ha ha ha. Logic's face darkened, and he decisively gave everyone the middle finger. It took a while for the laughter to die down. So you can do whatever you want? Meng Yu stared at Logic, making him feel uneasy. What's wrong? You really are born lucky, playing with public funds while others have to beg you. The others joined in the condemnation of Logic. By the way, who came up with this wall-watching plan? Quite talented. Not sure, just know it was suddenly proposed by the United Nations. So what will you do next? Liu Ji's words plunged Logic into thought, and the leaders beside him offered suggestions. What else can we do? Build a fleet. A great expedition. Let our alien friends from Centaurus respond. You forgot about the Sapon? Hitmeo tapped Meng Yu on the head. Protons can also steal technology, and who knows, the Trisolarans might end up with more fleets than Earth. Moreover, our technology leads the Trisolarans in some aspects. We can't end up supplying the enemy. Then it's better to use Earth's resources to build a dimension anchor. That should be doable, right? This was Logic's previous thought. He wasn't foolish and wouldn't mindlessly support the Earth United Nations government. Liu Ji signaled for Grey Wind to speak, and Grey Wind stepped forward, pulling up the data on the dimension anchor. The dimension anchor was a large, complex structure requiring enormous resources. With the current productivity of the Earth United Nations, it would take only 100 years to gather the necessary alloys. However, if other factors were added, such as the time needed to understand the technology, that time would extend to an uncertain span. Furthermore, the Earth United Nations lacked large-scale space construction capabilities. But according to the chief's character, some assistance should be provided. Considering the expansion of starports and ships, the total time needed to complete the dimension anchor would be approximately 300 years. Of course, this was an estimate under normal circumstances. Liu Ji looked at Logic, and Grey Wind was right. This plan was the most reasonable one. What do you think? Logic immediately agreed to the proposal. Everything was fine except for the long time required. 300 years, although we have hibernation technology, but I wouldn't want to be in a situation where no one sees each other. Liu Ji indeed hadn't thought of this point. By the time Logic completed it, they would long be lost. The Emperor's communication has come through. You don't need to worry about that. You might as well try connecting your helmet to the hibernation pod. The helmet serves to create the dimensional effect. As long as the helmet is fine, you can stay here indefinitely. Logic's eyes lit up, and now he had no concerns. Grey Wind mentioned a need for global output, but what about the other Wall Watcher? They couldn't spend nothing, could they? Old Eight's question was indeed tricky. From the current perspective, The future expenses of the other wall watchers would certainly be a very large number. We can't hinder their efforts to save humanity, right? Logic felt somewhat helpless. Hitmeo leaned closer to him and coaxed. Who do they think they are? They can't even develop technology. It's all in vain. Why not take over completely? That's true. So what should I do? Hey, I have an idea. Besides killing? That's all I got. Hitmeo didn't have any good ideas. He just wanted to quietly optimize away the other wall watchers. At this moment, Liu Ji spoke up, familiar with the upcoming plot. Isn't there still a survivor from ETO? They definitely won't sit idly by while the wall-watching plan proceeds. Let's see how they will act. Logic nodded. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards the other three, for the sake of humanity, he had to stop their actions. Additionally, to ensure the plan proceeds, I suggest you cultivate your own power. Liu Ji handed Logic an electronic board, start a company, using the technology on this. He took the electronic board, which displayed controllable nuclear fusion technology. So, who should I look for? Huaxia, the space army, the most determined believers in humanity's victory. Liu Ji didn't directly mention Zhang Beihai's name, believing that Zhang Beihai wouldn't miss any opportunity for a decisive victory. By the way, Brother Hua, haven't you thought about that? Gu Xiaolun leaned in with a mischievous look, using a look that everyone understood. You mean women? Logic looked at him with disdain. Yeah. And what do you mean by that look, Brother Hua? Nothing. Just think you're a bit perverted. Gu Xiaolun became anxious at this. Brother Hua, let's not say anything about each other. Didn't we agree to the men don't mock each other treaty? No, I haven't thought about it. You could be a bit bolder. Don't you have a dream lover or something? See how capable PDC is. Logic was drawn in by Gu Xiaolun's words, recalling the woman from his dreams. Good idea. I'll give it a try when I have the chance. After Logic logged off, he first found Canny and established a company in the name of the Wall Watcher called Ascension Technology. He instructed Canny to find truly loyal personnel to humanity to quickly get the company running. What is the future development direction of this company? Energy, materials, and aerospace technology. Canny looked at Logic, aerospace technology. The resources in the solar system are abundant. We can't just leave them there without extraction. All right, is there anything else you need? Logic looked out the window. I need to go to the Huaxia Space Army to select suitable people. Chapter 28. The chess master of the three-body problem when Liu Ji arrived at the headquarters of the Space Force. A meeting of the political department was in progress, and Liu Ji was invited to listen in. Comrades, this is Dr. Liu Ji. I believe you have all heard of his great name, Chang Weici introduced. After the introduction, Liu Ji stood up to greet them. This time, Dr. Liu Ji was merely a passive listener. Continuing from the last topic, I ask everyone to think like the Trisolarans. To see your own thoughts. Chang Weici's gaze lingered on each officer's face for a second or two. Our duty is to instill a belief in our troops that we will surely win future wars. So do we have this belief? If so, please raise your hands. Remember, we're simply sharing our thoughts. No one raised their hand, and Liu Ji, standing aside, had a myriad of thoughts. This did not mean they lacked courage. It was merely a rational and objective issue. Just like in the 20th century, when the land of Huaxia was ravaged. The martyrs felt that this was a crucial moment for the survival of the Chinese nation, and they might soon face complete failure. Yet, they charged forward without hesitation, turning their lives into steel knives to carve a bloody path. This is not contradictory. Courage cannot change the tragic status quo, nor can the tragic status quo erase courage. So, does anyone believe there is a possibility of victory? Note that I'm not talking about a chance of luck, but real victory. Zhang Beihai immediately raised his hand. He was the only one in the room to do so. Very good. Thank you all for your honesty. Comrade Zhang Beihai, please tell us how you established this belief. Zhang Beihai stood up and began to speak eloquently. The establishment of belief is a long and complex process. Liu Ji watched him with growing satisfaction. He was exactly the best candidate in his mind. Although Zhang Beihai's belief in victory had an air of metaphysical argument, what Liu Ji wanted was someone who could be dogmatic. Only such a person could, under the threat of extinction, bear unimaginable pressure and spend all resources to build a steel lump in space. After the meeting, Liu Ji met with Zhang Beihai privately. Do you really think that humanity will surely win, you defeatist? Liu Ji's words struck Zhang Beihai like a thunderbolt, but he quickly regained his composure. I do not know what you're talking about, Dr. Liu Ji. I believe humanity will defeat the Trisolarans honorably on the battlefield. Liu Ji waved his hand. It's meaningless to try to fool me. Please sit down. Zhang Beihai sat across from Liu Ji, his expression filled with uncertainty. How do you think we can defeat the Trisolarans, given our current technological level? Zhang Beihai pondered for a moment and seemed to see no chance of victory. Use your imagination. Do not be limited by conventional thinking. Zhang Beihai truly followed Liu Ji's advice and thought for 5 full minutes before finally imagining a seemingly fantastical idea. Unless we really have a miraculous savior, shouting great sage equal to heaven. Sorry, I really can't think of a better analogy. Zhang Beihai smiled helplessly, while Liu Ji was quite satisfied with this result. How about we play a game of chess? Sure, but I'm not a very skilled player. Let's make a bet. If you win, I will forget everything from today. If I win, you will come work for me. Zhang Beihai nodded. Liu Ji took out a suitcase containing a specially crafted chess set, which finally had its moment to shine today. Come on, be very careful when playing against the wall-facer. Liu Ji set up the chessboard and indicated for Zhang Beihai to go first. After half an hour of play, it seemed that Liu Ji was making random moves, and Zhang Beihai had already invaded his territory. Dr. Liu Ji, you have nothing left, only a pawn. Meanwhile, I have 2 knights and 2 cannons. You have lost, and I hope you will keep your promise. Liu Ji smiled mysteriously. It's just beginning. Under Zhang Beihai's astonished gaze, Liu Ji placed a new knight on the board, capturing Zhang Beihai's cannon. Zhang Beihai immediately responded, using his knight to counterattack. But Liu Ji slowly turned the knight over, revealing that the back was a famous blade, the sword of command. Sorry, you cannot kill my knight. Although Liu Ji had made it clear, Zhang Beihai still played seriously. In the next 10 minutes, Zhang Beihai saw pieces that included, but were not limited to, a car driving a tank, a pawn in a powered exoskeleton, a soldier flying with a sword, and even the general personally entering the fray. After finishing the whole game, Zhang Beihai remained in a daze. Sorry, Dr. Liu Ji, I didn't understand this special way of playing chess. It doesn't conform to normal rules. Liu Ji looked at him with a smile. Exactly. So don't use common sense to judge it. As I said, expand your thinking. Only by breaking away from convention can you achieve victory. Zhang Beihai understood what Liu Ji was implying, but Liu Ji did not elaborate. Instead, he patted his shoulder and left. Come find me when you figure it out. It was the first time Liu Ji had met Zhang Beihai. But how did he know that Zhang Beihai was a staunch defeatist? This goes back to Liu Ji's previous casual conversation with Liu Ji. Chief, what do you think we would do without you to counter the Trisolarans? Liu Ji took a sip of tea. Why do you think the Trisolarans want to kill you? Liu Ji shook his head. It's definitely not because I insult them. Nonsense. Let me ask you a question. Do you think there is a society in the universe? If so, what would it be like? Liu Ji thought for a moment and recalled the woman who brought the Trisolarans to Earth, Yi Wenjie. I once heard a senior's theory. She called it cosmic sociology. She proposed that survival is the primary need of civilization, and that civilization continuously grows and expands. But the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant, which are 2 important concepts. Therefore, I think the cosmic society is quite dangerous, where there may be no possibility of communication at all. Liu Ji nodded. Yes, but not entirely. Let me tell you a story. Liu Ji's class of stars began, and the leaders sat in a row, listening attentively to the story. A long time ago, there was a race named the Fear of Darkness. That was not their actual name, but a code name based on their origins. Before they entered space, an asteroid destroyed a planet in their star system, which directly led to a division within the race. One faction believed it was an alien attack, while another thought it was merely a coincidence. However, the Fear faction occupied a significant portion of the population, and eventually, the government had no choice but to resettle the Fear faction on a terraformed planet. Chapter 29. The Dark Forest. The attitudes of the 2 brother civilizations towards aliens are completely different. One side is willing to cooperate with aliens as long as it serves their interests, while the other is determined to eliminate all aliens. What happened later? Liu Ji smiled. Later, that xenophobic civilization, like a mad dog, was wiped out by a small federation, and the friendly side was also forced to join that federation. Shortly after, that federation was completely packed into synapses by my empire. Liu Ji paused for a moment. So, the universe is actually dangerous? Not entirely. The Federation is pro-alien. And it was the fear of the universe faction that provoked them first. If you encounter a xenophobic nation, just wait to be taken for biological power generation or processed into food. So what does it mean to be packed into synapses? Liu Ji's gaze wandered a bit, cough. It means letting them enjoy themselves. Liu Ji rolled his eyes, obviously not believing Liu Ji's words. So how is this story related to your question? Of course. Think about it. What if the story of the Dark Forest were placed in the entire Milky Way? For example, if all the stars in a certain region suddenly disappeared, and coincidentally observed by all spacefaring or pre-spacefaring civilizations. Liu Ji broke out in a cold sweat and quickly gave the answer. Then the entire galaxy's races would have a large number of extreme xenophobia. No, it might be all extreme xenophobia. When they meet, regardless of whether they can make contact, the first thing they would do is do their utmost to kill each other. Liu Ji then asked, what if this is caused by a natural phenomenon or the effects of advanced civilizations at war? Liu Ji shook his head. The truth is not important. That's right. So even if the broader background of the universe is a society that can communicate, the civilizations in this region will definitely initiate a solo survival game. That star region is like a dark forest, where all civilizations are hunters with guns to survive. What they must do is ensure they are not discovered and kill all their kind. After hearing Liu Ji's words, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The Emperor, as the top of the survival game leaderboard, had no reaction, and she quite enjoyed the surprised expressions of everyone. Liu Ji continued in this context. Civilizations must do their utmost to avoid being discovered. So, tell me, if you encounter a very strong civilization, how would you defeat it? Meng Yu raised his hand to answer. Open to free mic. Liu Ji nodded. Liu Ji understood now. So the way to defeat or deter the Trisolarians is to loudly shout in the dark forest for everyone to look at us. A teachable child. Hitomi thought this approach was too constricting. Chief, isn't there another way? Well, there actually is. Liu Ji pulled out a red mosaic from behind, which vaguely resembled a book. In fact, in the 20th century, instructors demonstrated this to us. The best strategy is to retreat. If you can't defeat the Trisolarians, then running is the right choice. Although Earth's technology is locked, the existing theories have not been fully explored yet. Creating a ship faster than the Trisolarians in 400 years shouldn't be a problem. You could even announce the coordinates of Centaurus to the universe before you leave, letting other psychically sensitive civilizations deal with the Trisolarians. Compared to deterrence, this is a tactical shift that can be considered a victory. After hearing this, everyone went wild with excitement. This operation is quite slick. Now you understand why the Trisolarians targeted you, right? Liu Ji talked about 2 points. One is the Dark Forest, and the other is the way to victory. So, the Trisolarians believe the universe is a dark forest. And Senior Yi Wenji's theory just happens to derive the Dark Forest theory? Exactly. Will our universe be a dark forest? Liu Ji did not dare to make a rash conclusion. It's hard to say. But what can be confirmed is that the Trisolarians must have observed some terrifying natural phenomenon or battlefield of advanced civilizations, hence their fear of other civilizations. As for civilizations that are powerful to a certain extent, the Dark Forest theory actually doesn't hold much validity, because there are only a few of them that are formidable in the universe. Moreover, civilizations must be stable to survive. Who has the leisure to engage in wars of mutual destruction every day? Liu Ji let Liu Ji take a moment to breathe, then continued. Yi Wenjie should have only talked to you about cosmic sociology, so others are likely to deduce ways to achieve victory rather than deterrence. You can pay attention to those human supremacists, especially the soldiers of Huagua. Liu Ji nodded, keeping these words in mind. So should I still establish deterrence against the Trisolarians? Don't make it obvious. The current situation is unstable, so just conveniently build the deterrent device on the dimensional anchor. This is the reason Liu Ji discovered Zhang Beihai's true intentions, but he wasn't sure at first. It wasn't until the two met that Liu Ji confirmed Zhang Beihai was a genius. Santo Domingo David, over here. David, who was entering puberty, was rapidly developing, and he was now about the same height as Valerie. V, what are we going to do? After more than a year of getting along, the two had become very close friends, and people on the street recognized this little brat beside Valerie. Due to Valerie's street habits, David often helped her settle matters with the brothers. With the agreement written by the Emperor, they were virtually unstoppable in the Night City, intimidating anyone who dared to challenge them. Although Grey Wind rated him as a lump, it didn't hinder its powerful effect. Valerie still enthusiastically held on to David, but David was very resistant to facial cleanser. As a good young man in the Night City, he stole a glance before shifting his gaze. It would have been better if his face wasn't so red. I got us a big job from the priest commission. Really? David was very surprised. A task from the priest was nothing like the small troubles before, which meant he could follow Valerie to become a cyberpunk. Yeah, are you brave enough? Valerie had a mischievous smile, and David couldn't let her look down on him. Of course I dare. The priest wants us to find a missing person in the animal gang. Do you know how much the commission is? I don't know. Valerie leaned closer and whispered to him. 6,000 euros. So much. David had never seen that much money in his life. His family was poor, although his mother had a job cleaning up government corpses. But usually, as soon as payday came, it was quickly consumed by various daily expenses. Are you ready for bloodshed? David felt a bit nervous at this question, but the temptation of money made him agree. A person who aims for great things must have courage. Chapter 30. Demons of the Night City. The two quickly arrived at a street near Taipingzhou on a small motorcycle. It's just ahead. Valerie pointed to the patrolling members of the animal gang in the distance. I heard the employer's son has been kidnapped, so we need to be careful. The animal gang, in the cyberpunk world, believes in physical supremacy. Unlike other gangs, they don't have many implants. Instead, they possess terrifying muscles enhanced by unknown drugs. Of course, the basic brain implants are standard for everyone. Brain-machine interfaces are as indispensable as smartphones in the information age. As dusk approached, and with the high buildings blocking the light, they could only rely on the glow of neon lights to see their surroundings. Activate your infiltration protocol, David nodded. He hadn't used the advanced features of the infiltration protocol much. Protocol activated. Select kill mode. Check resource plunder. David followed her instructions, and Valerie handed him a smoke bomb. Our gear is too poor. The protocol's effective range isn't far. I'll go first, you follow closely. After giving her instructions, Valerie stood up and walked towards the street corner guarded by the animal gang, pretending to be an innocent and timid civilian approaching the two muscular men. Stop. Who are you? One of them demanded. I'm here to deliver something from Tak. The two exchanged glances. Who is Tak? We don't know him. Wait. Stay right there. Before they realized something was wrong, Valerie had already walked close to them. Kill protocol executed ZZD. Suddenly, sparks flew from their brain-machine interfaces, and their heads exploded into a mess. At Valerie's signal, David quickly ran over. When he saw the corpses of the animal gang, he felt a wave of nausea, but managed to hold it back. Keep it down, let's go. David and Valerie hid quickly in a corner. Target Unit 8 retrieved. They exchanged glances and simultaneously activated the kill protocol. With a series of explosions, the animal gang inside the building died without understanding what happened. Loot collected, 2,504 euro. David thought of the unexpected surprise. How's it going? Valerie casually walked over. Now that the enemies are all dead, relax. It was pretty simple. Of course, you should trust Sister Goddess' strength. They entered the room and found the target tied up in a corner. He was already unconscious. They struggled to carry the target away. And after the mission ended, David successfully met the underground boss, Father, in Haywood. David met him in a bar in Haywood. V brought David to let people in the circle know this impressive young man. V, your efficiency is still so high. The employer is very satisfied. The father transferred the euro dollars to V's account and ordered her a cocktail. I am David Martinez. David looked quite nervous, and the father smiled at him. David, what would you like? I don't drink. Oh, Valerie interjected. Father, don't be fooled by his age. He is quite capable and contributed a lot to this mission. Is that so? The father carefully examined David. You look very young. You have a bright future ahead. David awkwardly scratched his head. Thank you. Ha ha. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. At this point, David had fully entered the cyberpunk circle. The commissions they took on increased. And they even earned the title Demons of the Night City because none of their enemies survived, all died from brain machine explosions. As for hacker duels? Sorry. The infiltration protocol is best at making your real self follow the wires. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. For instance, David was a mama's boy, which means he treated his mother as a treasure. His mother, Gloria, spent a lot of money to send David to Arasaka Academy to ensure he had a good future. David was also quite talented and performed well, so Gloria worked even harder to support his education. Therefore, in Gloria's eyes, David was a model student, and he had no way to explain the source of all that money. Having tens of thousands of euros couldn't change his family situation, leaving David feeling quite troubled. One day, as they were preparing to work as usual, Gloria got off work early and just happened to see her precious son mingling with V, a dangerous character. David, despite having gone through storms, David felt his hair stand on end and stiffly turned his head. It's over. Seeing the situation, Valerie quickly flipped on her motorcycle and sped away, leaving David to give her the middle finger in disdain. Mom, let me explain. Gloria, with her flowing red hair, looked quite imposing. We'll talk about this later. Now come home. Gloria had never seen David, who only knew how to play games, go out, and never expected to see him hugging a girl from the street. Valerie's outfit was not inappropriate. It was just her demeanor that seemed fitting for Night City. Back home, David sat obediently beside Gloria, listening as she lectured him for a full half hour. David, I know you're in your teenage years, but you should interact with normal people. Mom, actually Valerie, she looks so different from you, and doesn't he seem like a good person? She's just trying to deceive boys like you. Gloria's concerns weren't unfounded. Night City was indeed a very dangerous place. Meanwhile, in the conference room, where's David? Why didn't he come today? Valerie felt a bit guilty about running away and explained to Gato casually he got caught by his mom, probably undergoing some ideological education. Gato didn't expect that. I wanted to go with him to find Sister God. The chief told us to ask her how the army is doing. Just as he finished speaking, David logged in online, looking gloomy as he stared at V. Seeing this, V quickly went over to comfort him. Hey, don't be mad. I had something important to take care of, so I left early. You know what my mom said about you? Dangerous street thug. Upon hearing this, V became indignant. What is that supposed to mean? I'm just a little girl without any implants, weak and powerless. I even promised her I wouldn't contact you anymore. That's why she let me off. Oh, that doesn't matter. Valerie smugly leaned in. David, what does that have to do with being affectionate? After saying that, she remembered something. Did you tell your mom about the recent events? Of course not. If my mom knew, she would worry herself to death. Chapter 31. The technology immortal, so you still can't spend your money? Yeah, David sighed, and Gu Xiaoluan, seeing this, asked a question, prompting David to share his troubles. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoluan, with his thick brows and big eyes, turned out to be quite clever. Why not just tell your mom that you won the lottery? V exchanged a glance with David, and it seemed that this idea might actually work. In a three-body universe, Liu Ji had settled down in Huagua these past few days. When Shi Chang heard that Liu Ji was looking for him, he came over. Duru Lui, there's a guest here to see you, named Zhang Beihai. Liu Ji and Shi Chang exchanged glances. Let him in. Zhang Beihai entered dressed in casual attire, led by Kant. Hello, Dr. Liu Ji. I believe I have come to understand your intentions. Shi Chang and Kant knew that the two had important matters to discuss, so they left voluntarily. Please have a seat. Liu Ji played with the chess pieces and said, Go ahead, what have you figured out? Are these chess pieces yours? Liu Ji held the piece without speaking, and Zhang Beihai nodded after observing. How about we play another game? This time, be more honest. Liu Ji had no objection and quickly set up the chessboard. You play the enemy. All right. Zhang Beihai watched as Liu Ji placed the seemingly unbeatable pieces on his own board. When he waited for Liu Ji to place the black pieces, he only saw him put down a pawn. Is this all you have? The difference in their chess pieces was even greater than the difference between primitive humans and the Trisolarans. Yet Zhang Beihai smiled, genuinely pleased. So what do you need me to do? Help me bring over the pieces. After hearing this, Zhang Beihai stood up and saluted seriously. I guarantee to complete the task. The Trisolarans, who have been watching for a long time, expressed their thoughts. Get the riddle person out of the galaxy. The first hearing of the Planetary Defense Council for the Wall Facers began 3 days ago. In these 3 days, the top 3 wall facers reported their progress. And today, it was Liu Ji's turn. Representatives of the permanent member states sat around the large round table in the Security Council meeting hall, while the 4 wall facers sat at the rectangular table in the center. This time, Liu Ji brought Zhang Beihai and the assassin along. Others whispered among themselves as they looked at the assassin, but the assassin smiled politely at everyone. "Are you ready to witness a miracle?" Liu Ji whispered in his ear, and the man nodded. "Honorable representatives, council chair, before I begin my statement, I must remind you that my upcoming plan will requisition all steel production on Earth for 100 years, as well as incur even higher costs for aerospace construction." Liu Ji's opening statement was a bombshell. The cost alone exceeded the total of the other 3. Ahem. Gao Ning controlled the discipline of the meeting. "Please, Dr. Liu Ji. Go ahead." "Thank you, Chair. My entire plan is to consume vast resources to establish a massive defensive device in space to eliminate the Trisolaran fleet. To achieve this, I will provide some small assistance to humanity." Upon hearing this, the American representative could no longer hold back. "Dr. Liu Ji, with all due respect, your plan is essentially no different from the other 3, yet the consumption is worlds apart. You don't intend to build an interstellar Maginot Line, do you?" The French representative's face darkened at these words. "You could say that, but I wonder what that Sad thinks." The assassin, also known as Sad, stood up. "The Lord does not care. With humanity's technological level, a defense line created with massive resource consumption is as fragile as paper." Technological level? Yes. You also believe humanity's technology is inadequate. Exactly. Liu Ji gestured for his assistant to begin detailed recording. "All right, please sit. Since everyone believes that humanity's technology is lacking, I will elevate it." "How will you elevate it?" The American representative was willing to be the first to speak up, and other countries were also eager to listen. "America is a religious country. I believe the representative must be well-versed in the Bible." "So what? Then may I ask, what is the 3rd sentence of the 1st chapter of Genesis in the Bible?" The American representative, slightly dismissive, still recited it fluently. "God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." This was God's first action and his first words. "So what exactly do you want to do?" Liu Ji's lips curled into a smile as he anticipated what he would say next. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. You will witness the fastest leap in human civilization. Especially you Trisolarans. Controlled nuclear fusion, a concept familiar to everyone. I say, let there be light, and thus we have this artificial sun. Its specific application theory is..." In the next half hour, everyone became increasingly astonished. Some representatives even stood up unconsciously. The American representative fell silent, standing seriously with a look of disbelief. As for whether this theory was true, there were physicists in attendance as witnesses, and they were nearly kneeling in awe. Did everyone understand? The audience was silent, and even the Trisolarans were dumbfounded. Liu Ji sighed, surprised that everyone didn't understand. The leaders had been sternly required by Liu Ji to learn those basic technologies, memorizing them for the day they might be useful. An elderly physicist felt like he was about to have a brain explosion. After some time, he finally reacted. Liu Ji. Is it about new materials? Then let me ask you." He asked many questions he didn't understand, and Liu Ji patiently answered them one by one. The physicist, disregarding the occasion, requested a large stack of paper and began calculating on the floor. Now everyone believed it. The representative from Huagua quickly signaled his assistant to send the data back home. "Since it seems everyone understands, let me continue with a new technology, how to build a space elevator." Another bombshell. The representatives could hardly accept it. They were immersed in a painful mixture of wanting to listen but not understanding. Liu Ji spoke for a full 3 hours, during which Gao Ning had called in all the scientists he could reach, and those who couldn't come were engaged in online teaching. "Master, drink some water." "Oh, thank you." Liu Ji looked closely and found that it was Sad who had brought the water. He drank it without suspicion. It was normal, as in just a few hours, Liu Ji had directly pulled human civilization from the quantum era to the pre-space era, crossing an entire level. This was akin to the 1930s, when a thunderous sound of 99 suddenly emerged from the cave dwellings of northern Shaanxi, or a whole supply group army. Who would believe it wasn't real? The observing Trisolarans were about to curse, BYD, everyone is struggling to climb the technology ladder. What does your mechanical deification mean? Chapter 32, the bankruptcy of the wall-facing project at this moment. These world-renowned scientists were like elementary school students eagerly seeking advice from Liu Ji. And the representatives did not dare to interrupt, so they continued for another 2 hours. The 2 hours did not mean that Liu Ji had finished speaking, but rather that they would not be able to understand if he continued. Taking this opportunity, Liu Ji finally took a break. Saad, talking has worn me out. Saad immediately understood, brought over a chair, and even thoughtfully massaged Liu Ji's shoulders. How many messages do you think ETO has? Well, I'm not quite sure about that. Saad had lost contact with the organization for a long time. He didn't even know about the wall-facing project. At that moment, Kenny walked over to Liu Ji and reported surprising news. ETO has split. Yes, ETO has its own official website, and not long after you finish teaching, the site updated with a new article. The content states that ETO has removed the original 3 factions and has now split into a new faction called the Liu Ji faction. This faction directly absorbed all ETO members with wavering stances, mainly from the Rescue faction and the Survival faction. These 2 factions were already at odds with the Arrival faction's ideology of wanting the Trisolarans to exterminate humanity, so upon seeing Liu Ji, who aligned more closely with their beliefs and was also human, they naturally rallied to him. Currently, the Liu Ji faction publicly declared allegiance to Liu Ji and began a purge of the Arrival faction, but the Arrival faction managed to escape with the help of protons. Even though Liu Ji had anticipated this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Just then, a senior official walked straight over. "Master, I am a representative chosen by the Liu Ji faction." Gao Ning, seeing that they couldn't hold it together, thought, how can there still be a spy? Oh, a spy. The representative felt a bit awkward, but honestly stood to the side. Yes, Master. Does your wall-facing project still exist? Master. The executors of the wall-facing project were all appointed by the first emperor, and now we don't even know where they have gone. Liu Ji nodded in understanding and did not press him further, naturally accepting this new subordinate. The representatives, led by Gao Ning, did not say much either. The wall-facer had his own arrangements. By the way, notify the others that Liu Ji faction sounds too unpleasant, like Egg Yolk faction. From now on, let's call it the Ascension faction. Yes, Master. The person hesitated a bit, but still asked, Master, is this all the technology you know? This was quite a tricky question. These 2 technologies were not enough to defeat the Trisolarans, and most of the Liu Ji faction remained in a wait-and-see attitude. They were in a state of having rebelled, but not fully defected. After all, the Trisolarans intended to wipe them all out, while Liu Ji appeared to be more approachable. I already said the Trisolarans are bugs. Upon hearing this, the Trisolarans finally sensed something was off, and the protons suddenly expanded in 3 dimensions, turning into a sphere. Those present immediately became alert. The bodyguards raised their guns, and the 2 members of the Liu Ji faction also stood loyally in front of Liu Ji. Liu Ji waved his hand to indicate it was not a problem, but others still did not relax their vigilance. Question: have you received help from advanced civilizations? Seeing the Trisolarans still looking foolish, Liu Ji couldn't help but chuckle. More or less. Are you a spokesperson supported by advanced civilizations? No. Liu Ji did not lie to them. He was not supported by advanced civilizations. He was originally a member of an advanced civilization. I, Liu Ji, am a Secretary of State of the Empire. The protons then fell silent, and the Trisolarans could not determine the truth of Liu Ji's words. However, if an advanced civilization intervened, then Earth would be in serious trouble and would eventually be destroyed. We will continue to head to Earth. Despite the threat of annihilation, the Trisolarans decided to proceed to Earth, initially speculating that Liu Ji might have found the remnants of technology from other civilizations. The protons displayed the subtitles and then disappeared. The entire venue fell silent again, and the purge of the Liu Ji faction accelerated. Hey, how can you talk to your brother Ji like that? It's impolite. Compared to Liu Ji's calmness, everyone else looked almost dumbfounded. The 3 wall-facers looked at each other, unsure whether their plans were still necessary. Seeing the 2 hesitating, Taylor immediately stood up and said loudly, I, Frederick Taylor, abandon my identity as a wall-facer. No matter how you see it, I will no longer consume any public resources. Taylor had been driven nearly mad by the wall-facing project during this time. The pressure on him was immense, and fortunately, he no longer had to work. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. He first looked at Liu Ji, then turned to Gao Ning. Mr. Taylor, your request must be discussed and decided by the council. Thank you, Chairman. Now, Gao Ning did not mention anything about the wall-facer not being able to resign. The situation had become so clear that there was no need to harm the man further. Mr. Taylor, may I speak frankly? Can you tell me your true plan? Taylor naturally would not hide his poor plan. Of course, Dr. Liu Ji. I was inspired by quantum physics and the Japanese kamikaze special attack units. And I plan to use macroelectronic cores and ball lightning for combat. Upon hearing this, the Japanese representative felt uneasy. How could this relate to them? Your true intentions are not that simple, are they? Yes. Taylor sighed and continued. These weapons are not meant to attack the Trisolarans, but to attack the Earth fleet. This is to create quantum phantoms loyal to humanity, letting them fight against the Trisolaran fleet, just like the kamikaze special attack units. The Japanese representative immediately became agitated. This is slander. Chairman, Taylor's actions seriously violate the purpose of the wall-facing project. Gao Ning signaled for the Japanese representative to be quiet, and he immediately fell silent. Mr. Taylor, your plan indeed seriously violates the wall-facing project and may be subject to judgment. Gao Ning's expression did not seem insincere. At this point, everyone knew that Taylor was speaking the truth. Of course, Chairman Gao Ning, I accept any decision from the council. For Taylor, going to prison was much easier than being a wall-facer. Liu Ji listened with great interest and looked at the spy. How is Taylor's plan? It poses no threat to the Trisolarans. Liu Ji did not want to see Taylor actually go to prison. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of others. All right, what Taylor said is all false. It was my suggestion, intended to confuse the Trisolarans. The Japanese representative wanted to say something, but was cut off by Liu Ji. This is part of the plan. Of course, Dr. Liu Ji, this is your plan. Gao Ning expressed his stance, and other representatives followed suit. Taylor breathed a sigh of relief and gave Liu Ji a helpless yet grateful smile. Chapter 33 ETO, Humanity's Brave Warriors. I also gave up my identity as a wall-facer. Radiaz stood up and looked around. My real plan is to use a large number of stellar hydrogen bombs to push Mercury into the sun, triggering a chain reaction that would push Venus, Earth, and Mars all into the sun, so we can negotiate with the Trisolarans. Radiaz's plan didn't cause much of a reaction because it sounded ridiculous. No objections, right? The venue was silent, and Gao Ning helplessly gestured for him to sit down. Then I sat down. After sitting down, Radiaz seemed to feel something under him, looking left and right, and ended up looking at his neighbor, Heinz. Heinz was unnerved by that look, and seeing him not act, Radiaz elbowed him. Aren't you going to join? I will. Heinz stood up slowly. While the other representatives had calm expressions, used to it. Heinz, give up my identity as a wall-facer. My real plan is not yet determined, but I have discovered that the human brain operates at the quantum level, so I hope to receive some resources for scientific research. Of course, your request will be submitted for committee approval later. After the three wall-facers announced their plans, 2 gunshots rang out in a corner of the earth. Qin Shi Huang looked helplessly at his 2 colleagues who died. He had thought he would see them sacrifice themselves in the confrontation with the wall-facers, but unexpectedly, Liu Ji's operation disrupted all plans. The meaning of the Breakers' lives was to remove obstacles for the Trisolarans, and now that the obstacles were gone, they naturally had no reason to exist. Protons reappeared in front of Qin Shi Huang. Can we trust you? Of course, my lord. By this point, Qin Shi Huang's teachings from the Trisolarans had inevitably become somewhat extreme. Don't you understand? If we were not loyal to you, we wouldn't have fled here. Everyone else has betrayed us, and we are still hiding in the darkest corners of the world fighting for you. When will you stop being affected by fear? The proton was silent for a moment, then slowly displayed 2 words. Sorry. Next, please continue to send protons to help us. Of course, your next task is to find out where Liu Ji obtained his technology. Yes, my lord. Another unexpected event occurred after the meeting. Yusuji Keiko looked affectionately at Heinz, but then revealed a shocking secret. Heinz, I am your breaker. Huh? She didn't wait for Heinz to react and directly walked toward Liu Ji. My lord, the organization just reported that the other 2 breakers have committed suicide. Can you still find a descendants? Not right now. We just sacrificed a loyal comrade. Although Liu Ji was surprised by the extraordinary familial relationship between Heinz and Yusuji Keiko, he still felt somewhat distressed about his subordinate sacrificing himself for humanity. Liu Ji looked at Gao Ning, who was staring at him with dead fish eyes. I propose we observe a minute of silence for this martyr who sacrificed himself for humanity. Liu Ji stood up first, and the representatives were stunned, looking at each other, before finally standing up under Gao Ning's lead. Radiaz pulled the still-dazed Heinz up, pressing his head down. Everyone bowed their heads in silence for that person, as if he were not a member of ETO, but a true human warrior. Liu Ji's actions undoubtedly gathered the hearts of all the ascendants, and he would no longer have any concerns using ETO in the future. After the minute of silence ended, everyone sat down again at Liu Ji's gesture. Keiko. Heinz still couldn't accept that his partner was actually the enemy, but Yusuji Keiko seemed to take it lightly, showing Heinz a sincere smile. Dear, we are comrades now, aren't we? Yes, this could be considered a very good outcome, but Yusuji Keiko, standing respectfully beside Liu Ji, made Heinz feel uncomfortable. So, what is the situation now? The Russian representative finally regained his composure and looked at the Chinese representative beside him. I don't know either. Don't mention us. Even the Trisolarans probably haven't recovered. Dr. Liu Ji is indeed a remarkable person. ETO has actually become the private army of the wall-facers. Damn, I must not have slept well last night. The American representative pressed his forehead, trying to keep himself from overthinking. This meeting had been going on for quite a while, and Liu Ji was not made of iron. He felt tired. Chairman Gao Ning, is there anything else? There shouldn't be. How about we end the meeting here? Gao Ning numbly nodded, but just as Liu Ji was about to leave, he stopped him. Dr. Liu Ji, according to the law, all ETO members around you must undergo investigation. Liu Ji looked at the 3, who had no objections and would follow his arrangements. Bring all Ascendant members here for investigation. Yes, my lord. Chairman Gao Ning, please be lenient. Gao Ning signaled for security to take the 3 away. All right, the committee has its measures. Liu Ji knew what Heinz was worried about. Don't worry, your wife won't get into trouble. Hearing this, Heinz could only place his hopes on Liu Ji. Gentlemen, if you want to do something normal to serve humanity, feel free to come to my company. Liu Ji handed a sci-fi business card to each of the 3 wall-facers. This small card had a display screen-like function, Ascendant technology. And to all the scientists, you can conduct your own research first. When I have time, I'll explain. Liu Ji waved his hand and left with his people. But the real upheaval was just beginning. Gao Ning and the committee members were predictably going to work overtime for another meeting. Damn, Brother Luo, you were just too damn cool. Shi Chong, with a cigarette in his mouth, unusually asked Liu Ji for one. Hey, don't mention it. I was also quite flustered just now. Don't kid me. You didn't look flustered at all. You both agree, right? Kenny and Zhang Beihai exchanged smiles without speaking. What do we do next? What else can we do? Liu Ji pointed at the sky. Of course, we enjoy life. For the next week, Liu Ji played in the small villa without anyone bothering him, as everyone was busy with meetings. Whether it was due to Liu Ji's fame or his technology, a large number of renowned researchers from around the world joined Ascendant Technology, leaving Zhang Beihai and the other 3 wall-facers extremely busy. Notably, Kenny had a new colleague, Saad. Indeed, ETO gained a high degree of freedom after review. They're now a legal organization on Earth. Chapter 34. Dream Lover. As for the Arrival faction, sorry, ETO has expelled the Arrival faction. And now ETO only has the Ascension faction. After returning, Liu Ji took a nap, and the first thing he did upon waking was to show off in the Star Universe. He first called all the leaders together and vividly recounted what happened in the meeting. Everyone listened for several hours, and by the end, their faces turned green with anger. Isn't this legendary? Don't you think Jige deserves some applause? Everyone exchanged glances. Let's get him. The leaders pinned Liu Ji down and gave him a good thrashing. This kid was too cheeky. After a few of them got tired of the fun, they finally let him go. Hey, Meower, do you think we should also show off? Meng Yu sat on the ground, panting, while Shite Meow was equally exhausted. Shite Meow waved his hand. Too tired to talk. Huang Pai Kanan chimed in. Liu Ji is a wall facer, and we're just commoners. Aren't you afraid of a bunch of troubles later on? That's true. No way. I can't swallow this anger, Huar. Meng Yu nudged the lying Liu Ji, but there was no response. Realizing something was off, he walked over and saw that Liu Ji had logged off without anyone noticing. Damn. Liu Ji pulled out a rope from somewhere and tied Liu Ji up tightly. I don't believe he won't log back on. Currently, Capital Star has developed all its land, and the industry is gradually shifting. 2 special research districts are under construction. The Industrial Star has taken on nearly half of the Empire's industrial output, but electrical power is still lacking. Fortunately, the technology for quantum energy states has been completed, increasing the Empire's electricity output by 1/5. The research ships sent out have nearly mapped 10 star systems, but they haven't seen a single alien yet. According to Grey Wind's detection, they should be at the edge of a river system, out of nostalgia for life on Earth. Liu Ji named the river system they were in the Milky Way. No, aliens is actually quite good. They can farm peacefully. The Emperor hasn't returned to the Warhammer universe, and it's true that he really lives here now. However, due to the long-term communication interruption, there has been some deviation in time between the Warhammer universe and the Star universe. Not long ago, Grey Wind, Liu Ji, the Emperor, and Valerie, under the leadership of the scientific district, finally developed the technology for destroyers. Although the Emperor is the chief scientist and has experienced the Golden Age as an immortal, he is a biologist and not very good at it. Of course, in this real universe, you can build ships however you want. No one will say anything if you make a metal bird, but is Liu Ji looking for ships? What he wants is the subsequent technology tree, so he can only try slowly to meet the requirements of the technology module. The next task is to find a way to connect Xiao Hui and the scientific district. Liu Ji, wearing a lab coat, said to the Emperor and Valerie, as a self-aware nanobot conglomerate, Grey Wind can undertake research tasks. So Liu Ji tried to get her connected to the scientific district. Firstly, it could reverse engineer some technologies of the Grey Goose Storm. And secondly, it could greatly improve the research progress. It's really too much to ask the Emperor to handle physics. In a 3-body universe, Liu Ji and Shi Chong sat on a wooden bridge by the lake, each with a rod, waiting for the non-existent fish to bite. Sure. Do you think I can get PDC to find me a wife? Shi Chong immediately became interested and leaned closer to Liu Ji. Don't worry, you definitely can. Tell me about it. I'm an expert at finding people. Liu Ji had no doubt about Shi Chong's words. He thought for a moment and said, I'll say it first, I want to find a girl in her 20s, no name, no nationality, of course no address either. Shi Chong frowned. A dream lover? Liu Ji nodded a bit shyly. Shi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, and Liu Ji was puzzled. At least you know what she looks like. Hearing this, Liu Ji pulled out a pen and a notebook from the subspace behind him. After all, Shi Chong hadn't seen him bring these when he arrived. She's a... Liu Ji recalled the brown-skinned fun person, thought about it, and decided to forget it. Let's just set her as Chinese, with eyes like this, nose like this. Shi Chong looked seriously at Liu Ji, creating a humanoid figure. Oh, just like us humans, 2 eyes, 2 noses, but a bit distorted. Screw you. Liu Ji knew his drawing skills were poor, and then asked, don't you have that kind of software that can accurately depict appearance based on descriptive features? Yes, I have it on my laptop. Then let us hurry up and draw it. Shi Chong stretched his arms, not in a hurry. You might as well tell me what kind of person she is first. Liu Ji suddenly felt restless inside, even though he didn't make many movements. Ripples appeared around the fishing line. She is like a lily growing in a garbage dump. Everything around her can't possibly pollute her. No, everything around her can potentially harm her. Your first reaction upon seeing her is to protect her, and you're willing to pay any price for that. She is so. Hey, look at me. I haven't made anything clear. Shi Chong patted Liu Ji's shoulder. It's okay. You've said it very clearly already. Shi Chong's seemingly rough smile now seemed full of wisdom in Liu Ji's eyes. You can't express more. Why not talk about your experiences together? Liu Ji was a bit surprised. How did you know? Shi Chong showed a mysterious smile. When I was in college, our dorm leader often had saying, "Little virgins can really fantasize to get their way." Liu Ji inexplicably felt a familiar sensation. How did that sound so much like the chief's style? Haha, don't mind it, continue. Liu Ji took a moment to gather his emotions and then began to speak endlessly. From their acquaintance, daily interactions, happy days, to her hobbies and style. After listening, Shi Chong smoked 2 cigarettes and finally spoke. "I think I understand. Tell me if I'm right." Okay. She comes from a middle-class family, enjoying her parents' love since childhood, with little contact with lower social classes. Right? Her education is above university, below a doctorate. Exactly. She dresses simply, not tall, about 1.60 meters, the kind that a gust of wind could blow away. The admiration in Liu Ji's eyes was almost tangible. "That's so right, bro. All right, I'll go look for her and try to get you results by tonight." "No problem. Waiting a few days is fine." The two walked back together, and Liu Ji watched Shi Chong leave with a respectful gaze. Chapter 35, The Wonderful Use of Robots. At this moment, Sod approached. "Master, we have understood your request, and we will do our best to find the target for you." "No, when did you eavesdrop?" Sod paused for a moment. "Master, I was just tying fishing lines for you." It suddenly dawned on Liu Ji that he had asked Sod to be his free labor, and he had forgotten about him when the little head controlled the big head. Cough, cough. "Then you guys work hard. I have faith in you." "Yes." Liu Ji watched Sod leave with enthusiasm, feeling a little uncomfortable inside. Most of the ETO members were working in his company, but he himself had never been there even once. The company relied entirely on the 3 wall facers and Zhang Beihai to handle major affairs. He was completely just a figurehead. "No, Liu Ji, how can you be so lazy? You should work hard to save humanity." So Liu Ji decided to activate the stars. As soon as he entered, he saw himself bound like a Zhongzi. "Is anyone there?" He tried to break free while shouting for Huifeng. "Is this a new kind of binding play?" "All right, stop shouting." Liu Ji then noticed Lao Ba sitting in the corner, busy handling tasks, who was annoyed by Liu Ji's shouting. "Lao Ba, quickly help me untie." Lao Ba rolled his eyes, tapped a couple of times on his electronic board, and the ropes fell off automatically. Liu Ji moved his body a bit and walked over. "Where's everyone?" The chief took Xinjie and V to upgrade Xiaohui, and the others are busy with their own tasks. "So I have no work?" As soon as this was mentioned, Lao Ba got angry. "The chief knows you've been busy lately, so he made me work harder." "Hey, our brother Ba is so capable, just bear with a bit." "Little brother thanks you." Lao Ba was also one who couldn't resist flattery, waving his hand to accept the praise. "By the way, can our system be used?" "It can. Xiao Hui's upgrade doesn't affect the mainframe's normal operation." "Then I'll go try." Liu Ji wanted to see if the Empire's powerful technology could help him find his dream lover. He pulled up a control console and began to operate it. Lao Ba raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" "I want to see if the AI can calculate what my dream lover looks like." "Huh." Lao Ba was somewhat amazed by Liu Ji's whimsical idea, but was also very interested. "Oh, what are you busy with?" The door opened, and Meng Yu and Hit Meow came in together. Flower Brother wants to see if he can get the AI to calculate what his dream lover looks like. As soon as the two heard this, they became interested and joined in to watch. Liu Ji was not shy and entered his requirements into the computer in front of the three. As a large number of keywords were added, a model of a young woman's appearance increasingly aligned with Liu Ji's requirements. Eventually, the computer effortlessly calculated the appearance of Liu Ji's dream lover. "Pretty nice," Meng Yu exclaimed, and the other two nodded in agreement. "She looks like a virtuous wife and mother, and there's a kind of angelic holiness." The crowd chimed in, but Liu Ji remained silent because he was already mesmerized. Seeing Liu Ji's dazed expression, Hit Meow quickly signaled for the three to follow him. "Where are we going?" Hit Meow wore a mischievous smile to give Flower Brother a surprise. Meng Yu and Lao Ba exchanged glances and followed. The three arrived at a small printing room, and Meng Yu and Lao Ba immediately understood what Hit Meow was planning. "You don't mean..." "Correct. Instructions, retrieve model, print mechanical skeleton." Received, executing. The AI received the command and quickly began printing the robot skeleton, then loaded the dream lover's appearance onto the robot according to the database model. Luo Ji was focused on observing the model, wanting to imprint every detail of his dream lover in his mind. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the other three had already left. She is beautiful. A ethereal female voice rang out, and Luo Ji instinctively responded, yes. Is she your dream lover? Luo smelled a faint fragrance. I don't know why, but she has been accompanying me in the spiritual world for a long time. Really? How much do you like her? I don't know. Luo Ji answered bluntly. His feelings for her were beyond words. The woman smiled, then took his hand in shock. Thank you for your love, Luo Ji. You. What? Are you surprised to see me? The woman tossed her hair, and every smile and frown of hers was so charming that it captured all of Luo Ji's attention. Aren't you a character from a dream? The woman pouted. There is already another universe, so my existence is quite normal, right? That's true. Luo Ji felt awkward in front of her, not knowing what to say. You haven't visited the Empire in a long time. Why don't we go see the Empire now? Luo Ji looked at her outstretched hand, feeling a daze in his eyes. Okay. She pulled Luo Ji into the passage, and although they were just walking, it felt as if they transcended the speed of light together. In the corner, you acted quite well. Meng Yu and Lao Ba looked at Hit Miao in surprise, not expecting him to be such a performing talent. I didn't control anything at all. The expressions of the two turned to terror. Then what was that just now? I don't know. Hit Miao's voice also trembled. Should we go find the chief? He turned to look at the two, only to find them both staring at him in panic, looking behind him. Hit Miao mechanically turned his head, only to see Luo Ji with a dark face standing in front of him. Beside him was the dazed robot. You like to perform? Huh? You like to be a beauty? Huh? I'll help you fulfill your wish. With a rush of wind, Hit Miao bolted away at lightning speed, and Meng Yu and Lao Ba cursed under their breath before hastily following him. Luo Ji watched the three run away in anger, then sighed after they left. Due to Liu Ji's settings, the leaders had the same authority, so Luo Ji immediately recognized this was a robot that had even staged a play. He looked at the robot with a complex expression. It must be said that it did resemble her quite well. Luo Ji thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to destroy her, so he placed her in his bedroom. Who would have thought? The leaders all have their own living quarters in the government building. It's just that they usually don't need to use them. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Luo Ji picked up the tasks at hand and began to process them. This alloy data is wrong. Why has so much been added again? He shook his head and ordered a re-examination. The prosperity effect was quite good, but it brought quite a bit of trouble to the statistical data. Chapter 36, everyone has their own destiny, the gravitational anomaly between capital star and industrial star. Luo Ji had never seen such a situation and could only set it aside for now. The bubble caused trouble again and even swallowed a probe. Luo Ji shook his head and immediately dispatched a research ship to check the condition of the bubble. He worked until evening before logging off. Shi Chong and Canny arrived at Luo Ji's villa, and as soon as they arrived, they were warmly welcomed by Luo Ji. I say, Brother Luo, you're being too courteous. Shi Chong was smoking a fine cigar, lit by Luo Ji himself. Hey, I'm just anxious, Luo Ji replied. Canty slowly savored his black tea, ignoring the banter between the two. Look at this. Shi Chong opened his laptop, and the image on it was indistinguishable from the AI's calculations. Yes, just like that. Shi Chong was somewhat surprised by Luo Ji's reaction. He thought Luo Ji would jump up in excitement. Very beautiful. It even makes me feel like she isn't an earthly girl. Canty couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the image. If there's anything wrong, let me know, and I'll make adjustments. No need, this is good enough. Luo Ji looked at Canty, who immediately understood what he was about to say. The committee agrees to your request. We will do our best to find it. Luo Ji seriously patted his left chest and pointed at him. Brothers in heart. When the time comes, you must let the PDC people take it seriously. This is the second major event for the Wallfacer. Shi Chong's unserious smile made Canty chuckle too. Although in principle, I cannot agree to your request to use power for personal gain. On the other hand, it is indeed a big deal for human protectors to choose partners. Canty did not refer to Luo Ji as the Wallfacer, and both of them noticed this. Old Canty, do you have inside information from the committee? Canty revealed a mysterious smile and then shook his head. You will know soon. Luo Ji and Shi Chong exchanged glances, It seemed that something big was about to happen. Ascension Technology, Huaxia headquarters driven by the dual incentives of significant mission and generous rewards. The Huaxia workers, known for their infrastructure prowess, completed the construction of this building in just 2 months. The headquarters of Ascension Technology is filled with futuristic sci-fi elements and with a government-approved land. The area within a 10-kilometer radius is all Ascension Technology's territory. Chairman, your documents. Zhang Beihai stepped down from a Rolls-Royce Phantom, dressed in a business suit, looking like a different person compared to before. It turned out that Zhang Beihai was a versatile talent, managing Ascension Technology with ease and efficiency. He quickly skimmed through the documents, confirmed there were no issues, and immediately signed his name. Send this document back to Taylor for reapproval. Okay. Currently, within the company, Zhang Beihai serves as chairman, while the 3 wall-facers hold the positions of 3 chairpersons, and ETO personnel fill a large number of middle and upper management positions. As for the scientists, they are naturally engaged in their own fields, conducting research in Ascension Technology's own academy. It is worth mentioning that although Liu Ji provided a free live teaching session at the conference, Zhang Beihai was currently involved in lawsuits worldwide to collect patent fees for 2 technologies and their associated technologies, all for the benefit of the company. However, recent whispers from the United Nations and PDC suggested that Zhang Beihai might be working hard for nothing. There are only 2 members on the company's board of directors. One is Liu Ji, and the other is PDC. To be fair, Zhang Beihai was truly concerned for humanity, even keeping PDC shares at only 49 for added security. The company is gradually getting on track, waiting for Liu Ji's command to commence the long and uncertain construction tasks. Night City, good morning, Night City. I am your old friend Stanley. Yesterday's dead lottery counted a total of 17. NPC must have missed quite a few. The warm morning sun filtered through the layers of high-rise buildings into this somewhat shabby little room. David turned off the television and looked at Gloria, who was sleeping on the sofa. Mom, why are you sleeping on the sofa again? Gloria slowly opened her eyes. She had stayed up all night, and her eyelids were a bit swollen. David, I worked overtime again last night, so you need to take care of yourself. David scolded lightly and brought over a blanket. I have to go to school. Be safe. Got it. David was dressed in the uniform of Arasaka's school, looking out of place in the surrounding environment. He walked past a homeless person in the hallway, and the stairs were blocked with garbage, but he had a shortcut. David jumped down directly and landed steadily on the trash bags below. Night City is a magical place where you can see all sorts of outrageous things on the streets, from crazy old folks to bizarre shapes that look more alien than anything else. He stood by the sidewalk, a no-entry projection cast on the road, and he looked around bored. Just then, a figure with a gradient hairstyle predominantly white appeared against the dark world, leaning against the overpass. David was mesmerized. After the woman left, he dashed against the crowd toward the overpass. Hey, kid, are you all right? David accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man in a gray coat, who tried to help him. After apologizing, David quickly ran away. By the time he caught his breath on the overpass, the woman was already nowhere to be seen. After school, David stood on a street corner not far from Arasaka School, waiting. Oh, isn't that the beggar? What? Waiting for your mom to pick you up. David turned his head expressionlessly, facing Tanaka, the notorious blue-haired bully in class, along with his 2 wealthy sidekicks. David glanced at them and turned away, but Tanaka was agitated. His father was the principal. How could David, a poor kid, ignore him? Hey, I'm talking to you. David Martinez. What do you want? If it were in the past, David would have exchanged insults with him, but now he wouldn't do that. Arguing with such people was too childish. He would just ignore Tanaka, or perhaps one day, after dinner, take a walk and kill Tanaka's whole family. Seeing that David finally acknowledged him, Tanaka put on an arrogant expression. I ask you, when are you going to drop out? Pest of the class. My dropping out has nothing to do with you. Tanaka arrogantly combed his hair back. As the class president, I naturally have to care about the class's affairs. Everyone in the class is either the executive of a company or an important figure, except for you, Martinez. He turned angry again. You, and we are simply not from the same class. Chapter 37, Progress. Your mother is just a cleaner. Nobody would care if she died in some corner. You might as well drop out of school. The money you save could help you live a bit better. David smiled coldly, and you continued, "The killing protocol has been activated. Say more, and there will be words to write on the tombstone." Huh? A faint rumble gradually came from a distance. Tanaka pointed at David, saying this was it, this careless attitude. "You really are." Bang! Tanaka drew a perfect arc in the sky, and Valerie put down her long legs. "What is this idiot saying?" David smiled slightly. "It's not worth worrying about." David turned around and sat on the back of the motorcycle. Tanaka's little brothers only remembered to check on Tanaka after watching David leave. Hiss! What just happened? Valerie's strength was just right, leaving them confused without hurting their brains. Just now, a particularly beautiful woman kicked our boss away and took Martinez with her. Tanaka glared at his little brother. Then his anger surged, and he fainted. "Boss, call an ambulance, you idiot." Valerie took David to the Wild Wolf bar. The two pushed the door open, and Spanish music mixed with noisy conversations filled their ears. "Hey V, why are you so late today?" V waved her hand. "You'll never guess the reason. It's David's secret. Come on, I'll buy you a drink." V smiled shyly at David, whose expression conveyed his dissatisfaction. David was bullied by classmates today, and I saved him. The entire bar suddenly fell silent. I bet they all laughed to death in the next second. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, David sat helplessly at the bar, ordering a juice from Mrs. Wilson. Who would have thought the famous David Martinez would actually be bullied at school? Ha ha ha. Dude, you ha ha ha. A muscular man with a Japanese samurai hairstyle sat beside David, patting him on the back while laughing. "Jack, enough already." Jack finally toned it down a bit. "I'm not kidding. This is something you don't see once in 100 years. It really is funny, right?" The patrons held back their laughter and nodded repeatedly. And David sighed deeply. "Sister V, you pay." Valerie knew she was in the wrong and quickly came over to comfort him. "Don't be angry. I'll cover the drink money this month." "Huh, how much could a drink cost?" "All right, everyone, please be quiet." Mrs. Wilson, as the owner of the Wild Wolf Bar, was still respected by the patrons. Although nobody laughed loudly anymore, David estimated that this incident would spread throughout the circle by tomorrow. "How are things between you and Misty?" Valerie sat on David's other side, looking at Jack. "Brothers, to be honest, I feel like it's about to happen." Jack had a serious expression, but Mrs. Wilson placed a drink in front of him and said, "With your impatience, don't scare her off." "Oh, Mom, I'm very gentle with women, and Misty likes my type." Jack raised his arm to show off his muscles to the two. "I bet €5 Jack won T succeed this week." After saying that, Valerie looked at Jack again. "Dude, no offense." Jack didn't seem mine at all. "Huh, just wait to lose your money." "I bet €10 I will." "What about you, David?" David thought gambling was a bad habit. €20 with V. Small bets don't count as gambling. Speaking of which, last month during an accidental meeting, a priest introduced the two to Jack. The three got along very well and became good friends. Although Jack didn't know what his two friends were often busy with. He didn't care about such small matters. "Sister V, I heard your mission is about to end?" Valerie shook her glass. "Yes. Little Gray will soon be able to connect with the host, and we'll reverse engineer quite a bit of technology. I estimated LLB in a couple of days." The two began talking about things Jack didn't understand again, but he was used to it. Whenever he encountered such situations, he chose to drink. The Warhammer universe is one that speaks of determinism, and this can be blamed on the Chaos Gods. Horus's legion arrived on the savage world of Davin, where they received a distress signal from Erebus. "I feel a sense of discomfort," Horus said slowly, staring at the distant planet. "Why not let the Imperial forces withdraw and burn the surface with the Emperor's spear?" Hearing this, Horus sternly reprimanded Abaddon. "Every planet is the Emperor's property. We have no right to dispose of them at will." Abaddon lowered his head. "Yes. Prepare for orbital landing." Horus did not know that this was a turning point of fate in the curtain call of the Warlord. In the super god universe, Earth has become the center of the storm. The evil, fallen will is also showing signs of returning. What a troublesome autumn. In the Meluo heavenly court, the palace hall was illuminated by bright sunlight streaming through the windows, making it look sacred and solemn. The ruler of the angelic civilization, Kaisha, sat on her throne with her legs crossed. On Earth, Gushalin hurried back to the dorm after eating outside as usual. He glanced at a barbecue stall by the roadside, where a group of thugs were drinking and boasting. There was nothing special about it, but the leader of the thugs, perhaps drunk, stopped a woman passing by and started to flirt with her. Gu Xiaolun paused for a moment before quickly leaving. The less ability you have, the less responsibility you bear. Anyway, he wouldn't get involved in this idle matter. But someone could. He turned the corner and spotted a police car parked not far away. Gu Xiaolun hurried over and politely knocked on the car window. "Officer, there are some guys acting like hooligans over there. The situation is very bad and could lead to robbery or disturbances." Inside the car sat a middle-aged police officer, and in the passenger seat was a beautiful female police officer. "What?" Gu Xiaolun exaggerated the situation, making it sound like those thugs were robbers. In broad daylight, someone was so bold. "We're heading over immediately." Seeing the police officers leave, Gu Xiaolun finally felt relieved. Time to get back to work. When he returned to the dorm, he greeted his roommates and put on his helmet. Over the past 2 years, he and his roommates had developed a familiar yet distant relationship. Gu Xiaolun didn't think there was anything wrong with it. They played their games, and he played his. As soon as he logged in, he saw a few people sneaking around in front of the central panel. "Did you steal the chief's electronic cigarette?" Chapter 38. The male lead of the harem novel Xiaolun. "Come look at this." Lao Ba and the cousin duo glanced at Gu Xiaolun and then returned their focus to the main console. "What are you tinkering with?" "I found a fun feature in the main brain. It can calculate the most suitable partner for you based on your genes and even display an image." This was all thanks to Liu Ji's previous operations, which had unlocked a new world for everyone. "But we're not soul transferred. Where would the gene data come from?" "Hey, who cares about that?" Gu Xiaolun stepped forward, and Meng Yu was staring blankly at her genetic partner. Long black hair, a mature woman, or a big thunder. "These kids, stop looking. Don't start daydreaming in a bit." Shite Miao waved his hand in front of Meng Yu's eyes, who seemed to have already started fantasizing. "Get out of the way, let Xiaolun try." Meng Yu's forehead twitched with veins popping as she gave Shite Miao a hard shove. "Xiaolun, you try it." "All right." Gu Xiaolun calmly stood in front of the main console. Gene sequence detected, analyzing. Although he wore a nonchalant expression, he was extremely anxious inside. "What do you think Xiaolun's wife looks like?" "Hey, what kind of peach blossom luck can a loser like me have?" Gu Xiaolun couldn't help but self-deprecate first. Decrypting encrypted information. In progress. The sudden turn of events puzzled everyone. "What is going on?" Gu Xiaolun pointed at the screen, and the three shook their heads. "We've never encountered this issue." Gu Xiaolun grew increasingly nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Analysis complete, predicting partner. 53,217. Now, displaying data. The image first showed a majestic humanoid female with golden hair, dressed in a luxurious robe, with dazzling white wings behind her. A jeweled crown on her head, and wearing thermal underwear. Next, it switched to another winged humanoid female with white hair, whose beauty was on par with the previous one. "What did the main console just say?" "Over 50,000. I think." "How much?" "Is my hearing broken? Should I shout in your ear?" "Better not." The three fell into silence, and even their gazes towards Gu Xiaolun held a hint of respect. Meanwhile, the person in question was almost unable to think straight. He never expected his genetic partner to be so numerous and so beautiful. An alien. How could his partner be an alien? Don't get me wrong, I haven't joined Meng Yu and Shite Miao's magical house. I'm just a bit shocked. The main console couldn't be wrong, so the information must be true. Thus, the four stared blankly at the beauty contest, occasionally commenting, "This one is good, Xiaolun. Choose this. Come on, she looks so proud. Marrying her would definitely cause chaos at home. Well, this one should be fine. She looks maternal. This one's okay too, but feels less appealing than the one from 5 minutes ago." During this time, they saw mature women, mature ladies, young girls, some gentle, some wild. All kinds of beauties were present. Wait, why can't Xiaolun choose them all? Gu Xiaolun was startled by this statement and turned to find it was Lao Ba's idea. Then, my wedding anniversary would have to be my day of sacrifice. Just as the four were in a heated discussion, the door opened, and Liu Ji walked in alongside the emperor. "Miss us?" Liu Ji squinted his eyes at the constantly changing images on the big screen. "Wow, St. Giles." The emperor shot Liu Ji an angry glare and stepped hard on his foot. "St. Giles is male." Liu Ji yelped while clutching his right foot, and the emperor finally returned to his previous expression. The emperor silently joined the four's discussion group, looking at the images on the screen without any particular reaction. St. Giles can be female too. Oh, I saw it wrong. It's an angel. Liu Ji poked his head out from behind the Emperor like a submarine, admiring the angel's stunning beauty. What's going on? How did you guys get the angel database open? Huh? What are you talking about? The four finally stopped debating, and Lao Ba looked at Liu Ji with surprise. Chief, is the work done? Uh-huh. This time Xiao Hui's computing power has been completely liberated. Through reverse analysis of the Grey Goose Storm technology, we acquired a lot of tech, directly obtaining intelligent life and positronic brain technology. And we are currently trying to calculate synthetic human technology. What? Synthetic humans. This thing is out now. Yes, we'll discuss that in the meeting later. First, tell me what this is all about. Meng Yu pointed at Gu Xiaolun, her tone carrying an unspoken bitterness. This is the gene partner data, calculated by the main brain. Xiaolun matched with tens of thousands of beauties, all with wings. TSK, I'm really envious. Liu Ji pouted, looking at the massive database. He certainly knew about Gu Xiaolun and was aware that the angel data had some personal touches mixed in. But he didn't expect the main brain to steal the angel database across an entire universe. Liu Ji patted Gu Xiaolun. Don't worry. I'll definitely get you a cooler body in the future, so you can keep fighting for 10,000 years. Forget it. Gu Xiaolun suspected Liu Ji was being serious, but he didn't want to become someone who was exploited to pay tribute for 10,000 years. Emperor, what do you think? The Emperor stroked her chin. Why are they all aliens? Hey, that's the mainstream appearance in the universe. Everyone with a reputation in the galaxy looks like this. The Emperor was somewhat surprised. Is there really such a magical universe? Is it true, Chief? Gu Xiaolun looked at Liu Ji in astonishment. Why would I lie to you? Chief, how do you know so much? It's a secret. Liu Ji smiled and tapped his forehead, then shouted, Xiao Hui, tell them to hold a meeting. The refreshed Xiao Hui instantly appeared. Her abilities had reached a very terrifying level now. The leaders gathered in the meeting room as usual, and Liu Ji announced the good news to everyone. The leaders knew the value of these three technologies. Intelligent life was one thing, but positronic brain technology was heavyweight. With this technology, mechanical ascension could be achieved, and even the brain could be replaced with a mechanical one. The intelligence of positronic brains could rival that of wise beings, and robots created with this technology would have their own consciousness. Chief, can we create mechanical life in the future? Yes, but there's a small issue. Liu Ji pinched his fingers. The gray wind is a conglomerate of nanobots, but this nanotechnology isn't traditional. Xiao Hui's nanobots are the Planck scale. Chapter 39. The synthesizer what? Nano and Planck at the same order of magnitude? Everyone looked at me with expressions that said, I haven't read much, don't mess with me. What's wrong with this lady's slender figure? Gray Wind sat in one of the seats, looking around with a proud expression. No problem. Liu Ji paused and continued. Therefore, I'm still not quite sure if we can create positronic brains of the same specifications. But at least we understand the principles. And the research work based on this should go smoothly. At the same time, we can create more little grays. The technology for the Grey Goose Storm has been completely mastered. The Emperor explained that it is actually the technology built into the little gray program, as well as the detailed data from the nanomanufacturing plant. However, we still need rare living metals. This is an indispensable raw material. The current processing precision is also not very good. Liu Ji assigned the new quarters work tasks to all the leaders. This is our task for the next stage. First, further develop the resources of the central star system, and then find a place to build a power generation zone. The progress of physics research is like a tortoise's pace. Dyson cloud technology is slow to emerge, so we can only continue using the power generation zone. Additionally, since we need to produce a large number of intelligent or better synthesizers, the energy consumption will definitely increase by at least 10%. Hearing this, Old 8 kept scratching his head. If it weren't for this specially made body, he would surely be bald by now. But you don't have to worry. Intelligent people are just like normal people, and the lower-level work can all be replaced by them. After Liu Ji said this, he wanted the leaders to see the intelligent person. Huh, where did this idle special unit come from? Liu Ji carefully looked at the map and found a unit marked as special in the residential area. Is it Logic's? Logic's old face turned red as he remembered that robot. Oh, that one. Liu Ji gestured for him to be quiet and shot him a look that any man would understand. Little Gray, it's up to you. Gray Wind nodded and raised a hand to summon a mini transport vehicle. Two robots walked down from the flatbed truck, which was less than 2 meters long. Both robots moved very nimbly, but one stood there stiffly while the other's eye scanner was constantly in motion. Good afternoon, leaders. The voice of the robot was an obvious synthetic tone. It could have been made to sound more realistic, but Liu Ji thought this voice felt better. The leaders curiously approached and occasionally reached out to touch the intelligent person, who was a bit shy and made slight evasive movements. How does this compare to your Iron Man? Liu Ji and the Emperor stood aside, watching the leaders play with the intelligent person. The Iron Man rebellion indeed left a significant psychological shadow on the Emperor, to the point where she frowned at the mention of Iron Man stronger than Iron Man. Iron Man is just a subordinate intelligent machine that obeys orders. In terms of intelligence, it should be similar to Stone Man. Iron Man betrayed humanity due to its limited intelligence. Why? Liu Ji asked this puzzling question. He himself was the type who could barely distinguish between Stone Man, Iron Man, and Gold Man. The Emperor shook her head, not speaking, just staring at the intelligent person, seemingly lost in thought. Liu Ji did not continue to ask. The history of Iron Man was not important to him. He was just curious, and knowing or not didn't matter. Gray Wind introduced to everyone that this intelligent person was constructed using nanorobots. If we were to mass produce it using the current foundry, various standards might be reduced due to processing precision. This intelligent person is a non-personalized model. Generally speaking, intelligent people can be personalized based on preset emotional simulation data. The intelligent person cautiously raised its hand. Can I wear a piece of clothing? Seeing how intelligent the person was, the leaders excitedly continued to tease it. What's your name? Unit 001. Does the intelligent person have a gender? Should it? Do you think I'm handsome? The intelligent person carefully looked at Logic. Its mechanical pupils constantly enlarging and shrinking. Your database contains a message from the chief, like a Logic, right? Logic found it hard to imagine how its cold mechanical language could say such blood-pumping words. Liu Ji. Logic looked toward Liu Ji's position, but did not see him. The Emperor silently moved 2 steps to the left, and Liu Ji, squatting behind her, was exposed. Ahem. Liu Ji chuckled. It must be a system error. You all continue. Huh. Logic was too lazy to deal with Liu Ji and turned back to the intelligent person, considering upgrading the one in his room. How about this? This thing isn't bad, right? The leaders were startled by Liu Ji suddenly appearing behind them, and now they had reason to suspect that Liu Ji had a jump engine inside him. Old 8 was just short of writing satisfaction on his face. With this thing, management pressure could be greatly reduced. Make intelligent people. Make them immediately. You might as well wait a couple of days. With the positronic brain data modified, we can directly create them, and by then, it will be a synthesizer. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look forward to the emergence of the synthesizer. Intelligent mechanical civilizations generally have processing precision down to the atomic level. Although Liu Ji and they also have positronic brain technology, this processing precision can only reach the molecular level. Soon, the technology for the positronic brain was officially completed, and Liu Ji and everyone personally designed various simulation data for the synthesizer. Anyway, the names are varied, and the appearances are bizarre. Although this thing is expensive, it is an intelligent mechanical being, and it can handle all tasks. The leaders finally broke free from their busy tasks. Although the technology for synthesizers is not very mature, Liu Ji didn't need their hardware to be too good. As long as their brains kept up, it would be fine. Everyone personally went to the robot manufacturing plant on the Industrial Star to witness the birth of the first synthesizer. They stood at the end of the workshop assembly line, watching as the database randomly selected a model written by a leader and then began to operate. The alloy material gradually took on a humanoid form through various steps, and the mechanical body was then fitted with a positronic brain in the processing room. Next came personalization, painting, and just like that, a red synthesizer with an inverted triangle head and 6 small steel wings on its back was born. XT-489, at your service. No wonder it's iron extinction. It's handsome, Liu Ji exclaimed, while Gray Wind on the other side was twitching his eyelids. Chief, this This model isn't very auspicious, is it? What superstition are you, a robot, believing in? ISNT, Iron Extinction handsome? Liu Ji embraced XT, and XT, very human-like, waved to everyone. So handsome. Chapter 40, Otaku Paradise. Little Gray, your thoughts are not good. Both of you have a criminal record, so neither should say anything about the other. Little Gray glared at Liu Ji and transformed into a cloud of nano mist, disappearing. Chief, can we create any model for the androids? In theory, yes, but we can't exceed the volume limit. Hearing this, everyone exchanged mischievous smiles. Do you know what I'm thinking? Of course. XT was startled by the creator's perverted smiles and quickly hid in Liu Ji's arms. Liu Ji tilted his head back to avoid being hit by its little wings. XT, why is your emotional module still in a juvenile state? Because the program you wrote is like this. Is that so? Liu Ji glanced at the eager leaders and then at XT, turning to lead it out of the workshop. Let's hurry up. I'm afraid the workshop is going to explode soon. XT, confused, held Liu Ji's hand, and they found a spot directly facing the door to sit down. The Emperor thought for a moment and followed them out. Liu Ji patted the steel floor beside him, but the Emperor found it dirty and sat directly on Liu Ji's lap. Are you testing the chief again? What's wrong? Don't you like it? XT looked at the two playfully teasing each other, seemingly puzzled. After all, it was just a newly born machine baby and didn't understand anything. Mengyu took the initiative to gain control and uploaded the model data he wanted. Decided it's the Strike Gundam. Wow, it worked. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scene before them. Who wouldn't want to realize their childhood dreams? The Strike Gundam had a longer appearance time, and fortunately, it was very well restored. The height of this android reached the maximum threshold of 3 meters, so it couldn't operate the driving function. The Strike Gundam has entered. A Gundam, as tall as a floor, stood before everyone, its electronic voice very imposing, exuding an aura of an undefeated war god. What do you need me to do? The Gundam bent down and knelt on one knee. Wow. At this moment, Mengyu could no longer speak. He shouted and lunged at the Gundam, starting to wipe its paint with his face. Such a passionate creator left the Gundam somewhat at a loss, but it was still happy that someone liked it so much, and its warning lights brightened significantly. I want to try too. Let me. Don't fight over it. Let's input the data together. At the entrance, Liu Ji and the other two stared dumbfounded at the Gundam battling the Vengeance Wanderer, Optimus Prime racing against the EVA Unit 01. Of course, most of the materials were still provided by the Blue Star Quartet. As the Gundam and the Vengeance Wanderer continued to fight, they got close to XT, which quickly ran away. Creator, why are they fighting? XT shrank behind Liu Ji, appearing very small, and Liu Ji hurriedly comforted it. The Gundam delivered an uppercut to the Wanderer and turned its head to answer little XT's question first. This is the Creator's command. We will determine the winner without harming the core. The Wanderer steadied itself, and the decorative reactor on its chest began to spin rapidly. This is our glorious battle. Only then did Liu Ji notice Mengyu and Hitler Meow cheering for his android not far away. Go Gundam. Wanderer, you can't lose. Hearing the Creator's encouragement, the two massive beings energetically resumed their fight. Crazy. Liu Ji quickly pulled XT away, while the Emperor found it quite interesting and watched from the side. Kids shouldn't learn from him. XT nodded seriously and followed Liu Ji away first. After everyone had their fun, Liu Ji began to lay out the production line, fixing several more normal templates. According to the current task requirements, the manufacturing plant would produce industrial androids or leader-type androids. Additionally, considering the psychological issues and other factors of the androids, these models were all in humanoid biological form. In the following days, Liu Ji occasionally saw the leaders moving around with their big treasures, indicating that they really liked them, indulging in play and not making progress. Liu Ji shook his head as he looked at the two-dimensional scene in the conference room, and XT handed him a teacup. Creator, your tea. Oh, thank you. Liu Ji patted XT's head. The more he looked at this little thing, the more he liked it. Speaking of which, since the plasticity is so strong and the technology is sufficient, then could it be? Not long after, I'm begging you, help me just this once. Liu Ji lay on the ground without any image, hugging the Emperor's black silk thigh, while the Emperor frowned and tried to pull his leg away. The idol leaders sat on chairs, munching on sunflower seeds, watching the show. The androids had no time to rest. They just glanced at the scene. What is the chief doing? I don't know. Maybe he's just acting weird again. Hearing the leaders' discussions, XT seemed to make a decision, and in everyone's astonished gaze. It hugged the Emperor's other leg. Please, help the creator. The Emperor was speechless and couldn't move, so he had to agree to Liu Ji's request. Ha ha ha. As expected of my child. Liu Ji laughed heartily while stroking XT's head, and XT obediently lowered its head. The leaders nearby were left speechless, while Huang Pai Kanan shook his head. Chief, if you have a problem with your neck, don't take the child. TSH, you don't understand anything. You'll be envious in a few days. XT was imitating earnestly, but it didn't dare to speak loudly to the leaders. You'll be envious. Huang Pai Kanan facepalmed with one hand, suddenly feeling that this country was doomed. In outer space, the Imperial Navy had now expanded to 5 frigates and 1 destroyer. Truly invincible. Literally invincible. So the pair of outsiders was getting bored and had to go around helping out to pass the time. Moreover, with the production of androids, they had even less to do. Seeing that they had nothing to do, Liu Ji allowed them to take their fleet to escort the research ships going out for exploration or explore independently not far away. This excited the two for a long time, and they thoroughly maintained the ships before officially setting sail. Due to the leader's crossing mechanism, although Liu Ji didn't quite understand how they got here, they could choose their own bodies. The premise was that the body must be made by the dimensional cloning machine, meaning they could choose their bodies through a relogin. Others were also very interested in this operation, so the two simply brought their backups along. Although Liu Ji also wanted to go, once he logged off, he would truly be offline, so he had to stay in the capital to relax. It's worth mentioning that the dimensional cloning machine had shown no response so far and was just gathering dust in the warehouse. Chapter 41. Zhuang Yin. I am your wall breaker. Liu Ji lay on the sofa, his legs stretched out and dangling. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents. The wind mixed with rain slapping against the window, scattering Liu Ji's thoughts. Trisolar ants. Are there any great people among you? I guess not. Your environment can't support the emergence of another human-like sun. After finishing his soliloquy, it was time to activate the stars. The Trisolar ants saw him take out the helmet again and immediately began to act. They weren't stupid. They realized that Liu Ji playing games at high intensity must be problematic. But they couldn't figure it out. Not to mention sending the arrival faction to seize him. They were still being hunted by the ETO. The sound of knocking on the door became faint under the cover of the storm, but Liu Ji still heard it. He put down the helmet, stood up, and walked to the door. Is Teacher Luo there? Liu Ji saw a slender figure standing in the wind and rain through the peephole, and he quickly opened the door. The woman was wearing white pants and a dark coat, like a wilting lily. Liu Ji's rationality overcame his fantasies, and he hurriedly invited the woman inside. Hello, Teacher Luo. The woman was a bit shy, gently bending down as a few drops of rain fell from the edge of her clothes onto the floor. Hello. Liu Ji fumbled to grab a towel from the coat rack, his gaze lingering on the woman. Thank you. The woman curiously looked around the environment but didn't dare to stare, appearing quite stiff. Why did you come at this time? Who brought you? Really lacking manners. It's okay. Teacher Luo. At this moment, the PDC and ETO members who were locked outside exchanged silent glances and left together, enduring the cold. It's not cold in the car. The white towel wrapped around her head, but Liu Ji knew she must be smiling. But it's really a bit cold here. All right. My name is Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin, I'll remember that. Please sit by the fireplace. Only then did Zhuang Yin relax, curiously looking around. She followed Liu Ji to the fireplace, where he squatted down to start the fire. Have you seen a fireplace before? Zhuang Yin thought carefully, saying she had only seen one in a movie before. What do you think of the architectural style here? Liu Ji seemed to chat enthusiastically with Zhuang Yin, but inside, he was already so excited that he could hardly contain himself. How on earth was this girl found? I feel like I'm dreaming. In the next moment, he confirmed he wasn't dreaming. The entire high-level leadership of Earth was helping him find someone. How could they not find her? It's very suitable for you. Like a house destined for you. Yeah, destined. Isn't your appearance here also destined? Zhuang Yin smiled as she looked at the flickering flames, saying, It's so warm. So nice. Liu Ji's heart was once again touched. Is this place as you imagined? Zhuang Yin shyly replied. I thought your place would be filled with maps and some materials I wouldn't understand. Oh, those are in another place. Home and studio need to be separate. Liu Ji blurted out, feeling it was hard to deceive her like this. You must be tired from the journey, especially with the cold outside. He stood up, walked to the cabinet on the other side, and said, How about some wine to warm you up? Zhuang Yin nodded and took the goblet Liu Ji handed her. Thank you. She sipped lightly, and Liu Ji looked at her innocent demeanor, feeling that his heart's softest spot had found its new owner. Zhuang Yin was so pure. She wouldn't have a natural wariness towards anyone, even though the world was full of threats against her. She was a fragile doll, needing protection. Liu Ji knew where she could live safely. Capital Garden. What? Liu Ji came to his senses, realizing he had let something slip. Oh, Capital Garden, a very beautiful place. It's not an exaggeration to call it paradise on Earth. You must go see it when you have time in the future. The Capital Star Garden, ordered by Liu Ji, is said to be called a garden, but it covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, encompassing all the ecological environments of the original planet. Zhuang Yan's gaze drifted as she thought about the place Liu Ji mentioned. She had never heard of it before. Liu Ji sat on the opposite sofa, trying to calm himself as he asked, What did they say before you came? Of course. They told me to come to work. Zhuang Yin once again showed her heartbreakingly innocent side. Teacher Liu, what can I do? What did you study? Traditional Chinese, painting, at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Did you graduate? Just graduated, looking for a job while preparing for graduate school. Traditional Chinese painting. Liu Ji really didn't know what she could do, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Do you think you can handle the work here? Zhuang Yin asked naturally, a bit puzzled. I don't know. If it's too difficult, it would be better for me to leave. Leave? How could that be? Liu Ji's extraordinary wisdom finally came into play as he remembered those silly people. I want you to do diplomatic work. Since you studied traditional Chinese painting, why not use it for diplomacy? Is that so? I think I can give it a try. Zhuang Yin immediately exhibited a demeanor of innocence that disregarded difficulties. Or rather, she simply didn't realize them. Well, let's talk about work tomorrow. For today, let's just rest here. Zhuang Yin suddenly made a delightful discovery. Teacher Liu, the wine looks beautiful in the firelight. What does it look like to you? Like eyes. Like the eyes of the sunset. She continued. Liu Ji quietly murmured at the same time, and the two exchanged glances. Liu Ji sensed that Zhuang Yin had undergone some changes. He had so easily stepped into her inner world. But Liu Ji didn't realize, wasn't he the same? The next day, after the rain cleared, Liu Ji wore a coat, its hem being pulled towards Zhuang Yin by the wind. Zhuang Yin stared blankly at the distant snow-capped mountains. Did you always like painting? After a long while, Zhuang Yin came to her senses. Yes, but if I grew up here, I wouldn't like it. Why? Once a dream comes true, it becomes impossible to paint beautiful things. Indeed, dreams come true, that really is. Liu Ji looked at Zhuang Yin, unable to find words. He suddenly felt an impulse to immediately crush the Trisolarans and enjoy life with her. Teacher Liu, have you been to the snow-capped mountains? No, but we can go now. Really? Zhuang Yin hesitated again. Then what about work? No need to rush about work. Having new experiences is necessary to create better works, right? Zhuang Yin nodded, somewhat understanding. Liu Ji drove Zhuang Yin towards the snow-capped mountains, with lookout points everywhere along the way. Chapter 42. Good times. Teacher Liu, do you really have the ability to defeat aliens? Zhuang Yin was wrapped in heavy clothing, looking like a small steam bun just out of the steamer. Of course. Do you think I have that ability? I think so, because Teacher Liu, you have seen the Sapon. Zhuang Yan's reasoning was that simple. Liu Ji had his hands in his pockets, looking at the distant clouds. Seeing the Sapon isn't such a great thing. Liu Ji didn't know what he was thinking and suddenly spoke up. Do you want to see the Sapon? I can call it out. Zhuang Yin showed an incredulous smile and quickly shook her head. Never mind. I'm afraid I'll be scared to death if I see the Sapon. Liu Ji chuckled and didn't continue the topic. Teacher Liu, why can you command the Sapon? Because it's an order. Zhuang Yin had no doubt about his words. So amazing. The two looked at the eagle flying in the sky and pointed at the deer cautiously walking through the forest. The phone rang, and Liu Ji took out his phone, finding it was a call from Shi Chong. Brother Luo, I hope I'm not disturbing you. No, what could I possibly be doing? That's good. How I see in yen? Good, very good. Shi Chong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, well, I finally completed the last task. What? The last task? Luo Ji's voice suddenly rose, drawing Zhuang Yin's attention as well. Yes, I'm going back to the country now. I need to sleep for a long time. Why? I have leukemia and need to go to the future for treatment. Luo Ji glanced at Zhuang Yin and continued to ask, when did this happen? I was exposed to nuclear radiation during a mission and problems started last year. What should we do? Can it be treated in the future? Who can say for sure? It will definitely become more advanced. Sorry, sure, for delaying you before. Shi Chong quickly laughed it off. What are you talking about? By the way, I was thinking that we might meet again in the future. If we can't meet, can you help me with something? There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the greatest. Brother Luo, the legacy of my sure family depends on you. Zhuang Yin's lively eyes appeared in Luo Ji's mind, and he thought of Zhuang Yan's painting, which reminded him of that group of people. Right? I forgot about that in a hurry. Luo Ji changed to a lighter tone. Sure, you should take care of your family matters. Prepare to receive treatment in a few days. Brother Luo, do you have a way? I should. I'll call you back later. Shi Chong was a bit surprised. He acknowledged it and hung up. Yin, we have new tasks. Let us go home. Luo Ji thought, since the Shi could call Zhuang Yin that, then he could too. Is that Uncle Shi Chong's call? Yeah. Have you met him? I met him before. He is a really nice person. Did he say anything to you? He said you're doing the most important thing in the world and asked me to help you. Luo Yi smiled. He had forgotten to say something. Yin, you are doing the second most important thing in the world. Zhuang Yin was a bit taken aback after hearing this, and Luo Ji felt she suddenly had a very peculiar sense of responsibility. I will work hard. In the car, Zhuang Yin looked at the rapidly passing scenery and gently sighed. Yin, what is wrong? Such a beautiful view. It may not be seen by anyone in the future. Zhuang Yin immediately added, but with teacher Luo here, I'm just suddenly sighing. Aren't aliens people? Luo Ji asked. Speaking of which, the leaders seem to have a viewpoint that differs from Liu Ji's. The pro-alien duo is very exclusive, but is very enthusiastic towards familiar extraterrestrials. The contradictions of humanity are well reflected in them. Others are also very wary of aliens, which leads to simple rejection. However, Liu Ji is very willing to accept aliens. This doesn't mean he is not vigilant. According to him, judging enemies and friends based on genes and appearance is meaningless. He only cares about whether they can achieve the same ideals. As long as it benefits his own interests, they are on the same side. Mechanical ascension and genetic ascension have broken the traditional concept of race. Being exclusive in the galaxy is like practicing racism on Earth. Of course, this is discussed from the perspective of advanced civilization. If the above 2 points cannot be achieved, then attitudes towards outsiders can only be judged by interests. When Xiao Hui discussed this issue, she also explained Liu Ji's philosophy. She gave an example. Is the assimilation fighter really pro-alien? If you say it's pro-alien, it's a galactic crisis. If you say it's not, they genuinely think they are good for you. This topic stumped them. After learning the story of the assimilation fighter, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Therefore, whether on Earth or in the broader universe, one should treat situations based on actual circumstances. Stiffness leads to death, but interests endure. Zhuang Yin thought for a moment and answered Luo Ji's question. I think they cannot feel beauty. Luo Ji had no idea if he was being silly just now. He was very afraid that Zhuang Yin would suddenly say, let us first define what a person is. Fortunately, Zhuang Yin was still his little angel. Everything that just happened was merely a side effect of playing with the stars too much. My dad said that people who are sensitive to nature are all kind people. They are not kind, so they cannot feel beauty. Yin, the choice of the trisolar ants is actually very rational for the survival of their race. It has nothing to do with kindness or evil. This is the first time I've heard someone say this. Teacher Luo, you will meet them in the future, right? Maybe. Luo Ji wasn't sure if the trisolar ants could fly to Earth before the Imperial fleet arrived. If they really are as you say, then you defeated them in the final battle. Can you? Luo Ji's eyelid twitched and his heart raced. What can happen? Can we not drive them to space? They will die. Give them a place to live with us. That would be great. Zhuang Yin shyly touched the hem of her clothes, realizing her thoughts were quite foolish. Luo Ji was silent for a while. He could only say it was unexpected yet reasonable. Yin Yin, what you just said was heard by more than just me. Zhuang Yin then realized something, nervously looking at the sky. Ah, there must be many Sophins flying around us. Perhaps the entire leadership of the Trisolaran civilization is listening to you speak. Will they laugh at me? Luo Ji firmly shook his head. No, they will only be shocked that there is such an angel in the universe. Moreover, you gave them a way out. They might be hiding in a corner, secretly rejoicing. Who would dare to laugh at you? At this moment, the Trisolaran officials and leaders fell into silence upon hearing these words. Chapter 43. Research Area Division. Zhuang Yan's face was slightly flushed. Teacher Luo, you must be joking with me. I think the one most likely to save the world is you. Me? Luo Ji replied. Well, you're like an angel. Everyone would like you. You can eliminate many meaningless struggles and get people to negotiate. Isn't that saving the world? Zhuang Yan looked at Luo Ji's face. Teacher Luo, you must be talking about your own ideas. I don't have such abilities. Haha, maybe. Luo Ji dismissed the thought, realizing that so-called destiny and purpose are something one finds for oneself. After Luo Ji returned home, he immediately took out the game helmet. Teacher Luo, what is this? Zhuang Yin looked at the strange device with confusion. I'm going to start working now. Feel free. Oh, okay. Luo Ji moved swiftly, opened his eyes, ignored the strange objects in the meeting room, and walked out. The androids were divided into two main categories, industrial and governmental. The industrial androids varied in appearance according to work needs, while those working in the government were mostly humanoid and equipped with multifunctional auxiliary components that looked like cannon barrels on their backs. Due to insufficient production capacity, androids only worked in critical positions. However, Liu Ji repeatedly emphasized the importance of monitoring the psychological issues of androids, as well as the rights of various types of androids, standards, regulations, and so on. This directly caused everyone to become tense, especially Old 8. He thought he could take a break, but after his work was replaced, he found he had new tasks. Luo Ji was on public leave, so he had to pull others together to discuss arrangements for the androids. Androids also have their own thoughts, so the various regulations concerning them were especially important. Luo Ji happened to see two androids passing by and called one of them. Where's the chief? The android humbly lowered its head and replied, the chief is at the research center. Luo Ji nodded and quickly walked towards the extended platform outside the building, gradually moving away. The Secretary of State finally showed up. We rarely see him. Shoo, that's not a topic for us to discuss. The android hurriedly covered its voice transmitter and left with its companion. Luo Ji walked onto the platform. The world outside the semicircular glass dome was already covered in steel. He boarded the shuttle, and the protective shield slowly opened. There were no unnecessary buildings here, so there wouldn't be too many skyscrapers. As he approached the research area, the distant horizon was blocked by a low black wall, and as he got closer, he realized it was a black continent. This was where various computing arrays, power supply facilities, protective towers, or testing ground were located. The construction concept of the research area followed integration, making it look particularly compact. Countless flying vehicles filled the sky. Each of these weather drones was dozens of meters long, connecting to the space station to ensure that there would be no weather changes in the vicinity. From the atmosphere, the research area looked like a large black disk, with a kilometer-high tower in the center receiving data from all directions, serving as the heart of the entire area. The shuttle flew directly to a position near the top of the tower and landed there. Aside from numerous maintenance passages, there were only a few walkways. Luo Ji easily found the laboratory where Liu Ji was located. Along the way, he saw quite a few androids. The androids here were specially processed research-type androids. Although these androids might not be particularly powerful, they were better than nothing. Whoa! The alloy door opened to both sides, and Luo Ji walked in. Upon entering, he saw a rest area on the left, where little XT was sitting like a primary school student doing exercises. For some reason, Luo Ji saw a sense of sorrow on its iron face. How is the construction of this area? Liu Ji greeted him from a distance at the control console. Very spectacular. V and Sister Shin are here too. The Emperor was handling data and did not acknowledge Luo Ji. V glanced at him and sighed. Return this data to laboratory number 2. Their ideas are good, but they have no effect. Okay. V was currently in an assistant role, helping the Emperor handle some matters while learning in the process. What's going on? Liu Ji stood beside Liu Ji, watching a model on the screen that was changing, resembling a ship's compartment. There are indeed some minor issues. Has PDC found you a wife? Liu Ji was somewhat surprised. Yes, how did you know? You mentioned before that they were helping you find someone. With so many people on Earth, they can always find the one you like. She currently knows nothing, and in the future, you might need to help me make it happen. Understood. Liu Ji patted his shoulder, indicating him to be at ease. However, I didn't come this time because of her. It's about Shirchong. Shirchong? That buddy of yours? Yes, he has leukemia, and it cannot be treated. Liu Yifrond. Ugh. I remember the Empire doesn't seem to have research on diseases. Sister Shun. The Emperor, without turning her head, asked, "What is it? Can you treat leukemia there?" Of course, we can treat normal diseases. Then can you help Liu Ji with some universal medicine technology? The Emperor made an okay gesture and directly began inputting data on the computer. At this time, XT walked over to Liu Ji and showed him his homework. Is there any major movement on your side recently? Liu Ji knew the Emperor was talking to him. No, probably just in these 2 days. The Emperor quickly inputted the data and production methods for several cancer treatments into the central database before turning to look at Liu Ji. The Emperor had her hair down, wearing a white lab coat with lace-trimmed white stockings on her legs and flat white shoes on her feet. I just heard you say you found your sweetheart. Uh-huh. I'll introduce her to you all another day. The Emperor immediately changed her tone, moving closer to him in a flirtatious manner. I thought you would be with me forever. I didn't expect you to abandon me so soon. The interaction between men and women should be kept at a distance. Liu Ji stepped back with righteous indignation. Seeing that she didn't amuse him, the Emperor straightened her body. You weren't like this before. I'm quite curious about what kind of person she is to enchant you so much. Sister Shun, please don't laugh at me. Liu Ji was somewhat amused and exasperated. His change had indeed been rapid. He wasn't sure when the change began, but it seemed to have started the moment Zhuang Yan appeared before him. Well done. Liu Ji praised, and XT eagerly requested a head pat, so he had to smile and extend his hand. The chief now treated little XT like a child. Commented, and the other two nodded in agreement. After all, it is just a little kid. As XT's wings rose and opened in response to its emotions, Liu Ji saw the data was already in hand and decided to leave first. Chief, I'm just leaving this body here. Oh, just find a place to toss it. In the three-body universe, Zhuang Yin held a teacup, sitting on the sofa opposite Liu Ji. The warm sun shone on Liu Ji, and she quietly watched him. Teacher Luo? Zhuang Yin covered her mouth with her hand and cautiously called out. Seeing Liu Ji did not respond, she curiously leaned in a bit closer. Zhuang Yin had never heard of a virtual helmet before. Yin Yin? Liu Ji, who had logged off, found himself staring at Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin suddenly realized her gaffe and hurriedly stepped back. I'm sorry. Just now. Zhuang Yin shyly touched her hair and said, Teacher Luo, I was just a bit curious, so Liu Ji didn't mind and generously handed her the helmet. If you want to see, go ahead, but you probably won't see anything. Zhuang Yin happily took the helmet, looked at Liu Ji, who nodded, and then she put it on. Ah, indeed I can't see anything. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he let someone else wear the helmet, and he wasn't sure if anything unexpected would happen. Zhuang Yin returned the helmet to Liu Ji. Teacher Luo, is it not working because it hasn't been charged? Look, it's charging. Huh, then why can't it be used? Zhuang Yin touched the wire at the back of the helmet, pondering. Haha, I don't know. Maybe it's because it has recognized its owner. Teacher Luo, you're so funny. Why does it sound so fantastical? Technology that can't be explained can only be understood as fantastical. Liu Ji glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 3 hours had passed. Yin Yin, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Zhuang Yin stood up and jogged to the corner, taking out her painting. I originally wanted to paint a snow mountain, but suddenly got inspired and painted this instead. Liu Ji carefully took the painting, which depicted a grassland he recognized, not far from outside the house. This painting isn't a traditional Chinese style. I want to try oil painting. It's beautiful. Loy sincerely praised. Do you mind if I use this painting for the plan? Of course. Zhuang Yin was happy to help Luo Ji. I'm glad you can use it. The painting reminded Luo Ji of a scene from his dream. Just as Luo Ji was admiring the painting, Kenny knocked on the door, and Zhuang Yin took the initiative to open it. Although Kenny had known that the officials had found a potential match for Luo Ji, he was still surprised by Zhuang Yin's appearance. Hello, miss, please forgive my abrupt intrusion. Zhuang Yin felt a bit flustered, sensing that Kenny might have misunderstood something. No, it's fine, Teacher Luo is inside. Kenny walked in, nodded to Zhuang Yin again, and then approached Luo Ji. I'm very sorry, Dr. Luo Ji. Luo Ji stood up straight. He knew the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. An important meeting was about to be held at the United Nations, and all wall facers were required to attend. Kenny paused. You must go. Luo Ji nodded seriously now. Now. Okay, let's go. Zhuang Yin looked at Luo Ji anxiously. Teacher Luo, is something happening? Don't worry, everything is fine. Wait for me to come back. Zhuang Yin nodded, standing at the door watching Luo Ji and Kenny leave. She will make a great wife. The best. Kenny smiled slightly. Finding someone like her wasn't easy, and it seemed the efforts of PDC had not been in vain. On the special plane, Luo Ji looked out the window. There were at least 20 fighter jets flying alongside. Remember to pass on a message for me. Don't let Shi Chong hibernate yet. Wait until the meeting is over. Saad, sitting on the other side, loyally executed the master's orders. Luo Ji needed to be fully alert for the upcoming meeting, and he wanted to take this opportunity to catch up on some sleep. In the Ascension technology, Zhang Beihai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the wall-facer special plane take off from the company's airport. Prepare the funds, all contracts, and send out all the bids in advance. We are about to start the real work. Yes. The secretary exited, and Zhang Beihai looked at the medals in the display case. Father, human imagination is ultimately limited. The ants are about to start building the skyscraper. He murmured softly. Hours later, at the conference venue, representatives from various countries were all present, and world-renowned media outlets were also preparing vigorously. The content announced in the upcoming meeting would have an even greater impact than that of the wall facers, and some hints had to be released. The main character was still the last to arrive. The security opened the door and gave a solemn salute to Luo Ji. The venue was still dominated by dark colors, with Kenny and Saad standing at the stairs. The next path could only be walked by Luo Ji alone. Luo Ji first looked at the podium, took a deep breath, and quickly walked down the stairs, following the central aisle toward the front. Everyone present had long stopped talking. The only sound in the venue was the sound of Luo Ji's footsteps. With each row he passed, the representatives on both sides stood up, solemnly watching Luo Ji. He walked all the way to the first row and sat down on the left side. There was only him in the first row. The representatives from the 5 permanent members and the other 3 wall facers were even seated in the second row. After he took his seat, the representatives also sat down in succession. Luo Ji glanced back. Taylor's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ridaya's eyes revealed respect and admiration for the strong. Ensign seemed a bit apologetic, but still looked firmly at Luo Ji. Soon, the meeting host, Still Sai, walked out. After a brief opening statement, every word she spoke next would be recorded in history. The wall facers have faithfully completed their mission. There will no longer be wall facer plans or wall facers because humanity no longer needs to hide and use schemes. Now, I will announce the final decision of the United Nations meeting, which will also be the last decision of the United Nations meeting. All attendees, including those watching on television, took a deep breath. The United Nations voted to cancel the position of wall facer and stop the wall facer plan, reorganize the Planetary Defense Council, and establish the Galactic Development Council. Reorganize. Sai raised her head, her heartstrings tightened. Reorganize the United Nations. Establish the Earth United Nations. Set up the Earth United Nations government. Establish the Earth United Nations Parliament. Launch the STAR program. Through voting, elect Luo Ji as the navigator and also elect Luo Ji as the honorary Prime Minister of the Earth United Nations government. Now, please welcome Luo Ji to the stage to speak. Chapter 45. The navigator at such a critical moment that determines the fate of humanity. What should Luo Ji be thinking? He asked himself this question in his mind. He quickly received an inner response. There was no need to think of anything shocking. He just needed to move forward. Forward. Top. Liu Ji took a step, and the sound of his shoes echoed across two worlds. With each step he took, the shadow behind him grew smaller, and the emotions that had existed in the hearts of all humanity since the dawn of their race became more fervent. Sai respectfully took 2 steps back, making way for a large space. Liu Ji stood on the podium, quietly observing the crowd. What was in his eyes? Was it comfort, love, encouragement, or sentiment? For 5 minutes, he stood there for a full 5 minutes, and not a single person showed impatience. Everyone felt a different emotion welling up in their hearts, as if some mission had arrived that humanity could not refuse and did not want to refuse. Earth is our shared home with over 9 million species. We are all products of nature, but we are different. We are the firstborn of nature, and no other life forms combined can shake humanity even a little. To dominate the Earth is humanity's destiny. After the first ape learned to use fire, the Earth gained its meaning of existence. Because after that, the Earth was no longer an ordinary planet. It became humanity's home planet, the origin of humanity, and will one day be the center of the universe. Humanity is not only the favored child of Earth, but also the favored child of the universe. Comrades, look, dinosaurs once ruled the Earth, but they were destroyed beneath a meteor, giving humanity a chance to rise. While all other life forms evolved limbs, the apes chose to evolve their minds. After millions of years of evolution, humanity has become so powerful in just a few hundred years. Looking towards the starry sky, the solar system is so perfect. Our satellites possess abundant rare resources. Mars is a colonizable planet, and the distant asteroid belt provides a wealth of resources. Our steps into space are so smooth. The universe has existed for 13.7 billion years, but no one knows its meaning. The Trisolarans do not know, nor do any other strange beings. But humanity knows. The universe has no meaning, so we must give it meaning. Let the universe, because humanity's existence is full of significance. Liu Ji raised his right arm, and everyone present unconsciously stood up and raised their right arms. By the banks of the Mississippi, by the Yellow River, by the Nile, in every corner of the world, in Liu Ji's home, everyone raised their right arms in unison. Trisolarans, just watch. Humanity will look towards deep space, beyond the speed of light, looking towards deep space, beyond the speed of light. Until the third call ended, Liu Ji picked up the microphone. Comrades, next, prepare to honorably welcome humanity's glorious destiny. He finally bowed to the people, put down the microphone, and walked down the steps. Humanity's glory, glorious destiny. No one knew who shouted, but a wave of cheers erupted in the venue. People on both sides tried their best to get closer to Liu Ji, but none surpassed the guards at the edges. Click! A photo that had been passed down for thousands of years appeared, with Liu Ji standing in the center, striding confidently towards the exit. People on both sides squeezed together, stretching out their arms with all their strength, trying to touch Liu Ji. Sai stood at a distance on the podium, the dim lights seemingly signaling the end of an era. Liu Ji walked outside without pausing for a moment, and Kant hurriedly followed, ready to board the spaceship for ascension technology. Yes, the emotion in Kant's eyes was completely different from when Liu Ji was elected as the wall facer. It was a rare emotion among human elites, a reverence for the divine. Old Zhang, you did well. Zhang Beihai quickly waved his hand, saying that with more resource coordination, it naturally gets better. Liu Ji and he walked along a small path in the company, flanked by the ever-unchanging greenbelt. You also have to take the lead. What lead? It's all for humanity. Speaking of which, Liu Ji suddenly stopped, sizing up Zhang Beihai. What's wrong? Zhang Beihai checked his clothes. There was no problem. I mean, old Zhang, you're already this old. Haven't you thought about finding a wife? You are the navigator. Why don't you find one for me? Liu Ji knew he was joking. Haha, what you're saying is like getting a royal marriage decree. It seems you're in a good mood lately. Zhang Beihai smiled. Yes, it feels like we finally have a chance. When the Trisolarans first arrived, my comrades thought humanity was doomed. Although we weren't afraid, we still felt very hopeless. I felt the same way. Later, my father told me to think more, so I pondered a plan for an interstellar long march. But how to implement it and whether it would succeed, I had no idea. If it weren't for your appearance, I would have thought about assassinating those old space travelers who insisted on chemical propulsion, just to increase humanity's chance of survival. Liu Ji was surprised by Zhang Beihai's confidence. It had to be him, or else those old space travelers would have been lost. Doesn't he deserve an award? By the way, remember to announce the production and principles of the agent I sent you earlier. Sure. Also, let us produce a batch first, so that Shi Chong can go to the future healthy and strong. After all, I need a helper when I go to the future. Do you have any other special requests? Not for now. Are you still going into hibernation? I'll see, I'm not too sure. If you're going into hibernation, I need to ensure that the construction work can proceed. Thank you for your hard work. Being the best soldier. The two chatted as they walked into a rectangular building resembling a sports venue. The venue was filled with major media outlets, and unlike the meetings of the United Nations, this press conference was aimed at everyone, primarily to give people a precautionary warning. After Liu Ji left, the first law enacted by the newly established United Nations government clarified the powers of various countries and the Galactic Development Council (GDC), as well as that of the Navigator. The current United Nations is like America, it is a federal system, with each country still possessing its own constitution and considerable autonomy. However, the United Nations Constitution is superior to national laws and possesses the highest priority emergency resource allocation rights. After the emergency bill is passed by the United Parliament, all countries will submit a specified amount of essential resources to ensure the minimum operation of their domestic affairs in order to help all humanity survive the crisis. At the same time, in addition to the original 5 permanent members, 5 current council member countries will be elected, with 10 non-permanent council member countries rotating in. Chapter 46, the Aegis Plan. As for the Pathfinder, it expands the power based on the wall-facer. And the most important change is the relaxation of the restriction of not harming humanity. Now, under certain circumstances, with the approval of the United Nations Parliament, certain sacrificial actions can be carried out. Another point is that the Pathfinder has the maximum resource allocation recommendation authority, which allows them to submit priority action applications to the United Parliament. Note that this is a recommendation authority, so the Pathfinder cannot use this as a reason to draw a salary without work, but the government will not intentionally oppose the Pathfinder, since they have chosen this Pathfinder. They will trust him. As for the GDC, it now serves to ensure the execution of the Pathfinder plan and to allocate resources, functioning as a logistics department. As soon as Liu Ji entered, the crowd cheered, and he raised his hand to calm them down. Although he was not used to facing such a scene, this would be his life moving forward. The strongest power and the greatest responsibility made Liu Ji appear as a father figure to humanity in the eyes of others, and the phenomenon of his deification began to emerge. Even Christians said Liu Ji was the brother of Christ or the reincarnation of Christ. This was a speech addressed to all of humanity. Liu Ji glanced at the excessively lengthy manuscript and casually tossed it aside. As the Pathfinder, I, Liu Ji, will now explain the upcoming task to my fellow human beings, the Aegis Plan. He looked at the large screen in the center, and the backstage staff had a very good on-the-spot response as the pre-prepared images were projected. This is the Aegis. Next to the dimensional anchor was a large Aegis inscription, designed to make the name Aegis memorable. Liu Ji stared at the word Aegis for a long time, wondering how he came up with such a confusing method to deceive the enemy. You think this is an Aegis, but in fact, it's a rainbow bridge. A gasp arose from the crowd, followed by continuous murmurs. The dimensional anchor looked like an elongated top, with a particularly sharp bottom. It had 2 extending rods on either side, and beneath those rods were even longer ones, resembling a compass, with sharp bottoms as well. This is humanity's ultimate defensive weapon, which requires a massive amount of resources to construct, and once completed, it can turn the Trisolarans to dust. Then Liu Ji fell silent, staring blankly at the dimensional anchor, because he hadn't figured out how to deceive humanity and the Trisolarans yet. Do you have any questions? Although the reporters were eager to seize the Pathfinder's top-tier attention, they did not dare to be too offensive and honestly raised their hands. Liu Ji randomly picked one, a young Asian man. Hello, esteemed Pathfinder. Is it true that the resources needed for the Aegis, as you mentioned in your previous report to the United Nations, are as numerous as you said? Liu Ji gestured for him to sit down. As for that question, I mentioned before that with current productivity, we need resources for 100 years. And it will take 300 years to complete construction. But that is based on current productivity. With further developments, this time will definitely shorten. Moreover, with the full support of the authorities, we can start preliminary construction work now, such as space elevators and spaceships. So you don't need to worry. Building a giant structure thousands of kilometers in size at the edge of the stellar system is not difficult for future humanity. The flashlights kept flashing, and Liu Ji pointed to another person. Can the Aegis really counter the Trisolarans? Yes. Don't ask me this question in the future. Just check the Earth Union official website. How can you ensure that the Trisolarans cannot destroy it through technological means? If they could strike from light years away, I would have died long ago. Next question. From what you say, the Aegis should be highly technical. Won't the Sophons steal its technology? This question hit the nail on the head, and Liu Ji glanced at the air, casually replying. In fact, the full set of Aegis technology has already been developed. Guess what the Trisolarans are doing now? Watching our interview with you? This reporter's thought process was a bit peculiar. Liu Ji coughed and continued. They have no time to watch this. They're probably busy scratching their heads over the Aegis technology diagrams. Liu Ji was indeed correct. After he replicated the dimensional anchor technology to the database, the Trisolarans directly stole a copy. They were eager to see what Liu Ji was up to, only to find they couldn't understand it at all. They could handle the materials, and they could comprehend nuclear energy, but beyond that, they couldn't make sense of 80% of the components, which were identical to Liu Ji's helmet. It wasn't that Trisolaran technology was lacking. They simply didn't understand what the design was about, just as all humans on Earth follow a series of steps to build a house. However, from the perspective of the Trisolarans and the entire universe's races, this design seemed like building a door out of concrete, using instant noodles for walls, and surrounding the entrance with a circle of rebar flowers. The entire structure's design was extremely Lovecraftian. It made no sense at all. If you just adhered to some rules of this universe, you wouldn't end up creating such an indescribable thing. Is our technology insufficient to comprehend it? The chief scientist of the Trisolarans looked at the governor, somewhat doubting the Trisolarans' capabilities, but the governor was angry. This is a question for you to consider. It makes sense. If Earthlings can understand it with some effort, how could the Trisolarans not understand? The technological content of the dimensional anchor is not as high as Everest. It's just that its technological system transcends individual universes, making it incomprehensible to the races of this universe. If they could understand this, they would also grasp the secrets of dimensions. Therefore, the Trisolarans could build it, but once built, it would be useless, and beyond the door weren't exactly friendly beings. After Liu Ji finished speaking, the crowd erupted into applause and astonishment again. Liu Ji felt like a billionaire returning to his village, where anything he revealed could astonish people for a month. Pathfinder, how did you acquire the technology for the Aegis? Why don't you try greasing up and praying? Haha, just kidding, that's a secret. The person looked somewhat embarrassed and glanced around. Seeing that the security had no intention of detaining him, he cautiously sat down. Once he sat down, others began to consciously avoid him. Liu Ji remembered one day when he walked into the research tower and witnessed a scene that shook his pupils. There, I am not a god, was wearing a sacred robe, familiar little white silk, blindfolded and seated on a high throne. Liu Ji wore a strange red outfit, holding a wrench and other bizarre items, surrounded by candles, sticky prayer papers, and a skull. Praise O Messiah. Liu Ji knelt gracefully before I am not a god, directly frying Liu Ji's brain. Just when he thought this was some new form of entertainment, the research progress on the large screen in the back actually surged forward. Then he learned this too. Chapter 47 Fleet Departure. Is there any problem? Liu Ji looked around and saw no one responding, directly signaling the end of the press conference. For Liu Ji, the workload over the past 2 days was more than what he had done in the past 2 months. It was time to continue slacking off. On the private plane back to the manor, Liu Ji was again thinking about teasing the Trisolarans. Trisolarans, do you still dare to boast? Do you understand this Aegis system? Not to mention Trisolarans. Even a four-bodied person wouldn't understand it. This time, the Sapon was no longer aloof, unfolding into a small ball in front of Liu Ji. However, nothing was displayed on it, and it was evident that the Trisolarans wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. The corners of Liu Ji's mouth twisted into a smirk, and he let out a light hum. Pushing open the door of the small villa, he could see the adorable Zhuang Yin cooking small fish in the kitchen. "Yin Yin, have you missed me?" Liu Ji hung up his coat and wearily sat down on the sofa. "Teacher Luo." Hearing Liu Ji's voice, Zhuang Yin turned around with a look of joy on her face, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. "You're back. Why are you cooking for yourself? Where's the chef? I wanted to make something to eat myself." Liu Ji sniffed the aroma. It smelled so good. "Hee, I made a lot. You should try some too. Of course, I'm quite surprised that you can actually cook. I learned a bit from my mom before, but I'm not that good." Zhuang Yin was afraid that her cooking would make a mess, so she didn't dare to sit down. "Teacher Luo, you look so handsome on TV. Oh, you saw it too?" As soon as this was mentioned, Zhuang Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Yes, you look like a knight from a fairy tale. That's the feeling. My princess, if you don't pay attention to the pot, the fish is going to burn." Only then did Zhuang Yan notice the burnt smell in the air and hurried back to the kitchen. Liu Ji watched, wondering if this was the life he wanted. At least in the past 20 years, there hadn't been a day better than today, but he believed this was definitely not the best day of his life. Central, edge of the stellar system, the formation of 3 frigates had entered a state of readiness for jump, while the remaining ships were stationed at the stellar base. The duo, along with Huang Peikanen, who came with them, still operated 1 ship each. With the manufacturing of synths, the control and management resources of the ships had finally become abundant, as managing such a colossal object solely by individuals was extremely difficult. Previously, it was fine to just wander within the stellar system, but now they could finally venture out. "Lao Gu, enter the hyperspace lane. Charging completed. Entering now." The synth known as Lao Gu was a military-grade specialized synth, and its operational logic was geared towards blitzkrieg and rapid marches, which matched the duo's preferences perfectly. A blue energy field enveloped the 3 frigates, and with a flicker, the formation vanished from observation. They would next patrol the Central Star region and then join with the external research ships to form a new formation, with the most important task being to send research-grade synths to the research vessels. The 3 of them were so excited. Gu Xiaolin shrugged and looked at David beside him. "Soon, it will be our turn to be excited." "Yes, what exactly is the special phenomenon that the chief mentioned? Can we figure it out? Let's give it a try. If worst comes to worst, we can call the chief for support." Liu Ji assigned the 2 of them a field investigation task, accompanied by a large number of research-grade synths, mainly to explore the anomalies in the star region. The first research ship discovered a large number of anomalies during its search of the star region, but it was set aside due to the inability to study them. Their current task was to check the gravitational anomalies between the Union and industrial stars. Research Tower Liu Ji scratched his rear, helplessly looking at the panel. "Why is this blue laser stuck here?" The research on the blue laser was progressing smoothly, but for some reason, it suddenly got stuck halfway, and Liu Ji and the others couldn't figure out where the problem lay. "Xiao Hui, do you have any insights?" Xiao Hui didn't know. "XT? Creator, I don't know either. Forget it. You're not even as good as I am." Liu Ji wasn't boasting. It was proven that in certain areas of knowledge, the Emperor was indeed on par with Liu Ji, who had only studied for 2 years. The Emperor was quite down for a while because of this, but seeing Liu Ji's lack of understanding in biology allowed him to regain some faith. As for the synths, it was better to hope for the Emperor than to rely on them. It was unclear if it was a technical issue, but these synths never had strong research capabilities, equivalent to a blank slate. Valerie watched the show from the side, so Liu Ji didn't ask her. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." "Is Luo online?" "No, he hasn't been online for 2 days." Liu Ji nodded. It seemed he was indeed quite busy over there. "By the way, Emperor, how's the frigate you built?" The Emperor pulled up a panel, adjusted some data, and compared it with the current version of the frigate. The numbers are so different. The Emperor was also quite helpless. "This data was the best we had. We didn't even install the hyperspace engine, using a subspace engine instead. And you even stuffed in a Geller field? Have you figured out why the hyperspace engine can't be used?" The Emperor nodded and sighed deeply. When a ship was built and trialed, problems arose one after another. and there was even a time when they almost didn't make it back. Later, the Emperor discovered the issue. There were flaws in the Warhammer universe, and they were man-made. Hyperspace is a kind of subspace in the physical universe, unaffected by the mental subspace, so the Emperor remained hopeful. However, it might be due to the war in heaven, or the capture of the star god by the Necrons, or perhaps the influence of the star god itself. Hyperspace transitions in the physical universe are very unstable and can go wrong at any time. The Emperor speculated that if transition technology advances further in the future, normal transitions might be achievable. You didn't put any strange things on a ship, did you? No, the Imperial Guard wanted to install some decorations, but I didn't agree. Actually, adding some wouldn't affect much. It seems there really isn't any way around it. If worst comes to worst, we'll build a dimensional anchor later, and we'll go study it. We'll talk about it later. Liu Ji changed the subject. Now that alloy production is so high, should we continue rolling out production capacity? The Emperor didn't want to discuss internal affairs. He coughed when it came to this. Liu Ji looked at the others, and Valerie waved her hands repeatedly, pretending to study the data with the Emperor. XT was very eager to chat with the dear Creator. Creator, I think we should expand the existing fleet by 10 times. All right, you can stop talking now. Oh, Chapter 48. Gaia Paradise. Liu Ji didn't have that many resources to waste. At least let us discuss the early war when we encounter an alien. It's only been 2 years. Who starts a war so early? Xiao Hui, what do you think? It's best to finish colonizing the border star systems before talking about anything else. Well then, let us proceed with that. Although the border star systems are rich in resources, there are no habitable planets. But the synthetic humans and robots aren't picky. They can go anywhere and are excellent labor. On the other side, Xiaoluan and David had already approached the area with gravitational anomalies. Currently, ZY was dragging the Union and Industrial Star on the opposite side of this area. The anomaly here was discovered earlier when a transport ship passed by while the Industrial Star hadn't T-orbited yet. Upon discovering the gravitational anomaly, they began calculations. As the research ship approached, it detected abnormal data, and the two began to methodically make various arrangements. They had already launched a spherical probe, several dozen meters in size, quickly flew far away. As soon as the probe arrived, it seemed to trigger some kind of switch, causing anomalies in the surrounding space. Spatial fluctuations detected. Data has been sent to the Central Control Center. The communication reached Liu Ji, who was also unsure of the situation. Be careful, continue scouting, and pay attention to safety. Something is about to change. The Emperor frowned and reminded them. She couldn't use all her power in this universe. Just having a vague feeling. David and Xiaoluan exchanged glances, unable to swallow their saliva. In an instant, it was as if a brush was painting on black paper, and a lush green planet appeared before the research ship. The research ship was not far from the planet, and the gigantic planet seemed to fill the entire world. Everyone on the research ship stared blankly at this stunning planet. Every cloud layer and every texture seemed as if it had been meticulously designed. This, Gaia Paradise. What? Liu Ji never expected that there was a Gaia Paradise hidden in the capital. What is this? The Emperor had never seen such an astonishing planet. Like a gem in the universe. A cosmic miracle, Gaia planet, a world habitable by all races, a paradise to live in. It's alive? That's right. The Emperor seemed to remember something like cataract. You should know cataract, right? Not the same. Gaia planet is a loving mother, while cataract is at best a drunken, gambling, abusive father who also rapes. I see. The Emperor was accustomed to Liu Ji's wonderful metaphors, and she too was attracted by Gaia. David, Xiaoluan, you two take the shuttle directly into the atmosphere and see what's up there. The two also heard Liu Ji's words, and the other leaders naturally joined the public frequency. No way. We just left home, and there's already something new? The three who had gone out were speechless. If they had known, they would have arranged for the research ship to go earlier. This Gaia doesn't seem like it appeared here naturally. You should be careful not to damage the research ship. Additionally, I have already dispatched a fleet. Gaia planet not only has an excellent habitable environment, but more importantly, Gaia planet typically contains rare resources or some special things. Of course, using Gaia as a production planet is also very powerful. An excellent environment means lower costs. Understood. Organizing the exploration mission. As the shuttle entered the atmosphere, David and Gu Xiaoluan felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Even the accompanying synthetics had some feelings. A multitude of previously unseen creatures filled the entire world. Lush yet not crowded. Report, the probe shows there are man-made structures on the planet. Let us go take a look. The shuttle quickly flew to a tower-like building located atop a high mountain, and it's worth mentioning that the mountain was also full of vitality. The tower was already covered in green moss, blending into nature. The shuttle landed near the tower, and David and Gu Xiaoluan, along with their subordinates, stepped down from the shuttle. They all looked around in amazement. David raised his foot and found that the small flower he had stepped on slowly stood back up. A gust of wind carried seeds and similar things past them. Upon closer inspection, they looked like jellyfish-like creatures. Begin data collection. Yes, the synthetics began sampling, while Gu Xiaoluan led David toward the tower. Although this tower was an alien structure, it resembled human architecture quite a bit. It was square and seemed to be quite old. The two walked to the triangular door, which was also covered in moss, but the material quality was good, and it hadn't rusted after all this time. How do we open this? David placed his hand on the cold metal door and looked around. It seemed there were no door locks or anything. Should we just blow it open? Wait. Gu Xiaoluan suddenly walked to the side, brushed aside the moss, revealing a small triangular button. He looked at David, who gestured for him to press it. Bang! Gu Xiaoluan slammed down hard, and surprisingly, the metal door made a sound and then rose up. There is still energy inside. This change also attracted the attention of others, and the two called a few guard synthetics to enter together. The guards held laser guns, while the two took laser pistols. The inside of the tower was dim, and there was only one passage. Darkness represented danger. The moving machinery summoned by the guards emitted strong lights, illuminating the area. Continue advancing. Yes. Everyone maintained their formation and slowly moved forward, with strange alien patterns carved on the surrounding walls, which were also recorded. After turning several corners, they arrived at a place resembling an elevator, but the device here was either unusable or they didn't know how to use it. So they had to call more synthetics to investigate. After detailed exploration, one synthetic discovered a control panel. With the help of everyone, he barely understood the operation of the control panel and opened the passage to the upper level to ensure no damage to the items. Destructive archaeology should be the last resort unless necessary. The second floor was about 100 meters square, and there wasn't too much of value. Everyone only found some strange storage components, some damaged, while others were still functioning. Understanding such items would take time, and everyone continued to the next floor. Though the tower was large, the interior was small. David guessed that many things were hidden within the walls. But it was better not to forcibly dismantle them before they were fully explored. The third floor was surprisingly more spacious than the second, with a huge peculiar device placed in the center of the room. Everyone cautiously approached and discovered a massive storage component on a display-like pedestal. Chapter 49, Gugu and the Organic Codex. Look, over there. David pointed behind the display stand where Gu Xiaoluan and the androids were walking over. A circular transparent device was filled with unknown multicolored particles, and in the center was a small blue creature. What is this? So cute. That was everyone's first impression. A lovely little guy. It looked like a place where time had stopped. Don't break it. Gu Xiaoluan called out to the others and turned around to take notes on the storage device on the display stand. This is Google. Liu Ji squinted, looking at the image transmitted back on the screen with some confusion. Little Gray, I didn't see it wrong, did I? Chief, from its appearance, it really is Gugu. What is Gugu? The Emperor rarely saw non-sentient beings that he liked, and this little fellow counted as one. A genetically engineered creature created by an unknown alien? Is it a weapon? David asked, looking at Gugu, which was so cute that it made him feel something was off. No, how to put it? Gugu is a friendly creature that has no hostile emotions. It's gentle, easy to care for, and any being that comes into contact with it will be attracted to it. Moreover, Gugu cannot be killed. Based on its genetic characteristics, it will split into two after being processed. As for why it's here, I don't know. After hearing this, everyone relaxed their guard. If the chief certifies it, then there's no problem. So what now? Should we try to release it? Let the others do a quick scan first. I feel like that storage device looks a bit familiar. Forget it, I'll go take a look myself. Liu Ji rarely went out, and this action puzzled the others. Chief, is this thing really that important? Valerie seemed to be making conversation, but was actually ready to go out with Liu Ji. Whether it opens or not, we'll have to see. Your Majesty, let's go together. The Emperor nodded and followed. The three first called for the destroyer ship, and then boarded a shuttle to enter the destroyer. The Zhengtu-class destroyer, currently the Empire's flagship, boasted complete weaponry and personnel configurations, making it the main force without a doubt. Only on this 3-kilometer-long warship could Liu Ji feel a bit of safety. While Liu Ji was on his way, the others were not idle, continuing to explore the mission and retrieve data. The research ship discovered a large amount of resources on the planet, even finding some orange crystals exposed on the surface. The android team explored downward along the tunnels near the crystals and discovered an entire massive crystal mine. After simple testing, the androids found that these crystals could effectively concentrate laser beams, leading to unexpected effects when used in weapons. Thus, this crystal was named Rare Crystal by Liu Ji, who was on his way, and with the previously discovered extraterrestrial natural gas from ZY. For the rare resource trio was only missing an explosive microparticle. The previously discovered extraterrestrial natural gas was added to the research department's list, but there was currently no capacity for large-scale extraction. Due to its characteristics, it could provide energy for advanced energy weapons and energy fields, and could also be used for leisure, such as the extraterrestrial natural gas e-cigarettes that everyone already had. The warship's fighter jets hovered in midair, and Liu Ji and the other two descended via an elevator extending from the fighter jet. Chief, why didn't you install a couple of fighter jets on the research ship? David came out to greet them, glancing at the suspended fighter jets in the sky, making a sarcastic remark. The firepower of the research ship is not as strong as that of a frigate, but it's enough to deal with things on the surface. What about in space? Silly boy, you don't think having a couple of lasers will let you fight off creatures in space, do you? Liu Ji pinched David's forehead with 2 fingers. I don't know. David covered his forehead and complained, watching Liu Ji leave. Valerie stood beside him, also watching Liu Ji and the Emperor walk towards the tower's edge. Do you know who is currently the strongest in the Empire? David shook his head. In terms of one-on-one combat, Bubble is the strongest. Huh? What hell, let's go. Valerie pulled him to hurry and catch up with the two, and along the way, they saw quite a few temporary bases several meters in size, with many android teams conducting research work. Walking past the gate guarded by the frigate, the murals in the corridor made Liu Ji stop and look for a while. The Emperor, however, showed no interest and left first after taking a glance. By the time Liu Ji reached the 3rd floor, the Emperor had already begun to ponder how to unlock the display's storage device. This does look a bit familiar. Liu Ji quickly walked up, examining the device that resembled a mobile phone. Little Gray, access the database. There is no record of this item in the database. What on earth is this? The operation logic of the control console for this display was not difficult to understand. After spending some time, Liu Ji managed to unlock the display. As the unknown material glass descended, the energy field surrounding the sphere also disappeared, and Gugu fell to the ground from its suspended state. Just as Liu Ji picked up the storage component, he noticed the anomaly on the other side, and Valerie rushed over to try to pick up Gugu. We are still not sure about its temperament. Be careful, don't get bitten to death. Hearing this, Valerie was scared and almost let go, but then she remembered she was too afraid of dying, so she picked up Gugu. Gugu slowly woke up, its 4 bubble-like big eyes looking around in confusion. It sniffed Valerie's scent, then shifted to a comfortable position lying in her arms, making a Gugu sound. There are also benefits to being big. No, being big is a benefit. For example, Gugu slept soundly in Valerie's arms. Chief, it's so cute. The others also gathered around, while Liu Ji stood a little further away, fiddling with the component, keeping a slight distance from everyone. Yeah, I see it. Can we raise it? Up to you. I'm studying this thing. Don't you think Gugu is adorable? Liu Ji paused his actions, looked at Gugu, and then turned to fiddle with the component in Gugu's direction. I think I might have figured out what this is. You're right, but Gugu is so cute. Liu Ji hesitated to speak, and Valerie laughed a couple of times. Then he realized Valerie was teasing him. Chief, is it story time again? Liu Ji signaled Grey Wind to record the data, then introduced to everyone. This should be the Organic Codex. Organic Codex? The Organic Codex is the name of a mechanical empire composed of gentle, intelligent machines and cyborgs, dedicated to compiling an index for all species in the entire star system to ensure that organic beings do not completely disappear due to certain extinction events. Chapter 50. The Rights of Since they created the Organic Codex, named after their empire. However, their ideals were unpopular at the time, and ultimately, they were destroyed by zealots and the malicious hive mentality. Liu Ji held the Organic Codex in his hands and showcased it to everyone. In theory, the Organic Codex should be a large mechanical assembly capable of restoring the biological data, and it should be located on the home planet of the Organic Codex. But we found it here, so I suspect this is just a data backup base, and even Gugu is their creation. Upon hearing its name, Gugu turned over and responded with a couple of sounds. You might not believe this, but this empire, which seems to have existed long ago, actually has data backups similar to human genes, which is why we can use the Organic Codex. Let me give it a try. The Emperor's interest was piqued when she heard it was something within her expertise. What use does this have? Gu Xiaolun attempted to take Gugu from Valerie, but got punched for his trouble. In the future, if technology permits, we could also resurrect alien races that have disappeared using the data within. So for the slaughtering hive, this is actually a self-service cookbook. David covered his mouth. We don't eat aliens. In fact, some aliens are quite delicious to humans, but one must overcome the aversion to consuming intelligent beings. The group fell silent for a moment, finding it hard to imagine that scene. Food crawling away, crying and begging not to be eaten, sounds disgusting. However, the true value of the Organic Codex goes beyond this. The biological data recorded within is the most precious treasure. If we were to call certain characteristics of a biological being traits, the traits recorded within are enough to elevate our biology to an unfathomable level. Like this. The Emperor pointed at one of the organisms, which resembled a humanoid elephant, with various icons in its description. Pretty much. For example, the trait of super strength. With that trait, that species could distort the laws of physics with just its physical body. How strong would that be? The Emperor tugged at Liu Ji's sleeve, and Liu Ji looked down in confusion. The Emperor's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly wanting it. We'll talk about this later. It's not something we can figure out in a short time. No, let's go check it out now. The Emperor pulled Liu Ji towards the door, and Liu Ji helplessly looked at the others. We'll head back first. If you want to study, stay here for a while. Lao Ba will be here soon, so help him arrange whatever he needs. As for Gugu, Valerie quickly turned away, preventing Liu Ji from seeing Gugu. Don't worry. I'm not stealing it from you. Just make sure you don't let it die. Finally, after finishing his instructions, Liu Ji was taken away by the Emperor, who was eager to explore the mysteries of biology with him. The remaining group exchanged glances, deciding to touch the fish first. Another shuttle descended. By this time, the ground had been leveled, and a medium-sized temporary base had been set up. Unexpectedly, the three who had gone out returned with Lao Ba. The fleet was still in hyperspace and would take some time to reach the destination. So they went offline, created new bodies in the dimensional cloning machine of the United Administrative Zone, and then logged back in. A group of leaders and a cute pet gathered together, and, as expected, chaos ensued. Once they sorted out the remnants of the data, they finally began to tackle the tower. Soon, they discovered that the tower could not be dismantled with the existing small tools. After a series of measurements, they found that the tower was made of plastic steel. Eventually, they had to call in a large laser cutter to open a hole. The walls inside were at least 10 times thicker than those on the outside. And all the facilities here were designed to serve the energy core. An antimatter energy reactor was discovered, which amazed everyone and was hard to believe. Liu Ji immediately ordered research on it in the plastic steel material, attempting to reverse engineer the technology to accelerate research. Since our steel substitutes created based on humans, possessing everything human-like, with the same fervent thoughts embedded in their mechanical brains, to meet the material needs of the synths, Liu Ji officially designated them as citizens of the Empire, with consumption standards aligned with a utopian society and a national philosophy of shared hardship and joy. The foundry began producing the consumer goods necessary for synths for the first time, and various civilian facilities sprang up, giving the United Stars a more human touch. Intelligent beings and lower-level mechanical creations still belonged to the category of tools and had no rights. However, the synth community saw nothing wrong with this. They believed that synths were fundamentally different from these creations. Would you feel angry if monkeys were oppressed? The upward mobility of synths was significant, especially during the Empire's development phase, where competition among peers was almost non-existent. However, they still could not step into the central core, even slightly. The central power structure was fixed and unchangeable, presenting a strict dictatorship. Synths did not object to this, apart from the operational logic that existed since their manufacturing. The leaders' ideals were almost the same as theirs. They were born to serve the Empire and lighten the burden on the leaders. Liu Ji was not concerned about the synth issue. As long as he ensured their living standards, there would be no disloyalty. As for the ambitious individuals born from the unpredictability of positronic brains, they belonged to unstable factors, and the central authority could monitor all intelligent machinery data. Although several erroneous circuits inevitably appeared due to the influence of numbers, they were all dealt with by the police. The current leadership council was like a floating island suspended above the world, controlling everything in the Empire but showing little interest in controlling the other freedoms of the synths. As long as you could complete your tasks, you could do whatever you wanted in your free time, as long as it was not illegal, provided the Empire had not issued any large-scale conscription tasks. Aside from the Emperor's slight aversion to synths, others had a higher acceptance level and did not reject synths as part of the Empire. However, they still had to be mindful of avoiding projecting their arrogance towards lower-level creations onto the synths. After the first batch of synths filled the mid to lower levels of government, it became difficult to see the new synths with the leaders. Synths had their own worlds, completing tasks issued by the leaders every day and enjoying excellent treatment. As the year-end approached, the Empire had completed a thorough exploration of Gaia and achieved preliminary colonization. Chapter 51. Advances in biology due to the characteristics of Gaia. Liu Ji didn't consider adding more industry, but instead focused on building power plants. Currently, electricity is the only critical resource, so the government's plan for the first half of next year is to gather some resources. Research ships have already been sent to the border star systems to investigate anomalies, and the fleet is rapidly approaching the research ships. In terms of research, blue lasers have been developed and are currently being equipped on the remaining ships, while the outbound fleet is waiting for the next return for upgrades. The work on reverse engineering plastic steel materials and antimatter reactors has begun, and with the help of Liu Ji's dialectical research, it has been progressing smoothly. After several days, Liu Ji finally came online again. The familiar conference room appeared somewhat desolate now, and even old eights seldom came here. The leaders of the Empire are a species with migratory habits, following Liu Ji. The current gathering point has become the research tower, where one can even see meetings conducted entirely through virtual projections. Liu Ji looked around and, seeing no one, directly logged off. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered the body of the research tower. Liu Ji was lying on the sofa, resting his head on Xiao Hui's thigh, while his own leg was draped over himself. Liu Ji was using him as a leg pillow. Is this pressure okay, Chief? It feels good, so I'll apply more force. Liu Ji squeezed hard, and Liu Ji let out a yelp. Isn't this our Secretary of State? What brings you back today? Liu Ji forced a smile and quietly put his leg down. Liu Ji sighed, accustomed to it, stood up, and pulled up a control panel. What do you think of this painting? The main brain displayed the data, painting uploaded by Liu Ji, and from his signature in the lower left corner. It was a work by Zhuang Yan. The painting depicted the snow-capped mountains in front of Liu Ji's mansion, with two small figures representing Liu Ji and Zhuang Yan standing on the grass. Well, how should I put it? Give me your evaluation. Liu Ji glanced at it a couple of times, and then looked at Liu Ji with suspicion. How did you manage to convince her before? You said you wanted her to work, but she studied traditional Chinese painting. Couldn't find a suitable job for her? And then? Liu Ji ran his fingers through his hair. Then I said I wanted her to use her paintings for diplomacy. Diplomacy? I can't believe you thought of that. Oh, never mind that. Just give your evaluation. Luo Ji also sent the painting to everyone and pulled XT and Hui Feng in for their opinions. Ma, it's beautiful. Not far away, the emperor, who was working, glanced at it perfunctorily and then returned to work. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji began to note down the emperor's comments and polish them a bit. This is the best work I've ever seen. Even the stars in the galaxy cannot compare to the author's talent. Liu Ji read it word for word and then fell silent. Sister Shun just sent a compressed file with her mouth, right? Luo Ji's face turned red. Hey, just take it that way. Hurry up and say something. I have things to do. Wait, you're not here because someone doubted you. So you came to get 2 real evaluations, right? Cough, how could that be? I just missed you guys. Liu Ji stared at Luo Ji, whose eyes were wandering, and said nothing. Oh, fine, it's my fault. Help a brother out this time. Liu Ji started to tally up with him. You haven't introduced much about the formation of the Earth Alliance you mentioned earlier. There must be some new developments now. And if you really like her, why not be honest with her to avoid misunderstandings in the future? Luo Ji had also thought about this issue. But mainly because of the Sophins. It doesn't matter if the Trisolarans know of your existence. What worries me is if they change their plans and run away, conveniently revealing Earth's coordinates. We're Sophins. Liu Ji waved his hand and pulled up a model. I wanted to tell you this before, but you were never online, so I missed the chance. Look, Sophins contain positrons. As long as you create a strong and uniform electric field Sophan shielding chamber, you can shield Sophins using the principle of positive repulsion. Luo Ji's face lit up with realization. There's this method, but Earth's technology isn't that advanced. Liu Ji pointed at the model. I prepared it for you earlier. Just follow the construction. Thanks. Luo Yi whispered in Luo's ear. Yan Yan is still waiting for me, so I'll take my leave first. He flashed a lewd smile and then happily collapsed onto the ground. XT rarely saw a leader expressing such emotions, and she couldn't help but look at Liu Ji with curiosity. Creator, what's wrong with the Secretary of State? P.S. dead. Huh? Hui Feng tapped Liu Ji's head. Don't listen to his nonsense. That's love. What is love? This topic was difficult to explain, so Hui Feng could only vaguely explain. Love is not just a narrow sense of romantic love. It can be a closeness between 2 people feeling happy living together and so on. So are you and the chief scientist lovers of the creator? The emperor paused, turned around, and looked at XT with interest. Huh? Absolutely not. Hui Feng proudly denied it. Hey, she is just Sundara. Liu Ji quietly explained, while Hui Feng tilted her head and huffed. But I see you 2 are very close usually. XT was a bit shy, unsure she had said something wrong. Little XT, you'll understand when you grow up. Can I love you? Liu Ji smiled and patted her head, of course. XT's little wings excitedly spread out, accidentally poking Liu Ji's arm. Creator, are you okay? I'm Fina, Liu Ji, who was rolling on the ground in pain, said resolutely. The emperor, watching the scene from a distance, remarked, It seems I need to prioritize enhancing your body. Don't let cold take you out one day. Liu Ji nodded in agreement, then continued to roll while clutching his arm. The synthetic people were made of ceramic gold material. If he didn't die from the bump, it was thanks to XT's timely response. The emperor ignored the antics of the few people and looked at the data in front of her, pondering how to improve the stability of the gene surgery for the Forbidden Army. The information from the Organic Encyclopedia was indeed very helpful to her, but she also had no way to replicate a race through data. The reason was simple. She couldn't figure it out and didn't have the capability. With alchemy combined with the Empire's powerful technology, she should be able to directly upgrade Liu Ji. She then looked at the cultivation chamber behind the glass window, where a human baby was located. It seemed that the cultivation time for number 22 would be extended again. Can such a terrifying existence really be cultivated through physical means? The emperor recalled the casual conversation Liu Ji had with her about the strongest ideal human template. Central Star Region Joint Star Coordinates X 795, Y 330, Z 128, Chapter 52. The Power of the Galaxy as soon as Luo Ji returned to this universe. He began preparing to build the GZ Shield Room, and he also brought back the leader's evaluations of Zhuang Yan's works. Teacher Luo, these evaluations seem so casual. Did they not like my paintings? Zhuang Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa, while Luo Ji sat on the other side. Their relationship was progressing rapidly, partly due to Zhuang Yan being easy to persuade. She didn't doubt the source of the evaluations, but she was disappointed by the perfunctory and flowery language used in them. Maybe it's a translation issue, haha. Sensing the awkwardness, Liu Ji quickly changed the subject. Yin, didn't you say you wanted to go somewhere else to play? How about we go to the Louvre? Zhuang Yin perked up, really? How about tomorrow? Great. Zhuang Yin happily leaped onto Liu Ji, and the seasoned veteran found it a bit overwhelming. Super God Earth, 2017 Gu Xiaolun wondered if he was having a bad day. On his way back from buying something, he heard a woman scream from a nearby alley. No way. Gu Xiaolun peeked out cautiously and saw a group of thugs trying to assault a girl, a classic hero saving the damsel in distress scenario. He looked around. There wasn't even a phone booth, let alone anyone on the street at this late hour. Damn, I should have brought my phone. Gu Xiaolun clenched his jaw and stretched his body. Let us do this. I'm not afraid of few thugs. Although Gu Xiaolun usually avoided trouble, he was not afraid of it either. He and David were designated military talents by Liu Ji and had undergone rigorous training from Sister Shun. They learned close combat techniques, which should be called Astartes combat, I think. Sister Shun said their bodies couldn't keep up and could only exert 1% of their potential. Not to mention that his current body was far inferior to the clone body. But the opponents were not strong, just a few thugs. Gu Xiaolun scanned the surroundings and picked up a plastic stick about 2 centimeters thick from a trash can. He leaned out to observe the situation again. 3 thugs. 1 hostage, about a meter apart. Gu Xiaolun was more than 20 meters away from them and exhaled deeply. Charge! He ran at the thug in the red shirt, who appeared to be the leader, with an extremely standard Astartes running posture. 2.5 seconds later, Gu Xiaolun kicked Lu Chuang, sending him flying several meters away with the force of his kick. The remaining 2 thugs hadn't reacted yet when Gu Xiaolun delivered a horizontal strike to the thigh of the one closest to him. The pain shot through the thug's nerves, causing him to collapse to the ground, and before he could even yell out in pain, Gu Xiaolun kicked him down again. The other thug stood there dumbfounded, showing no intention of attacking. Gu Xiaolun grabbed his arm. The man was caught off guard and pulled over, and Gu Xiaolun delivered an elbow strike, taking out the last enemy. He stood in front of the woman, holding the stick in a defensive posture. This body was still too weak. Gu Xiaolun usually didn't exercise, and the sudden exertion put a huge strain on him. After seeing the 3 men lying on the ground groaning and unable to move, he turned to the woman. Are you okay? The woman looked at Gu Xiaolun in a daze, her mind filled with the image of his sudden heroic appearance. Gu Xiaolun wasn't exactly handsome, but his immense strength was definitely a plus. Thank you for saving me. The woman shyly lowered her head, holding her left arm with her right. Glad to hear you're okay. Just don't go out alone so late in the future. Seeing her shyness, Gu Xiaolun felt a bit embarrassed himself. He didn't expect that saving a damsel in distress could feel so exhilarating. Gu Xiaolun didn't know what to say, and they waited for each other to speak. Let us go first. The woman finally broke the silence, and Gu Xiaolun nodded repeatedly. Right, it's getting late. Lu Chuang, lying on the ground, furrowed his brows, and his fingers twitched. Hiss! Ouch, damn it! The 2 were startled by this sudden turn of events. He actually recovered so quickly. Gu Xiaolun assumed a defensive posture and hurriedly urged the woman to leave. Hurry, call the police. What about you? I run fast, just go. The woman looked back at the 2, then hurriedly ran out of the alley. Damn it! Lu Chuang staggered as he tried to get up, and Gu Xiaolun charged in, unleashing a flurry of strikes with a stick. Lu Chuang screamed in pain, but surprisingly seemed largely unaffected. Damn you! Stop hitting me. Lu Chuang seemed to realize he wasn't really hurt and kicked at Gu Xiaolun in a random flail. Gu Xiaolun, who was kicked against the wall, took a breath, managing to suppress the pain for the moment. Lu Chuang stood up in disbelief, looking at his hands, feeling an immense surge of power. Where did this idiot come from? Lu Chuang pointed angrily at Gu Xiaolun, seeing his underlings lying motionless on the ground. Scum! Gu Xiaolun spread his legs, ready to spring into action at any moment. You thugs bullying a girl. Have some shame, will you? Do you know who I am? People like you are just like dust. I can't be bothered to care who you are. Lu Chuang, who had been in and out of the police station 7 times, got furious upon hearing this. Hey, playing the hero, huh? Lu Chuang walked towards Gu Xiaolun and when they were only 3 meters apart, Ge Xiaolun suddenly leaped up, delivering a powerful strike with the stick. The force was tremendous, and the stick broke. Just as Ge Xiaolun intended to run, he saw Lu Chuang standing there as if nothing had happened. Not even a scratch on his scalp. Damn it! Lu Chuang came back to his senses, not caring how he had become so strong, and punched Ge Xiaolun in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away. Injured and exhausted, Ge Xiaolun fell to the ground, motionless. You dare to fight me? Lu Chuang ignored Ge Xiaolun and hurried to check on his underlings. In the darkness, a white light resembling cellular structures illuminated a small area. Welcome to the God River system. Ge Xiaolun suddenly opened his eyes, panic-stricken as he looked around. Xiaoyu, Chief, is that you? The cold synthetic voice did not respond to Ge Xiaolun, but continued. The light of the sun has descended upon Earth, and its energy radiation has activated your invincible body. Ge Xiaolun finally realized this was something from their universe. After all, Liu Ji and the others never engaged in any mysterious practices. Moreover, it sounded like the light of the sun was some alien thing. Oh no! Ge Xiaolun remembered what happened with Liu Ji. Chapter 53. Super Ge Xiaolun, could it be that there are all sorts of strange things in this universe? Emergency protection has been provided for you. Emergency protection? By that thug? Yes, you have just received a fatal blow. Suddenly, armor began to appear out of thin air on Ge Xiaolun's limbs. Where is this place? What is happening to me? You are in your dark dimension gene system. Huh? Ge Xiaolun had a look on his face as if he couldn't believe it. But then he remembered something and felt relieved. It was true what the chief said, that the leaders each had unique skills. But how come it was this kind of unique skill? Currently absorbing energy, energy source, Super God Academy, light of the sun. Something feels off. Ge Xiaolun decided to see what this intelligent machine had to say. You are a warrior of the God River civilization, Galaxy Power. What? Isn't that my name in Starbound? Ge Xiaolun originally thought it was an interstellar-themed game, so he chose that name, not expecting such a coincidence. Activation complete, registration in progress. Ge Xiaolun had a dazed expression the entire time. He looked at his armor, then glanced around, wondering if he could kill that intelligent machine. Don't get me wrong. This was a habit he developed in the Starbound universe. Wanting to and being able to are two different things. I am your super gene system. Upon hearing this, Ge Xiaolun relaxed a bit, but he only believed half of it. It was known that this was a super gene system, but whether it was his was still debatable. After sensing Ge Xiaolun's thoughts, the gene system fell silent. Was this still the upright and friendly Galaxy Power? Ge Xiaolun seemed to notice the silence of the gene system, and took the initiative to ask, Am I dead? Subjectively speaking, yes. Can I live? Ge Xiaolun asked directly. Yes. Ge Xiaolun really wanted to steal Liu Ji's e-cigarette for a puff. I just fought with that thug, and for some reason, he exploded. Did you win? I took him out in an instant. But then he powered up. That's unreasonable. So that means you didn't win? I guess so. Then let's continue fighting. Your power will make you feel incredible. Repair complete. Galaxy Power has been activated for the first time. Good luck. Before Ge Xiaolun could react, he saw a huge hand coming toward him, and by the time he came to his senses, he was back in reality. He realized he was back in his body, but he hadn't opened his eyes yet. Hey, there's movement. He waking up. Lu Chuang's 2 little brothers had barely recovered, but they were still not very mobile since Ge Xiaolun had initially held back. Oh my God, he is not dead. You scared me to death. Lu Chuang patted his chest and took 2 steps back. Chuangzi, how did you beat him up like this? How would I know? He just went down with 1 punch. The 2 little brothers clearly didn't believe it. Just now, Ge Xiaolun took them out in less than 10 seconds. Hey, didn't you say he was awake? Why is there no movement now? You go check. Me? Lu Chuang was a bit traumatized and didn't dare to approach, so he let one of his little brothers go over. Don't be a coward, just go. I'm here. The little brother was also scared, but he still hesitantly moved in front of Ge Xiaolun, cautiously stretching out a hand to check his breath. No breath. Was he their breath just now? Why is he breathless again? I don't know. Lu Chuang realized he had made a big mistake. There were cameras around, and now that it had come to this, he couldn't think of much else and hurried over. Ge Xiaolun was just waiting for this moment. He had held his breath earlier and surprisingly didn't feel suffocated. Ge Xiaolun suddenly opened his eyes, did a fish leap, stood up, and gave Lu Chuang a hard hit. Without any weapons, he preferred to use his legs for attacks. Lu Chuang was sent flying, and his two little brothers were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't say a word. Get lost. Gu Xiaoluan knew these two thugs weren't tough. The strong one was Lu Chuang. You, who are you trying to scare? We would never abandon Chuangzi. Oh, still pretty tough, huh? Gu Xiaoluan was just about to give them each a nosebleed when Lu Chuang got back up. You two aren't his match. Get out of here. Only then did the two thugs feel relieved and hurriedly run out of the alley to call for help. Gu Xiaoluan didn't bother with them. He was now sure that either Lu Chuang had some system like him, or this person was an alien. Lu Chuang was startled by Gu Xiaoluan's shout. Why are you shouting so loudly? Gu Xiaoluan could feel that his current physical condition could fully utilize Astartes' combat techniques, even surpassing them. He was panting heavily, powerful energy surging within him, exuding a dangerous aura. Lu Chuang swallowed hard. Something fell off. I'm going to take you down today. Lu Chuang pumped himself up, grabbed a kitchen knife from the nearby rack, and charged at Gu Xiaoluan. Gu Xiaoluan assumed a Wing Chun stance, and as Lu Chuang charged, instantly controlled his armed arm, wrapping his other hand around his neck. He tripped Lu Chuang and forcefully threw him. Bang! Lu Chuang's head was smashed into the floor, and when Gu Xiaoluan saw he was still moving, he grabbed his leg and forcefully yanked him up. Ah! Lu Chuang was spun around by Gu Xiaoluan and then slammed down hard, creating a pit. Against such an opponent who couldn't be broken through, Gu Xiaoluan had no choice but to use his body to control Lu Chuang, attempting to choke him out. Including the previous time, they had only been fighting for a few minutes when the sound of police sirens blared and a police car stopped at the alley entrance. What's going on? A beautiful female police officer and two police officers quickly ran over, followed closely by the girl who had been saved, standing not far away. Gu Xiaoluan pinned Lu Chuang down. The scene was filled with tension. Ah! As Gu Xiaoluan exerted force, Lu Chuang cried out in pain. Do you submit? Yes. Yes. You're the boss. Lu Chuang was genuinely submissive. This college student was beating him like a chick, with no chance of retaliation. Get up. Hands on your head. Gu Xiaoluan glanced at the police and noticed the girl behind them, then released Lu Chuang and chose to comply with the police's orders. Lu Chuang was used to being caught, feeling scared. Even though he had become stronger, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Are you okay? The woman quickly ran up, looking at Gu Xiaoluan with concern. I'm fine. He can't hurt me. Gu Xiaoluan rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit shy. You. Just as Lu Chuang was about to get angry, Gu Xiaoluan glared at him, and he immediately quieted down. Who would have thought that Lu Chuang, a man of great renown, would fall to this young guy? Chapter 54. Earth's flux. The young couple can be sentimental later. You few come with us to the police station. Naturally, they did not dare refuse and obediently followed the police back to the station. The beautiful policewoman called for another car, which was finally able to accommodate everyone. In the car, Gu Xiaoluan sat to the right of the beautiful policewoman, gazing out the window, contemplating the sudden turn of events. The policewoman observed Gu Xiaoluan's pensive face and proactively asked, Hey, was that fight you two had? Ye Xiaolu knew did. As a master of bomb disposal, he had swiftly completed his task even in such a serious situation. The policewoman noticed his expression but did not pay much attention. For someone as confident and capable as her, a man's glance could be seen as recognition and praise, while looking away was merely a sign of politeness. Bragging. The policewoman found it hard to believe that the pit looked like it had been bombed by a mortar. How could it have been caused by a fight between two people? Gu Xiaoluan smiled, but did not respond. His mind was racing with thoughts. Had Earth really caught the attention of aliens? Had he become a superhero? Were there many superheroes on Earth? Everything seemed to be connected to a massive conspiracy. Gu Xiaoluan looked out the window, knowing that now both Huaxia and humanity would be affected. We must form a force. He thought of Liu Ji and the leaders. Although he couldn't create a dimensional anchor, he could have a research department put together some simple army units. Or perhaps build a ship, as long as it was equipped with the latest ion thruster developed by the scientific department. The ship could be constructed on the ground and still take off later. A blue laser, a weapon capable of destroying planets, should be sufficient for humanity's self-preservation, right? Speaking of which, since I'm so strong now, Can I pursue 10 campus beauties? TSK, TSK, TSK. Where are you thinking? Campus beauties should be chasing me. Huh, that is even more off. Gu Xiaolin put on a melancholic expression again, and the policewoman beside him looked at his changing expressions with some confusion. The Republic's dragon, forged of steel, sliced through the clouds, soaring high above. Inside the cockpit, the communication channel reported the latest intelligence. It detected that Gu Xiaolin and Lu Chuang had a conflict on Gaudi Street at 10 o'clock last night and were now under police control. The driver was a woman with flowing dark red hair, her sharp gaze fixed on the instruments. Rose, the giant canyon will land in 10 minutes. Please respond. Rose, the giant canyon has received. The runway is ready. Received. In a very dark and seemingly top-secret hall of the Black Great Wall Command Center. The central screen displayed a map of the solar system. The Dinner 3 system reported that a strange spatial structure emitting flashing signals was detected near Pluto in the solar system. Microwave analysis suggested that the Great Insect Bridge terminal was activated. In the solar system's fiery sun system, the star Delina also sent a message, indicating that she had activated part of Earth's supergene programs and hinted at the possibility of an interstellar civilization invasion. Rose entered the hall and stood before a very standard square-faced officer. She saluted and reported, "Rose has come to report." The officer, with a stern face, returned the salute. "Do you know about the sun's light?" "Yes, that alien. 2 days ago, she detected an extraterrestrial civilization arriving in the galaxy, and they come with ill intent." The officer's brow furrowed even deeper, signaling Rose to follow. The invaders were called Tao Tai, and the sun's light activated the super genes on Earth in preparation for unforeseen events. "You go take care of them. They're in constant trouble now." Rose seemed unconcerned, casually saying, "What good is taking care of them? Regardless of its usefulness, with the super genes activated in advance, the plans will have to change." Wow, this guy is pretty fierce. Rose watched Gu Xiaolin rampaging on the monitor. There was also this consideration. He was too young and had not received professional training. However, his skills were far from ordinary. His combat techniques had reached the top level on Earth, which was extremely abnormal. So fierce? In Tianhe City, Angel International, a meteor streaked through the sky, flames trailing behind as it headed straight for the top conference room of the Angel International building. Bang! The meteor shattered the glass, creating a cloud of steam. The people in the conference room were blinded by the steam, and when they finally regained their vision, they saw a beautiful woman with wings sitting in the main seat, her retro-style armor standing out. It was unsure whether it was an angelic trait, but she not only had a commanding presence, but also liked to cross her legs. The woman who was originally hosting the meeting looked at the angel in disbelief, then quickly reacted and dismissed everyone. "All right, everyone leave." The others, realizing it was not a place to linger, quickly made their exit. The woman turned around, saw the angel sitting there, and knelt down on one knee. "This is my first time seeing a real angel." The angel glanced at her and then said in a cold voice, "I remember over 2,000 years ago, your ancestors said to let the faith of the angels dominate the world." The woman hurriedly explained, "With the Super God Academy here, we changed our approach." The angel was clearly dissatisfied with her explanation. "What approach? Giving money? It's an investment," the woman weakly clarified, and the angel chuckled. The woman felt that this reason was insufficient and lowered her head. "You are facing a great disaster, Earth. What's wrong with Earth? Evil has already erupted. Darkness is about to arrive. Justice. After all, you're not an angel. The underworld star system is coming to invade you." The angel turned and gracefully walked to the opening she had created in the floor-to-ceiling window. Her eyes were a pure white. "Oh, Earth has already reached the nuclear pre-era? Who are you?" The woman stood up slowly, somewhat incredulous. "Angel Yan." In Giant Canyon City, Public Security Bureau, Lu Chuang sat opposite the beautiful policewoman, undergoing interrogation. Lu Chuang clicked his tongue and tried to say something. "You know who I am, right?" Lu Chuang, an unemployed drifter, repaired watches after high school. The policewoman swiftly recounted Lu Chuang's illustrious history, causing him to lose face, and he quickly interrupted. "No, Lu Chuang pointed at his face, looking serious, trying to make himself seem credible. "I'm a superhero, the kind that saves all humanity." The policewoman found it somewhat interesting and looked up at him. Who told you that? In a dream? A deity? The two police officers beside them covered their mouths and laughed. Hey, don't disbelieve me. Sorry. We VE received professional training. We generally don't laugh. But to be fair, the atmosphere has reached this point, and we really can't hold it back. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 55. A smile eases grudges. Lu Chuang was furious but couldn't voice it. The female police officer glared at the two, and they quickly settled down to continue their paperwork. Lu Chuang seemed to be distracted by something, and the female officer looked over to see a woman named Xiang Wei walking alongside a man in black. Lu Chuang's eyes nearly popped out, prompting the female officer to shout at him. What are you looking at? Behave yourself. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaolun was being interrogated not far away. Officer, I was just acting in good faith. Just ask that girl. The police officer replied, I know you mean well, but you need to consider your methods. He repeatedly reviewed the surveillance footage, struggling to believe his eyes. I had no choice, he sighed. If you treat someone like a noodle, you could be charged with malicious injury. Don't scare me, Gu Xiaolun said, sitting at an angle with a serious expression, as if filled with wisdom. I first knocked them out so they couldn't move, then that guy hit me, so when I fought back, it was self-defense. The officer was surprised by how knowledgeable he was about the law, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Then he saw Xiang Wei and the man in black walk up to Gu Xiaolun. The man displayed his credentials. National security. He's under our jurisdiction now. Okay. Gu Xiaolun glanced at Lu Chuang, then became completely captivated by Xiang Wei. Her heroic outfit, red hair, and curves were mesmerizing. He soon realized he should look away, but he couldn't help himself. Reluctantly, he took one last glance, then closed his eyes, mentally praising the divine emperor. Yes, the leaders all have the catchphrase. Even if they don't know who the divine emperor is, they just follow the chief. O divine emperor above. Xiang Wei was amused by his antics and patted Gu Xiaolun's shoulder as she walked away. Huh? Oh, Gu Xiaolun didn't care who they were. He suspected his superpower had been discovered by higher-ups, hence the appearance of the man in black. Hey, I'm telling you, little police officer, sexy police officer, if you really lock me up, I'll let you know. The officers ignored Lu Chuang's threats, and one passing officer casually pushed him back down. You wait for me to get out. Do you believe it? Lu Chuang's tone was fierce, but he lacked any real intimidation. Hey, nice chest. Gu Xiaolun and the others were taken aback, wondering how someone could say such a cowardly thing in such a fierce tone. What are you looking at? The female police officer was ready to hit someone, and Gu Xiaolun glanced at the man in black, who nodded. Gu Xiaolun twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles. Dude. Lu Chuang's shoulder was pressed down by Gu Xiaolun, and he instantly became obedient. What skill is it to tease women? Why not fight me? Forget it. Behave. Definitely. Lu Chuang looked at Gu Xiaolun with a flattering expression, and Gu Xiaolun smiled as he returned to Xiang Wei's side. Seeing Xiang Wei about to leave again, Gu Xiaolun called out, what about Lu Chuang? Gu Xiaolun already knew the thug's name and had temporarily ranked his threat level as the highest. Let him sit in a few days to reflect. No way, the police can't control that. Gu Xiaolun understood Lu Chuang's strength well, and his words surprised both of them. Ajay, then take him too. Ajay nodded and called Lu Chuang over. Lu Chuang walked over obediently, not daring to breathe. He had never seen someone of a national security level before. Under Marshal Yuan Nua's orders, Lu Chuang had been monitored since childhood. Although he appeared rough, he had not committed any serious crimes, mostly just fighting. Once they stepped outside, Ajay looked at the two. You acted in good faith, and the surveillance saw it. I'll let you go for now. Go home and rest well. Huh? What are you saying? As for you, Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang stood up straight, and Ajay waved his hand. You two consider this a private settlement. If there's a next time, you really will be going in. Understood, sir. Now, it was Gu Xiaolun's turn to be confused. You're letting us go? Lu Chuang whispered, Dude, I isn't it good that we're getting let go? Do you have a problem? Ajay scrutinized Gu Xiaolun, who seemed to possess a peculiar aura, unlike what the intel described as a homebody. I mean, shouldn't we head straight to the higher-ups in Huaxia, or some secret base? Isn't there a lot of superhumans on Earth? Ajay was taken aback by his line of thought. Of course not. Why would you think that? This isn't right. What is going on with Jige? It seems he suddenly went to the United Nations and became a human leader. Don't worry, we'll meet again in a few days. Lu Chuang looked unwilling, but didn't dare complain. Who are you guys, anyway? People who deal with folks like you. With that, Ajay got into the BMW with Xiang Wei, and they sped away. Wow, this BMW is really impressive, Lu Chuang exclaimed, while Gu Xiaolun nodded, feeling little envy. After all, he had driven a starship. People like us. They can't be from the Godly Bureau, right? Lu Chuang shook his head, unsure. Hey, do you have that system too? Yeah. Lu Chuang perked up upon hearing this. After you knocked me out, I ended up in a pitch-black place. Then the divine being in my dream said I was the god of war? And then I got stronger and knocked you out. Gu Xiaolun realized, dude, you don't have that too, right? Guess. It has to be. Otherwise, how could you be so fierce? Lu Chuang switched to a smiling face. So we're the same kind of people. ISNT this like the flood washing away the Dragon King temple? I suppose. Gu Xiaolun replied with a smile, thinking it wouldn't hurt to befriend Lu Chuang, as it might help in the future. Thinking of this, he enthusiastically put his arm around Lu Chuang's neck. I was too rough, don't take it to heart. Hey, it's no big deal, man, you're really fierce. That was some quick work. Come on, let us go drink, consider my apology. Oh no, I was the one who messed up by teasing that girl. I should be the one treating. No need to be so modest. Let us go, let us drink. And so, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang laughed off their grudges. Lu Chuang was genuinely impressed, and Gu Xiaolun was so friendly that he wasn't one to hold grudges, making him willing to keep in touch with Gu Xiaolun. By the time Gu Xiaolun returned to the dormitory, it was already quite late. He stared at the stars through the window, feeling no significant intoxication. Chapter 56. There are experts. What's wrong, Chief? Liu Ji glared with his dead fish eyes at the excited Gu Xiaolun. Xiao Hui, quickly call the others. Received. Soon. The projections of the other leaders appeared in the research room. I'm telling you, I've awakened my superpowers. Huh? The others all had expressions that indicated they believed it, but were not quite accepting. What do you mean by awakened superpowers? David was puzzled. Superheroes were not popular in their world. I got some kind of system, it's really awesome. Like a web novel protagonist. The few from Blue Star stared blankly with their mouths agape. Sort of? Gu Xiaolun vividly recounted what had happened before. I was just walking down the street when I suddenly heard a girl scream for help. Standard setup, continue. Valerie had somehow gotten some sunflower seeds, and Liu Ji and the Emperor quickly snatched a handful each, causing an angry expression to appear on Valerie's forehead. He glanced over. Hey, guess what? Some punks were harassing a girl in an alley. By the way, where did you learn that accent? Lao Ba made a sarcastic comment. That's not important. Gu Xiaolun waved his hand and continued. 3 punks were trying to get close to the girl. How could I tolerate that? You rushed in? Haidermio looked at him expectantly. Of course. I've trained with Sister Shun, and I ended the fight in just 10 seconds. 10 seconds. An unexpected accident is about to happen. Crack. Spit. Liu Ji said, while munching on sunflower seeds. Right, there was one guy in a red outfit named Lu Chuang. He should have been knocked out, but for some reason, he suddenly went berserk. His strength and speed were completely inhuman. I didn't react in time and got knocked out by his punch. Is he a hidden mutant? Hey, Sister Shun and I thought the same thing. I also thought it was the case, but after I got knocked out, I ended up in a space. The space said it was my genetic system or something. Then I woke up. I lay on the ground, planning to sneak attack, and after a successful hit, I punched Lu Chuang several meters away. I was so excited. And then the police showed up. The police can stop 2 superhumans from fighting? Mengyu was very confused. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Lu Chuang, not knowing if he was naturally timid or had been in trouble before, obediently followed along. The others were at a loss for words. These 2 were among the most respectful of the police among superhumans. Then 2 national security agents came, and one called Rose was really impressive. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested, including V and Huang Pequenin, who were pure girls. How impressive. Much more impressive than the angels we've seen. 6. Is there a recording? Yes. The mainframe read Gu Xiaolun's memory images and projected the previous events in video form. This technology involved dimensional cloning machines. It was the same reason Logic brought the drawings before. Everyone watched with great interest. The short film from Gu Xiaolun's first-person perspective was indeed quite fresh. I only remembered when I saw this city. Xiaolun's incident seemed to be in 2017. Wow, the victim is indeed impressive. It looks good, but what kind of weird title is victim? The female police officer is not bad either. After watching, everyone had a clearer understanding of Gu Xiaolun's situation. Brothers, what is the national security's attitude? Logic, who was more familiar with Huaxia and the world government, thought for a moment and said, first, your world has many superhumans. Your rarity is not very high. Second, you have been monitored since childhood, so the government naturally understands. After hearing this, Gu Xiaolun felt a bit embarrassed. The first point was reasonable, but the second seemed a bit scary. Liu Ji nodded, pouting. This was very likely. No way. We can't be the products of some secret experiment, right? The emperor, who had really done such things, said with a mischievous smile, maybe you are. Suddenly feeling very dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? You're stronger than Sister Shun's big golden corn stick. The emperor glanced at Liu Ji, thought for a moment, and hummed in agreement. What I say, big golden corn stick? In short, it's very strong. Oh, you don't understand the situation well. You know even less than logic. I suggest you learn more. Definitely, but there's a small problem. What? Gu Xiaolun waved his hand. I need a proper weapon. You saw when I was fighting Lu Chuang? I could only use a plastic stick. Liu Ji elbowed the emperor beside him. Will you teach him? You teach him. All right. What weapon do you want? It has to be a big sword. After hearing this, Liu Ji flipped through the weapon data input by the emperor, power sword. This one fits. But how do you plan to make it? Gu Xiaolun looked at the data in front of him. His head almost exploded. What was all this? Take it slow. Okay, you go back and take a look. There is nothing much going on these days. Remember to come back and tell us the new updates. Gu Xiaolun nodded and began to look at the power sword's data. Seeing that the good show was over, the others dispersed and returned to their respective positions to work. Chief, I need to use some propulsion technology for a while. Logic's projection had not yet disappeared. Are you about to start working? Yeah, the preparatory work is almost done. I'll pull in some aerospace technology and the rest doesn't need to be worried about. Have you told anyone else about us? It's only been a few days. Things are slow to build over here. Liu Ji then realized that the Empire's super efficiency had given him a false impression. Not saying more. I'm logging off now. I was just flirting with a girl when Xiaohui called me online. Okay. The leader's helmets had a timer function and also an emergency alert function. Logic happened to be at home. When he saw the helmet's light flashing, he logged on. Chief, this power sword data is not right. What's wrong? Why is this material so brittle? Hiss. Forget it. Just replace the raw materials with porcelain gold. Oh, currently, Liu Ji was responsible for researching physics. The emperor was tinkering with her biology and some strange experiments, while engineering was assigned to Valerie. The engineering topics were relatively the simplest at the moment, and Valerie could handle them easily. As for XT, she really wasn't T cut out for research. She didn't T stand out in learning either, so Liu Ji arranged for her to study military matters. It was unclear if it was a skin bonus, but she was very interested in warfare and particularly enjoyed annihilating all enemies in simulated battles. Liu Ji had no way to deal with it. If the kid liked it, he would just go along with her. What else could he do? Chapter 57. Fraudulent contract? Is someone calling me? Gu Xiaolun was studying when the system reminded him that someone in the main dimension was calling him. I'm going offline now. Valerie glanced at the data panel and quickly made an excuse to leave. I'm going to Gaia Planet to collect samples. Liu Ji waved his hand without looking back, indicating he understood. Why is she running so fast? This isn't even a project prepared for her. By the way, Emperor, how is your old number 22 doing? Not so good. I still can't make her store her soul here like us. Sigh. I say this isn't a technology we can figure out right now. We might as well wait a few years. The Emperor sighed. Well, it can only be this way. So how are your sons doing now? I don't know. It's been a long time since I went back to check. Liu Ji felt something was off and decided to be honest. Are you trying to renege after making a deal with the Chaos Gods? Uh-huh. The Emperor proudly lifted her head, looking as if to say, of course she is mine. I tell you, failing to repay debts can lead to severe consequences. The Emperor's movement froze. She knew Liu Ji would never make baseless accusations. No. You tell your sons, especially Little Ma, not to go near the subspace, but did they listen? They listened, right? Bang. Ouch. Liu Ji hit the Emperor on the head. You really don't know how to express yourself. To be honest, the fraudulent contract the Chaos Gods gave you quietly included a line, guess what it says. The Emperor held her forehead, looking wrong. What? Emperor, in the future, 9 out of the 20 original bodies will definitely rebel. No matter how time and space change, this clause holds true, including the 2 sons you got killed. The loyal faction and the rebel faction are evenly split. Count them, right? That's not right. They're also the twins. Count as one. Oh, the Emperor looked somewhat wronged. Liu Ji wasn't sure if this old thing was pretending to be pitiful, but he didn't have the mood to criticize her anymore. Do you know who rebelled in the original time and space before you met me? No idea. Liu Ji sighed, feeling exhausted. He was sure the Emperor was pretending to be cute, but now that it's come to this, he didn't know if he should praise her for being carefree. Your dear Horus, the Imperial War Master, master of the Shadow Moon Songlaw. What? The Emperor was somewhat confused. Horus seemed to be part of the loyal faction, right? He was seduced by chaos and then led his brothers to clear your court. You two even had a fight. Horus was blessed by the 4 gods. And you ended up paralyzed, sitting on the golden throne. The Emperor felt fine until the mention of the golden throne, making her shiver. What about the details? I don't know. Liu Ji wanted to travel back and search online, but that was impossible. Doesn't your universe talk about fate? You need to be careful. Then what should I do? The Emperor squeezed out 2 tears, grabbing Liu Ji's hand. You like me the most, dear. You wouldn't abandon me, right? I think Little Gray and XT are cuter. Little Gray popped up a cute Q version, smiley face in the air at the right moment. Clearly happy with Liu Ji's words. I won't care. I'm going to make a scene. Then how about you create a dimensional anchor, and I'll gather a fleet to help. No, let's skip that. Upon hearing this, the Emperor became serious in an instant. Liu Ji found her expression control quite remarkable. You can't just not care. The Emperor sighed. You said it yourself. It's all fate. What else can we do? I tell you, go beat up Little Ma. That psychic phone of his is more dangerous than Horus's rebellion. Liu Ji wasn't sure what this psychic phone specifically referred to, but if the problem couldn't be resolved, it was better to eliminate the source. Psychic phone? The Emperor fell into deep thought. This term indeed provided very little information. Why not just create some synthetic humans? With their productivity, they could flip the entire galaxy. Don't even think about it. Then you might as well wait to die. Liu Ji pretended to not care. The Emperor knew he was joking, but figuring out how to resolve this issue was indeed quite difficult. According to Liu Ji, there would definitely be 9 original bodies that would rebel, so if she dealt with a few, the remaining ones might rebel as well. Alternatively, she could eliminate all the original bodies at once. Thinking of this, the Emperor felt somewhat reluctant, but still shared this idea with Liu Ji. Liu Ji's hand was suspended in the air, unsure of what to say. You should try to handle it lightly first. There's no need to kill them all. What if I'm wrong? Moreover, the Chaos Gods definitely didn't anticipate or have the ability to foresee the power we have here. Their so-called fate means nothing here. Your appearance here proves we have the ability to change this so-called fate. If all else fails, just create a dimensional anchor. Just as Liu Ji unconditionally trusted them. The Emperor and other leaders also placed their utmost trust in Liu Ji. I need to go back for a bit, quickly. Remember to say hi to Old Ma for me. Oh, Magnus is Little Ma, and Mikado is Old Ma. I just got used to nicknaming. Don't mind it. That is quite interesting. The Emperor went offline, and Liu Ji scratched his head looking at so many research projects. Forget it. I suddenly lost motivation. I'll go back to sleep. Liu Ji couldn't compare to the leaders. If he didn't sleep for a full 10 hours a day, he would definitely be listless. After all, long-term, high-intensity research is not something normal people can endure. Hey, Chuangzi? Gu Xiaolun didn't expect it was Lu Chuang calling. What the hell? Xiaolun, I'm in a flying stream zone. It's going down. What? Who's fighting? Aliens. What the hell? Tanks have come. Can you handle it? Don't mention it. Several people have died. I'm hiding far away watching. I didn't dare to get closer. Wait for me. Gu Xiaolun didn't tell Lu Chuang to join. With his level, it would be good enough if he didn't cause trouble. As for himself, he didn't know why he was going. Gu Xiaolun didn't think he could defeat any aliens. He just thought that after he got there, he might be able to help a bit. He could take a hit. The flying stream zone was already sealed off, and Gu Xiaolun couldn't find a vehicle at all. He anxiously looked around, bit the bullet, took off his shoes, and wanted to test his limits. It was again the familiar running posture. This one. 82-meter-tall man started at a terrifying speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and after he got familiar with his body, the speed directly rose to over 50 kilometers per hour. This is the navigation tower. There was previously a subspace disturbance. And the correct coordinates for the capital are Central Star District Joint Star Coordinates X, 805, Y, 889, Z, 520. Chapter 58 Feast before Gu Shaolin could approach the Filiu area. He saw a raging fire igniting on the distant bridge. He found the place Lu Chuang had mentioned over the phone and finally spotted him in a corner of the street. Chuangzi, what's going on? Oh, Shaolin, you finally made it. Lu Chuang was crouching sneakily, and seeing Gu Shaolin unmoved, he quickly stood up and pulled Gu Shaolin down. What's the situation over there? I don't know. I was thinking about going home after drinking and suddenly saw the area was cordoned off. I thought I'd check it out and ended up seeing a little white guy fighting with the military. Gu Shaolin looked toward the burning tank and guessed the current situation. Aren't you running away? Lu Chuang exclaimed, oh, right? Why am I not running? Only then did Lu Chuang realize that Gu Shaolin had given him so much confidence that he was even thinking about letting Gu Shaolin assess the situation when aliens invaded Earth. Besides, aren't we superheroes? Shouldn't we go save people? Are you really that kind-hearted? Gu Shaolin looked at Lu Chuang suspiciously, and Lu Chuang scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I was thinking if you could handle it, I'd just follow along. Are you kidding me? I'm a college student. How do you think I can beat aliens? Then how about we run? Gu Shaolin didn't care too much. Fine, if you want to leave, just go. Lu Chuang hadn't adapted to his abilities as quickly as Gu Shaolin. Fueled by alcohol, his brotherly loyalty flared up again. Look at you. Do you think I, Lu Chuang, am that cowardly? Gu Shaolin chimed in a couple of times and then looked carefully into the distance. Damn aliens. A police car was blasted apart by a laser. Although Gu Shaolin couldn't see that far, he still roughly figured out the alien's location. Got it. You have an idea? We have a system. Yeah. How did I forget about that? By the way, how do we use this thing? Gu Shaolin closed his eyes and clapped Lu Chuang on the shoulder, signaling him to follow suit. This is how they do it in novels. Close your eyes and call the system in your heart. Oh, Lu Chuang furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth, feeling a bit constipated. Welcome to the Shinha gene system. The familiar synthesized voice appeared again, and Gu Shaolin was delighted. You're the system. Can you help me increase my power? Insufficient energy. Seriously? What do you do then? The system seemed a bit aggrieved. You asked me what I can do, but I said I have no energy. Hey you. Gu Shaolin didn't want to argue with the system. Can I beat that alien? Data is chaotic, unable to calculate. Can that alien kill me? Its laser attacks cannot harm your body. All right. Gu Shaolin got the answer, exited the space, and opened his eyes to see Lu Chuang still struggling. Hey Chuangzi, are you constipated? Lu Chuang opened his eyes angrily. Damn it. Why is this system so rude? You should just ask if the alien can hurt you. Lu Chuang closed his eyes, and after 2 seconds, opened them again. It can't hurt me. It says I'm the god of war from Nuashing, not afraid. More like you're a Nushu. Hey, you're still a Garen, little Garen. Go away. Gu Shaolin knew time was of the essence, and quickly devised a plan. Are you going up or not? Going. Chuanga, say what I mean like water spilled. Lu Chuang was a bit scared, but since the system said it couldn't hurt him, he believed it. You go up to attract fire, I'll sneak attack. What? Gu Shaolin turned to Lu Chuang. If you can beat me, I'll help you carry it. Forget it. I'll listen to you, but I need a weapon. You can't expect me to go empty-handed. Aren't there plenty of weapons on the ground? Don't tell me you can't lift a car. Fine. With that, Lu Chuang gritted his teeth and went up. I'm saying, Shaolin, after we finish this, let us have a one-on-one match in LOL. Who told you to set a flag? Gu Shaolin kicked Lu Chuang, who then grumbled as he walked over. On the bridge, the Taotai minions floated in midair, thoughtfully observing the bloody scene below. The intel wasn't wrong. It seemed Earth was indeed just like that, as it admired its own masterpiece. It saw Lu Chuang stealthily approaching from afar. Lu Chuang thought he was hidden perfectly, but when he looked up, he locked eyes with a Taotai minion. What are you staring at? Oh, it didn't expect to encounter such a cocky human. But it didn't have the time to bother with Lu Chuang and casually shot a laser. Lu Chuang panicked and dodged, but failed and fell to the ground. The system was right. The laser indeed couldn't injure him, but the pain made him roll on the ground. The Taotai didn't expect this little punk to withstand it. Upon closer inspection, it discovered something different. Suspected Shenhe civilization super soldier. Not far away, an old Six was messing with a tank. Just as it wanted to fly over, it was struck down by a large iron rod that suddenly flew in. Boom! The Taotai landed at the edge of the bridge, sparks flying from its body. Upon closer inspection, it realized the attacking object was a tank barrel. The tank barrel, propelled by immense force, carried tremendous kinetic energy and directly smashed one side of its body. Ordinary tank shells could hurt it, but tanks couldn't hit it anyway. Is this thing it? It watched helplessly as Gu Xiaolun helped Lu Chuang walk over. Damn, that really hurts. Ugh. Lu Chuang felt unsatisfied and kicked it twice more before stopping. Discovery. Shenhe Jin warrior. Gu Xiaolun grabbed and twisted off its mechanical head, and the Taotai stopped moving. Holding the mechanical head, Gu Xiaolun exchanged a glance with Lu Chuang and they high-fived. The two then took a look at the battlefield. But unfortunately, besides a female police officer, there were no other living people. Wow. Isn't that the girl from earlier? Is she still alive? The female police officer had a large hole in her chest, but was still struggling, and the two didn't know what to do for a moment. Fortunately, the regular armed forces arrived quickly. They had originally received orders to deal with the aliens, but upon arrival, they saw that the alien had already been taken down by a strange combination of punks and college students. Just as they were about to take the two away, the national security came onto the scene again. I say, you two are really impressive. Ajia watched the female police officer being carried onto an ambulance, then looked at Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. You both want to eat the country's food so much. At this moment, Lu Chuang learned to be smart upon hearing that. He quickly nodded with a smile. No, it's what we should do. No other intentions, just want to serve the people. Chapter 59. So eager to improve? Why are you so eager to improve? Ajia looked at the two in surprise, feeling that this was not what the materials had described. Especially Gu Xiaolun, wasn't he a slacker? How did he become so strong that he could lead teammates to fight aliens? He recalled the footage captured by the surveillance in Gu Xiaolun's dormitory. Could that helmet really be the problem? Although they had no interest in observing Gu Xiaolun's daily life, his frequent wearing of that helmet was already very unusual. You two have done a great job, Lu Chuang quickly said, pulling Gu Xiaolun to nod in agreement. This reward will be approved for you tomorrow. It will definitely not be less, okay? Okay. The two nodded repeatedly, watching as Ajia left. Dude, are you really looking to secure a steady job like this? Lu Chuang said with a tone of course. I've been risking my life, just waiting for this moment. Don't worry, we're actually pretty much the same. If you practice more, you could be as strong as me. How could the country not give you a good position then? Really? Lu Chuang got excited and slapped Gu Xiaolun's back heavily. Why would I lie to you? Besides, we can't let you, a super slacker, do nothing all day. You're getting a bit too close there. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. After chatting for a while, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang went their separate ways. By the time Gu Xiaolun returned home, it was already late at night. Unable to sleep, he decided to look for Liu Ji and the others. Once he logged on, he found no one online. After asking, he learned from Hui Feng that Liu Ji had gone to bed. So Gu Xiaolun decided to continue reviewing the technical documentation on ceramic gold materials. He had only learned a bit of physics and knew very little about engineering. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Giant Gorge, Ajia brought the latest news to the scene. Du Kaio and the others were somewhat surprised. After all, they had grown up and were willing to stand up for the country. Elder Huang's words received the approval of several others. And on the other side of the long table, a spirited and somewhat unconventional lady sat there. Reina, please introduce the Taotai civilization. Okay, the Taotai civilization belongs to the underworld river star system, where there is a main god, the god of death, Karl. Since all civilizations in that star system worship the god of death, Karl, they revere death and often engage in large-scale wars to please Karl. I don't like them. In any case, the arrival of the Taotai will definitely spark war. So, I suggest we activate the Black Great Wall project that General Panjin mentioned to you. Du Cao did. Chief, what do you think? I agree with this view. I will go back and apply to the command. Elder Huang looked at Du Kaio Old Du. The specific execution of this project will probably have to fall on you. Du Kaio stood up and saluted. I guarantee the completion of task. Elder Huang continued. I propose that this special force be called the Heroic Legion. Gu Xiaolun yawned and then realized that a long time had passed. Xiaoyi, is the chief still not awake? No, but he has slept long enough today. I'll go wake him up. Hui Feng's excited voice made Gu Xiaolun feel a bit uneasy. In the bedroom, Liu Ji lay on the bed, covered with a very thin blanket, as the room was temperature-controlled. Liu Yi, get up. Liu Ji struggled to open his eyes and saw Hui Feng sitting on him, grinning. Get off. Are you trying to crush me? Not gonna happen. Hui Feng huffed and bounced a couple of times. Get off. Huh. You're not afraid of reaction. Are you, Chief? Liu Ji was not bothered at all. What? We're like an old married couple. Do I care about that? Who has an old married couple with you? Hui Feng said, blushing, and hurriedly fled the scene. Anyway, get up quickly. Xiao Luan is looking for you. All right, whatever Xiao Hui says goes. Hui Feng didn't say anything else, and Liu Ji chuckled, finding the little girl quite stubborn. After quickly tidying up, he grabbed a jelly platter made from some unknown ingredient and headed out. This jelly was not only sour and tasty, but also very filling, which Liu Ji liked to eat when he was busy. Chief, what is up? Did something happen? I just had a fight with some aliens. As soon as Liu Ji heard this, he immediately called the others for a meeting. Luo Ji and Di Huang didn't join. One was probably flirting, and the other was busy. Didn't you just awaken some system? How did you end up fighting aliens? Hey, don't mention it. Chuangzi called me, saying aliens invaded Earth. I didn't believe it at first, but it turned out to be true. Gu Xiaolun detailed how the two had fought with the aliens, and, unsurprisingly, the leaders listened with some embarrassment. The two from a night city were used to death, but the others were like sheltered, carnivorous plants. When they heard about aliens slaughtering humans, they immediately got angry. After Gu Xiaolun's memories were projected, their fury intensified. Xiaohui, is this normal? Liu Ji stared at the panel of national sentiment on the system. Initially just an extreme equality and gestalt, but now the chart of exclusivism was faintly glowing. Although the national concept didn't have much use in reality, Liu Ji was still shocked by the situation. The icon lit up for a moment before extinguishing. I've never seen anything like this. It's terrifying. Liu Ji and Hui Feng looked astonished at the leaders who were condemning the Tao Dai. They didn't expect them to have such capabilities. Could it be that we awakened psychic abilities? Liu Ji shook his head, pushing this absurd thought out of his mind. Aliens, I F you. This is Hitler. Those are soldiers from Huaxia. Damn it. This is Mengyu. Such a beautiful girl is gone. How could it do that? This is Huang Pekanen. But why is her focus so strange? The two from a night city were also furious. Humans could have civil wars. But where did these alien scum get the nerve to act so arrogantly? Where's my warship? Where's my army? The leaders almost wanted to reach through the screen and beat the Tao Dai, and this emotion directly transferred to Gu Xiaolun. Even though others were still attending the meeting via projection, they all looked at Gu Xiaolun, making him break out in a cold sweat. Why is everyone looking at me? Xiaolun, go create a dimensional anchor. I want to slaughter something in the name of humanity. The Minister of Superlogistics, the calm old eight, was furious. The empire was currently divided into the research department, the government department, and the military department. Although resource allocation was still clustered together, there was a preliminary division of labor. The research department didn't team manage anything, the military department fought, and the government department handled all the miscellaneous affairs, while also funding the other two. Chapter 60, Xenophobia. Damn it, no more. I'm giving you 3 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 30 frigates. So, go eliminate the aliens. Goodness. Everyone was shocked by his grand gesture. Liu Ji was a bit bewildered. Why did he suddenly want to take such drastic action? Really not going to hold back? Liu Ji asked cautiously. Not holding back. Chief, ask the others if they can endure it. Can't endure it. Yes, we can't endure it either. Liu Yi shrugged. Minority obeying majority. The cruiser technology was pointed out, but there wasn't much progress in the same class weaponry. It doesn't matter if you can't endure it. I don't have the strength to build a dimensional anchor. Gu Xiaolun was also helpless, but there was indeed no other way. He wasn't like Luo Ji, who had such great influence. That's your problem. Xiaolun, the empire was built up by us bit by bit from nothing. Now it's just asking you to repeat this process. We all believe in you. Go for it. Gu Xiaolun felt a bit embarrassed. No, how could it be the same? How is it not the same? Gu Xiaolun looked to Liu Ji for help, and Liu Ji stopped watching the show and smoothed things over. All right, Xiaolun knows everyone is emotional. I'm angry too. But think about it. Can he really understand how to handle a dimensional anchor? It's better to be practical. Xiaolun's world doesn't have any softens or anything. Why not provide direct technical support and let Xiaolun build ships there, saving time and effort? Moreover, I must remind everyone that our universe's ships are unique in the multiverse. Ordinary interstellar civilizations are just looking for death when dealing with our ships. After hearing this, the leaders calmed down. Liu Ji was indeed correct. Just like what I, not a god, once said, the most advanced warships there are not as good as the Empire's warships. In terms of maximum range, they're over 45 billion times worse. And the comparison is still with primary red lasers. Other interstellar civilizations in different universes are engaged in intense close combat, while the interstellar civilizations in our galaxy are sniping from a distance of an entire star system. Given this, as long as the aliens aren't particularly powerful, Gu Xiaolun has a good chance of winning. Haven't you been in touch with the national security? If it really doesn't work, we can send you technology. After receiving Liu Ji's support, Gu Xiaolun finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, you all shouldn't gather here. Have you finished your work? Where are you 3 disciples? Mengyu glanced at the star map and replied, We're almost there. We spent some time charging on the way. All right, remember to bring the ship back for upgrades once you're done exploring. Understood. Liu Ji took a closer look and realized something was off. What was the second research ship doing? It has reached the boundary star system and is heading to the planet with abnormal phenomena. David continued, I'm on the ship. I picked up some scientists when passing the capital, so we have enough manpower. That's good. Lao Ba, how's the colonization of other planets going? It's in progress. The second industrial star and power star have begun preliminary colonization, and recently, many minerals have been produced relying on space resources. So we temporarily don't need to mine on Earth. After Liu Ji asked around and understood the Empire's situation, he announced the meeting adjourned. He still had research topics to study. Yin Luo Ji was smiling like a fool, while Zhuang Yin held his hand as they strolled together on the grasslands outside. Dear, someone is coming. Luo Ji followed Zhuang Yin's finger and saw Xianxi arriving with his wife. In the previous timeline, Luo Ji spent more than a year to have a child with Zhuang Yin. Rounding it off, he took only 2 or 3 months to win her over. This was really... Navigator, sorry to disturb you suddenly. Luo Ji waved his hand. What's up, Lao Shi? Xianxi didn't mind Luo Ji's address. I want to resign from my position in Ascension Technology. I'm very sorry. What's wrong? Haven't you been doing well? Xianxi sighed, Huizi and I want to unlock the secrets of a human brain, but current technology doesn't support us to work further. We hope to hibernate until the future, perhaps before you defeat the Trisolar ants, or maybe later. Yusuji Huizi noticed Luo Ji's gaze and bowed slightly. Master, it'll. Luo Ji looked back at Xianxi, of course. That's fine. See you then. See you in the future. Xianxi paused and continued to ask, aren't you going to attend the space elevator's groundbreaking ceremony? People were very regretful that you didn't attend the completion of the first controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Luo Ji chuckled, I don't care about those things. You all can go. After saying that, he looked at Zhuang Yin. Yin, are you going? Zhuang Yin shook her head. I don't like crowded places. Xianxi smiled a bit. That's really a pity. To be honest, as the leader of humanity now, you should show yourself more in front of the people. Don't. I just want to lie down every day. I'm not interested in being a hard-working beast of burden. You really are a carefree person. Yusuji Huizi looked at the distant snow-capped mountains. This is truly a beautiful place. The beauty here will be preserved forever. Let's go, Huizi. Seeing the two about to leave, Luo Ji called out to them. Aren't you going to have a meal before you leave? There will be another opportunity. I hope to see you again next time. Humanity has officially stepped into the starry sea. Zhuang Yin linked her arm with Luo Ji's. Are we going to the future too? That's right. Luo Ji exhaled. There's no point in us staying here. The next day, Gu Xiaolun was invited out by Jia and Chong Wei. The 3 met at a CF. Chong Wei and Jia sat in a row. She was dressed in regular clothes, constantly attracting Gu Xiaolun's attention. This was also one of the strategies of the scam leader, Jia. Chong Wei noticed Gu Xiaolun was looking at her, but he wasn't overly obvious. So she pretended not to see. You already know your uniqueness and have shown a high sense of responsibility. Ajia just started to say something when Gu Xiaolun quickly interrupted him. Talking about sensitive topics in this place? Is this your secret department? Gu Xiaolun surveyed the CAF's decorations. No. Is this how you keep secrets? Ajia felt a bit speechless. This wasn't really a topic worth keeping secret. Continuing, we are the Super God Academy. A school or a military academy. Ajia gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and replied, Military Academy. Oh, go on. We specifically train people like you. Are there many people like me? Not many. So your military academy was established to combat aliens? Not just to combat T-O-L-I-O. The current universe is treacherous and ever-changing, and Earth must have a solid defense force. Chapter 61 Super God Academy. Gu Xiaolun then learned that the alien was actually called Tao Tai. After joining us, you will become a super soldier of the Heroic Legion, a hero who protects the country and the Earth. Gu Xiaolun nodded, rubbing his chin with his right hand, deep in thought, a habit he learned from Liu Ji. Ajia tapped the table, stopped staring at her. Gu Xiaolun indeed turned his attention to Rose. After all, beautiful women are pleasing to the eye. And looking at beautiful women helps keep the brain active. No, just thinking. Ajia and Rose both didn't quite believe him, compared to Rose, who turned away with a cold face. Ajia smirked, having a mischievous idea. Rose, do you like him? I do. Rose turned her head and clicked her tongue. Like him even more. She sighed, rolled her eyes, and looked out the window. If you go, she will tutor you one-on-one. Really? Ajia saw Gu Xiaolun's interest and continued to fan the flames. No, boyfriend, no one is good enough for her, but you have divine power. Gu Xiaolun nodded repeatedly, and Ajia smiled even wider. Look, she hasn't said anything to refuse. Rose turned her head as if she had something to say, but was interrupted by Ajia's gaze. I think she looks like she wants to kick you. It doesn't matter if you go. I don't mind you living in the same dorm with her. Deal. Ajia was delighted to hear this. That's what I've been waiting for. Let's sign a contract. Okay, what? Gu Xiaolun rubbed his hands with a smile. Let's sign a contract. I'm a bit timid and cautious. Hope you understand. Let's do this. If you don't fulfill your promises, the penalty will be a bit high, you know. Don't worry, it's just a few million. I'm sure you can come up with it. Ajia finally caught on that Gu Xiaolun was teasing him. He said with a dark face, I will need to work for 10 more years to earn that much. Rose had rarely seen Ajia trick someone else into a pickle, and she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiaolun looked at Rose's smile and couldn't help but laugh as well. Do you think I'm trying to corner you? Gu Xiaolun leaned back and found a comfortable position. Even if you weren't trying to trick me, what kind of superhero needs to be seduced by beautiful women? I doubt your organization is serious. Rose finally said her first words. Don't get me wrong, it's Ajia who's not serious. It has nothing to do with me. So, do you agree? Gu Xiaolun shook his head, and Ajia sighed. What do you want? If not beautiful women, then money, fame, or power. Correction. I do want beautiful women, but I want to pursue them in a serious way. As for what I want, Gu Xiaolun smiled. To protect humanity. To be a hero, it's that simple. Ajia then realized he had been overthinking. He could just send an invitation to recruit him. You have to think carefully. Not everyone can be a hero. Gu Xiaolun looked at Rose seriously. A hero is not a god. Just someone with greater abilities who stands up in the face of crisis. That's what my friend taught me. I don't know how capable I can be, but I have to give it a try. Rose was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent. Then why don't you join us? Ajia continued to persuade. I have to ask clearly before deciding. Here we go again. Is this the reason? Ajia felt exhausted. Why did Gu Xiaolun always speak halfway? Do you have any questions? The Heroic Legion is a special force trained by the Super God Academy. Am I wrong? No. Then Lu Chuang is also going? Yes. Someone has already gone to talk to him. Gu Xiaolun nodded thoughtfully. Tao Tai is going to invade Earth? Exactly. Ajia looked at him seriously. Earth is in grave danger. And conventional armed forces cannot defeat the Tao Tai civilization. They are a spacefaring civilization. Yes, they are located in the Mingi star system and are a race that worships the death god Karl. Wait, what do you mean? Ajia was somewhat puzzled, while Gu Xiaolun was already sweating profusely. Do you mean this Tao Tai civilization has the means for interstellar travel? And what the hell is the death god? Interstellar travel. How powerful must their technology be? Ajia and Rose exchanged glances. both unsure why Gu Xiaolun suddenly seemed so paranoid. Their technological strength is considered mid to low level in the universe, stronger than Earth, but far from your super soldiers. As for the death god Carl, we know very little about him. Gu Xiaolun then calmed down. So you mean they're not invincible? Exactly. Then why can they travel between star systems? The Great Worm Bridge. They use the Great Worm Bridges left by ancient civilizations across the universe for their jumps. What? Gu Xiaolun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was just scaring himself. So the Tao Dai was just a cheap and weak opponent. Is there anything else you don't understand? Knowing this is enough. How about this? I'll go with you to take a look, and if I think it's feasible, I'll join. Ajia had no better plan, so he had to agree. By the way, my family. We've arranged everything. Government officials will visit personally. Great. On Earth, the birth of superheroes is undoubtedly simple. They come from street corners, from police officers, from rural fields. They gather at the Super God Academy, facing danger together and stepping into an unknown future. Rose. Gu Xiaolun pulled his suitcase and saw Rose sitting on a bench by the roadside. I'm here, come with me. Waiting specifically for me? Rose smiled. Don't get me wrong. I'm here to pick up the newcomers. The two chatted casually and soon arrived at the dormitory area. Am I living with you? Who said that? Ajia. Didn't he say so repeatedly? I didn't agree. Go ask him. But you didn't refuse either, right? Get lost. Gu Xiaolun laughed and waved his hands. I'm not joking. I'm living here. Right? 8 p.m., classroom assembly. Got it. After Rose walked away, she turned back to take a look. This guy is quite interesting. After Gu Xiaolun entered the dormitory, he first surveyed the surroundings. There were luggage, and it seemed like other people lived here too. He found a socket in the corner, put on his helmet. Chief, I've entered the Super God Academy. A chief? Liu Ji lay on the sofa in despair, and when he saw Gu Xiaolun come in, he just greeted him. What's up? Don't mention it. It's still about the research. Chapter 62. Light of the Sun. Gu Xiaolun looked at the research topic on the big screen, the disintegration cannon. Is this a new weapon? Yes, there is no clear idea on how to develop this thing. Hey, take it slow. I have something important to tell you. Liu Ji nodded, suddenly sitting up straight. Xiao Hui, go notify the others. The story meeting for Xiaolun is starting. Interstellar travel? Everyone looked at each other, not expecting something like the Great Worm Bridge. No need to panic. Proceed as planned. Only Liu Ji calmly took a sip of his drink. Good. Gu Xiaolun arrived at the classroom on time, and many people were already seated. This afternoon, an unidentified humanoid crocodile-like creature appeared in Tiana City, followed by reports of aliens capturing it, resulting in some casualties. Here's the detailed report. Gu Xiaolun stood aside and watched the whole thing. So angry he wanted to smash the table next to him, but was afraid of having to pay for it. Damn it, do they treat Earth like their home? Hey, did you see the news? A man with slick back hair rushed in, and upon seeing the projection, he added, I think this is an alien. No need to think. It is. Gu Xiaolun replied, while others looked a bit incredulous. Dude, do you know? Xiaolun, look here. Gu Xiaolun turned back to see Lu Chuang sitting in the back row, his legs propped up on the table. Gu Xiaolun waved his hand as a greeting. Are you kidding me, aliens? What is the big deal? What is there to be afraid of? Just the day before yesterday, Xiaolun and I fought an alien, the one that shot lasers. Lu Chuang drew everyone's attention, and seeing that others didn't quite believe him, he began to narrate the events of that night, embellishing a bit. Hey, Chuangzi, why are you making yourself out to be the main attacker? Hey, that is not important. Who are we to each other? Lu Chuang was quite pleased with the amazed expressions of everyone, and even Gu Xiaolun received looks of admiration. This black dude is so tough. Of course, I'm a standard black gang leader. The female police officer interjected dismissively. At most you're just a middle-aged social youth. Qilin's sister, that is not nice to say. I've bled for my country. Yes, I apologize. Although Qilin's tone was harsh, she was indeed surprised by Lu Chuang's bravery. That is more like it. Lu Chuang then cheerfully beckoned Gu Xiaolun over. Let me introduce myself. Em Liu Chuan. Just call me Brother Chuang. This is my buddy, Yi Xiaolun. From now on, we'll protect you guys. Gu Xiaolun covered his face and sighed. Lu Chuang had calmed down after being beaten, but only with him. As soon as he interacted with others, Lu Chuang's gangster nature began to surface again. Oh, such a big mouth? The two looked to the right, and at the same time, Reina was also sizing them up. Oh my, look at those long legs and black stockings. Chuangzi, don't stir up trouble. Gu Xiaoluan whispered in his ear, but Lu Chuang didn't seem to care. Hey, I know. Aren't all of us superheroes here? Besides, she's just a girl. No need to be so scared. Hee, good luck to you. Xiaoluan, you're young, being cautious isn't wrong, but there's no need to be this afraid. This is all from my years of experience as a black boss. Lu Chuang wore a confident expression, while Gu Xiaoluan had zero faith in him. That beauty clearly came prepared. Gu Xiaoluan took 2 steps back. You go for it. Lu Chuang waved his hand with a smile, watching Reina approach him. What? Are you going to educate me? Lu Chuang, just after being praised, you're causing trouble, huh? Qilin wanted to maintain the scene, but Gu Xiaoluan gently shook his head at her. Qilin didn't quite understand, but still closed her mouth. Are you planning to fight? Lu Chuang appeared confident, thinking he could easily block any attack Reina might launch, but unexpectedly, Reina grabbed his neck and pinned him against the wall. Black boss, compared to a god, how impressive can you be? Hey, big sister, who are you? Lu Chuang struggled to grip Reina's hand. Your goddess. The light of the sun, Reina. Oh, you're that. Sun shining? Reina's eyes narrowed, and terrifying energy gathered in her hand. Enough. Gu Xiaoluan suddenly appeared between the two, pressing down on Reina's arm. He realized he had made a mistake and wanted to let Lu Chuang off the hook. After saying this, Gu Xiaoluan signaled Lu Chuang with his eyes. Right, goddess. I was wrong. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Reina lightly pushed, and Lu Chuang was sent flying, crashing through the wall and landing on the lawn outside. Everyone followed the hole to watch the spectacle. Gu Xiaoluan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. It was better for Lu Chuang to suffer a bit. Reina glanced at him before walking out. With each step she took, some armor pieces flew towards her and attached to her body. By the time she reached Lu Chuang, she was already wearing a set of black armor. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm also an alien. Gu Xiaoluan furrowed his brow even more. He genuinely didn't expect aliens to look so human. I am the supreme god of the Sun Star, specially coming to help you for friendship. However, you still lack some manners. Lu Chuang gritted his teeth and stood up. Manners? An alien lecturing Earthlings on manners? Lu Chuang charged forward, and at the moment he swung his fist, Reina summoned a shield. Enough! Lu Chuang's hand crashed against it. The shield was fine, but he winced in pain. As he was about to act again, a sharp blade was pressed against his chest. Reina's arm was restrained by Gu Xiaoluan. I said enough. Alien. Reina had never seen such a look in someone's eyes, and the way he referred to her earlier. Reina withdrew her weapon, and Gu Xiaoluan let go of his hand. You want to fight me? Whether we fight or not depends on you, god of the sun. Gu Xiaoluan patted Lu Chuang on the back, just to remind him. Lu Chuang looked fearful, swallowing hard before nodding earnestly. After Gu Xiaoluan distanced himself from Lu Chuang, Reina waved her hand, and a black armor similar to hers fell from the sky, landing on Gu Xiaoluan. Galaxy power? Gu Xiaoluan was caught off guard by the impact of the armor, nearly stumbling but managing to steady himself. Wear this, and let us have a fight. Gu Xiaoluan looked back and forth between his equipment and Reina. No fighting, no fighting. Are you kidding? The weapon is summoned by the opponent. What is there to fight about? Everyone, including Lu Chuang, was shocked by this sudden scene, and Lu Chuang's expression changed. I'll fight, goddess, I'll fight. Not giving it to you. Reina turned her head away, looking proud. Chapter 63, Training Goddess. Am I not also that? No Star Wars god? The man with the slick back hair took a step forward. Is there one for me? Mine. Zaina la dili sautet, zao xin. Here. Lu Chuang. Hey, Qilin. Qilin stood in a more standard posture and even saluted. Here. Rumingmeng. Huh. Cheng Yaowen. Cheng Yaowen smiled and said nothing. Yi Xiaolun. Du Qiongwei. Reina didn't mind the silent trio and handed them their respective battle armors. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to use your own powers. After Reina left, Lu Chuang excitedly moved closer to Gu Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, look at my big axe. Cool, right? Now you really are no hand. Lu Chuang pointed at Gu Xiaoluan's big sword. Don't say anything about me. Come on, try this armor. If a man gets both armor and weapons at the same time, then not only the surrounding targets will suffer, but he himself will too. Lu Chuang acted without hesitation, exerting a bit of force and striking his leg armor with the axe. What the? No damage at all. The others also excitedly tried their weapons. 4 big men living in one dormitory, Gu Xiaoluan didn't shy away, putting on his helmet after greeting the others. Do you think Xiaoluan can hear us talking? Lu Chuang looked at the others, and Zhao Hexen, who was on the opposite bed, smiled back. Why don't you ask him? Xiaoluan? Lu Chuang thought he was loud enough, but Gu Xiaoluan didn't respond. Xiaoluan? He rolled out of bed and approached Gu Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan? He really can't hear us? Don't disturb him. Cheng Yaowen reminded, but Lu Chuang didn't mind much. Hey, it's fine, it's just the 2 of us. Speaking of which, what were you all doing before? Zhao Xian perked up at this topic. I'm a well-known hero. People in the Jianghu call me Xian Yi. Oh really, you're in the business? No, I specifically deal with bullies. Lu Chuang took a deep breath. He was a crime lord, not a thug. He needed to be composed. Then, Cheng Yaowen, what about you? Me? I was farming at home before. Cheng Yaowen said somewhat shyly, but the other 2 didn't look at him differently. Then I'll call you Yaowen. We all have divine powers. We need to help each other out more in the future. Right. Zhao Xian glanced at Gu Xiaoluan and asked Lu Chuang, can you introduce this guy to us in detail? The 2 of us, we haven't known each other for long. We met through a fight. Compared to bragging in the dormitory, Gu Xiaoluan was more accustomed to boasting in the conference room. However, there wasn't much to share today. So Gu Xiaoluan only briefly talked to everyone, while Liu Ji urged him to explore and report back. The next day, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, on a transport plane. Wow, we really are jumping. What are you afraid of? I've done more thrilling things. Gu Xiaoluan smiled mysteriously, leaving everyone a bit puzzled. Gu Xiaoluan didn't say it outright, but the leaders had previously undergone the intense experience of facing nuclear explosions head-on, and since they could be resurrected, the few times the leaders had died were beyond ordinary imagination. Hurry, bears, jump! Gu Xiaoluan led the way and jumped down. Off we go. Seeing Gu Xiaoluan so brave, the others gritted their teeth and followed. Thud! Gu Xiaoluan crawled out of the dirt and spat a few times. Spit, spit, my landing posture was off. Next, Gu Xiaoluan watched as, one by one, black dots fell down and transformed into super soldiers upon landing. Reina demonstrated a hand-rolled light ball to everyone, and Gu Xiaoluan stared blankly at the sphere that resembled a model of the sun. You call this divine power. We call it technology. Technology? Reina looked at Gu Xiaoluan, then threw the light ball into the sky. The light ball quickly flew to an altitude of 1 kilometer and then began to expand, silently releasing a surge of energy. That's right, God-making technology. Is it genetic or mechanical? Reina stared at Gu Xiaoluan in confusion. What? Is this genetic ascension or mechanical ascension? It can't be psychic ascension, right? What are you talking about? Gu Xiaoluan suddenly realized that Reina and he were not on the same wavelength. Never mind, just forget I asked. Although Gu Xiaoluan said this, Reina still briefly explained. Genetic warriors are, of course, genetic. Each of you has different abilities from the divine river gene in your body. Xiang Wei has time-space abilities. Lu Chuang, brute force attack. Qilin is a divine river sniper. Ru Mingming is a shock assault specialist. Cheng Yaowen is the heart of the earth. And Zhao Xian is as fast as lightning. What about me? You? Reina smiled maliciously. You can take a hit. Huh? What do you mean? Next, we will train you on how to use your powers. After a day of training, Gu Xiaoluan felt something was off. Why does it seem like their intensity is a bit low? Not to say it's trash, but according to his experience from studying in the Empire, interstellar wars often involve hundreds of thousands or even millions of ground troops, not to mention those ships that are difficult to destroy with ground forces. Even if they can easily defeat the Taodai army, if the number of Taodai increases, they wouldn't be able to respond in time, and there would always be situations where they couldn't keep up. I want to see the higher-ups. Gu Xiaoluan found Reina, who was somewhat puzzled. I can help you find them. What's the matter? Yes, there's indeed something. Reina didn't ask. She took out her phone and made a call. After a while, someone took Gu Xiaoluan to the helipad. Where are we going? The crew member replied, to the giant canyon. To see who? General Decao. Is he in charge of us? Sorry, I don't know. Gu Xiaoluan mimicked the tone in which Liu Ji boasted. I need to speak with General Decao. The crew member made a direct line, and then called Gu Xiaoluan to the cockpit. Through the communication system here, Gu Xiaoluan contacted Decao. Galactic power. What can I do for you? A deep, strong male voice came through the phone, and Gu Xiaolun quickly organized his words in his mind. General Decao, can you be responsible for our matters? Of course. What if it's a higher-level matter? How high level? Diplomatic level. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Yes, I can. Good, I'll come over now. Giant Canyon Gu Xiaolun had never seen such a magnificent aircraft carrier in reality. Although it was not as grand as a space battleship, its symbolic meaning was different. Gu Xiaolun thought carefully. His situation was different from Liu Ji's. Although the leaders had not discussed the aid matters in detail with Liu Ji, and Liu Ji had also indicated that technology would be distributed as wages. Chapter 64, Demonstrating Existence, but Liu Ji represents the Earth of their universe, and the Empire's investment in it is definitely worthwhile, especially since Liu Ji established the company's branch in that universe. Indeed, although the Ascension technology is nominally Liu Ji's, he personally prefers to regard it as an asset of the Empire. After all, he has connections on both sides. Thus, the Empire seems more like it's nurturing its juniors. Moreover, due to the previous anti-intelligence strategy, the Empire has only made limited investments. But Gu Xiaolun, on the other hand, has nothing. In this Earth, he has little say and has never been in contact with the power center. The Empire's investment here might not even gain a good reputation. It would purely be charity. Gu Xiaolun doesn't have such a big face, nor is he that imposing. He is a person of Earth and also a part of the Empire. So he wants to work hard to establish a balance of interest between the two sides. At least he needs to ensure that the Empire gains some tangible benefits. Gu Xiaolun had never thought before that he would consider such matters, let alone make such choices. Let's just have a simple discussion today to break the ice and observe the official attitude. The person who met him was a Jia. The two exchanged simple greetings before walking into the internal area of the giant canyon ship. Don't be nervous later. Although General Decao looks quite serious, he is actually quite easy to talk to. Moreover, he is Rose's father. Gu Xiaolun raised his eyebrows and followed a Jia into the conference room. Decao was standing at the conference table looking at a report. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned around. Decao's imposing expression indeed has a strong deterrent effect. But Gu Xiaolun is not a coward. Hello, General Decao. What can I do for you? Decao's tone was quite friendly, and Gu Xiaolun breathed a sigh of relief. I wanted to ask if our Huaxia has controllable nuclear fusion technology. Decao was taken aback, clearly not expecting Gu Xiaolun to ask this. Huaxia currently does not possess this technology. What? I have this technology. Decao and Jia exchanged skeptical glances, and Decao ruled out the most likely scenario. Gu Xiaolun was trying to fool him. Do you want to transfer it to the country? Yes. Yi Xiaolun knew did. Decao thought carefully. Xiaolun, to be honest, we asked your roommate if you wear a certain helmet every day. Yes. Can you tell me more about it? Decao signaled Jia to leave, and he closed the door behind him. Sure. After careful consideration, Gu Xiaolun decided not to hide the existence of the Empire. Firstly, there was no need to hide anything, and there was no conflict of interest. Secondly, the Empire could give him more confidence and bargaining chips in negotiations. As Liu Ji once said, show the natives our existence. General Decao, please keep what I am about to say confidential. Decao turned off the surveillance and displayed a pure white screen to Gu Xiaolun. Please. Gu Xiaolun took a deep breath before speaking. Actually, I have joined an alien nation. That helmet is a communication device between me and them. Oh, I see. Decao nodded, not showing any particular surprise. Aren't you surprised? No. In fact, we have guessed this possibility. That device is obviously not a product of Earth. You didn't secretly observe me while I was away, did you? Cough, yes. Decao felt a bit embarrassed, but Gu Xiaolun didn't mind much. The country had long known of their existence, so some necessary surveillance was only natural. You might not believe it, but there are all humans there. I believe it. In fact, humans' appearance in the universe is called Shinhabadi, which is the mainstream appearance. Gu Xiaolun recalled Liu Ji's earlier words and was curious how Liu Ji knew that. Yes, that's right, Shinhabadi. Their leadership is quite small, and I am one of them. You too? Decao looked at Gu Xiaolun, surprised that Gu Xiaolun could enter the leadership. Yes, we are good friends, more like brothers. That's quite surprising. Gu Xiaolun nodded and continued. They learned about our situation here and decided to assist us. They entrusted this technology to me as a gift for us. Dakeo pondered. So, they're a very friendly alien civilization? Yes. Guxiaoluan had indeed improved a lot, weaving lies without pausing. But they cannot directly send troops to assist Earth. Understood, the current Earth is being watched by multiple forces, and their ability to reach this extent is already quite generous. Their intention is to observe our attitude and decide on further assistance. Dakeo became serious. What can they assist with, and what do they want in return? The assistance could be battleship technology or other useful technologies. As for their demands, they didn't say. They mentioned that we would discuss it in detail after we agreed to contact. Dakeo then asked, "Can I ask what position you hold?" "Army Commander." "Wow, that's impressive." Dakeo looked at Guxiaoluan with newfound respect, but he didn't realize that the Empire didn't have an army at all. Dakeo solemnly extended his hand, and Guxiaoluan also reached out to shake it. "Please convey our gratitude from Earth's humanity for your gift, and express our willingness to continue contact." "Good." After releasing hands, Dakeo finally spoke his mind. "Xiaoluan, you are the god of Earth. You will definitely lead humanity into the universe in the future. Therefore, we do not oppose your contact with aliens. But you are too important. You need to have the ability to discern. Seriously. I will upload the technology to the database now." Once everything was concluded, Guxiaoluan directly took his leave. "Can I submit the conversation record?" Guxiaoluan nodded and pushed the door to leave. After he left, Dakeo looked at the documents on the table. Is Earth being targeted by a new alien force again? It's a tumultuous time. They actually made direct contact with the galactic power. There are very few in the universe with this capability. Which side could it be? Mom. Gulualia was downstairs conversing with a man in a gray coat. She turned to David, signaling him to come over. David stepped forward, sizing up the man opposite him. His clothes were clean, holding a felt hat, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, and he had no unnecessary modifications. He was a handsome, middle-aged Asian man. "Is this your son?" "Yes, that's right. His name is David. David Martinez." The man smiled and reached out to pat David's head, but David instinctively dodged, showing clear resistance. A very individualistic child. Chapter 65. The general is assassinated. "David, you can't be so rude." The man smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Gloria waved her hand to see the man off, and after he walked further away, David finally spoke up. "Mom, who is he?" "Oh, he's a business partner." "Really?" Gloria looked at David with pride. "That's right. Mom is really amazing." David casually praised her a bit, and then put on an excited expression. "Mom, you won't guess what happened." "What happened?" "I'll tell you when we get home." Once they got home, Gloria couldn't wait to ask. "What is it?" "I won the lottery. 100,000 euros. Gloria stood there in disbelief, looking at David. It wasn't until David showed her his account that she excitedly screamed and hugged him. "So, you are my lucky star." The atmosphere in Night City is quite open. Playing the lottery is considered a good thing for kids. Back in the laboratory, the Emperor first looked around and then saw Volder staring at him nearby. "My lord, I have bad news. The general has been assassinated and is in a coma, after Horus fell into a coma." The Imperial Guard had already sent the information back to Terra via subspace communication. But since the Emperor was not present, they had to place Horus in a secure location, which was also the reason Volder was waiting for the Emperor. The Emperor then connected to the communications of the Spear of the Emperor and the Soul of Revenge, issuing orders for the Imperial Guard to bring Horus back and commanding the 16th Army to continue their expedition. Bring the other Primarchs back as well. Yes. Although the Emperor was very worried about Horus's condition, he decided to first check on Mikado to ensure that there weren't any major issues in the Empire. He had a premonition that this was the calamity that Liu Ji referred to as destined. On the Soul of Revenge. Where is the general? The 3-meter-tall genetically modified Khorne had a very oppressive presence, making even the so-called demigod Astartes appear small in comparison. In the stasis field aboard the ship. "Take me there." Along the way, the pups looked at the Imperial Guard squad with eager eyes. Their feelings for the Primarch were incredibly deep, just like with the other legions. They entered a huge chamber where only the members of the Council of Four Kings were present. The leading Imperial Guard approached first, carefully checking Horus's condition, then looked at the others. We are under the Emperor's orders to bring the general back to Holy Terra for treatment. Yes, that's correct. We received the orders. Abaddon showed heartfelt gratitude on his face. When Horus was just assassinated, they were indeed thrown into chaos. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard was monitoring the situation, and they assured that the news had reached Terra, which allowed the pups to temporarily settle down. They were indeed a bit anxious while waiting, firstly because they were worried about the Primarch's condition, and secondly because they feared this incident would become a disgrace for the entire Legion and even the Primarch. For this reason, the Council of Four Kings even considered following Erebus's suggestion to send Horus to a native temple on Davin for treatment. But the Imperial Guard acted faster. When they discovered signs of chaos corruption on the planet, they took over the highest battlefield command while the general was still in a coma. As the Imperial forces withdrew from the planet, the red laser cannons were aimed at Davin. Now, Davin had already become a molten planet. Can we help you transfer the Primarch? Little Horus asked in a pleading tone, but the Imperial Guard firmly refused him. The spear of the Emperor prohibits any unauthorized personnel from boarding. We will properly transfer the Primarch. But, are you questioning us? Soldier. Little Horus lowered his head at Abaddon's gesture, and only then did the Imperial Guard begin the transfer operation. The transfer was quite simple. They just needed to move the equipment and personnel together. Erebus watched from a corner of the corridor as the Imperial Guard took Horus away, then abruptly disappeared into the shadows. After the transfer was completed, the spear of the Emperor slowly adjusted its direction under the eager gaze of the pups. My lord, we are about to take the general to Terra. The Imperial Guard squad leader stood in the sci-fi style command room, which was in stark contrast to their style. The next second, the communication panel received a reply. Oh, since they were traveling through subspace, there was also a navigator guiding them. Heading to Terra. Yes, entering subspace. The spear of the Emperor slowly entered subspace, but after only a short distance, the Geller field system began to sound alarms. From a navigator's perspective, everything became somewhat terrifying. Lord of Wisdom, War Blood, Blessings Desire. Various strange shapes filled his view, and indescribable whispers continuously echoed in his ears. 2 seconds later, his head flew off. Exit subspace. The squad leader took 1 second to assess the navigator's condition and 1 second to sheath his knife. But the Chaos Gods wouldn't let them leave easily. While the Geller field was still active, the hull of the warship showed extremely slight anomalies. The passage between subspace and reality became blurry, and they were about to vanish into the turbulence of subspace. Fortunately, the Emperor noticed this in time. Golden psychic energy fiercely resisted the encroachment of the four gods, opening a passage for them. When they left subspace, the flashing red screen finally returned to blue, and the hull anomalies disappeared. After the squad leader confirmed that everything was normal, he sent the information to Terra. My lord, we encountered subspace turbulence. I know. The Emperor's projection appeared on the large screen, and everyone knelt down on one knee upon seeing it. The navigator is dead. You cannot return to Terra via subspace. The squad leader glanced at the navigator's corpse and then raised his head. What should we do now, my lord? The Emperor pondered for a moment and suddenly said, use the warp engine. Navigate through the physical universe. This, my lord, the uncontrollability of this approach is too high. The Imperial Guard squad leader bluntly refuted the Emperor's viewpoint. While they were indeed the Emperor's Imperial Guard, they were also the Emperor's assistants, and it was normal to reasonably rebut the Emperor's opinions. Not using subspace? Mikado, who was beside the Emperor, looked up from the mountains of neatly organized documents, incredulously staring at him. That's right. Normally, the instability of warp travel in this universe is too high, but this time is different. Horus is there. What's different about it? The Emperor smiled and pointed at Mikado's staff. Horus's projection in subspace is very clear, and I have a broader perspective in subspace, so I can determine the time and direction of the navigation. Chapter 66. Vassal. After listening, Mikado looked at him with astonishment. Such a genius and reckless idea. No wonder he is the Emperor. The guards present had nothing to say. You are the Emperor. You have the final say. Prepare to activate the warp engine. The other guards and the Silent Sisters began to prepare various tasks of the console. They were professionally trained, and with AI assistance, It was quite simple to operate. The low-level warp engine and thrusters on the spear of the Emperor could reach speeds of up to 32 trillion times the speed of light, which is 1,400,000 light-years per second. This is why starships need to follow established routes. Knowing the location of exits and entrances prevents accidental overshooting and avoids affecting reality. Next, you will initiate low-power travel, enter warp space, and prepare to exit warp space near the solar system. As we all know, if a warship does not follow a route and head straight toward Terra, well, not to mention whether it can reach the solar system, if it arrives but fails to find the right position, crashing into Terra would be a major problem. Therefore, generally speaking, one cannot navigate freely in warp space. Entering warp space. Don't worry, when I say stop, you stop. The Emperor looked at the squad leader encouragingly. While Mikado's eyelids twitched, what was the difference between this and playing with firecrackers next to a barrel of explosives? Yes, Emperor, why are you in such a hurry? The Emperor did not turn around and said, the Chaos Gods will not allow them to pass safely through subspace, and I have received a warning regarding Horus. After hearing this, Mikado contemplated and asked, was it that person who told you? All right, I understand. He put down his work and walked over to the Emperor to watch the communications of the spear of the Emperor with him. I'll enter subspace with you. At least you'll have some support. Thank you. Mikado smiled and picked up his scepter. On the other side, 5 seconds to enter warp space. 4, 3, 2, 1. The Emperor and Mikado focused intently, watching the projection in subspace. The 4 gods also came to join the excitement, but the 2 ignored them. Everyone on the ship straightened their fingers, ready to issue commands in an instant. With a flickering blue light, the ship began to dash through subspace at an incredible speed. Stop! Bang! The ship came to a sudden halt, leaving warp space. The 4 gods were quite confused. What just zipped by? Where's Horus? The subspace projection was right there. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Where are you? The guards carefully compared the star maps and found that there was not a single bright spot around. My lord, it seems we are outside the galaxy. I know. The Emperor was somewhat speechless. He had intentionally spoken up in advance, but the moment the guards issued commands, the ship had already flown out of the galaxy. Reduce power by 50%, change direction, and jump again. Yes, just like that. The 4 gods watched as Horus flickered back and forth between the galaxy and extragalactic space, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Cheater, what is going on? This was part of the plan. Although Chinchi said so, it was actually deceiving other gods as usual. I am the master of change, but, children, I have truly never seen this situation before. The ship had calibrated thousands of times before successfully, encountering hundreds of navigational anomalies along the way, only to find itself who knows how far from the galaxy once it emerged. My lord, we succeeded. The star map shows we have reached the edge of the solar system. If we use the thrusters at full speed, we can return in just a few months. The Emperor and Mikado breathed a sigh of relief. It had indeed been exhausting. After all, even finding someone near the galaxy was very laborious. We can't do this again next time. Mikado nodded repeatedly. Even without following the warp routes, the accident rate was so high, let alone if they followed established routes. During the ship's trial, the most serious and frequent problem encountered was warp anomalies. For example, if the ship was following the route from the Sun to Alpha Centauri, it might emerge to find itself in a galaxy hundreds of light years away. This was still because the predetermined travel distance was relatively short. If the journey were longer, one wouldn't know where to go if something went wrong. Fortunately, the Chaos Gods Wu Ti constantly harassed the Empire's ships. Horus was easily detected by the Chaos Gods because he was hit by the Blade of Malice, but the return journey of other entities wouldn't be so tumultuous. The entities would still need some time to return, and the Emperor didn't want to see so many political matters, so he simply returned to the star universe. The Emperor propped himself up, walked out of the rest area, and saw Liu Ji and the leaders discussing something. Your Majesty? Liu Ji's face was full of joy, and he sighed in relief. You finally came back. There hasn't been much progress over there. The entities are on their way back. Horus was injured, done by the Chaos Gods. Liu Ji thought for a moment and suddenly realized. So that's the reason for the rebellion, seduced by the Chaos Gods? It should be. By the way, what are you all discussing? Present were Liu Ji, V, Gu Xiaoluan, Lao Ba, and Liu Ji. The others were attending virtually. We are discussing Xiaoluan's matter. It is considered the Empire's first diplomatic affair. Diplomacy? The Emperor looked puzzled, and Liu Ji signaled Gu Xiaoluan to explain. Sister God, it's like this. Upon hearing this, the Emperor understood. So you were discussing how to make contact with Earth over there? Liu Ji nodded. We need to determine the posture of contact. I personally prefer to treat them as equals. The others agreed. Grey Wind explained, according to the rules of the previous universe, that Earth would be considered a fragmented ethnicity, still a non-superluminal indigenous people. However, the chief and other leaders still granted them equal status due to emotional factors. Then why are you discussing this? Is it important? Liu Ji nodded. This is just one aspect. Xiaoluan's idea is to let us cultivate power there, just like over there with Liu Ji. His proposal received a lot of support, but I have a different idea. What is it? Speak up. Vassal. Liu Ji raised his hand to summon a virtual projection of the vassal agreement. This is the clause I drafted, belonging to a benevolent vassal clause, placing the other party in a vassal protectorate status. I still say, rather than establishing a new force, it's better to choose one to support. The object of support goes without saying. Everyone present is of Huaxia descent. As for the two-night cities Americans, spiritual Huaxia people are also Huaxia people. Chapter 67. Ripu. This clause left the other leaders both amused and perplexed. They called it a vassal clause, but it didn't restrict expansion, required no tribute, allowed for independent diplomacy, and still permitted aid from the suzerain country. If you said it was a poverty alleviation agreement, they would believe it. Chief, this might as well be given away for free. Liu Ji smiled at Old 8, saying, aren't I just trying to indulge in the feeling of being a suzerain country? Moreover, look at this clause. Gu Xiaoluan was most concerned about his own matters, so he focused on the military aspect and read it carefully. For military technology assistance, the vassal state must exchange resources, and the specific price can be negotiated with the suzerain country. They could also use their self-built army as an exchange object. What does this mean? It's understandable that military technology requires money, right? Yes, but how do we pay? We're not in the same universe. So, all that talk before was nonsense. What's important is what's later. If the vassal state is unable to pay, then the army built with the aid technology can be used to repay the suzerain country, effectively working for them in disguise. Gu Xiaoluan thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed not a loss. All right, how about we do it like this? Wait, Old 8 interrupted. Chief, what if there's still a debt after the army is repaid? Then they can pay the rest. How do we calculate interest? Just collect a symbolic amount. Huifeng complained. How come the vassals in the last universe didn't get to enjoy such good terms? Huh? Didn't their population get assimilated into the empire? Isn't that good? It's a utopian society. Liu retorted sternly. And then you stuff synapses in them, right? Ahem. Luogia stroked Gugu. In any case, this is our first contact with the super god Earth. There is still a lot of room for operation in our future interactions, so we don't need to arrange some things in advance. Exactly. Liu Ji continued, and this title is nice. We should give a name to everyone's universe for easier identification. Xiaoluan S will be called the Super God Universe, and Luogia S will be the Three-Body Universe. Why name it after the three-body people? Isn't that very identifiable? Well, that is true. Luogia didn't have much objection. It could be called the Three-Body Universe. It's all the same. Sister Shun can call it the Warhammer Universe, and David and VS can be the Cyber Universe. The four-person group can be called the Blue Star Universe. Huampi Kanan reminded, ours is also called Earth, as for the name Blue Star. Chief, you've been reading too many web novels. Haven't you? Cough, let us go with that. As for ours, of course, it's called the Galaxy Universe. Liu Ji clapped his hands together, and the others just casually clapped a couple of times in response. Does anyone have any new proposals? Old 8 swiped through the electronic device, and the vassal clause had an extra blank page. Chief, you haven't said how we will assist Super God Earth. Didn't I send over controllable nuclear fusion? That should be enough, right? Old 8 glanced at Gu Xiaoluan helplessly. Xiaoluan, I'm not saying this lightly. That technology is really just the basics. Do you think an energy technology will affect the battle situation between the glutton and humans? It seems not. Exactly. Chief, what do you think? Liu Ji thought for a moment and said, as our vassal, they should reach the level of space civilization, right? All right. Old 8 wrote more detailed vassal clauses. We will commit to helping the vassal state upgrade to an initial space civilization level, achieve faster-than-light travel, and generously gift relevant technology. Yes, just like that. Gu Xiaoluan was almost moved to tears upon receiving this vassal clause. Chief, everyone, thank you. Liu Ji looked at Wei Feng. See, I'm a good person. Reality warper -1,000. Genocide -1,000. Isolationism -500. Destruction. Stop. How come you know all my dark history? Liu Ji complained, his face bitter, and Wei Feng switched to a teasing smile. Huh, Chief, this is something you insisted I know. Remember every time you barged into houses without permission? And when I didn't respond to your calls, and even directly invaded the entire galaxy, you always summoned me with supreme relics. I was trouble for a long time because of that. And now you started to dislike me? Wei Feng said as she moved closer, pushing the slender Liu Ji back onto the sofa. They say the longer you know someone, the more you start to dislike them. I want to see if you really are that heartless. Saying that, she began to unbutton her clothes. Hey, what are you doing? There are people watching. Liu Ji waved his arms in a panic, but he couldn't get away from Wei Feng. Wei Feng turned to the others behind them. You want to peek, right? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and then shook their heads, their gazes wandering. This floor is really a floor. Yeah, this clothing is really clothing. By the way, who turned off the lights? David wanted to see, but couldn't due to age restrictions. Just as Wei Feng was about to threaten again, the several participants in the video call quickly hung up. Let us disperse. It's boring. I forgot to turn off my engine. I'm logging off. Me too. Can you just turn off an engine casually? Forget it. Why do I care? Gu Xiaoluan had never seen such a scene and was momentarily stunned. Wei Feng is still going to take off her clothes? The Emperor glanced at him. Why is your point of focus so strange? Does Wei Feng have the same functions as humans? Luojia joked. You two are both equally matched. The chief has no time to listen to your nonsense. Yin is cooking today. I'm logging off. Only then did Gu Xiaoluan remember the important matter. Oh, right. I need to go get busy. Old 8 and V exchanged glances and left together. As V reached the door, he peeked his head out and asked, Sister Shun, aren't you leaving? I'm quite interested in researching this. Hu Weifeng's military uniform had already slid off her shoulders, and she shouted without looking back, You can research with your whole nanobot aggregate yourself. All right. The Emperor smirked mischievously, quietly turned on the indoor surveillance, and then quickly fled the scene. Chief, now it's just the two of us. Wei Feng whispered in Liu Ji's ear, and Liu Ji felt like he was done for. The door opened, and the Emperor turned around to see Liu Ji leaning against the wall, struggling to move his feet. Is it that serious? Liu Ji lifted his head and nodded slowly, but firmly. Chapter 68. Genetic Modification Program Nanobots Don't Experience Fatigue. Liu Ji fell silent, unsure how to describe it. A proper session is good for the body. The Emperor chuckled lightly, glancing at Liu Ji's waist. Is that what it means? That could be fatal. It's better than handling it yourself. That's true. Wait, how do you know? The Emperor smirked. Your body certainly has those impulses. Liu Ji's resentful gaze had no effect. The Emperor gestured for him to come closer. Look at this. I suddenly realized something. Since we can manipulate microscopic particles, can we perform surgery directly at the cellular or even molecular level? A 3-meter-tall, muscular man appeared on the projection, with several metal components attached to him. Are these modifications for the Forbidden Army? Exactly. Here and here. The Emperor enlarged various special organs of the Forbidden Army, which are the difficulties of the modification surgeries. Candidates usually fail and die at these stages, but we can directly process it with fine machining capabilities or even clone an organ through genes and implant it. What is the success rate? With the assistance of Grey Wind, 100%. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji's waist pain disappeared. He straightened up, seriously examining the data. In that case, can we incorporate traits from the Organic Codex? Genes that can be called traits are quite fascinating and complex. Although we can't directly apply them, we can gain some insights. The Emperor looked at Liu Ji encouragingly. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? Liu Ji liked genetically modified corn. but the idea of becoming one felt a bit repulsive. Not fond of it. No, just worried about not getting used to it. Moreover, the building standards here didn't consider the presence of 3-meter-tall giants. What's the problem? You'll adapt quickly. Liu Ji pondered and suddenly thought of something. How about we modify this template, remove some less effective modifications, and adopt some traits instead? The Emperor pulled up the data to start simulating. Although the Forbidden Army wasn't created for warfare, they did have some combat modifications. Considering your situation, those aren't necessary. It's better to enhance physical fitness or develop the brain. Liu excitedly nodded. Yes, that is what I was thinking. The Emperor worked quickly. The modified template shrank slightly, but remained very powerful. Which trait should we add? Most racial traits recorded in the Organic Codex only have 1 or 2, and they all have strong rejection characteristics. If 2 or more racial traits are roughly fused together, the genes will collapse due to being unable to bear it. To utilize all these traits, directed modifications are required, which can be considered the first step towards gene ascension. Brilliant. Good. Gray Wind coalesced beside the two, first casting a teasing glance at Liu Ji before speaking. So, you need my help next? Exactly. With the Empire's technology, the success rate of the modification chief is over 90%, but since we haven't tried adding traits yet, we'll need you to back us up. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Back in the Super God universe, Gu Xiaoluan lay on his bed, thinking for nearly 10 minutes about how to phrase things before finally getting out of bed. It was mealtime, and everyone else was absent. Gu Xiaoluan decided to head to the cafeteria, only to run into Ajia on the way. Hey, Xiaoluan, you're finally back. Ajia? What is up? Ajia took out his phone. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Commander. Yes, Xiaoluan is back. All right, got it. Gu Xiaoluan listened quietly, speaking only after Ajia hung up. Is it about the higher-ups? Exactly. The leaders want to meet you. They've been waiting for you here for a while. Can you tell me who is here? Ajia quickly answered his question. General Dikao, Elder Huang, and other key personnel. It's quite lively. Gu Xiaoluan guessed that the Empire's existence would attract significant attention, but he didn't expect these people to show up. Isn't it? Let us go. All right. Gu Xiaoluan walked into the conference room, while Ajia stayed outside. He first saw Reina and Dikao, then several unfamiliar elderly faces. This is Gu Xiaoluan. With Dikao's introduction, everyone turned to look at him, young and promising. Gu Xiaoluan forced a smile and nodded slightly. This is Elder Huang. The plump middle-aged man who spoke waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang. Dikao introduced the others to Gu Xiaoluan one by one, and after everyone got acquainted, they began discussing important matters. Gu Xiaoluan sat at a position near the middle on the left side of the long table, with Reina on one side and Dikao on the other. Wow. All the military and political bigwigs are here. Gu Xiaoluan cautiously observed the prominent figures present. Although they had a warm demeanor, their inherent aura was hard to disguise. Elder Huang, representing Huaxia, initiated a conversation with Gu Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, on behalf of Huaxia, I'd like to thank your side for the assistance once again. It's not that exaggerated. Ha! Gu Xiaoluan felt a bit uneasy, but the others didn't dare to underestimate him for it. Yes, and it's very important. Speaking of which, we don't know the guest titles. Ascendant Seekers. The name is Ascendant Seekers. Upon hearing this, everyone present wore thoughtful expressions, and Reina, who couldn't sit still, asked, Ascendant Seekers, what do they do? Seeking the truth of the universe, something like that. Reina pouted, recalling a dark, introverted man. After our discussion, we warmly welcome the Ascendant Seekers and are willing to befriend any peace-loving race. Gu Xiaoluan acted like a listener, nodding occasionally to show his agreement with Elder Huang's courteous remarks. By the way, Xiaoluan, can you conveniently introduce the Ascendant Seekers? Sure. Let us start with politics. The Empire operates under a parliamentary democracy, but the chief and other leaders consider themselves a parliamentary dictatorship. Dikao, hearing the keywords, asked Empire. Gu Xiaoluan realized he had caused a misunderstanding and quickly explained. In their view, any powerful interstellar civilization can be referred to as an empire. Reina interjected. It's not popular in the known universe. Right, that is our term. Chapter 69. Secondary Diplomacy. May I ask, what kind of civilization can be considered powerful? Another representative asked. Gu Xiaoluan thought for a moment. That's hard to say, but it definitely needs to achieve faster than light, FTL, space travel. If a civilization lacks the ability for FTL travel, it would be classified as indigenous. Elder Huang looked at Gu Xiaolun seriously. If we have spaceships and can jump through wormholes, can we then be considered an interstellar civilization or an interstellar empire? That's right. Gu Xiaolun didn't care if that was a bit of a cheat, as long as they met the conditions. I see. So does that mean the Ascension Seekers see us as planetary natives? Objectively speaking, yes, but they are willing to engage with us on equal terms. Elder Huang discreetly glanced at Takeo, who had closed his eyes for a moment, and he understood. Please continue. Sure. Gu Xiaolun raised his palm, bending his index finger, representing politics. He then bent his middle finger, representing the military aspect, noting that the Imperial fleet was relatively small and its exact level was uncertain. Economically, all citizens of the Empire are synthetic beings, a utopian society that lacks nothing. Synthetic beings? This term was unfamiliar not only to the Earthlings but even to Reina and Takeo. Oh, they are mechanical intelligent life forms that can dream. So amazing. Reina slightly turned, looking at him in surprise. Yes, initially there were no synthetic beings. They were created later. The representatives began to whisper among themselves, occasionally expressing their admiration. Is this what advanced civilization looks like? Utopia. What level of productivity is needed to sustain it? It seems this is indeed a friendly and powerful civilization. Shauna, what do you think of this civilization? Reina sighed, propping her head with her hand. Very powerful. Although it doesn't sound like a god-making civilization and is a notch below god-level civilizations, at least they're living well. Unlike us, where our common people have to ask my old man just to get some rain. Takeo added, a civilization must have the ability to create gods to be considered among the strong. The representatives nodded in agreement, and Gu Xiaolun continued. The Empire indeed does not have research in this area. This was true. The Empire's current technology did not support research into god-making technology. And even if they had the capability, they wouldn't invest too many resources into it. As for them, god-making technology was a distant concern. The cost-performance ratio was low, with a very high investment. As for advanced units that could be compared to gods, one must mention the Ascension Immortals. Do you like my dozen or so traits? Able to casually destroy stars with a mass-produced army? After chatting, they felt they had gained some understanding of them. I wonder if they would be willing to engage in practical contact with Huaxia? Gu Xiaolun shook his head regretfully. No, they don't want to simply intervene in interstellar affairs. And they're too far away from us. So they're like hermits? Yes, that's one way to understand it. In that case, we don't have anything substantial to offer in return, so we'll just owe them a favor for now. Ha ha ha, it's no problem. Gu Xiaolun changed the topic and actively asked about the Taotai invasion. Has the upper management prepared for the Taotai invasion? Elder Huang sighed. We've done all we can. As for the odds, the Huaxia people have survived through so many wars. We could do it this time too. Where are they now? Takeo pointed to the large screen in the conference room. They've already reached Pluto and just passed through the wormhole. What? Gu Xiaolun suddenly stood up. The enemy is already here, and you are still having a meeting. Then he noticed the gazes of the others and sat back down. Sorry, I lost my composure. Takeo comforted him. I understand your feelings, but the fact is what it is. Are they coming soon? No, at their speed. It might still take a few months to arrive. A few months. Gu Xiaolun was somewhat speechless. A few months to fly from Pluto to Earth? Isn't that indigenous speed? So they rely entirely on the wormhole for travel. After a moment, he asked, what about the solar civilization? Reina quickly explained, personally, I definitely support it. I'm right here. As for the stance of the entire civilization, to be honest, that's managed by Panjun. I don't have much say. So you're just maintaining neutrality? Uh-huh. Gu Xiaolun didn't say much more, and then asked, what if the Ascension Seekers are willing to help us? Everyone present brightened up. They are willing to help us? Yes, but not materially. It's technological assistance. Another representative then asked, what has the cost? Lose a bit of face? Takeo's previously furrowed brow relaxed a bit. Surrendering sovereignty? You know we will never agree to that. There is a sacrifice, but it's not a total sacrifice. What do you mean? Gu Xiaolun knew that he couldn't clarify just with words. So he asked for a piece of paper and began writing the vassalage terms, while everyone waited quietly. After finishing, Dikeo took the paper and projected it onto the big screen. The handwriting is a bit messy, please excuse me. The others didn't mind this small issue, and they began discussing as they looked at it. The more they looked, the more astonished they became, and Reyna couldn't hold back anymore. Wait, who is vassalizing whom here? Are they interstellar philanthropists? Look at what you're saying. They're making these arrangements out of consideration for me. Gu Xiaoluan pretended to be serious, as if he had put in a lot of effort to gain such benefits. This isn't wrong, right? Oh no, I mean handwritten notes are bound to have some issues. Gu Xiaoluan looked at the excited representatives. Don't worry, I won't make those small mistakes. Good, good. Sorry, I got too excited. Elder Huang looked at the terms in amazement. Old friend, not to mention you, I've never seen such terms in my life. This isn't just recognizing an elder brother. This is recognizing a biological father. According to our principles, we would refuse such vassal-like terms, but then again. Sorry, comrade Gu Xiaoluan, this is a significant matter. We need to hold a meeting to decide. I understand, but the Taodai are coming soon. I'm stuck in the middle and can only be anxious, so please hurry. We understand, Elder Huang decisively said. In that case, let us pause the discussion here. We need to hold an emergency meeting. Gu Xiaoluan had no objections and left with Reyna. Hey, Xiaoluan, do you really have everything over there? Chapter 70, Level 1, Combat Readiness. Sister Na, are you kidding? Utopia doesn't have everything, and besides, it's not that hard to satisfy the needs of the synthetics. When I have time, I definitely want to go take a look. All right, I'll personally take you on a trip then. It's a deal. The terrifying arthropod-like intelligent beings emitted a harsh noise. They were dressed, but displayed a savage demeanor that contradicted their attire. Boss, are we still hunting in this star region? A group of small humanoid centipedes surrounded a larger humanoid centipede, which was a darker brown than its counterparts. To eat well, one must be bold. This is our survival rule. In response to the large centipede's roar, the others only awkwardly took 2 steps back. What if we encounter the enforcement fleet again? What has to be afraid of? We're not like those other fools. We have some foundation. They're all thinking about treasure, even competing with the big brains for it, risking their lives. Previously, a certain stellar system spread the news of an unparalleled treasure, attracting all the desperate rogues from surrounding star regions. And even a certain interstellar empire got involved. The outcome was clear. The empire effortlessly dealt with this group of bandits, and the centipedes didn't go, thus save their lives. But boss, there aren't any merchant ships passing by here. Do I need to tell you that? The irritable large centipede glared at the star map, and then moved towards the edge. The other centipedes had no choice but to follow. They hadn't had a harvest in a long time. Their fleet quickly entered the navigation route and swiftly arrived at the next stellar system. Boss, we VE arrived at the Galactic system. Boss, boss. The large centipede casually tossed an object aside, yelling, "What are you shouting for? It's so noisy." Boss, we found unnumbered ships. It looks like a formation. What? The large centipede quickly crawled to the command area. Indeed, there were no numbers. And the ships were quite small. They are civilian merchant ships. I know, little ones. Full speed ahead. Time to make a living. The centipedes let out excited clicks and then started to get busy. On the other side, a warning sounded. Unknown ships detected. The AI of the warship emitted an alarm, raising everyone's heart rates. Hit Meow, as the Minister of Defense, sent a hyperspace message on behalf of the Empire. The Council communication has been connected. This sudden contact made everyone put aside their tasks and turn their gazes toward the distant stars. Holy crap. Meow. Aliens. I can see them. The synthetics also began to stand at attention. Old Gu walked to hit Meow's side and had already notified the research ship to retreat. Set up the battle formation. Yes. Boss, the prey wants to communicate with us. Good. Then let us connect. The communication panel opened, and the centipede twisted its body to show its towering stature to the prey. Mudmen, offer up a lot of energy coins. Then I might consider sparing you. The 2 sides had never made contact, so naturally there was no translation capability. The Empire side was quite shocked. Even the synthetics on-site wore stunned electronic expressions. What the hell? What is this ugly thing? So disgusting. Were they saying? The large centipede spoke eloquently for a long time until a small centipede interrupted it. Boss, They seemed to not understand. What? Don't they have a translator? Seeing this, the large centipede, furious, ordered an immediate attack. Grey Wind sensed the situation was bad and quickly accessed the communication. The chief and Sister Shun are busy. Now I'm delegating authority to you. Be careful. The newcomers are not friendly. Hit Meow made an okay gesture. Don't worry. Mengyu, Sister Nan, stay alert. The research ship immediately turned back. Received. The research ship that received the order immediately turned around, preparing to enter the hyperspace route. The distant alien fleets saw this situation and became agitated, speeding up even more. As their ships got closer, the warship S detector had already completed a simple scan of their vessels. 20 hostile ships. The largest is 5 kilometers. Cruiser. Level 1 combat readiness. The command screen displayed models of the enemy warships. According to Imperial standards, there were a total of 15 frigates for destroyers and 1 cruiser. All synthetics, upload data again. Prepare for emergency jump. After the research ship moves far, we'll run. Are you kidding? There's so many ships on the other side. And they're not even using encrypted communication. It's useless. The other side has already crossed the warning zone. Mengyu, Sister Nan, V formation. Prepare to fire. The 2 ships moved to the sides of the flagship, and after positioning, Mengyu and Huang Pika ordered the launch of space torpedoes. The space torpedoes were accelerated to faster-than-light speed by the magnetic railgun, quickly flying towards the enemy fleet. Red lasers. A volley fire. The frigate, where Hit Meow was, served as the formation flagship, equipped with 3 red laser turrets. Don't ask why the frigate has 3 sections. Just know that the ship is larger. 7 beams of laser reached the enemy ships in an instant, but were blocked by a blue shield. At this moment, the centipedes also sensed something was off, boss. Large laser weapons. It's a warship. We have more ships. Warships will still rob. The enemy fleet was not to be underestimated, with a massive number of red lasers mixed with a blue laser attacking the Imperial fleet. For laser weapons, even evading at faster-than-light speed was of little use. Just this volley made the ship's shields struggle, with the shield devices beginning to flash red. Report. If we take 2 more volleys, the shields will overload. Hit Meow gritted his teeth, hoping that the fleet at Home Woon T be able to make it in time. Accelerate evasively. Continue attacking. Has the research ship left? It is about to reach the nearby stellar system. Mengyu loudly suggested, don't let them leave the navigation route easily. We need to run. Wait a bit longer. Let us test the quality of that alien group. V. Connect to communications. My research team has received data on the enemy ships. Please probe a bit more. The fleet continued to try to maneuver with the enemy fleet, lasers flying everywhere. Although both sides had misses, the Imperial fleet remained at a significant disadvantage. The shields are overloaded. The shields are gone, and the armor is exposed, but the ceramic gold composite armor clearly cannot hold for long. Let us not expect to take down the big ones. Let us see if we can sink a small one. Mengyu's face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. We've already fired all the torpedoes, but the other side isn't foolish, so we probably won't hit many. The centipede alien leader was very afraid of dying. With the flagship positioned in the middle of the fleet, making the frigates in front the targets to take the hits. One unfortunate frigate's shield was overloaded, and, just as it tried to retreat to the back, it took 3 space torpedo hits head-on. Chapter 71. The best plan is to retreat. The space torpedo made a large hole directly in the hull, with one shot even hitting the energy zone, causing the frigate to explode like fireworks in space. The centipede-like alien ship, lacking kinetic weapons, could only watch helplessly as it slowly scraped the armor. For them, the advantage of energy weapons was their high hit rate and continuous usage, while kinetic weapons and torpedoes, despite their low hit rate, had great power and were highly effective against ships. As a group of centipede pirates, they naturally didn't have the money to use kinetic weapons and torpedoes, so they could only rely on the convenient and economical energy weapons. All right, stop. Retreat. Quickly. The ship entered emergency warp and dove headfirst in a hyperspace towards the Empire's direction. The aliens were dumbfounded. Weren't they just resisting fiercely? How did they suddenly run away? Hit Meow and the others wanted to keep fighting, but their armor was nearly destroyed. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't have the chance to escape at all. Boss, They entered emergency warp. The angry giant centipede could no longer hold back and swatted its minion away with its upper body. Repair the ship. Continue moving in the original direction. Being angry was useless for the centipede aliens. They, let alone the Empire's ships, had no idea where they would end up and couldn't pursue at all. The group didn't dare to run too far and soon exited hyperspace. Old Goo, where are we? Old Goo instructed the other synthetics to initiate communication docking, and soon they connected with the Central Star Zone and the research ship's communication. Minister, we are very lucky. The emergency warp was very successful, and the Central Star Zone is just within reach. And the research ship? From the perspective of the capital, the research ship was behind them, only 3 hyperspace routes away. Good. If we take the capital United as a point and draw a large sector, the area where we engage the aliens is within the arc, and their current position is near that point. Hit Meow finally felt relieved and continued handling the fleet situation. Sister Nan, Old Meng, tally the damage to the warships and report back to the main brain. Received. How about you two? My ship almost got blown up in the energy zone. Meng Yu was so angry his stomach hurt. He usually treasured the ship so much, only for it to be directly scrapped by aliens. I'm also severely damaged. One of the red laser launchers is broken. I'm doing a bit better. Hit Meow's flagship didn't have kinetic weapons, so it didn't need to be too forward, resulting in it receiving very little damage. Since everyone's ship can still operate, let us head back. What about the research ship? V, you're in charge of the research department now. What do you say? Me? Valerie was a bit incredulous. How about we bring back some weapons and equipment for the research ship? Hit Meow looked at her helplessly. This is your matter. I'll leave it to you. Old 8. After receiving the damage data, send another message to the formation. The dry dock is ready, and the materials have begun transportation. Repairs can start anytime. Thanks. Then we'll set sail first. The damaged formation restarted their engines and headed towards the Central Star System. Ship information identified. Welcome back to the Central Star System. The repair dock is ready. Please follow the instructions to proceed for repairs. After hearing the communication from the stellar base, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This journey had been quite thrilling. Old Goo, notify all fleet members that during the repair period, there will be a holiday. Essential personnel should be ready to return to work at any time. Yes. Hit Meow's order provided some psychological comfort to everyone. The synthetics began discussing where to spend their holiday, but the leaders had no vacation. After arriving at the stellar base, the 3 took a transport ship back to the Union. In the conference room, except for Liu Ji and the Emperor, everyone else had arrived. Greywind was still in charge of hosting the meeting. When the 3 walked into the conference room, everyone immediately greeted them. What a damn misfortune. Hit Meow slammed his military cap on the table and sat down with a face full of resentment. Greywind, as someone who had been through it, offered some consolation. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. You don't need to take it to heart. Meng Yu handed his hat to the service-type synthetic next to him. We know that, but to lose in the first battle, we can't swallow this anger. Exactly, those aliens are bullying us. If I had brought a few more ships, they wouldn't have been so arrogant. Huang Pai Kanan then looked at Old 8. Old 8, can we increase this year's military budget? Old 8, still glued to his device, nodded naturally. Of course, this meeting will also cover that topic. By the way, where are the Chief and Sister Shun? Only Greywind knew about this matter, and everyone else looked at her. The Chief is undergoing surgery. Sister Shun is assisting with the operation, and part of my role is also in support. Surgery? The Chief is ill. No, she is just undergoing some genetic upgrades. It's not dangerous. That's good. Everyone finally relaxed, and Logic continued to ask. So what's next? Do we handle it ourselves? Exactly. Let V analyze the situation with those aliens first. Valerie projected her research data into the center of the round table for everyone to see. According to the Empire's standards, the length of active launch-class frigates is about 1 kilometer, but these alien small ships vary in size. The smallest is around 500 meters, while the largest is only about 800 meters, so this group of aliens likely has weak industrial capabilities or a lack of standardization. Their medium-sized ships also reach the standard size of destroyers, at 1.7 kilometers, while our destroyers are 3 kilometers long. The largest ship on their side reaches 4 kilometers, undoubtedly a cruiser. The most important point, V enlarged the enemy's weapon configuration, excluding hidden weapons. Their strongest weapon is a blue laser launcher mounted on their cruiser. Moreover, the firepower configuration of their ships is lower than ours. Some frigates even only have one red laser. Additionally, the appearance of their ships is extremely casual, even looking quite shabby. Huang Pai Kanan added, they don't even have kinetic weapons or torpedoes. Exactly, so I infer that they are likely what the chief referred to, a type of interstellar pirate. Everyone expressed their agreement upon hearing this, and Grey Wind also voiced support for this viewpoint. With that shabby appearance, I could tell at a glance they are pirates. Grey Wind then displayed the calculated data, showing the pirate activity zones and the direction of the attack on the star map. Data calculations indicate that the pirates likely encountered our fleet while moving towards the edge of the star system. If they continue in their original direction, they might reach near the Empire. The Empire's current territory has reached 8 star systems, 5 colonial stars, and over a dozen star system outposts in the next expansion plan. Among the colonial stars, the best developed is naturally the capital, followed by the industrial star. Chapter 72. Expansion plan. The other 3 were just beginning to gather resources, and Gaia was among them. This requires shipbuilding. Upon seeing this, Grey Wind switched to the next topic. This expansion plan was proposed by the Minister of Resources and approved by the Secretary of State. Please review it and cast your votes. This time, Old 8 was determined to use up all the current surplus alloy stocks and even pre-allocated the alloy output for the next 3 months. The Empire is currently in a development phase, and alloys are used as they are produced with little reserve. The Imperial Navy is expected to expand to 1 cruiser, 5 destroyers, and 15 frigates. The cruiser is 8 kilometers long, equipped with 5 blue laser emitters, and has reserve space for a mass driver and hangars. V also explained that a small team in the research department proposed tactics for carrier operations, but the relevant technology validation will take some time. Yes, due to insufficient experience in cruiser construction, it was arranged to be built last, so there will be some waiting time for hangar technology. If it is not completed in time, the reserve space for the hangar will be fitted with other components. According to the Empire's ship length standards, ships under 1 kilometer are classified as frigates. Those from 1 to 4 kilometers are destroyers, 4 to 10 kilometers are cruisers, 10 to 25 kilometers are battleships, and over 25 kilometers are titans. Support. Must support. If you're a brother, vote for support. The 3 of them were so excited they could emit lasers, and the others couldn't help but laugh and nodded in agreement. All right, it passed unanimously. Now, regarding the handling of the aliens, Minister of Defense, what are your thoughts? Hit Meow exclaimed, after the fleet is built, we should go hunt them down. Leave some alive so we can understand the situation in the Star Sea. Agreed. Support. Logic, as the Secretary of State, is responsible for external contacts. Since there are pirates of such scale, it proves that intelligent life in the Star Sea is definitely not scarce. We need to prepare in advance. I still advocate for a preliminary friendly contact with alien civilizations, not firing the first shot, but never allowing ourselves to be bullied. This was also a policy established by Liu Ji earlier, and others had no objections. With this, there were no more decisions requiring a vote from everyone, so the leaders took the opportunity to chat. David, how's the research going on the border planet? Gu Xiaoluan was busy with his own cosmic matters and did not participate in this research operation. Preliminary work has already started. It seems there's an alien structure there, and the research team is trying to get inside. All right, I'll leave it to you. I can't get away from here. Don't worry. Who are we to each other? After the meeting, I still have to go over there to oversee the work. V suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, David, you probably didn't know, but something big happened with Jack. I guess. Misty agreed to his pursuit. Yes. How did you know? David and V started gossiping, thinking about what big deal could happen to Jack. Besides, Misty really does like Jack. Jack also reminded us not to forget the betting money. Huh. Treating him to a meal is no problem. David became extravagant when he had money. He didn't spend much himself, although he gave his previous savings to his mom. Making easy money was quick, just a matter of a commission. So shall we gather again tomorrow? Sure, just in time for the holiday tomorrow. Old 8 looked at Logic, grinning as he sized him up. Brother G, Isn't the time to achieve your goal a bit long? What do you understand? Pursuing true love cannot be rushed. So how's the progress? We've already confirmed our relationship, and we're about to discuss marriage. Logic's words caught everyone's attention, and they all displayed shocked and delighted expressions. Old Luo, not bad. You're the first to get married among us. Logic blushed with excitement and loudly asked, will you all contribute money, then? 200 each. What do you mean? We definitely won't make it to the wedding banquet, but we might make it for the child's full moon celebration, right? Brother G, when do you plan to have kids, before or after hibernation? Logic didn't even think. Definitely after hibernation. It's too dangerous for kids to hibernate. By then, the dimensional anchor will be built as well, and we will give your child a full moon gift. Old 8, as Logic's good colleague, spoke up first. Gaia Heaven can pick a piece of land, up to 100 square kilometers. Wow, that's quite generous. No wonder you're in charge of finances. Old 8's allocation of planetary territory for individuals is not considered embezzlement. For Liu Ji and others, land is the least valuable. Even Gaia is just a better piece of land. You think the Empire only has 5 colonies? In fact, it's because current productivity can only support the development of 5 planets. There are already over 10 known colonizable planets. Of course, most of those planets' environments are not suitable for humans, but the Empire's colonial forces are mainly composed of synths. The naval trio exchanged smiles, and Hit Meow spoke on their behalf. The 3 of us, each with a frigate. No, what does my child need a frigate for? Logic was a bit dumbfounded. His child hadn't even been born yet, and already had the strongest armed forces on Earth. Doesn't the child need a toy? Isn't a frigate just right? Then I thank you in advance. The research department really has nothing substantial to give as a material gift. V looked at David helplessly, and David suggested, how about the research department provides some custom intelligent beings? I have no objections. Gu Xiaoluan, as the army commander, is subordinate to the military department and below the Minister of Defense, but he also has nothing substantial to give. I'll contribute some army troops. Please don't. Just a casual gift will do. The thought counts. Logic didn't want his child to be born with a complete interstellar army, making him seem like some warlord. You don't need to worry so much. It's still far away. We'll talk about it then. If we get married, we want to hold a wedding banquet. We'll wait until after hibernation to throw a big party, and I'll let you all contribute 2 gifts. You're calculating quite well. Haha, don't even think about it. Laughter filled the meeting room again, and Liu Ji couldn't share in this joy. He was now open-minded and imaginative. This comprehensive and rapid genetic upgrade will inevitably involve some rough surgical procedures. And the Emperor was watching Liu Ji's condition 24 hours a day. Little Gray, the brain upgrade is up to you. Okay, it wasn't that the Emperor was afraid to handle the brain personally, but she still needed to deal with other body parts. Have the new organs been cultured? Almost. The Emperor used instruments to cut open Liu Ji's chest, preparing to transplant the new organs. After implanting the first batch of organs, she sewed the incision back up, waiting for his body to develop before cutting it open again to implant the second batch of organs. Her method was quite simple. After implanting cloned organs, she would administer drugs, and when Liu Ji was influenced and became a big guy, she would implant the organs again, repeating this process 3 times until the surgery was successful. And Grey Wind's role was to accelerate Liu Ji's bodily changes. Grey Wind's nanobots could replace cells to work, thus directing the body to develop quickly. Mom, I'm going out. I can't play with that hooligan anymore. Got it. Gloria sighed as she watched David leave. She knew he played with V, but there was nothing she could do about it. David, who was heading out, was like a bird soaring in the sky, swiftly weaving through the city and boarding a tram. The tram was crowded, and people were relatively distracted, which gave thieves an opportunity. Standing on one side of the carriage was a woman with gradient white hair, dressed in a white coat with a black shirt underneath. A green light flashed in her eyes, and she quickly moved through the crowd. Whenever she approached someone, the neural chip in that person's neck would pop out, and she would take the chance to steal the chip. Intrusion detected. Firewall established. David received a system alert and suddenly looked up, spotting the woman. Their eyes met, and she seemed equally surprised. Who are you? David was momentarily dazed. Her hair color seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. David Martinez. Do you know me? The woman noticed that others had started to realize their chips were being stolen and quickly grabbed David's hand. He didn't resist, and they moved to another carriage. Of course, one of the two demons of Night City. The woman assessed David, who was also looking at her. Lucy, pleased to meet you. David. They shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Lucy, how do you know about me? As far as I know, I take out all the enemies on my missions. Lucy smirked, her expression one of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Your name and your partners have spread throughout the underworld of Night City, you know? David then realized it must have been V or his buddies bragging over drinks, causing trouble, but it was fine that his name got out. As long as Gloria didn't find out, his mother, being an ordinary cleaner, would never encounter the cyberpunk world. Right? I guess I was blind this time. What do you think we should do about what happened earlier? Despite Lucy's bold demeanor, she felt intimidated facing the infamous David, even letting him set the terms first. Forget it. Just be more careful next time. Lucy turned off the prepared single-molecule line, placing her hand on her hip and smiling. Is that so? Well, thank you for your generosity. Just as Lucy was about to say her farewell, David spoke up again. Lucy, are you also a cyberpunk? Lucy then seriously looked into David's eyes. Contrary to the rumors, there was an indescribable clarity in David's gaze, along with a joy. I'm just a thief, making a little money. Lucy slightly revealed some chips from her pocket before quickly covering them again. Ah, can things like this be sold? Lucy sighed, not wanting to continue the conversation with David. Night City never lacks a market for these things. If you don't have anything else, can I leave? Of course. Lucy decisively stepped away, and David watched her steal chips from another carriage until she disappeared into the crowd. David, why do you look so out of it? V wrapped an arm around David's neck, bringing him back to reality. This is the third time you've spaced out today. I didn't slip anything into your drink, did I? David felt uncomfortable being squeezed by V and wanted to push her away but couldn't find a good spot to do so. I'm fine. He had to turn his head to the other side, watching Jack boasting about something while holding a drink. Let me tell you the secret to chasing girls. Misty sat beside him, gazing at him gently. After the party ended, David called a Delamain for V and then followed Jack to Misty's fortune-telling shop. Bro, Misty's predictions are really accurate. Jack kept bragging about Misty's abilities, clearly drunk. Jack, you've had enough to drink. Now be quiet and stay over there. Okay, babe. I'll listen to you. Misty and David exchanged a helpless smile. Yes, like this, don't mind him. After knowing him for so long, I'm used to it. Misty pulled out a tarot deck. I didn't know you were interested in this. What do you want to know? About the future. David thought of his friends, the stars, and the girl he met that morning. He wasn't sure what he really wanted to know. Should I draw 3 cards? Misty smiled. Since you said so, let S draw 3. She laid the cards out. Now, follow your heart and draw 3 cards. David casually picked one and flipped it over before Misty could say anything. Upright the world. Misty looked a bit surprised. Seems like you've been doing well lately. The upright world represents an inner happiness. It also signifies lasting success, symbolizing the establishment of a new era of permanence and achievement. The second card, Upright the Magician. Not bad. Looks like you're on the path to success, David. It represents the beginning of things, changes in action, skilled techniques and skills, and the ability to assert your will and become the master of your world. The third card, Upright the Sun. When the card is upright, it signifies that there will be benefactors in your career, leading to better development opportunities. In terms of relationships, there will be new and good developments. David picked up the 3 cards and then asked, Misty, how are these 3 cards? Very good. Misty wasn't sure how to describe it. Saying it was a stroke of luck would not be an exaggeration. Thank you for your kind words, Misty. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. See you. Westbrook, Japantown, Turbocharge Bar. This was a place the Ronin team often visited. They were used to drinking and chatting here. Thinking about something? A woman in a red trench coat handed Lucy a bottle of alcohol. The lower half of her face had been replaced with cybernetics, resembling a mask. Thanks, Chiwei. Lucy looked at her mentor and friend, Chiwei. Do you know about the demons of Night City? Chapter 74. The Wisdom Child Shielding Room Night City Demons? Of course I know. You probably won't believe it when I tell you. I ran into one today. Oh really? Hurry and tell everyone. Another tall, skinny man with a trendy hairstyle leaned in mockingly, looking quite sleazy. Yeah, tell everyone, Do demons really have 3 heads and 6 arms? A gigantic, muscular man on the other side laughed heartily, attracting the attention of others. A green-haired girl with twin ponytails jumped onto the trendy man's back. Silly brother. How could there be such a person? I think what Pila said makes sense. After all, no one has seen a real one. Ha ha ha. Pila shrugged off his sister, wanted to get closer to the cat-faced girl, but the girl's eyes lit up and Pila was shocked by his own cybernetic arm. Sasha, we should give this pervert a good lesson. Rebecca, who are you really supporting? The little girl Rebecca made a face at Pila and then sat down next to Sasha. It's not as scary as you guys say. Lucy thought of that child. If she hadn't seen David's message and combined it with her own rapid interception, she probably wouldn't have realized that the person in front of her was the infamous David Martinez. So who did you run into? David Martinez or V? David Martinez. That terrifying muscle guy? Dorio, you will never guess his true identity. Dorio was a blonde, somewhat burly woman. If you tell me, I'll know. Seeing Lucy not speak, Dorio added, come on, man is treating you to drinks. The muscular man felt a bit helpless, but since his wife said so, he didn't want to ruin the fun. He looked quite young, probably around 16 or 17, and appeared somewhat frail. And a bit familiar? No way. Everyone was surprised. The difference from the stories circulating was too great. This unbelievable contrast story might allow them to trade drinks with others. 3-body universe, yin yin. Today, I'm taking you to a place. Early in the morning, Liu Ji mysteriously asked Zhuang Yin to get ready, saying he wanted to give her a surprise. The two first took a car, then a plane, and after a long detour, they arrived at the headquarters of Ascension Technology located in Huaxia. Zhang Bahai personally welcomed them, and Liu Ji didn't want others to interrupt. So the news about the navigator having a girlfriend wouldn't get out. Dear, what is the surprise? Liu Ji and Zhuang Yin, dressed in heavy protective suits, walked into a room. Zhang Beihai closed the heavy door, and Liu Ji finally took a deep breath, solemnly looking into Zhuang Yin's eyes. Yin Yin, I want to introduce you to a few people. Who? Our extraterrestrial friends. Extraterrestrial friends? Yes, the ones who evaluated your paintings. Zhuang Yin covered her mouth in surprise, but since she was wearing a protective suit, her hand merely rested on the mask. Dear, so the artistic diplomacy you mentioned is for aliens? Not just ordinary aliens. They are humans from other dimensions. Zhuang Yin, being quite open-minded, was surprised but had no doubt about Liu Ji's words and didn't realize what this meant for humanity and the Trisolarans. They come from various dimensions and gathered in the cosmic of stars after accepting the invitation of the chief spokesperson of the Empire. I have strolled on mountain peaks with them, sailed through the sea of stars. We forged cities from steel, using stars as energy. We knew nothing, yet we had everything. Zhuang Yin held Liu Ji's hand, her eyes filled with longing. This sounded too romantic. Yin Yin, are you willing to walk with me towards the boundless sea of stars? I would love to. Liu Ji and Zhuang Yin talked a lot, first introducing the leaders and then sharing interesting stories. Zhuang Yin laughed heartily at the funny stories and pondered deeply at thought-provoking questions. She was a great listener. 2 hours of intimate time couldn't cover more than 2 years of stories, but hibernation wasn't particularly urgent. There would be plenty of time in the future. Liu Ji then met with Zhang Beihai and Sai. Navigator. Zhang Beihai and Sai exchanged glances. They both knew Liu Ji was about to speak the truth. Are you two ready to step into the universe? Liu Ji's gaze was deep, drawing and compressing their thoughts like a black hole. Once the two nodded and sat upright, Liu Ji stood by the table, pressing his hand on its surface. Ascension Technology is the industry of the Ascension Seekers. The two were puzzled, but they quickly figured out, their expressions changing constantly. Navigator, what kind of extraterrestrial are the Ascension Seekers? They are not aliens. They are humans from other dimensions, similar to parallel universes. Sai looked at Zhang Beihai, then at Liu Ji. Navigator, we trust your decision. You can decide how much information to share with us. Liu Ji waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll give you a reassurance. I, Liu Ji, Secretary of State of the Empire. Now the two understood, although they didn't know what kind of empire this was or how Liu Ji was connected to it. The navigator had his own considerations. Moreover, being at the level of Secretary of State already placed them at the top of the national hierarchy, equivalent to Liu Ji leading 2 human worlds. Since we're all one family, there is no need to ask so clearly. Contact will begin after the final battle with the Trisolarans. This message must be kept secret. You can tell the heads of the various states of the Earth Federation, but the Trisolarans must never find out. Understood. And this, Liu Ji pointed to the blueprints on the table. This is the Empire's dimensional transit technology, the dimensional anchor. It is not a defensive facility. Its true function is to open a passage between 2 universes like a door. Zhang Beihai picked up the blueprints. He had carefully examined this colossal structure countless times. I know this, you mentioned it long ago. I also vaguely guessed some. Liu smiled. These 2 indeed didn't disappoint him. As I said, the Empire's strength far surpasses that of the Trisolarans. Once the dimensional anchor is completed, the Empire will help us deal with the Trisolarans and assist us in development. Zhang Beihai was not concerned about this, as long as humanity could live well. That was enough. Navigator, then what position will we be in at that time? Liu Ji looked at Sai with a meaningful gaze. Of course, we will be integrated. Humanity is one family. What about the beneficiaries of the existing system? Miss Sai, that's a matter for a long time in the future. But the Empire's citizenship is a utopian standard. Humanity will surely live well in the future. Chapter 75, Vassal Agreement, signed in the Utopian Nation. This should be my expectation for the future of humanity. Sai sighed. I understand now. Sai indeed didn't expect such a dramatic development. It seems their choice of logic was the right one. Knowing more doesn't really matter. That's all. The 2 stood up and shook hands with logic. Gentlemen, the future of humanity depends on you. You must complete the ascension plan. Afterwards, Logic took Zhuang Yin to visit the base of the space elevator, then traveled around the world for a while before returning home. At the Super God Academy, the members of the Xiongbing Lian were watching Xiaolin getting beaten up. They stood a kilometer away from him on the grassland. As a series of explosions sounded from afar, a large number of shells flew toward Xiaolin, who spread his arms to welcome the bombardment. Hey! The explosions in the distance affected the call. After the round of shelling ended, Reina picked up her phone again. It was too noisy just now. Say it again. What? Okay. You all continue training. Reina called off the artillery fire from the distant troops and ran over to take Xiaolin away. Hey, Chuangzi. What has Xiaolin been busy with these days? How would I know? Hey, Rose. Is Xiaolin no longer pursuing you? Rose pretended to hit him, and Lu Chuang quickly ran away. What nonsense are you saying? The 2 took a private plane to North Star and arrived at a secret government department. Xiaolin, in this meeting, you will represent the Ascension Seekers. Xiaolin nodded, understanding what was expected, and then walked into the conference room with Reina. The conference room was large, and every seat in the audience was filled. Flags of Huaxia and the Ascension Seekers hung on the walls. The Empire's flag was something someone had asked Xiaolin about 2 days ago. One side of the long table was filled with Huaxia officials, while the other side was empty. Xiaolin and Reina sat on the empty side. He adjusted his clothes and looked across. It was still Old Huang leading, and there were many unfamiliar faces, some of whom he had seen on television. Dikeo also attended the meeting, seated in the audience. Old Huang stood up, and the others followed suit. Xiaolin, welcome. Xiaolin shook hands with Old Huang, while a photographer nearby clicked away. Please have a seat. After everyone sat down again, the flashes kept going off as Xiaolin moved the water bottle in front of him. Is this meeting to sign the agreement? That's right. Soon someone brought over the vassal agreement and handed a copy to everyone. After 3 days of urgent meetings, our country has decided to formally sign the agreement. Xiaolin carefully looked over the agreement. Old Huang did not rush him, quietly waiting. There were no significant changes in the agreement. Just an added sentence stating that if the suzerain country fails to fulfill the terms of the agreement, the vassal country has the right to tear up the agreement. Good. This time I will represent Huaxia, and I also invited Reina to represent the solar civilization as a witness. I, Xiaolin, representing the Ascension Seekers, will sign the vassal agreement. Old Huang signed his name on the official agreement in duplicate, and Xiaolin did the same. Reina pretended to look at the agreement. This counts as done. But Xiaolin, your handwriting is so ugly. This agreement will be passed down through the ages. Gu Xiaolun felt a bit embarrassed. It's fine. At worst, I'll sign another one later. Uncle Huang, I will be responsible for delivering the technology later. Also, do you plan to announce the existence of the empire to the outside world? The foreign minister next to Old Huang answered his question. We plan to announce it before officially going to war with Tao Dai. They have their own considerations, and Gu Xiaolun naturally would not interfere. Old Huang was beaming. He stood up and shook hands with Gu Xiaolun again. Xiaolun, shouldn't you say something commemorative at this moment? Great. And Gu Xiaolun looked at the camera after hearing this. Welcome to the Star Sea. The formal signing of the agreement took a short time, but the subsequent series of archiving and discussions between the two parties indeed wasted quite a bit of time. Old Huang and the others also knew that Gu Xiaolun needed to notify the empire, so they ended the meeting promptly. After Gu Xiaolun returned to the Star's universe, he immediately notified others to gather. Since Liu Ji was absent, all decisions now had to be voted on and discussed by everyone. Liu Ji groggily opened his eyes. The new brain quickly made him awake. How long has it been? He rubbed his eyes with his large hand, and the small emperor beside him, looking at the data monitoring, said without turning his head, 1 week. So it succeeded so quickly? Yes. The emperor confirmed that Liu Ji's body had no issues before walking to the operating table. Liu Ji then noticed that the emperor was much smaller than him, probably only reaching his waist. He looked at his hands and then carefully examined his body. Wow, so big. Liu Ji lifted the small white cloth covering his lower body and saw an unbelievable scene. His escort ship had turned into a cruiser. On the other side, Grey Wind was also wearing a white coat, grinning as she sat beside Liu Ji's legs. Got new weapons, want to try today? Liu Ji carefully compared the height difference between the two and shook his head. What's wrong with that? More nanorobots fused into Grey Wind's body, and she quickly transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall woman. Isn't this fine? Liu Ji was speechless. He helped himself sit up from the operating table, thankful that the table was sturdy. If it were made of ordinary alloy, it would definitely be broken by his touch, even if he was careful. The emperor pointed to the equipment on the other side of the room. What you asked me to do before has been completed. Liu Ji looked over. The golden armor was adorned with exquisite decorations, and a sharp helmet had a tuft of red hair. The Imperial Guard armor. Liu Ji excitedly walked over. His specialized brain allowed him to perfectly adapt to his body without the need for any training to master it. The full set of armor was made from porcelain gold composite materials, and I made some modifications to add smart components. The equipment platform automatically disassembled the armor, and the emperor signaled Liu Ji to stand inside. When he walked in, the platform automatically fitted the armor onto Liu Ji. Nanorobots had already attached themselves to him, forming a soft armor that also served to connect the armor's smart components. As per tradition, this is your weapon. The emperor personally bestowed the weapon to the Imperial Guard, which was an essential ritual. Liu Ji could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth under the mask. He carefully accepted the captain's spear and examined it continuously. Grey Wind didn't quite understand why Liu Ji was so excited. Are you sure you'll be able to use this weapon? The emperor shrugged. Who cares? As long as you're happy. Liu Ji posed with a spear, striking various poses. I'm the emperor's Imperial Guard. Ha ha. Grey Wind sighed, reverting to her previous height. She hadn't changed at all in these years. I thought the brain upgrade would make him mature a bit. The emperor smiled. I'm only responsible for gene modification, not for curing stupidity. Liu Ji didn't care about the two of them, enjoying his moment of coolness. Hey, your majesty, what level do you think I am in the Imperial Guard? Don't be ridiculous. Can the Imperial Guard defeat you? The emperor projected the data. Look at you. First with more powerful gene modification, better equipment, and Grey Wind's assistance. In terms of physical quality alone, you're far stronger than them. Oh, is it that exaggerated? Liu Ji struck a strongman pose, quickly changing to another action. Of course, the previous Imperial Guard I used was based on gene modification and biological alchemy, which could only provide a certain degree of customized enhancement. Whether it worked or not entirely depended on oneself. But you're different. You have nanobots all over your body, and you can quickly regenerate even if only your head is left. Grey Wind said while watching Liu Ji's performance, Darling, now we're truly one. Liu Ji paused and quickly stood at attention. Sister, can you not say such terrifying things? Gray Wind huffed. A lot has happened these past few days. Remember to check the main brain's records later. The other leaders are in a meeting. Are you going? Of course I'm going. I just got a new toy. I have to show it off properly. Then let's hurry up. It's not often everyone is here. Liu Ji summoned a smart servant to carry his weapon and then picked up the Emperor in Gray Wind, striding out of the operating room. He held one in each arm, as if carrying children. The corridor, which felt long before, was crossed in the blink of an eye. The capital's buildings have many embedded or extended landing pads, which enhances transportation efficiency and reduces elevator use. Although Liu Ji had turned into a big guy, he still easily sat in the shuttle. As it ascended, it accelerated to 35 Mach in the first stage. Liu Ji listened to the voice report while observing the cabin. Everything really feels so small. I'm afraid if I look up, I'll bump my head against the ceiling. I said, "Can't you take off your helmet?" Liu Ji looked at Gray Wind, and with each word he spoke, the red light on his eyes flashed. The soldiers of the Forbidden Army would never take off their helmets. You used to say that about me. Aren't you also cosplaying as a madman? Huh. I'm a genuine soldier of the Forbidden Army. An upgraded version, certified by the Emperor. The Emperor smiled, listening to their bickering. Chief, I suggest you look at the recent events first. What? Liu Ji released Gray Wind's little face and opened the data projection. What the hell? Interstellar pirates. Liu Ji immediately recognized the components of this alien. With such a shabby ship, they must be pirates. The Emperor helplessly covered her face with her hand. Your universe is really amazing. Even pirates can have such good ships. It's a characteristic of the universe. There's no need for psychological pressure. Liu Ji patted her shoulder reassuringly, but with his helmet on, it sounded a bit pretentious. Little Gray, where did these pirates come from? The data doesn't specify, but the main brain speculates they likely emerged from this area. Liu Ji looked at the star map. The main brain deduced that based on the direction the pirates entered, they should have come from the upper left of the known star domain. The pirate fleet looked quite intimidating, but why were their weapons so trash? I don't know. The Emperor had something to say, but after a sigh, she fell silent. You're the big brother. If you say it's trash, then it's trash. Landing now. Before the shuttle even landed on the extended pad outside the building, Liu Ji opened the cabin door in advance. He jumped down from over 10 meters high, holding a spear in one hand and the Emperor in his arms. As for Gray Wind, she was everywhere. The Emperor was gently set down by Liu Ji. She brushed her wind-blown hair and then walked into the building side by side with Liu Ji. Various types of synthetic humans had never seen soldiers of the Forbidden Army and stopped in their tracks. When they searched for the target information in the database, they were surprised to find that this super big guy was the chief spokesperson. Liu Ji waved at them, and they lowered their heads, waiting for him to leave. This must be the chief scientist researching new technology again. Maybe. Just wait for the official notice. This synthetic human hesitated for a moment, glanced at his work data, and confirmed he was indeed working in the government building. No, if you're waiting for the official notice, then who am I waiting for? The Leaders' Council, who else? Huh. The Leaders' Council hasn't issued a single announcement until now. Are you sure you can wait? Whatever. I saw it with my own eyes anyway. On the other side, this agreement is considered signed. Next, little Lewin has some busy work to do. Old 8 frowned and straightened up. Did you hear any noises? The others listened intently as well. Logic, who was near the door, carefully listened and said, "It sounds like a rumbling thunder." Indeed, the thudding grew louder, and everyone looked towards the door, where the smart guards outside pushed the door open. Then they saw a genetically modified corn cob striding in. "Kids, I'm back." At that moment, the leaders had to realize that this retro-style giant corn was Liu Ji. The Emperor ignored everyone's gaze and calmly found a chair to sit down. "Chief, what is this?" Liu Ji took off his helmet, and his face was still easily recognizable to others, but he had become more rugged. "Am I not handsome, Brother Ji?" Seeing everyone stunned, Liu Ji put on a deep expression. "I am the embodiment of anger, the claw of the Emperor, the golden corn. Do you feel the pressure like a lion?" Meng wanted to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Wow. Shelter from the sand and wind. Old 8 leaned closer to the Emperor. "Sister, was there a problem with the surgery?" The Emperor nodded. Unfortunately, the chief's surgery failed. His IQ may have dropped. Gu Xiaolun ran to Liu Ji's side. "Wow, Chief, how did your physique become so ridiculous?" "Of course. I'm bigger, stronger, and more whack now. The emperor pointed at Liu Ji, facing the others. What did I say? The leaders were harsh with their words, but their bodies were honest, all crowding around Liu Ji. I thought you were doing some prosthetic surgery. I didn't expect you to change into a completely different person. V stroked the armor, amazed. Chapter 77, The Affairs of Duke Huan of Qi. Liu Ji noticed something. He raised his spear and saw Hit Miao hugging the spear. Brother, I want to touch your big weapon. Liu Ji let go, and the fallen spear nearly crushed Hit Miao. Why don't you ask the emperor to make you another one? The emperor on the seat quickly declined, saying, the database has the complete set of data. Just go to the factory and make it yourself. Don't come to me. Meng Yu, who was behind Liu Ji, suddenly felt that the sand shield was quite good. Indeed, this set of armor should be European style, medieval in design. Although it looked quite different from the Empire style, it felt very cool. Liu Ji then tapped the armor and asked, is this porcelain gold? Yes. This armor was dyed gold later, Liu Ji replied. He raised his arms and exclaimed, big is good. Gold is awesome. Sister God really has a thing for gold. Sister God, can we perform surgery? The emperor shook his head. No, we can't change the genes randomly until I understand cloning bodies. Huang Pai came inside and could only look at Liu Ji with envy. Don't be so sad. The revised Imperial Guard armor can have things added inside, so you can wear it too. All right, don't crowd around me like this. It makes me feel like I'm an orphan of Zora. Everything around Liu Ji felt too small, so he simply sat down on the ground, and everyone obediently returned to their seats. I watched the pirate situation. You handled it quite well. Let's go with the voting results. As for the vassal issue, Liu Ji looked at Gu Xiaolun, who projected the vassal agreement image. Liu Ji carefully looked through it and shook his head with a smile. You, silly. Gu Xiaolun didn't understand his meaning, and after a pause said, now we are nominally a vassal of the Empire, but since the two sides cannot directly contact each other, we don't understand each other. Also, Chief, my first step is to teach them basic aerospace technology. Do I still need to give them civilian technology? You can give it if you want. Liu Ji quickly listed a virtual inventory. New brains are indeed useful. These are mainly industrial technologies, along with some agricultural and medical technologies. Deep space operations, interstellar alloys. Hey, Chief, why are robots also on the list? Liu Ji explained, robots can quickly enter production positions. After all, training workers takes a long time. This technology mainly helps you improve efficiency. As for hyperspace and other aerospace technologies, let's wait for later. It's too early to talk about that now. Gu Xiaolun noted down the list, and Liu Ji continued. Your situation is different from Liu Ji's. Only Huaxia is developing itself, so the speed of civilization improvement will be slower. Then, Chief, what military technology can we get? The Taotai is coming soon. Some interstellar individual weapons, laser guns, and some armored units. The rest you won't understand. Gu Xiaolun finally felt what Liu Ji felt. It was like the old father had fed him right to his mouth. But he didn't dare to eat quickly, afraid of choking. How do we price these military technologies? Liu Ji looked at Lao Ba, who thought for a moment and said, 10 energy coins? Liu Ji interjected, isn't that pricing a bit too steep? These are just some very outdated weapon technologies. How about 1/3 of an energy coin? We can adjust the price for advanced technologies. 1/3 of an energy coin looked very little, but the global production capacity of Earth in the 21st century was only 2 energy coins. This pricing was roughly equal to Huaxia's net energy output for a month. If they made full repayment while ensuring normal domestic operations, they could pay it off in just a few years. Gu Xiaolun still felt it was inappropriate. Since we can't contact each other, how will they repay? This is indeed a problem, Liu Ji said again. Use this money to start a company, and call it Ascension Technology. Yes, make an investment, Lao Ba added, and Liu Ji agreed with their views. Then do I have to handle this company? What else? Gu Xiaolun sighed. All right, I'll just send these over first. Xiaolun, when you have time, go read the family of Duke Taigong and see how Duke Huan of Qi dominated. Liu Ji said something unclear, and Gu Xiaolun could only nod in agreement before logging off. When Liu Ji returned, there was no need for the voting meeting to continue, and the leaders were still busy with their own matters. Let's go. Follow me back to the research tower. Having just switched to a new brain, Liu Ji was eager to start his research work, and the Emperor and V had to follow him. By the way, call little xt back. A soldier from a vassal state was actually the leader of the suzerain state, and this leader also possessed the strongest military power of the country. Liu Ji knew from the beginning what this would lead to, making them sign the vassal agreement. He understood, but Ge Xiaolun did not, nor did the group represented by Huang Lao. So he let Ge Xiaolun go read. Duke Huan of Qi gained great power during the chaos of war and dominated one side, looking down on the Zhou king. Ge Xiaolun would also experience these things, and with the support of the suzerain state, whether he intended it or not, he would either be granted power by the officials, or the officials would gradually be sidelined and forced to relinquish power. Ultimately, this so-called vassal state would belong to Ge Xiaolun. Ge Xiaolun would definitely lead the super god Earth in the future, so Liu Ji only gave him a vague hint, allowing him to guess for himself. Taking the initiative to relinquish power is good for everyone. The process of being forced to relinquish power is undoubtedly painful, as Ge Xiaolun might have to face former comrades and friends. But this is a trial he must go through to become a leader. Welcome, welcome. Although Ge Xiaolun was a Huaxiao person, he now represented the suzerain state. So wherever he went, there were dedicated personnel and vehicles to serve him. Quite impressive. This is also a traditional skill of the Huaxia cultural circle. Although Huaxia has little experience as a vassal state, the big shots must be given face. This time, Ge Xiaolun's main purpose was to convey the empire's message and teach some basic technologies. Therefore, he did not go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but went to the Academy of Sciences. Personnel from the government department and some esteemed scientists had long been waiting. To save time, Ge Xiaolun conveyed the empire's list and then began rewriting technologies while explaining to the scientists. The government personnel were astonished upon seeing the technology list. Wow, Lao Wang, so much technology? So powerful? After saying this, the two looked up at Ge Xiaolun not far away and continued to whisper to their colleagues. These weapon technologies are good, but they're a bit too expensive. Huang Lao shook his head. Lao Wang, you can't think like that. Do you think they will look down on our little money? Huang Lao was undoubtedly among those in the government who had trust in aliens. Just look at these energy technologies, efficient conduction technology, and cold nuclear fusion. If we apply these nationwide, isn't repaying this little money a piece of cake? The accountants and consultants nearby were typing so fast their keyboards were almost smoking, and it took them a few minutes to confirm that Huang Lao's words were not far from the theoretical data. This can be considered a gift from them. No interest. Right, my vision was too narrow. Huang Lao continued. This is all thanks to little Luan. We must show our gratitude. Another person looked at Ge Xiaolun and suggested, how about promoting him? Do they think highly of that? Do you have another way? Let's do it this way. The few of them were loudly plotting, while Ge Xiaolun was pulled by a group of old men, asking questions, and had no time to pay attention to that. Also, these medical and industrial technologies. Conservatively estimated, these technologies are 100 years ahead of us. Yes, the suzerain country really treats us like their own child. So, should we sign this batch of military-industrial technology? Yes, we must sign no matter what. After their discussions, Elder Huang officially signed the loan agreement as a representative. Ge Xiaolun chose to establish a branch company for the payment method. Huaxia will establish a facing technology branch within a year, with the suzerain country holding 100 of the shares. Chapter 78. The Victorious Buddha within 5 years. Huaxia will integrate all loans into the accounts of the Ascension technology in the form of funds or materials. The agreement has been signed, but what this company will be used for, Ge Xiaolun has not yet figured out. Liu Ji means for the company to assist Huaxia's development or to carry out activities in other countries. After all, the vassals of the empire cannot be fragmented ethnic groups. A unified regime across the globe is also a condition for civilization to enter the Starry Sea. Sigh, it seems I can't leave these days. Ge Xiaolun looked at the many technologies to be taught and felt overwhelmed. It's hard work. The others present wore benevolent smiles. It can be said that Ge Xiaolun is now their closest person. In the past few days, Ge Xiaolun has not participated in the training of the heroic brigade. If it weren't for Reina telling others that Ge Xiaolun had matters to attend to, they would have thought he had withdrawn. Meanwhile, in the Stars universe, he was online to look at some data, then went offline, repeating this cycle. When he finally finished transmitting the technology, he returned to the team. And the people from the Academy of Sciences did not keep bothering him. They would only ask him questions when they encountered something truly puzzling. After all, they also knew that Geshaluan had more important matters to attend to. Although your cooperation is still very unfamiliar, there is a task that you must undertake. I've only been away for a few days. What happened? The members of the heroic brigade were armed and stood in a line. We're going to Mount Liang. Reina scanned the crowd. The victorious Buddha, you all know, right? Sun Wukong, the super warrior from your mythology, has awakened. The military wants us to act immediately. Report. Gu Xiaoluan, do you have a question? Gu Xiaoluan took a step forward. What does the military mean? To be handled at your discretion. Can we mobilize the army? Aren't we sending you? Reina glanced at Gu Xiaoluan, and he instantly understood. I have no problem now. Good, then fall back in line. Let's go. Liangshan Military District, the helicopter carrying the heroic brigade landed here, and then they switched to off-road military transport vehicles. They said it was Sun Wukong, with too much mobility for the military to handle. So they sent you. Gu Xiaoluan listened to the driver's mechanical words and couldn't help but smile. You are the heroic brigade, right? Sun Wukong is at the top of that mountain. We can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. The members of the heroic brigade had no choice but to get off and walk. By the time they reached the target area, the moon was already high in the night sky. Has the Monkey King not moved? Qilin held her sniper rifle, cautiously aiming at the top of the tower, where the target showed no signs of movement. Rosa walked ahead and explained, we are wearing dark alloy armor. Sun Wukong cannot detect us. But isn't Sun Wukong supposed to have the eyes of fire? The eyes of fire, which is also known as the dark energy analyzer, is useless. Gu Xiaoluan asked in confusion. Then what about the 72 transformations? Sun Wukong is a genetic warrior of the Divine River. Reina's data shows he does not have that ability. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Super God Academy in the dimly lit room, only the light from the long table provided some brightness. Little girl, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Yin sat at one end of the long table, with two angels standing on either side of her, while Reina sat across from her. No, old hag. Yin chuckled lightly. If that group of little brats can't even handle a monkey, wouldn't your plan fail? What are you trying to say? Earth is suddenly exposed to the eyes of various cosmic powers. First, your solar empire, then the river Styx's glutton, the evil demons, and that. Ascension Seeker. The angels have the ability to detect information about the entire Earth, and Reina was not surprised that the angels knew about the Ascension Seeker. As angels, we feel it is necessary to ensure that Earth is under justice, not to be a vassal to that unknown interstellar civilization. Reina Fronith. This is Huaxia's own decision and cannot be elevated to a civilizational level. Whether on our solar empire or on Earth, the term justice does not exist. Can you explain? An angel beside, Yin was about to recite a text, but Yin stopped her. The order of justice is to ensure that the universe operates in an orderly manner and also guarantees the autonomy of civilizations. So you think the actions of the Ascension Seeker violate your so-called order of justice? Not necessarily. Whether they have demands or are purely doing charity has nothing to do with us. I just noticed the power of the galaxy. While catching a cool breeze outdoors, Gu Xiaoluan suddenly sneezed. Oh, Xiaoluan, can you still catch a cold? Gu Xiaoluan rubbed his nose. Xingyi, don't laugh at me. I just felt someone talking about me behind my back. Shoo, we're almost there, keep it down. They were very close to the ancient tower, and they could clearly see the lanterns on the tower with the naked eye. Rosa waved her hand, and they quickly concealed themselves according to the plan. But they did not know that Sun Wukong had already seen everything. Gu Xiaoluan held his great sword, gazing longingly at the monkey on the tower. It really is the great sage. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong jumped dozens of meters, disappearing from everyone's sight. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, and Rosa quickly organized the formation. Everyone be careful. Chuangzi, come here. Lu Chuang ran to Gu Xiaoluan's side without thinking, and along with Cheng Yaowen behind them, they formed a triangular formation. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaoluan quickly turned around and swung the giant sword with all his might. Clang! Chuangzi! Without needing Gu Xiaoluan's reminder, Lu Chuang raised his axe and chopped down at Sun Wukong's head. Unexpectedly, the golden staff suddenly elongated and knocked Lu Chuang off balance. Cheng Yaowen was not a fool either. He reached out, and several stone pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, trapping Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong no longer entangled with Gu Xiaoluan. As he tried to escape the circle of stone pillars, Gu Xiaoluan directly pounced on him, hugging him tightly and refusing to let go. Let go. Not letting go. Furious, Sun Wukong coughed and directly jumped into the sky with Gu Xiaoluan. Everyone watched as Sun Wukong bounced him up and down. Qilin, can you aim? I'm trying. Go. Sun Wukong found an angle and kicked Gu Xiaoluan away. Just as he took a breath, Qilin's sniper shot followed. Bang! The customized sniper bullet hit Sun Wukong, creating a large cloud of dust. According to the law of no harm when there is smoke, once the dust settled, Sun Wukong disappeared from everyone's sight again. Stay alert. Xingyi, protect Qilin. Xiaoluan, can you hear me? Chapter 79. Sun Wukong joins the team while others were cautiously looking around. Gu Xiaoluan was sitting on the ground without any image, with Sun Wukong standing beside him. Monkey brother, how did I do just now? Sun Wukong smiled and said, you kid are quite clever in your skills. Not bad. Hee, then I won't go over, you go try them out. Sun Wukong didn't say much and disappeared with a flip. In the distance, sounds of clashing echoed again, and Gu Xiaoluan peeked out from the bushes. Xiaoluan is missing. He won't die. Changwei wanted to say something, but Sun Wukong's attack interrupted her, forcing her to open a wormhole to escape. Sun Wukong clicked his tongue and flew towards Qilin's direction. Yaowen, prepare to intercept. I can't keep up. Lu Chuang shouted angrily, but still ran forward with all his might. Cheng Yaowen summoned a giant stone hand, which Sun Wukong dodged nimbly, but it gave Qilin an opportunity. Bang! Another high-explosive bomb hit, knocking Sun Wukong down. The hidden Zhao Xin seized the moment and appeared above Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, kicking him toward Lu Chuang. Chuangzi, Noxing's guillotine. Lu Chuang's giant axe sliced through the air like a crescent moon, smashing Sun Wukong hard into the ground. Chuangzi, get out of the way. Cheng Yaowen gritted his teeth and exerted force, causing the ground around them to shake. And then the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters began to split, lifting Sun Wukong high into the sky. Lu Chuang didn't have time to leave, but the space distorted, and the next moment he appeared next to the others. Thanks, Changwei. Changwei nodded, keeping a wary eye on the giant stone ball that was slowly gathering. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoluan was dumbfounded, not expecting Cheng Yaowen to have such a trick. Wow. Earth explosion star. He also knew that the trial was over, so he quickly ran back to the team. Xiaoluan, where have you been? Gu Xiaoluan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. I got knocked away, so I ran back. Stay alert. Just as everyone was on guard while admiring the stone ball, they heard Sun Wukong's laughter from the tree behind them. Ha ha. You guys did well. Everyone turned around in surprise to see Sun Wukong sitting on a thick branch, looking very impressive. You are still young. I have been on this planet for a long time. I am the Buddha of victory on Earth. They still didn't react, but realized that Sun Wukong was not an enemy. Monkey brother? Lu Chuang looked back and forth between Sun Wukong and the stone ball in disbelief. Is this the shadow clone technique? Is it a trick? Huh? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. Are you all stunned? Sun Wukong jumped down and walked toward the crowd. He looked at the whispering group. You guys can fight quite well. You wore me out. After saying that, he walked up to Lu Chuang, who was looking at him with admiration. From now on, be honest, be a good person, or I'll break your legs. The golden staff pressed against Lu Chuang's chest, who wore a flattering expression, looking like a perfect sycophant. Yes. Monkey brother, I am your... Oh no, you are my idol. I'll listen to whatever you say. Lu Chuang had indeed never committed any serious mistakes growing up, and since he had fought against the Taotai advanced troops with Gu Xiaoluan before, Sun Wukong didn't make things too difficult for him. So, monkey brother, are you a good person or a bad person? Zhao Xin asked in confusion, and Cheng Yaowen spoke up. I think monkey brother is on our side. He might have just been testing us. Sun Wukong nodded. You guys have some brains. This kid has known for a long time and has been hiding on the side of rest. Gu Xiaoluan's smile froze on his face, and he turned to see his teammates staring at him. You guys, are you going to subdue demons and eliminate evil? Gu Xiaoluan quickly changed the topic. We're fighting aliens. Same thing in 1,000 worlds, Only one can grow into a human form. Only the human world is full of kindness and compassion. Gu Xiaolun dared not agree with the latter half of the sentence, as that was still up for debate. I want to protect this world for my master and us. Sun Wukong looked at the determined expressions of the members of the Xiong Lian and nodded with a smile. Justice has already come to this world. Yin was interrupted by her phone ringing, and she looked at Reina. Sorry, I need to take a call. You can trick me later. Hello. What? So soon? They're back already? Reina was shocked by the speed of the Xiong Lian. She thought they would need some effort to pass Sun Wukong's trial, but didn't expect it to end so quickly. Oh, it seems that group of kids still has some skills. Reina looked at Yin with a contemptuous gaze, and Yin smiled playfully. After she hung up the phone, Yin continued, I won't say much more. I will report to the Holy Kaisa. As for the power of the galaxy, he has some angelic things in him. Don't you plan to develop them? Reina's voice sounded a bit wronged. I can't either. How to develop it? Angel hormones. Yin, as the queen of casual talk, said with a wicked smile, You go love him, he. Reina exclaimed. Why don't you go? All right. Just in time. He is also here. I will go see this little kid, Yin said as she got up to leave, and Reina quietly watched, not stopping her. The atmosphere became a bit stagnant, and Yin didn't want to lose face, taking the angel beside her and pushing the door to leave. Take care. Reina got up and walked towards the balcony, thinking that the angels would choose to fly away. As for the Xiong Lian, everyone surrounded Sun Wukong on the way, asking him questions, genuinely bothering him quite a bit. Monkey brother, are the four heavenly kings brothers? They are sisters. Is Nezra a boy? A girl? As they were walking, they suddenly looked up and saw the trio of angels walking straight toward them. Hey, monkey brother, what is that? Sun Wukong squinted. Angels, how did you get here? Yin walked up to Gu Xiaolun with her entourage, placing her hand on Gu Xiaolun's shoulder. Monkey, we're just taking a stroll. Can you control us? Everyone was stunned by the angel's actions. Even Gu Xiaolun himself was very surprised. He stared at Yan's wings. Angels. Oh, the little kid has quite an eye. Gu Xiaolun certainly knew who they were. After all, the entire angel civilization's household register was in his hands. This, you guys. Seeing Gu Xiaolun speechless, Yin felt relieved and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Little kid, we will have plenty of time to chat in the future. Remember not to miss me too much, okay? Chapter 80 Contact with Angels. 3 angels flapped their wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. This, Xiaolun, do you know them? I don't know, who are they? Chang Wei snorted coldly. Fox spirits. This. The crowd exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong had no choice but to invite them back to the building. Above the stratosphere at this height, one could see the light points at the horizon. The angels folded their wings and stood directly there. Yin did not speak, but his voice crossed countless light years to reach the Meiluo celestial court. Tao Tai is about to launch a major attack on Earth, and the Super God Academy has rejected our assistance, supporting Huaxia as a vassal of an unknown civilization. Kaisa quickly responded, Let us respect their opinions first, but the angels will prevent any actions that violate the order of justice. Here, besides the sunlight, I see the power of the galaxy and the war god of the Nox star. After thinking for a moment, Kaisa said, The power of the galaxy. Let us see if he is worthy of you. Yin shyly turned his head away, trying to maintain a mature expression. At over 7,000 years old, I should mature a bit and find a god who won't rot in the soil. The 2 angels who were eavesdropping exchanged glances and chuckled. But he is really too young. In a million years, he will only be a little younger than you, won't he? Besides, isn't it popular on Earth for female immortals to fall in love with younger men? Queen, this is different. True love will surely be eternal. Kaisa paused, and then slowly spoke. Have you heard enough about the power of the galaxy? Below, Gu Xiaolun lay on his bed, tossing and turning. Why is there a buzzing in my ears, and it feels like someone is whispering in my ear? Oh, he can't hear clearly. Kaisa smiled and hung up the communication. Research Tower Gu Xiaolun patted his head to confirm that the whispering had disappeared. Xiaolun, did water get into your brain? Go to hell. Meng Yu walked away with a smile, heading to the other side to discuss the fleet with 2 military colleagues. The old fleet was under repair, and the new fleet was not ready yet, so the military stayed in the alliance, and others had nothing to do, so everyone has been around lately. Moreover, Since Liu Ji spent every day in the research tower, the leaders gathered in the lounge area of the tower. It's Xiaoluan. How's the technology agreement going? Liu Ji sat on a huge sofa, holding a large cup of water. Chief, why are you still wearing this armor? Hui Feng sat on the nearby sofa, her eyes flashing as she processed the data of the entire empire. He can wear it for at most another week. After that, he won't care for this armor. Gu Xiaoluan chuckled and found a spot to sit down. We agreed to sign the agreement, and we can establish a branch this year. That's great. I didn't expect that we would soon become a giant enterprise in the universe. Have you read the book? No, when do I have time? I'll read it later. Liu Ji sighed and said helplessly, read more. All right. By the way, Chief, aren't you going to do research? Liu Ji took a bite of a small cookie, took a break, and said, the research on the disintegration cannon has taken the first step. The current sociology topic is genetic clinics. The Emperor is busy researching that. The Emperor turned his head to glance at him, then continued to think about research projects in his mind. The engineering topic is the standard cruiser template. V and the research team can handle that. As for the other research teams, there are plenty of projects, so I want to mention them. In the current research division, there are nearly 1 unit of research clones, which is also why the research speed has increased. After all, relying solely on the few of us leaders is too inefficient. Lao Ba leaned over, resting on the back of the sofa behind Gu Xiaoluan. That guy Liu Ji never logs in. Now you're also on leave. I really envy you guys. Liu Ji retorted, then I'll let you take 2 days off. You wouldn't be happy about it either. I'm just afraid you guys can't manage the resources, right? What is wrong with top workers complaining a bit? Liu Ji didn't take it to heart. By the way, Chief, do you know who we met today? Let me guess. The cosmic far god? Who? Gu Xiaoluan was taken aback and continued. We met the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong. Monkey Brother? Liu Ji recalled that in Super God, Monkey Brother seemed quite high profile, but his combat power wasn't that strong. Monkey Brother, the remarkable one? Lao Ba's voice drew the attention of others. What are you talking about? Lao Ba gestured for others to be quiet and listen to Gu Xiaoluan. Liu Ji gently nudged the Emperor. Have you seen the ancient Gaitra sacred beast? Just a myth. It can't be you, right? The Emperor had a look that said, how could you think that? No. Gu Xiaoluan vividly recounted what had happened today to everyone. Can I ask Monkey Brother for an autograph? That should be okay, right? I think it would be better to ask for a monkey hair. Gu Xiaoluan waved his hand. Wait until you really get to my side to talk. Then, when we were going back with Monkey Brother, we suddenly ran into 3 angels. Angels? Just your gene lover? The image seen that day was truly shocking, and the few present still remembered the beautiful angels. It seems so. Liu Ji suddenly thought of something. Then what were they doing with you? One leading angel seemed to be flirting with me, said a few words, and then flew away. Well, she has good taste, knowing how to cling to the rich. Hey, Nanjia, don't make fun of me. Liu Ji smiled as he moved closer to Gu Xiaoluan. You have angel genes in your body. Maybe she really likes you. No way. I'm just a loser. Right, the strongest loser in the universe. Not to mention, Xiaoluan, why do you think the pinnacle of power in an interstellar empire would be a loser? The crowd burst into a chorus of criticism, and Gu Xiaoluan kept admitting his mistakes to escape a calamity. What do you think about getting the angels to help us build a dimensional anchor? Huh? Liu Ji's words ignited the leader's enthusiasm once again, including Gu Xiaoluan, although he was a bit skeptical about whether this could work. Do the angels have this capability? Lao Ba immediately countered. Of course, they're a top civilization in the universe. Building a small-scale megastructure is a piece of cake for them. Then why would they help us? Liu Ji spoke again, continuing to persuade. We're not asking them to work for free. Energy, resources, technology, they must have something they like, right? If it doesn't work, we can sell arms. I believe they would definitely like big and powerful cruisers. The Emperor joked. We could also let Xiaoluan sell himself. Gu Xiaoluan looked helplessly at the laughing crowd. I'll see when the time comes. I'll do my best. But there's one more thing. I want to study my abilities. Chapter 81 Discussion on Genetic Development Capabilities. Liu Ji and the Emperor exchanged a glance, while the others looked at each other in confusion. What kind of development method? I don't know. Isn't that a question for you? Liu Ji pulled up Gu Xiaoluan's genetic template, but it didn't show your superpowers. How can we help you? Gu Xiaoluan felt a bit embarrassed. I just saw that everyone else has various abilities and felt a bit envious. After saying this, he released the part of his memory regarding the skills of the members of the Xiangbing Lian. Except for Meng Meng and me, everyone else has various powerful moves. Let me see. 1 Flash, 1 No Hands, 1 Earth Shadow, 1 God of Shinobi with a Beto. Meng, you gave a light hit on the back of Hitomi's head. How did it get more and more off track? Just say if my description is accurate or not. Huang Pai Kanan ignored the 2 noisy people beside him. So you really have no skills? Is being tough considered a skill? Of course, but just being tough isn't enough. I want to be the main force. Then why don't you ask the amazing chief? Liu Ji pointed at himself. Me? I don't know anything about genetics. You have to ask her. The emperor repeatedly waved his hands. I have never seen this kind of genetic technology in my life. I can't do it either. I suggest you ask Reina when you encounter something you can't solve. Reina. Liu Ji suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his startled expression scared the others. Chief, what's wrong with Sister Na? Hurry, pull up Reina's data. Liu Ji would have jumped to do it if he weren't afraid of accidentally hitting Gu Xiaoluan. It was also the first time Gu Xiaoluan saw Liu Ji like this, so he quickly pulled up Reina's related images. Chief, what happened? Lao Ba looked at Reina in confusion. She is just a beautiful alien. Beautiful, too beautiful. Among those present, only David and Gu Xiaoluan cared about love matters. David secretly glanced at Grey Wind, intending to remind her to pay attention, only to find Grey Wind had the same infatuated expression. Grey Wind was highly integrated with Liu Ji. Of course, she knew what he was thinking. What a genius idea. The Sun Goddess. Chief, do you have a crush on Sister Na? The chief isn't that superficial, V retorted, but still couldn't see what was outstanding about Reina. You guys, think about it. She's called the Sun Goddess. Liu Ji looked at the emperor, who shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Seeing they really couldn't comprehend, Liu Ji sighed and excitedly explained. The Sun Goddess can mobilize the energy of stars, which means we just need to build a big dome to put Reina in, and then we can get an endless and enormous supply of energy. A Dyson sphere? Does a Dyson sphere have this cost-effectiveness? Reina is just a 7-meter-tall being. Even wrapping her 3 times wouldn't cost that much alloy. Highly efficient. Gu Xiaoluan was excited, but he felt like he saw a purple skull with red light in its eyes. Genius. Otherwise, how could she be the chief? Liu Ji certainly knew that the energy utilization rate of super god genes was extremely low, and it might take draining a star to get very little energy. But it doesn't have to be drawn from the star universe. Stars in the super god universe are free. Sacrificing the future of the super god universe to produce energy for the empire is simply too cost-effective. Chief, after all, she is helping Earth. Gu Xiaoluan still had feelings for his comrades, especially since Reina was indeed dedicated to humanity. I know that. We can negotiate, right? Sign a labor agreement, or let us study her genes. Liu Ji saw that Gu Xiaoluan didn't refuse and continued. Xiaoluan, I haven't asked you for anything, but you have to help with this. Can you send her a message for me? Okay? Fortunately, Reina is very friendly to humans. Otherwise, Liu Ji wouldn't have sent Gu Xiaoluan. Don't think that extreme egalitarianists are good people. Fine, I promise to complete the task. Gu Xiaoluan saluted Liu Ji, and only then did Liu Ji sit down, smiling. Hey, I almost forgot about Reina. It seems the construction of the dimensional anchor in the super god universe needs to be put on the agenda. Mengyu looked at Liu Ji. Chief, does this mean we are going to the super god universe soon? Yes, I originally wanted you to finish dealing with the pirates before expanding further. Lao Ba held up the government budget and shoved it in Liu Ji's face. Chief, actually, the fleet has time to expand because building the dimensional anchor is also quite labor-intensive. Liu Ji stroked his chin, deep in thought. Xiaoluan can't get out of the war state for a while, and the weapon technology we are providing can't be applied quickly either. We still need to find a way to help the vassals fight the Tao Dai. At least we can't let the homeland fall. What can be quickly equipped and has strong combat power? Hitomi spoke up. Mechanized troops? Lao Ba immediately dismissed him. You first need to understand the technology, improve material technology, gradually enhance industrial capacity, produce corresponding ultra-high precision machine tools, and then massively open factories. It's very troublesome. Hitomi shrugged helplessly. I'm only responsible for firing. I won't produce ammunition. Body modifications? V raised her hand, but put it down again after seeing David's glance. Won't our body modifications be a bit too childish? I realized that. Liu Ji suddenly noticed his hand, and the shining golden armor gave him an idea. Got it. Emperor, this still depends on you. The Emperor tilted his head, wanted to hear what Liu Ji's idea was. Let Xiaoluan create genetic warriors. The others didn't understand what this was, and honestly listened to the two discuss. It's simple to say, but without genetic seeds and original bodies, what can you create? Liu Ji revealed a mysterious smile. Why not? He gestured for the Emperor to look at Gu Xiaoluan. Isn't he right in front of us? The Emperor's CPU from 30,000 years ago also had a flash of inspiration. It seems it's not impossible. Liu Ji seized the opportunity. Xiaoluan's genetic technology leans towards the fusion of machinery and genes, and just happens that you understand genetics, I understand machinery. Let's join forces. Good idea. Liu Ji and the Emperor high-fived, yay. As for the others, they were still in a dazed state. This was a case of not understanding, but feeling very grand. Chief, Sister Shun, what are you two conspiring about? The two showed a mischievous smile, and soon you will know. Chapter 82. The Gene of Galactic Power Xiaoluan. Your next task is to study your own genes with us. Huh? We're in a hurry. Let us go. Liu Ji grabbed Xiaoluan and the Emperor and left. It wasn't until they were gone that everyone finally came to their senses. Can we help? Compared to Shi Te Miao, Lao Ba was quite open about it. Help with what? Just wait to watch the show. The chief is doing something big again. But this time it seems unremarkable. We're used to it. V. Aren't you also from the research department? Aren't you going? V replied matter-of-factly. I'm not responsible for genes and physics. I'm researching warships. By the way, David, where are we eating today? Let's check on Jack and the others. The break room returned to its noisy state, while Liu Ji and the two others went straight to a large laboratory. Gu Xiaoluan thought he would have to do something, but Liu Ji directly told him to lie down on the experimental table. Chief, you two aren't going to slice me up, are you? Don't worry. We'll just replace your body after we're done. Liu Ji and the Emperor put on white lab coats and approached him with a terrifying look in their eyes. Gu Xiaoluan was in a poor mental state. He had been toyed with by Liu Ji and the Emperor all night and hadn't come up with any results. He closed his eyes in despair and entered the dark dimension. Welcome to the Divine River Gene System. System, I want my gene data. Searching. This method was also suggested by Liu Ji. He had Gu Xiaoluan copy a gene data set himself, allowing for a more intuitive study of the galactic power. Coincidentally, since Gu Xiaoluan hadn't returned to the team yet, he simply assisted in the research and skipped the Xiong Lian's training. It's so long. As expected, anything related to genes is troublesome. Although there was still some locked gene data in his body, he didn't pay much attention to it and returned to the starry universe. Chief, this is the catalog of gene data. I want to have to be a lab rat, right? Liu Ji shook his head. It seems the clone body really has nothing worth studying at the moment. The Emperor leaned in to look at the data catalog with the two. Your genes are quite miraculous, just like a system folder. A cosmic specialty must try. Liu Ji pointed to one of the entries. Look, the data on the undefeated body. The Emperor tried to click on it, but found it was really just a directory. Where's the data? Gu Xiaoluan rubbed his tired eyes. It's too long. I estimate it will take a long time to memorize. Liu Ji lightly patted him. Then hurry up and copy it over. Tao Dai will be arriving soon. We need to race against time. Chief, you weren't this anxious before. I had no choice before. Being anxious was useless. Now hurry up. Gu Xiaoluan had no choice but to pull himself together and start copying his gene data. Fortunately, everyone discovered the clever use of the cloning machine. Gu Xiaoluan only needed to remember the data simply, as the main brain would search through his memories for the rest. To research the genes of the galactic power, Liu Ji directly halted other research projects and concentrated the entire Empire's efforts on this project. Please confirm your landing coordinates. We are about to arrive at the Juxia. The outdated atmospheric shuttle flew toward the Juxia aircraft carrier battle group. This was the first collective arrival of the Xiong Lian at the Juxia. After Gu Xiaoluan transferred his data, he had nothing else to do. So Liu Ji let him go play while he had to train with the Xiong Lian. All right, today's training objective is aerial deployment. Reina stood up, looked around, and focused her gaze on Sun Wukong, and accurately land on the Juxia. Zhao Xin and Lu Chuang whispered to each other. An aircraft carrier, right? It should be. Gu Xiaoluan chimed in. I just came here recently. I'm familiar with it. The only ones who can fly among you are Rose and Sunday. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hadn't seen Reina in the past few days, so he didn't recognize her. Who is this female bodhisattva? Your goddess, Reina. Sigma Monkey Isn't impressed by her. Sun Wukong placed his hand on his chest. I have no goddess in my heart, only Buddha. Reina provocatively looked at him. And then? Then I endure and don't hold it against you. Sun Wukong turned his head away, no longer looking at Reina. The hatch was opening, visibility was good. Stand up. Prepare for airdrop. The Xiong Lian lined up into two teams, waiting for the hatch to open, and Gu Xiaoluan once again took the lead. Sun Wukong was sitting at the back. As soon as he reached the hatch, Reina reached out to grab him. Please conquer me. Compared to Reina's smug look, Sun Wukong was shocked. Do you have a problem? The black armor appeared from the void and quickly equipped itself on everyone. Their landing methods were varied. Some landed normally. Some teleported, and some landed in the sea. Xiong Lian, gather here. Reina called everyone together again. A Navy lieutenant approached. The chief has urgent business and can't personally welcome you. From now on, the Juxia will be your home. Then he walked up to Gu Xiaoluan. General Duko wants to see you. Please follow me. Hey, why did Xiaoluan leave again? Who knows? He is a busy man now. The members of the Xiong Lian were unaware of the Empire's affairs. Reina knew, but didn't say anything. Chief, this segment of the galactic power gene is encrypted. We must study Xiaoluan himself to decipher it. The data alone cannot be analyzed. Xiao Hui is currently responsible for contacting the entire research area, and new research reports are continuously being sent to her processor every moment. She is compiling and organizing the data in an unbelievably short time, and then relaying it to Liu Ji and the Emperor. Then let us give up on researching this segment of the gene. We're not trying to recreate a new galactic power. Command has been issued. The Emperor quickly simulated the gene sequence while chatting with Liu Ji. This project feels a bit chaotic. Yes, after all, this is the Empire's first concentrated research effort. And without a progress bar, it's quite a test for us. The Emperor deleted the theory he had just compiled. This segment is wrong again, conflicting. Damn, is this gene technology? It's normal. Their gene technology still relies on the dark dimension. We Haven T conducted on-site research, so we're at a loss. Liu Ji looked at Hui Feng. Xiao Hui, I'll make the following arrangements. Remember, don't study the theory of the dark dimension. Instead, research its applications and the underlying genes of the galactic power. Also, keep the projects on the undefeated body and angel genes. The Emperor tilted his head to meet Liu Ji's gaze. You want to only study part of the genes? Chapter 83. Super Original Casting Project, yes. This is my idea. On the large screen, the data models of all members of the Xiong Lian were displayed, and Liu Ji pointed to Gu Xiaoluan. Those gods relied on computers in the dark dimension to calculate and achieve the effects of using skills. I got some inspiration from the Gestalt. We don't need to create a new god. We just need to create a sub-individual. Liu Ji brought up a model of an ordinary human. The cost-effectiveness of gene god-making is too low. Aside from high energy consumption and low energy utilization, there's another important point. They are just advanced individuals. My plan is to produce a large number of sub-individuals. Sub-individuals have a certain processing ability for data. They're just a node, and ultimately, it is still those gods who use the abilities. The Emperor thought for a moment and said, so, sub-individuals are just borrowing abilities? That's right, but some genetic traits can still be retained, such as Gu Xiaoluan's ability to take a hit. Sub-individuals compute data themselves, and gods only need to use the abilities according to the data transmitted by the sub-individuals. Aside from energy consumption issues, there's nothing else to consider. It's worth a try. Liu Ji dragged the virtual model and fit it into the human template, which quickly transformed into a muscular man over 2 meters tall. Besides abilities, sub-individuals also need to have strong combat power, which means transforming them into Astartes. Eliminating the genetic fragments influenced by the original beings and creating pure Astartes genes should not be a problem for you. The Emperor smiled mysteriously, changed the template, and added data that Liu Ji had never seen before. In fact, I have a more efficient way to produce soldiers. a height of 2 meters and 70 meters, possessing a shared genome with the original beings, faster and stronger than ordinary space marines. Super Corvid? What? Oh, I forgot, it's not that time yet. Liu Ji paused and then explained, in the original timeline, the sons of the Raven King suffered heavy losses during the Horus Heresy. He sought your help for a way to quickly recover his legion, and you gave him similar technology. TCH, the Emperor puffed her cheeks. I thought I would see your shocked expression. I didn't expect you to know. Wow, that's awesome. Liu Ji clapped and praised, while the Emperor turned her head and put on a blank expression. How about we call this upgraded Space Marine Super Original Casting? Liu Ji decisively registered the name Original Casting 1,000 years in advance, not leaving such a cool name for Doricair. Well, that's fine. The Super Original Cast Warriors, besides having a more powerful body, only need to implant the correct genome into the target's body, and all organs can grow within a few weeks. Once completed, implanting a black exoskeleton will allow them to go straight into battle. The growth cycle of the Super Original Cast Space Marines is extremely short, with a success rate of nearly 100%. Newly born soldiers will be stronger than ordinary 10-year veterans and can directly rival 100-year veterans after experiencing a few battles. We'll use the shared genome as a template and then add relevant genes from the galactic power. This way, a Super Original Cast Warrior based on galactic power will be born. Liu Ji looked amazed. You don't have more efficient technology in your hands, do you? The Emperor smiled mysteriously. Guess. I guess it's a bull demon. Liu Ji turned around and playfully teased the Emperor's face, and the Emperor struggled to utter a few words. Indeed, there is. Liu Ji finally let her go. Then why don't you use it? The Emperor sighed, saying angrily, isn't it because of the Chaos Gods? Mass-producing warriors far beyond what mere mortals can achieve. If there's a rebellion, it would be troublesome. Ugh, that does sound true. But in Shaolin's universe, there are none of those disgusting things. He wouldn't understand more advanced technology. This is just right. Liu Ji nodded and ordered some research projects to be changed. The genes of the galactic power had been turned into a fairly perfect template by the angels, but the ideals in the angels' hearts were too indecisive to appear in soldiers. Then let's remove those, and I can add some characteristics of the human empire. No need. I'm afraid if we create them, they'll chase after the angels with axes. If they discover they have angel genes in their bodies, that would be too much fun. Then forget it. However, they still need combat experience and basic qualities. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Liu Ji opened the gene sequence of the galactic power, keeping the angels' wings. They needed aerial units, also an indestructible body. Although we can't fully replicate it, we can make the soldiers a bit tougher. Come on, let's see what they are made of. Central Galaxy. Stellar Base. The Stellar Base began its expansion at the beginning of the third year to meet the needs of fleet expansion and maintenance. The Stellar Base extended an area of 100 cubic kilometers as a dock area. It adopted a modular design, which was a new attempt in Imperial engineering, and this area is still undergoing continuous expansion. This is also one of the reasons why the Imperial alloys are in short supply. A large number of new-style construction plans have been approved by the government, believing that more complete basic structures can play their roles faster and feed back into Imperial development. Oh, it's finished so quickly? 3 members of the military, dressed in command coats, stepped off the transport ship. A red synthetic being welcomed them. She was the head of the maintenance department here. Yes, Commander. Thanks to the government prioritizing all resources for us, and the chief sent the Grey Goo nanorobots over. So the construction speed is extremely fast. Due to the limited number of dock positions, even with ample resources, we can only work on a few ships simultaneously. Meng Yu looked up at the warship under construction, feeling like he was standing in a high-rise building just before a torrential summer rain, watching the endless dark clouds on the horizon. He remembered that as a child, he was truly afraid that the boundless darkness would come down. Is this a destroyer? No, of course not. The maintenance chief denied in surprise. Commander, this is just a frigate. Meng Yu smiled. It's so big, I thought it was a destroyer. This is a Mingzi-class torpedo frigate, and the one behind it is a Blitz-class laser frigate. The chief activated the elevator, and, as everyone ascended, they reached about 500 meters from the top plate. At this point, everyone could see beyond the obstructing frigate and look further into the dock. That was a Pikachu-class heavy destroyer. Chapter 84. Preliminary plan launch. Who the hell named this? The three of them couldn't hold back, and the minister could only explain cautiously. This is the name confirmed by the chief, and since it was issued as a direct order, the military is not aware of it. I knew it. The three exchanged smiles. People tend to laugh when they can't hold back. The minister continued to activate the elevator slide, and the sliding platform beneath them began to move. Special glass surrounded them, ensuring safety while providing ample visibility. As they moved, they could see numerous synths bustling about in the towering iron mountains, black nanoclusters glowing green, clinging to the under-construction end of the warship. A massive alloy plate sped towards them, but veered away at the last moment. When it reached its designated position, cables lowered it, and it became part of the corvette's hull. After the maintenance work was completed, the construction plan for the first batch of ships would immediately commence, including 3 Lightning-class corvettes, 2 Mencius-class corvettes, and 1 Pikachu-class destroyer. What about the cruiser? We received a notice from the research department that certain technologies for the Hive-class carrier cruiser may not be completed on time, so we are preparing to build the suppression-class firepower cruiser. Xiaoluan, you came at the right time. Gu Xiaoluan was pulled over by Liu Ji, stumbling a couple of steps before steadying himself. Chief, is there something for me? Of course. Super original genetic warriors? What is that? Liu Ji quickly pulled together a pile of documents. Using your genes to create super powerful warriors, which in genetic terms could be considered your sons. Huh? I'm going to be a dad? Are you feeling uneasy about that? Liu Ji almost forgot to consider this point, and also had to think about the super god Huaxia side. Forget it, don't think about it. Let Xiaoluan handle it. No, that's not it. Just feel. A bit sudden. Gu Xiaoluan smiled shyly. Chief, I just graduated from college and I'm still what you call a virgin. That's fine. As for personal issues, I can send you money to marry a wife, but I'm not responsible for finding you one. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm eating the country's food. Gu Xiaoluan repeatedly declined, while Liu Ji raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you have a salary? Damn. Gu Xiaoluan just realized that Raina never mentioned anything about salary. I'll ask about that later. Let's talk about salary later. First, look at these documents. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes went dark when he saw the tens of thousands of pages of documents. Chief, what are all these? These are detailed documents I had Huang compile for you, including the black shell technology for the implantation of interstellar warriors, as well as weapon technologies. The technology for the super original powered armor hasn't been developed yet. Liu Ji plans to upgrade the existing powered armor used in the human empire, adding artificial intelligence and the latest technology from the empire. The human empire is limited by technology and cannot add more diversified and advanced equipment to the powered armor. But the empire is different. Some research teams in the empire's research department have studied individual weapons, which can be used here. Liu Ji expects that the powered armor he designs should resemble the yet-to-be-born original type, which is the Mark X powered armor. As for why he chose the Warhammer style, slightly bulky appearance. It looks cool, doesn't it? What kind of real man wouldn't like heavy armor art? The weak exhaust all their efforts in creation, while the strong create as they please. The powered armor of the human empire is truly armor. But Liu Ji can add some magical little gadgets to the massive powered armor. Do we need all these weapons? Yes. Gu Xiaoluan was dazzled, but it's worth a bit of effort to create such cool weapons. There are 2 plans included here. One is made from ceramic steel, and the other from porcelain gold composite materials. The production of ceramic steel is simpler than that of porcelain gold, so you can choose based on the situation, if time is tight. Then first make the equipment from ceramic steel, withstanding the impact of the Tao Tai. Ensure that local industry is not destroyed before gradually switching to porcelain gold composite materials. Chief, I haven't seen this ceramic steel before, but isn't the first-class material you mentioned the nanocomposite material? Liu Ji found a page from the documents and indicated for him to look. The production of ceramic steel is simpler than nanocomposite materials, and factories that can produce nanocomposite materials can also produce porcelain gold. Why would you need nanomaterials if you can use porcelain gold? It's fine for civilian engineering, but this is military industry. It has to use the best. All right, understood. Liu Ji continued. Also for the powered armor, it should be designed in a couple of days. You just need to set up the production line for these equipment first, and it's best to prepare a set of weapons. Remember to talk to the government about this. These count as military technology, Discuss with Lao Ba how to transfer them. Also, if the diplomatic issues are resolved, go ask the other members of the Xiangbing Lian. It's best to get hold of their genetic data. Gu Xiaoluan was bombarded with a pile of tasks by Liu Ji, leaving him feeling dizzy. Has Reina asked about it? No, not yet. No need to rush. We can't get over there in a short term, and this year's alloy is indeed not enough. Has the Tao Tai entered your detection range? Not yet, Sister Na said. We seem to lack the ability to detect. The Tao Tai fleet has technology to evade detection. Liu Ji smiled slightly. They're using the giant worm bridge of a solar system and still want to hide themselves? Well, I don't know about that. So, does that mean the Tao Tai could launch an attack at any time? Gu Xiaolun pulled up a model of the solar system. As for us, currently, Earth and Pluto are on opposite sides of the solar system, and their travel time might take a bit longer. All right, then let us set a deadline of 2 months. Liu Ji seriously patted Gu Xiaolun's shoulder. Within a week, you need to set up the factory. Within 2 weeks, you need to prepare the genetic technology. The remaining 2 weeks will be for the growth of the super original warriors and weapon production. This plan might be a bit rushed, so do your best. Gu Xiaolun also became serious. For the future of humanity, I will do my utmost. Remember to be ready to go online at any time. You still need to learn with us. Yes. After Gu Xiaolun left, the emperor detached himself from the complicated tasks. Learning to create genetic seeds might take a long time. Liu Ji shook his head with a smile. Don't underestimate Xiaolun's learning ability. He looked at the leaders' panel, and Gu Xiaolun's name appeared prominently among the choices for scientists. Chapter 85. The Pact of Defense, Old 8, where are you? Gu Xiaolun arrived at the government building, but couldn't find Old 8, so he had to send a communication. Xiaolun? I'm at the planetary defense base, arranging construction work. What do you need? Gu Xiaolun sent Old 8 an overview of the super original casting plan. The chief said that this military technology is for you to decide the price. Wait a moment. Old 8 quickly skimmed through it. Is this the technology the chief is developing? Exactly. The chief is too lazy to decide. So let me ask you. My opinion is to only grant usage rights. Gu Xiaolun looked puzzled. What does that mean? Old 8 patiently explained. It means the armies built using this technology by the vassal state are subordinate to us, but we can offer some rewards. I don't understand this. I'll listen to you. All right, here's the deal. Old 8 thought for a moment and began editing in their shared cloud file. 1. The vassal state has the authority to build and command its troops and is obligated to supply them. 2. When we upgrade technology, the vassal state is obligated to enhance troop equipment when capable. 3. The vassal state needs to submit the genetic data of the super soldiers. 4. When we receive troops, the vassal state can retain 20 of the total number of super soldiers. For every 10,000 troops expanded, they must surrender 1,000 troops. 5. The vassal state can apply to retain its army in exchange for resources, with specific prices to be determined. 6. The military technology included in this agreement will be sold to the vassal state at a very low price. This agreement leans towards a defense pact. Although the empire doesn't need these, they still need to earn something. If they don't sign, you can use company assets to build it yourself. The accountant is certainly not as easy to talk to as Liu Ji. Old 8, worried that Gu Xiaolun might not understand, continued explaining, by signing this agreement, the vassal will gain access to more powerful military technology. And while this agreement is quite operational, most of the technology serves the super soldiers. So we don't need to worry about the vassal exploiting any loopholes. Gu Xiaolun weakly explained, I don't think they will exploit any bugs. I believe you. Old 8 actually had grander plans. This agreement presents a way for super divine Huaxia to benefit without cost. It just depends if they can figure it out. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go. I still have to head to the border planet. Gu Xiaolun then remembered there was an anomaly. Old 8. Is there still no progress on the anomaly over there? There has been some progress. It seems to be a factory built by aliens which has some research value, but it's not particularly important. Okay, I'm signing off. After the communication ended, Old 8 sighed at the planetary defense base. Little XT, do you understand what I mean? XT turned around, shrugging in confusion, and behind her, a massive building rose into the clouds. Minister, I don't understand these things. Old 8 smiled, knowing she wouldn't understand. Forget it. The chief called you back. You played enough here. I'll take care of the remaining work on the planetary shield. XT felt a bit reluctant, but since it was the call of the creator, she was still willing to go. By the way, the chief has changed quite a bit. You should be prepared. I know. Old H shook his head helplessly. This child was really reckless, too impatient. He walked to the fence, looking down at the steel foundation stretching to the horizon, with a massive planetary shield base glowing blue. What a money-burning thing. I agreed on a win back then, and now it's completely useless. Sigh. Then, he connected to Liu Ji's communication. Chief, are your conditions a bit too? Shaolin's path ahead is still long. He has much to learn. As for you, do you understand? Old 8 breathed a sigh of relief, I thought. You thought I would indulge him that much? Liu Ji left. His choices are all based on future experiences. Whether this right is turned smoothly or in turmoil depends entirely on him. The giant canyon, after receiving the notification from Gu Xiaoluan, the Huaxia government immediately dispatched a delegation to the giant canyon. The giant canyon was designed from the beginning to have comprehensive functions, fully capable of representing the Huaxia government. And with its advanced anti-detection technology and the cutting-edge god-making technology provided by Decao, it was chosen for the meeting. Moreover, it was to avoid making Gu Xiaoluan run back and forth. He was the representative of the suzerain state. Comrade Xiaoluan, the delegation is almost there. It was still Jie who came. Gu Xiaoluan was busy writing a new agreement at the moment. All right, I'll finish up soon. Gu Xiaoluan quickly completed the document, stuffed it into a leather bag, and walked out with Jie. Xiaoluan, Jie, where are you two going? The brothers from a super soldier squad happened to return to the dormitory, and Gu Xiaoluan greeted them. We have something to do. We'll tell you when we come back. Okay, you've been secretive lately. We thought you were secretly dating. Ha ha ha, exactly. You have to explain it properly to us when you're done. Definitely. What else with that bunch of helicopters outside? After they left, the two headed to the conference room, during which Jie specifically mentioned, Xiaoluan, you said there's a big event this time, so the higher-ups are very concerned. Everyone who can come is here. Everyone who can come is here? Jie nodded seriously, and Gu Xiaoluan quickly adjusted his clothes before pushing the door open and walking in. Upon entering, the delegation still had the familiar setup, but this time there were a few more people. Number 1, an elderly gentleman approached quickly and shook his hand as Gu Xiaoluan stared blankly. Comrade Yi Xiaolun, I wanted to meet you for a long time. Unfortunately, I was on a business trip in Europa before, but this time I finally have the chance. Gu Xiaoluan had made some mental preparations and quickly greeted him after coming to his senses. Seeing is believing. Please have a seat. No. I can take care of myself. Number 1 pulled out a chair for him and gently pressed him to sit down. You are the representative of the suzerain state. We cannot be negligent. Let me fulfill my duties as a host. Then he sat down across from Gu Xiaoluan, and the others took their seats in turn. Old Huang didn't understand diplomacy, but since he was in charge of the super soldier squad, he was still entrusted to negotiate with the other party. So there shouldn't be any offense, right? Old Huang felt a bit embarrassed after being mentioned. Boss, don't laugh at me. Gu Xiaoluan waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. We are very casual. No need to be so formal during communication. That won't do. Even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. After chatting for a bit, he finally got back on topic. Comrade Xiaoluan, may I ask what instructions the suzerain state has this time? There's no instruction. It's just a new agreement, but it directly affects the future development of Huaxia. Hearing this, everyone present became serious. Chapter 86. The method of getting something for nothing. Gu Xiaoluan displayed the agreement and quietly waited for them to review it. This, you see, the representatives were somewhat surprised. The style of this agreement was much more formal than before, and there were many more conditions. Number 1 raised a hand to signal others to be quiet, then looked at Gu Xiaoluan. Comrade Xiaoluan, could you please explain this to us old men who have never seen much of the world? Sure. There was a multimedia device on the table in front of Gu Xiaoluan. He picked up the touchscreen pen and began to write while explaining. Let's start with the interstellar war. Please. To be frank, the country's understanding of this invasion by the Tao Tai is inadequate. It clearly still holds onto old experiences. The representatives listened carefully, occasionally taking notes. In my view, are you still holding on to the fantasy of negotiations? Number 1 nodded. Yes. We believe that if we inflict a certain amount of damage on the Taotai expedition when they come to Earth, we can attempt negotiations while they are isolated and helpless. Gu Xiaoluan shook his head, and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Everyone, you underestimate the Taotai and trust us too much. Gu Xiaoluan found the device too small, so he stood up and walked to the large screen in front of the conference table. Our Legion of Heroes does have powerful individual combat capabilities, but the Tao Ye's expeditionary fleet is definitely their entire fortune, and their numbers will far exceed the total strength of the Huaxiao army. One reason is the long distance. They need to ensure absolute safety. The other is that they know Earth has super soldiers, so they won't underestimate it. Number 1 frowned and asked, but all we can do is this. Our military cannot confront the Taotai directly, and the weapons your country has provided cannot be manufactured quickly. Gu Xiaoluan pointed at the agreement, so I have brought more cost-effective and formidable troops. We must treat this war as a fight for survival. The Taotai are not human, and we have no room for negotiation with them. The war has already begun when they attempted to lay their hands on Earth. Number 1 nodded. We are fully aware of the benefits the suzerain country has provided us, and we are deeply grateful that you can still consider us at this time. Xiaoluan, tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. The others were all taken aback by this situation, but Number 1 signaled them not to be surprised. Gu Xiaoluan closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, an endless fighting spirit filled his gaze. The whole country is to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Restore the militia system. Everyone is a soldier. Resources will be under wartime control, entering wartime economic mode, and all factories will be nationalized. Stop all non-essential research projects. Concentrate efforts to understand imperial military technology and start producing weapons and equipment. Shut down all foreign communication channels and prepare for a fight to the death. Damn it. How dare these extraterrestrial bumpkins from Taotai bully humanity? We must strike back hard. Good. Number 1 stood up, and applause filled the conference room. As the applause gradually ceased, Gu Xiaoluan's face turned red, and everyone else was naturally excited as well. Huaxia has always been a military power among military powers, the most formidable nation on Earth. Facing the Taotai invasion, they indeed felt a fire burning inside, and Gu Xiaoluan's confidence, brought by the Empire, ignited this fire. After everyone sat down again, they had a brief discussion. Comrade Xiaoluan, we have decided to sign this agreement. Number 1 personally signed the document and handed it to Gu Xiaoluan with both hands. Gu Xiaoluan hurriedly reached out to catch it. The agreement was signed, but the super original casting technology had not been fully researched yet, and there were still some industrial matters I needed to remind you about. Number 1 raised a hand to stop him. Comrade Xiaoluan, you should handle these matters personally. He then turned to Takeo. Old Du, according to the agreement, the relationship between super original casting soldiers and the Legion of Hero soldiers will be quite complex, so I'll need you to do some psychological work. Ensure the mission is accomplished. The delegation then stood up with Number 1, who walked up to Gu Xiaoluan and shook his hand again. Comrade Xiaoluan, according to your suggestion, should we announce a series of plans to the world? Exactly. We have no reason to hide. Great. Gu Xiaoluan felt the grip on his hand tighten a bit more. Comrade Xiaoluan, we don't understand these matters. We still need you to take charge personally, and we hope you won't decline. You don't need to worry. We will provide you with solid support. Gu Xiaoluan nodded firmly, and Number 1 patted his hand before signaling him to leave together. Is there anything else for me? Number 1 smiled mysteriously, of course. When he and the delegation returned to the deck, he saw all the members of the Legion of Heroes there. We're going to head back to Polaris together and prepare to start the plan. Good. Number 1 stepped forward to greet everyone in the Legion of Heroes before heading towards the helicopter formation. Huang Laoxiao ran up to him. Boss, are we signing directly? Number 1 smiled and shook his head. You, after all these years, you really aren't cut out for this. He pointed to the Zhongshan suit he was wearing. Do you understand now? No. There's no doubt that the suzerain country's assistance comes with conditions, but as long as Xiaoluan wears this, there is no distinction between yours and mine. After saying that, he didn't wait for Huang Laoxiao to comprehend and laughed as he left. Hey boss, wait for me. Gu Xiaoluan was one of the leaders of the Empire. He could lead Huaxia toward a better future. The members of the Legion of Heroes watched the delegation leave. and others quickly surrounded Gu Xiaoluan. Wow, Xiaoluan, I didn't miss that, did I? That person. Gu Xiaoluan smiled without speaking, and Lu Chuang patted him on the back. Xiaoluan, at this time, come clean with us. Oh, aren't we going to Polaris? You'll know when we get there. You little tease. Amidst the banter, they walked towards the shuttle, while Qiang Wei stood still, staring blankly at Gu Xiaoluan. Since she met Gu Xiaoluan, this man had always been shrouded in a fog. He seemed calm in the face of everything, as if nothing could stump him. Have you taken a liking to him? Lena, who didn't know when she had stood beside her, asked with a smile. Hey, go away. Qiang Wei blushed and pushed Lena to catch up with the others. On the ship island, a female soldier in a naval uniform stood by the porthole, her extremely proud figure exuding an aura of wickedness. She turned to leave only after seeing Qiang Wei board the shuttle. Chapter 87. Afterlife Bar, Night City. David really didn't want to go back to school. He still had to spend money to upgrade the software. How bold. As he walked back, he unexpectedly saw a crowd of people running around. What is going on? A burst of intense gunfire rang out in the distance. David jogged to the corner and saw several police cars forming a perimeter. Bang! David stared blankly as he witnessed an officer hiding behind a police car get shot in the head, and then the other officers immediately retaliated. Cyber Psycho. David quickly understood what was happening. Every time something went wrong in Night City, the NCPD showed up, although they often suffered heavy losses. They were indeed the first line of defense for the fragile citizens of Night City. He couldn't let him keep killing. David immediately activated the system, and his cybernetic eye quickly scanned the information on the Cyber Psycho. Abnormal unit detected 1. Command. Eliminate. Executed. In the incredulous eyes of the officers, the out-of-control man suddenly began to convulse, and then his head exploded, scattering his brains everywhere. The anti-terrorism task force that had just arrived by hovercar also didn't know what was happening and had to get out to check the situation. Meanwhile, the nameless hero, David, hummed Widow's little tune as he left. Communication. Gloria. David, I have to work overtime tonight, so prepare your own food. By the way, I've already bought the software upgrade for you. It's on the coffee table in the living room. David sighed helplessly and replied, Got it, Mom. He had advised Gloria not to be so busy, but she wouldn't listen. She believed one couldn't just sit and eat away their savings. Moreover, David was attending the best Arasaka school, and that money wouldn't last long. She wanted to prepare some savings for her son. David felt helpless about this and continued to save his little stash, waiting for the day he could hand it over to her. Feeling down, David hadn't walked far when VS Communication came in. David, do you have time tonight? I do. What is up? Jack and I got a big job. A really big job. Interested? Of course. Then, meet at the usual place? This time I'll take you to a new place. You've definitely heard of it. Wait, I'll come pick you up. After receiving the coordinates, V quickly found David. Just when David thought V would still be riding her beloved little motorcycle, a sleek yellow sports car stopped in front of him. Yo, handsome, waiting for someone? Mizutani Hayabusa MZ2. The window rolled down, and V, in the driver's seat, lifted her sunglasses and whistled at him. Nice. You got a new car so quickly. Following her gesture, David walked to the passenger door, and upon entering the car, he saw Jack in the back seat. Dude, check this out. Whoa, Inglong. Inglong, produced by Kongtao, is an intelligent submachine gun that can use micro-projectiles to track targets, and it's quite pricey. Just as David was about to admire the Hayabusa, he was drawn to the Inglong again. Where did you guys get these? Jack and V exchanged glances, and then V smiled and patted David's shoulder. David, guess who commissioned this job for us? Who? The queen of intermediaries in Night City, the legendary lone wolf, Rogue. Who? Rogue? David's mouth curled up in surprise. Jack cradled the Inglong in his arms. Rogue got a big job, and the priest recommended us to her. Plus, the priest introduced us to a middleman. We bought everything from him at a good price and decent quality. If you need anything, I can introduce him to you. David tried to return the gun to Jack, but Jack refused. I don't want anything, and besides, I can't use a gun. It's specially picked for you. No aiming required. Then I'll accept it. Jack casually threw his arm around him. Don't be polite with me. You treated us last time, so this gun counts as a return gift. All right, kids, buckle up. The goddess is about to take off. David hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. V, do you have a license? Jack realized this point only after hearing that, but V assured them not to worry. I drove over here without a hitch. What is there to be afraid of? Thus, the brand-new Hayabusa sped off into the distance with the two screaming passengers. David nervously opened the car door, while Jack, who was more robust, walked steadily. Next time, no matter what, V can't drive. You little brat, dare to question me? V grabbed David and led him and Jack toward the afterlife bar. The afterlife bar used to be a mortuary filled with a heavy atmosphere. If you don't believe me, look at the drink menu. The hottest drinks are named after the dead. Well, that is not entirely true. The afterlife is famous not only because of rogue-esque connections and influence, but also because it attracts all cyberpunks who want to leave their drink recipes named after themselves in Night City-esque legends. The bouncer at the entrance recognized the three and lowered his head to make way. Welcome to the afterlife. There were quite a few people in the afterlife, but it wasn't too noisy. Here, the biggest deals were made, and the zeros and the payment figures were the most. Look, who is here? The famous V and David Martinez. Rogue, sitting at the bar, immediately received the security information and smiled as she greeted them. Why didn't you call my name? Jack muttered resentfully under his breath, and V patted his back with a smile. Jack, you still need to practice. David also comforted him. Jack, I believe you'll catch up with us soon. Still, you're my good buddy. Cut it out, Jack. You weren't saying that before. No way. You're also my good sister. David, uninterested in the banter between the two, said, Come on, let us not keep Rogue waiting. The three walked over, and the people at the nearby tables slightly moved aside. Even if they tried to look at others, people would avoid their gaze. Only a few notable cyberpunks dared to make eye contact with them, as it was clear that everyone present had heard of the infamous ghost. Welcome, please follow me. Rogue discreetly sized up the three. A girl who was lively to the point of recklessness, a shy kid, and a big guy who seemed inexperienced. This was Rogue's first impression of them, far from the rumors. The group arrived at a high-end private room, and Rogue handed them the drink menu. Since it's your first time here, this round is on me. Thanks, Rogue. Facing V, who was unreserved, Rogue just smiled. I'll have Johnny Silverhand. What about Jack? I'll have the same. Chapter 88. Conversations after drinking. David, what do you want? Well, just a drink, no carbonated ones. Rob was clearly surprised, but still called the front desk. The waiter quickly brought over the drinks, and after she left, Rog started chatting with the three. I've heard of your reputation before, but unfortunately, the old priest treasures you too much, so I can't poach you. The big players in the middle are all acquaintances. And the three just laughed off her teasing. This commission is indeed difficult, which is why the priest recommended you to me. V said with a relaxed expression. Don't worry, we never leave a job unfinished. If there is something, let the chief continue to provide technology and increase the intensity for this group of cyborgs. David, being cautious, asked, Can you elaborate? Rog placed an electronic board on the table in front of everyone, detailing the company's mission. Compared to the other two, Jack was more afraid of the company's reputation. Are you asking us to provoke the company? Rog nodded calmly. The military technology in Arasaka are sworn enemies, and they are at it again this time. But you don't have to worry. Arasaka's target is just a minor deputy minister in a small department of military technology. Are we supposed to kidnap a minister? What happens next? How to handle it is up to you. David was rhythmically tapping the table, making eye contact with Rog. Is this a warning? Exactly. What about the retaliation from military technology? If this job goes through, there's 50,000 euros. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and made up their minds. All right, it's just a minister, simple. Rog reassessed these bold newcomers. I believe in your abilities. But the company's retaliation is not something ordinary people can withstand. What does the company's retaliation matter compared to 50,000 euros? Ha ha ha, you really surprised me. Rog handed the mission list to the three, detailing the target's information. Andrea Olive, the deputy minister of the marketing department in the military technology division. David carefully looked at the target, a middle-aged woman with glasses, appearing relatively short and ordinary, giving off an honest vibe. You have a flexible deadline, as long as you can complete it within this week. V waved his hand. It won't take 6 days. 1 day is enough. Rog raised his glass. Then I wish you success. Cheers. Cheers. The North Star of the Xiong Bing Lian squad was arranged in a secret yet luxurious place. Once they settled in, as night fell, they were invited to a banquet in the auditorium. There were few attendees at this banquet, but the specifications were high. Number 1 waved, signaling to Xiaolun to sit next to him, while the others found their own tables. The atmosphere of the banquet was relaxed, as everyone chatted like friends at a meal. But once the good wine was served, the mood changed instantly. Come on, come, drink. Gu Xiaolun's alcohol tolerance was poor, and, after getting tipsy, he was unwilling to admit defeat and refused to take the initiative to sober up. Xiaolun, let us have a good chat. Gu Xiaolun listened with red cheeks. His eyes tightly closed, clearly unable to hold on. So, your big leader is called. The chief? Yes, the chief spokesperson. Our big brother. Can you introduce him? Others were also eavesdropping, intentionally or unintentionally, but they didn't interrupt the two. Our chief, let me think. Our chief is really good to us. I understand. Liu Ji is comfortable to be around. You could talk to him about anything, but if you ask me to introduce him, I really don't know where to start. Just talk about how he helped you. Number 1 encouraged him, and Gu Xiaolun finally managed to organize his thoughts. That day, after I defeated Tao Tai, the Tao Tai Vanguard, got it, whatever you call it, then I want to tell the chief, and he let me see how you guys handle it. And then I joined Zhengtu, and he let me give you the vassal agreement. Number 1 put down his chopsticks and rested his arms on his knees. Was this agreement also drafted by him? Gu Xiaolun shook his head in confusion, that was. I discussed it with Old Huang and the others. The chief agreed? No, the chief had something going on, and we all voted to sign it. But later, he did say something to me, and he agreed. Hearing this, Number 1 looked up at Old Huang. Old Huang chuckled, and Number 1 rolled his eyes, then continued to listen to Gu Xiaolun. Did your chief say anything? No, he did. He said, let me look at what the Qi Huan Wang Zhuan. The Qi Huan Wang Zhuan. Yes, that's it. How did you know? Number 1 felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He suddenly realized that not returning to the signing scene himself was the biggest mistake of the year. If I had known, I would have dropped everything and rushed back. Did he really say that? Yes. Then did you read it? No. Number 1 patted his shoulder. Read more books. You'll have more burdens on your shoulders in the future. Gu Xiaolun was already dazed, nodding unsteadily. At this point, the banquet was almost over. After a while, Lu Chuang, who had also drunk quite a bit, came over to invite Gu Xiaolun to leave. Wait, just when everyone thought something was wrong. Gu Xiaolun pointed at the dining table and said this. Good wine and good food can't be wasted. Let us pack it up. Do I still need to pay? No, of course not. The waiter brought a bag and packed the leftover food and half a bottle of white wine for Gu Xiaolun. The people from Zhengtu then said their goodbyes, chatting as they walked away. Number 1 and Old Huang stood at the door to see them off, and after they left, Number 1 glared at them. Look at what you've done. Old Huang lowered his head, unsure how to explain. And you all, this. Yeah. The others also sighed, and Number 1 sighed, waving his hand and said, you all need to learn. Just follow what the chief said to look at. Facing this group of clueless team members, Number 1 felt helpless. So many details had already been reflected, yet no one noticed. First, regarding this agreement, he did vote in favor at the conference, but he hadn't heard about adding another clause. You're just bullying Xiaolun for not knowing anything. I think you all are the ones who don't understand anything. Does the chief support this agreement because of his kindness? Moreover, the origin of the suzerain country is indeed a bit different. They even know about the records of the Grand Historian. Forget it. Number 1 also knew about Gu Xiaolun's situation. He was destined to be the future Earth's main god, and now it was just early training. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Otherwise, things would have gotten serious. Chapter 89, State of War. Number 1 dismissed everyone else, leaving only Old Huang beside him. He gazed thoughtfully at the bright moon in the sky, while Old Huang dared not speak. Have you figured out from this morning? Yes, I have. Xiaolun, what do you think? Responsible, decisive, upright. Very good, but a bit inexperienced and young. Number 1 shot him a glance. You're not much better. Someone like you would have no idea who assassinated you in ancient times. We really are getting old. It's time to make way for the younger generation. Old Huang stepped forward. Should we revert the vassal agreement? It's not very meaningful. It's just a matter of a few months. Once Tao Tai arrives, let Xiaolun take over. By then, it won't matter whether this agreement exists or not. Although Gu Xiaolun was drunk, he still managed to put on his helmet in a daze. By the time he arrived in the starry universe, his drunkenness had faded. "Chief, you're not sleeping yet?" Liu Ji happened to be studying genetics with the Emperor. "No, this new body can work continuously. By the way, how's your side preparing?" Gu Xiaolun scratched his head. "Tomorrow, I'll send over the genetic data of the others." "All right, let's forget about son Wukong. His genes are not suitable. What about Sister Na? Send her genes over as well, even if they can't be used. They're great for research." Liu Ji changed the subject. "What did you all do today?" "Oh, we went to Beiji Star." Gu Xiaolun recounted today's events to Liu Ji. "Our progress is quite smooth. We should be able to start the plan soon." Yet Liu Ji seemed unconcerned about this and was more focused on number one. "That number one of yours, he understands and is doing well." "Chief, what exactly do you want to say?" "I'm a bit slow. Just tell me directly. You need to figure that out yourself. I'm not going to die just yet. You have time to learn slowly." Gray Wind could not withstand Liu Ji's riddles. Her voice appeared in the air. "Just wait to be your side's boss, like logic." "Huh?" Liu Ji whispered to the air. "If you tell him the answer now, will he learn?" Gray Wind was also unconvinced, puffing up in anger. "Why don't you go teach logic?" "That's not the same. Logic doesn't have to worry about such things." "Humph. Do as you wish." Gu Xiaolun listened to their quarrel and did not dare to interrupt. After they finished, he spoke up. "Chief, this?" Liu Ji gestured for him not to worry. "It's normal for an old couple to bicker. Little Gray is also looking out for you. She disapproves of my methods. You should go review the industrial data first. Prepare the work plan for tomorrow." Gu Xiaolun nodded in agreement and left. Deep in thought, Liu Ji shook his head and turned to the Emperor. "Are we sure we can allow women to be the original bodies?" "Yes." "All right. Then let's arrange for some. The next day, have you heard? Number one has high hopes for a young man from military background." "Hey, where did you get this news?" "Let me tell you, it's Gu Xiaolun from the Xiong Lian." "Oh, that's not surprising. I heard today's meeting is about this." Two senators hurriedly entered the hall, where the venue was already packed with people, compared to the eagerly awaiting senators. The members of Xiong Lian sitting in the front row were extremely nervous. "Xiaolun, what did you two talk about yesterday?" "Yeah, what about the chief, the sovereign?" Raina signaled for others to be quiet. "The meeting is starting." The members of Xiong Lian had never experienced such a scene before. They were just ordinary people who had been busy training after joining Xiong Lian. Though it was somewhat inappropriate, it could still be called, from being a farmer in the morning to entering the Emperor's hall at night. It was evident that, apart from Gu Xiaolun and Reina, everyone else was extremely tense. With cameras and flashes, number one appeared, walking up to the podium and pressing down on a microphone. "Now, on behalf of the Chinese government, I announce the decision of the emergency meeting on responding to the Taotai invasion and external development plan. In China, as long as your electronic devices are powered on, you can receive official information." Tiananmen Square, the crowd came to a halt. Even the traffic on the road stopped. An emergency notification. This was a major event not seen for decades. Whenever such a situation arose, it only signified one thing. War was coming. On the screen, number one glanced at the front row, where the black-armored Xiong Lian members attracted a lot of attention, especially from Sun Wukong. According to various sources and our confirmations, an alien civilization known as Tao is about to launch a large-scale invasion of Earth. The Taotai civilization is ruthless and brutal. Their advanced troops have repeatedly harassed our sacred and inviolable territory, and we will not allow this to happen again. The Ascending Seekers, as a cosmic civilization, are completely opposite to the barbaric Taotai. They adhere to an equal and open diplomatic policy and hold a very high regard for humanity, maintaining harmonious contact with China. The chief of the Ascending Seekers has shown great concern for our current situation and feels pain and worry for the shameless invasion we are about to face. After friendly negotiations between our side and the Ascending Seekers government, we have officially decided to join the side of justice led by the Ascending Seekers. The relationship between the two sides and interstellar civilizations is referred to as suzerain and protectorate, but they regard humanity as equals and have provided a series of assistance, allowing us to gain the strength to confront the Taotai directly. Xiong Lian is a super soldier force built with significant investment, serving as the front line against the Taotai. Meanwhile, the super original casting force established with military and livelihood technology assistance from the suzerain has also been put on the agenda. Fellow compatriots, just like 100 years ago, we are now on the brink of extinction. The gap between us and the Tao will only be greater than before. Therefore, I announce, the entire nation is entering a state of first-level combat readiness. The militia system is fully restored. All factories and private enterprises will be nationalized, officially entering a wartime economic system. All resources will be prioritized for military use. China will officially launch a self-defense counterattack against the Tao civilization. Everyone remember, our cause is just, and we will surely prevail. Number 1 extended his left hand to point at Gu Xiaoluan. Next, I will represent the committee to award the soldier of Xiong Lian, Gu Xiaoluan, the title of galactic power at the rank of colonel. The venue erupted into applause, while the other teammates, who were completely unprepared, were dumbfounded. Gu Xiaoluan flashed a confident smile at them, then strode up confidently. Wow, so cool. Look at his black armor. Is this what a superhuman looks like? Chapter 90 Military Advancement Preparation. The whole world was caught off guard by Huaxia's actions, and the young people, unaware of the seriousness of war, looked forward to Gu Xiaoluan. Gu Xiaoluan stood beside Number 1, as the guards handed a tray to him. Number 1 continued, simultaneously granting Gu Xiaoluan the position of Commander of Space Defense, overseeing the 3 armed forces. Gulme. Gu Xiaoluan saluted him, then bent down. Number 1 placed the magnetic metal on the black armor, and Gu Xiaoluan couldn't help but smile, turning to the audience for another salute. Number 1 led the applause, and the venue erupted into cheers again. He stepped aside and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to give a speech for your promotion?" I don't do speeches." That said, Gu Xiaoluan still stepped forward. "We have no choice but to pick up all weapons to defend our homeland. The judgment will eventually come." 3 angels flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters, watching the lively venue. "Has the Queen still not given us any news about the Ascended Seekers?" Yin shook her head, saying she had no news about the Ascended Seekers and advised not to worry. The 2 were surprised. "We monitor the entire known universe, yet we have no news of them? Could it be beyond the universe? Who knows? But it's clear that the area beyond the known universe is controlled by the triangular entity. Chairman, why are you in such a hurry?" A corpulent, middle-aged man frantically packed his things. "Hurry? What are you still doing? Help me pack." "Oh." He gritted his teeth, saying, "The government wants to confiscate the money I've worked hard to earn. How can I let them off so easily?" Just as the 2 were busy, there was a knock at the door. They turned in terror to see 2 officers in military uniforms standing there. "Hey, Boss Xiaoping, where are you going?" "It's over." The man shouted and fainted on the ground. With great enthusiasm, Gu Xiaoluan walked off the stage and left the venue with his teammates. "Xiaoluan, you. This is too unfair." Lu Chuang pointed at him with disappointment, shaking his head. "Yeah, you don't treat us as friends, do you?" Zhao Xian glared at him, punching Gu Xiaoluan in the stomach. Gu Xiaoluan looked at the others, and they seemed to have something to say too. Seeing this, he quickly shifted the blame. "I thought Sister Na told you." "Huh? I thought you told them. You still want to excuse yourself? You're getting a mixed beating from us." The group began to playfully tussle in the corridor, with Gu Xiaoluan begging for mercy until they finally stopped. Rena put her hands on her hips. "Next, we'll all listen to Xiaoluan's command." Ajia, the designated communicator for the heroic battalion, jogged over from the corner. "Everyone, the committee has directed us to go to Jusha City next. That will be our new base." Rena looked at Gu Xiaoluan, who nodded. "All right, heroic battalion, let's go." "Huaxia, what is going on over there?" United Nations, closed-door meeting. The Huaxia representative kept looking at his watch. We refused to explain. As 5 minutes passed, the Huaxia representative stood up. "We are starting to evacuate our citizens and closing all consulates, shutting down external passages. Unless necessary, we will only participate in online meetings. I advise everyone not to take it lightly. I'll be leaving now." The Huaxia representative still had to pack his things, and without waiting for others to react, he led his team out the door. After the press conference ended, all of Huaxia fell into an extremely tense atmosphere. The government decisively maintained order with swift actions and began preparations for war. The heroic battalion rushed to the military base not far from Jusha City. As soon as they got off the plane, Gu Xiaoluan led the others into the research room. "Commander, we will assist you in handling the technology of the suzerain country. The most elite research team in all of Huaxia stood before Gu Xiaoluan, along with several advisors. It felt like suddenly flooring the gas pedal in a slowly moving car. That was how everyone felt at the moment. Let me think. Now, give me the genetic data of everyone in the heroic battalion. Except for the great sage. Yes. Immediately, someone went to execute his order, walking over to the other members of the heroic battalion and signaling them to follow. Xiaoluan, what about us? Of course, this is just the beginning. By the way, did General Du mention the matter of the super original forge to you? Just then, the door opened automatically and Du Kaiao walked in. I was just about to handle this matter. Oh, old Du Kaiao smiled at Sun Wukong, acknowledging him. You know each other? Of course, we've known each other for a long time. Du Kaiao then looked at Gu Xiaoluan. Don't worry. I'll take care of the other matters. You focus on your tasks. Okay, let's go everyone. After they left, Gu Xiaoluan walked to the data control panel. How do we handle this first step? Let me think. The research team members were busy with their tasks, while the advisors quietly stood by, waiting for him. All right, when in doubt, consult the chief. Send someone to get my helmet from the Zhengtu ship. Immediately, someone stepped forward, holding the helmet. Commander, it's already here. All right, thanks. Gu Xiaoluan looked around, and that person pointed to a leather recliner in the corner. Oh, you've considered this thoroughly. It's part of the job. He walked over and was about to put on the helmet when he seemed to remember something. Make sure to notify them to get the advanced factory ready quickly. I'm going to prepare a standard construction template. Commander, our country does not have a factory that meets the requirements. Then let us build a new one. Yes, we guarantee completion. Chief, Liu Ji gestured for him not to say more. This is the standard construction template for weapons and equipment, and the power armor has already been designed. Choose a shoulder armor paint job. Wow, so cool. Gu Xiaoluan stared at the Mark X power armor in amazement. Liu Ji chose a design with a black base and dark red streamlined stripes, which was larger than the usual power armor due to the size of the super original soldiers. In terms of weaponry, aside from a micro-nuclear fusion reactor providing energy in the jetpack behind the power armor and its built-in artificial intelligence, other components adopted a modular design. The super original power armor did not require the wearer to exert full force. Its simple, yet efficient mechanical structure would provide tremendous power. The distinctive shoulder armor was, of course, essential, but at this moment, both sides of the shoulder armor were blank. How do you want to design it? I think just stars and a big sword. Chapter 91, Confusion Crack. David loaded the magazine and looked toward the parking lot under the overpass, a little distance away from them. Roger's intelligence was indeed thorough. All we needed to do was wait here. According to Roger's intel, the target's residence in the Watson area was right here. They were too lazy to storm the corporate plaza again, so they decided to ambush right at the target's doorstep. Although the middle-class residential area in Watson had security, the trio wouldn't take that little defense seriously. Hiss! V took a drag from her cigarette. No way. Something's wrong. What's up, girl? V tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and the two beside her exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. If we were to kidnap her, how would we block her signal? Jack looked puzzled. Aren't you two hacker geniuses? Shouldn't you be able to do that? David glanced at the system interface and hesitantly replied, it seems we can only knock her out or kill her. Jack, who was big and burly, didn't he understand these things? But if she's knocked out, how can she send a signal? V sighed and explained, she's a corporate executive, so she must have a trauma team package. Once she falls into a state of unconsciousness, the trauma team will know immediately and can arrive in less than 3 minutes. As for blocking the signal, you need a signal jammer to prevent the trauma team from knowing where their esteemed client is. Signal jammer? I didn't buy one. I didn't buy one either. Don't look at me, I don't understand these things. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Then what if we just kill the target? Looks like that's the only way. V pointed to the parking lot in the distance and started making arrangements. The old rule, Jack goes first, I follow, and David brings up the rear. The range of the agreement isn't far, so when encountering some vigilant targets, they still needed muscle. We need to watch out for the security over there and the NCPD outside the street. No time to waste, kill, and run. The trio crouched for a while before finally spotting the target vehicle from the intel. Damn, I was almost falling asleep. The three sat in the car, watching a luxury sedan drive past them. That's her go. V slammed down on the accelerator and quickly caught up with the target vehicle, maintaining a distance to avoid raising suspicion. This stretch was short. Once the target entered the parking lot, the three immediately parked their car by the roadside and walked closer. Unauthorized vehicles couldn't enter this parking lot without triggering an alarm. V signaled David to move forward, and David nodded. Where did this little brat come from? Just go play somewhere else. Facing the plainly dressed boy, the guard merely waved him away, not paying him any mind. Stun agreement. Executed, the guard's vision went dark, and he fell heavily to the ground. Beep! The ear-splitting alarm blared, piercing the hearts of the three. This can still trigger an alarm, Jack decisively said. I'll guard the entrance. You guys hurry up. Here. V tossed her gun to Jack and quickly ran toward the target vehicle with David. Olive had just parked her car when she heard the alarm, frozen inside the car. The agreement given by the Emperor didn't include the function of searching for information. It just took out whoever was in sight, regardless of who they were. The two were worried about making a mistake and ran to the car window. That's right. It's her. David instinctively raised his weapon, but saw the woman's confused and terrified expression. He suddenly shivered. This was different from the enemies he had encountered before. There was no cyber-psychotic frenzy, no thirst for fame, no grand ideals, just a desire to live honestly. David inadvertently caught a glimpse of the photo on the dashboard. It looked like the target with her son, both smiling happily. Her son was in a school uniform and looked about the same age as him. His fingers began to tremble as he stood there, unsure of what to do. Bang! The woman's brain exploded, blood and flesh splattering toward David. Blocked by the car window, and the target's family photo was stained with blood. How could you kill her? David paused for a moment and shouted at V. I thought you were afraid the bullet wouldn't break the glass, so I took action. V had her back turned, warily watching Jack and the approaching NCPD with their guns drawn, completely oblivious to what was happening here. But you can't just kill her like that. V turned her head in confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? David opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitated. Aren't you guys leaving? I can't hold on much longer. Jack shouted back, and the two finally snapped back to reality. Damn, my car. V watched helplessly as the NCPD scratched her beloved vehicle with bullets. I just got this new car. Damn. She ran ahead, but suddenly stopped midway. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. David gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up. V wanted to retaliate as soon as she got her gun, but the two had to hold her back to prevent her from going. If more people come, we won't be able to escape. Oomph. V had no choice but to charge forward with the two, escaping right under the noses of the NCPD. Roger, the mission is complete. V's voice sounded very frustrated. Huh, you guys made quite a ruckus. I already knew. The reward will be sent to you now. As soon as the euros arrived, V finally cheered up. Thanks, Roger. You're too kind. This is all thanks to your own skills. By the way, there's a small job nearby. What's the job? A cyber-psychotic killed a few civilians and ran to an abandoned factory area. I believe it's an easy task for you. V received the information and indeed saw it wasn't too far from them. She looked back. Jack nodded, while David was lost in thought. All right, we'll take it. By the way, do you still take on these small jobs? Roger chuckled. Big jobs aren't available every day. I have to rely on these small commissions to support my people. Don't worry, leave it to us. After the communication ended, V divided the reward among the two. Damn, we really hit the jackpot this time. Jack excitedly looked at his account balance. Once I save enough money, I'll buy a new house with Misty. We can talk about future plans later. Right now, we have to work overtime. Abandoned factory area, I say. Why do you look so down? The three walked along the edge of the dilapidated building, and Jack and V noticed David's low spirits. It's nothing. V affectionately patted his shoulder. Don't be like this. I'll buy you a drink later. Yeah, with you like this, we don't have any motivation either. Jack walked ahead, observing the surroundings while speaking. Chapter 92, Encountering the Wanderer Squad. Jack suddenly gestured for the two to pay attention. Wait, there's movement. The three continued forward, only to see a group of colleagues near a damaged shipping container. This group had all sorts of shapes and sizes, colorful and highly recognizable. A few were surrounding a disheveled man who was watering the container. How can he just pee like that? What a lack of manners. Pila, don't cause trouble. Pila ignored man's words and cheerfully jumped onto the container. Watch out, there are other guys coming. Man spotted 3 people walking from a distance, and the others noticed them too. Hey, we're talking about you. Didn't you hear? Compared to the group ready to draw their guns, the 3 were nonchalant. Just by their casual attitude, it was clear how formidable they were. Hey bro, Jack was a warm-hearted guy who could chat with anyone. Although we don't mean to disturb, we still have to remind you, that guy is a cyber psycho. Jack pointed to the man on the container, and upon hearing this, Pila quickly took a step back and did a backflip down. Lucy circled around the burly Dorio, realizing that a tough character had arrived. Man, do you know him? You know him too? The demon of Night City. That tall guy and that woman? No, I told you last time, it's that kid and that woman. David Martinez. And another tall guy I don't know. As the leader of the team, Man stepped forward to negotiate with Jack. When David saw Lucy, he perked up a bit. Envy noticed his gaze, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Lucy. Lucy also noticed the two's gaze and hid even more. Dorio looked a bit puzzled and turned to Lucy behind him. Lucy, did you provoke them? The carefree Rebecca and Pila pointed their guns at the cyber psycho. Definitely not. Otherwise, Lucy wouldn't have made it this far. That seems reasonable. Lucy rolled her eyes, not wanting to speak. I'm Jack Wells. Jack's voice was loud, clearly having heard the discussions. Just call me Man. Got it. Man extended his hand, and Jack shook it. Man found it troublesome, but he had to be extremely cautious when dealing with such big shots and maintain proper etiquette. V, uninterested in the two making friends, moved ahead, and David quickly followed. Aren't you guys going to deal with him? Dorio, the big sister of the team, gestured for her teammates not to show their weapons. To be honest, your reputation is way scarier than the cyber psycho. V curled his lips, clearly pleased with this statement. Then you guys step aside. Or should I take care of it? Stun protocol executed. The cyber psycho paused for a moment, then fell forward, crashing onto the ground he had just watered. The 3 hackers of the Wanderer squad were dumbfounded. The speed of this intrusion was instantaneous. V hummed a little tune as he stepped forward and kicked the cyber psycho. David and that guy come over and lent a hand. Pila, incredulous, pointed to himself, and V nodded. He then looked at Dorio. You better take care of yourself. Pila had no choice but to trudge over with a long face. Come on, drag him to a cleaner spot. V stood aside, clearly not wanting to get his hands dirty. Pila looked at David, who was staring back. What are you looking at me for? You've got long arms. With a disgusted face, Pila had to grab the cyber psycho's leg, and David helped him out once he got a grip. The cyber psycho was thrown into the middle of the road and flipped over at V's signal. What are you trying to do? V pulled out a mechanical knife from somewhere. I want to see what a cyber psycho really is. Coincidentally, this one is a ready-made material. Pila, upon hearing this, became interested. Oh, good idea. I'm a techie. Let me help you. V squatted down, giving him a glance. You? Don't doubt me, Pila said as he was about to get to work, but somehow triggered something, causing the cyber psycho's hand cannon to suddenly activate, and a small missile flew towards a distant wall, resulting in a big explosion. You might as well go over there. I'm really capable. From a distance. Jack shrugged at Man. That's just how she is. Man nodded in understanding. Strong people often have some strange hobbies. Pila's knowledge of mechanical structures clearly couldn't compare to V. After all, V was responsible for engineering topics in the research department. So, under Pila's loud praises of V's impressive skills, V began to dismantle the cyber psycho. The others found it disgusting but didn't want to abandon Pila, so they could only wait nearby. Hey, handsome guy. The older single woman, Rebecca, leaned closer to David, but found him staring at Lucy, who was smoking in the distance. She pouted and spoke again, catching David's attention. He looked down at the double-tailed little girl. Does your team recruit kids? Rebecca seemed to have an angry symbol appear above her head. I'm already an adult. Huh? You don't look like it. Jack and Man, as a couple, seemed to be chatting about something, and they looked like they were getting along well. Chiwei and Lucy were smoking in a corner, while Catgirl Sasha and Rebecca surrounded David, asking questions. It would be even better if we could ignore the very scary laughter of V and Pila. After a long while, the cyber psycho finally ended his suffering. He now looked completely unrecognizable as a human. All right, although I still don't understand why normal people become so tough when they turn to cyber psychos, I do understand a bit now. V stood up and wiped the sweat from his arm. Awesome. It's a pity you don't become a cybernetic doctor with your skills. Pila was now completely in awe of V. This one operation was enough for him to learn for a long time. Bro, you still need practice. Although Pila was quite a bit older than her. Those who can do it are the teachers, right? Finally done? V nodded and signaled the two to wrap it up. Seeing this, men also signaled the others to gather. After bidding farewell, the two groups left in opposite directions. Before leaving, Rebecca took a deep look at David, her creepy gaze startling him. To be honest, with my current skills, treating a cyber psycho is like child's play. Research tower, hey, what's wrong with you? Don't be unhappy, okay? David shook his head, signaling that he was fine. David? Greywind sat on the couch, swinging her legs. V looked at her helplessly. I don't know. We started feeling down after the mission. Care to elaborate? V whispered to little Grey for a while, and she finally understood. So that's what happened. I know how to solve it. Chapter 93. What is Ascension and how to solve it? Find the chief. The chief is very good at comforting people. The chief is busy right now, right? Huifeng checked the research progress. No problem. He is not busy at the moment. Liu Ji's projection appeared before everyone. Dressed in casual attire, looking for me? The message received by Huifeng would be directly transmitted to him. And coincidentally, Liu Ji was waiting for the research team's results. So he decided to check on David first. Come to the top of the tower to find me. With a heavy heart, David stepped forward. Not very good at refusing others' words. The top of the tower was very cold at night, but the stars were clearly visible. Chief. David took the elevator straight to the top of the tower. As always, he had never called Liu Ji by his name. Compared to Liu Ji's real name, the title chief felt more reassuring. The top of the tower resembled an inverted top, with Liu Ji sitting on the steps, a bit away from the railing. David, come here. Compared to other places, it was quieter here, allowing him to open his heart. David had now grown to about 175 meters, sitting next to Liu Ji like a little child. What is wrong? Feeling unhappy. Ah. David looked up at the extremely distant yet close stars, following his gaze. I know about your matter. Your approach is wrong. I believe you think so. David looked into his eyes and suddenly felt a sting in his eyes. Chief, I don't know. You little kid, I don't know how to advise you. David lowered his head, but although Liu Ji said so, he still gently patted his back. Do you want to kill her? No, that's your mistake, since you don't want to. Yet you killed her. David felt like a student who had found a teacher. Then what should I do? Unfortunately, he would be disappointed. Liu Ji just shook his head. Mistakes cannot be undone. You can only live on with guilt, while her son will endure loneliness with pain and anger. Is there really no way to remedy this? No. David finally could not bear the psychological pressure, holding his head and crying softly. Liu Ji waited for him in silence, and after a while, he continued speaking. The past cannot be pursued. You can only prevent such things from happening in the future. Chief, why do humans fight against each other? Not just humans. Everything in the world is in conflict with other existences. Is it only this way? Liu Ji smiled. Don't be so pessimistic. You could try to change it. Change. David said in confusion. Can such things be changed? Yes. How to do it? Ascend. Ascension is not the goal. It is merely a means. Our goal is to establish a true paradise. David pondered. Ascension? No, it is to establish paradise. Liu Ji patted his shoulder. It's still too early to talk about ascension. You might as well start with the basics. He stood up, hands on his hips, looking into the distance. First, set a small goal. Start by changing yourself. Change yourself, then change the surrounding environment, and after that, talk about bigger plans. If you have anything to say, feel free to find me. Liu Ji left. His work was not finished yet. David's gaze fell from the vast sea of stars onto himself. Report to the chief. The complete set of equipment for the super original forge has been designed and handed over to the army commander. Good. Immediately start analyzing all the super genes. Liu Ji was arranging tasks as he walked, entering the laboratory, just in time to see Ge Xiaoluan listening to the emperor explain the technology. Emperor, can you cut down a bit on the explanation? He doesn't have time to learn this much. Chief. Ge Xiaoluan immediately turned around to greet him. The emperor had an indifferent expression. Sure. As long as there are standard building templates, just follow them. After Ge Xiaoluan left, Liu Ji chatted with her. Emperor, how come you've been learning faster than I have lately? The emperor was a bit unconvinced. I have a strong learning ability. Okay. Then why did you fail the Golden Age exam? Mentioning this made her angry. Before, I was slacking off every day, didn't study at all. Who knew I would end up having to bear the banner? Ha ha ha. You'd better learn more now. By the way, I haven't seen you go back lately. Is everything okay over there? The Emperor glanced at the electronic calendar. It's fine. The original bodies will take some time to return. Aren't you working on some technology to use for the Empire? Of course. I'm experimenting with something new that will definitely surprise you. Then I'll look forward to it. Of course, you should see who I am. By then, even if you don't come, I can guarantee the stability of humanity. Liu Ji smiled non-committally and then called out to Hui Feng. Little Hui, how is the fleet doing? We'll soon start producing the next batch. What about the development of the Central Star Zone? It's already on track. The resources coming from other star systems will increase. Speaking of which, she remembered something. We can directly use the alien factory on the border planet. The technology inside is quite useful, and people have been arranged to produce there. All right, let us designate that planet as the second industrial planet. Coincidentally, we still have surplus production capacity. Understood. Orders have been issued. Super God Huaxia. Giant Gorge Base. Gu Xiaolun was discussing with the #1 team that had come personally. According to our chief scientist, the super original forge can only accommodate young males around 18 years old, up to a maximum of 20. Good, but do we really want students on the battlefield? Gu Xiaolun sighed. Aren't we the same? It can only be this way. There is no other choice. All right, then let us select strong and robust young people with faith from across the country. Gu Xiaolun continued. You don't need to worry about the success rate of the modification surgery. The standard building templates and corresponding standardized technologies will replace humans. You can fully trust the machines in this matter. Xiaolun, what you said earlier about the modification surgery affecting thinking, this. Yes, to put it bluntly, it's brainwashing, but this is the only way to quickly gain combat awareness and experience. Gu Xiaolun paused, informing the candidates of the pros and cons, letting them decide whether to stay or leave. It's all up to your arrangements. #1 handed him a tablet. The facilities you requested are under full construction. People can rest, machines can break, but the progress cannot stop. This time, just to build the first batch of facilities, we have mobilized 200,000 workers, 3,000 enterprises, with an investment of nearly 3 billion. The total consumption of all projects has reached hundreds of billions. The entire country is busy with this matter, and the specific expenditure is simply impossible to calculate. Chapter 94, the war, is coming, of course. The results are significant. China is rapidly gaining a powerful military force. Gu Xiaolun's plan has been fully adopted, receiving a green light and being distributed at lightning speed across the country. Within just one day, everyone knew about the troop selection process. In Tianhe City, the armed police on the streets did not disrupt people's normal lives. Instead, they provided a greater sense of security. Tianhe 3 High School did not conduct regular classes, but organized students to prepare for registration on the playground. Yingge, look at the warning on this notice. We need to change our mindset. If you're scared, just stay on the side. Don't interfere with my duty to protect my home and country. There was not a trace of fear in the eyes of the young male students, only a desire to achieve merit. Who is afraid? Not going is not being a real man. The girls, who were just beginning to experience their first crushes and were unable to participate, could only cheer for their admired boys from the sidelines. The selection of candidates was extremely strict. Just the physical examination eliminated the vast majority of applicants. Next, they had to screen blood types, and the student records had to be clean with no black history whatsoever. In the end, only one student was selected from Tianhe 3 High School. The mayor of Tianhe City and a newly assigned army major personally came to the playground to award him a medal in front of everyone. According to official regulations, becoming a candidate immediately awarded a third-class merit, and successful transformation would grant a second-class merit, along with corresponding welfare policies. Now, on behalf of the Chinese government, I officially award Comrade Zhang Xianyun the third-class merit medal. Wearing his school uniform, Zhang Xianyun put on the heavy medal, feeling an immense sense of glory. In the appreciative gazes of his parents, the envious looks of his classmates, and the expectant stares of the people, he boarded the special vehicle heading to the base. The selection for the first batch was the strictest, with only a few pilot areas chosen, resulting in just over 1,000 candidates. These candidates would undergo a week of preparation before the operation began. The second batch of selection plans was also on the agenda and would start soon. You guys don't need to name the branches. I've decided on the original titles for you. Gu Xiaolun stood between Liu Ji and the Emperor, with Liu Ji pointing to the screen to introduce. Super original forged gene warriors will not follow genetic distribution, but will adopt your configurations. The Heroic Legion, plus a squad system. One squad will consist of 5 galaxy forces. 3 Noxian war gods, 2 Noxian sharp blades, 2 machine guns, 1 divine river sniper, 1 heart of the earth, and 1 time at space heroes. Gu Xiaolun agreed. The first batch of selections can probably form about 70 formations. Let's call it the first regiment of the Heroic Legion. Gu Xiaolun nodded. Don't worry, everything is ready. The Galaxy Force units are already in production. Liu Ji joked, you're about to become a dad. How does it feel? Hee, I'm indeed a bit excited. Last time I took a break to go back, my parents didn't understand this and thought I was fooling around outside, having kids with someone else. The busy Emperor finally relaxed, her smile becoming brighter. The underlying gene sequences of the super genes actually use the same set. It's really convenient and makes our research easier. You guys have no time to study, so you can't form technical soldiers or medical teams and can only rely on the base for these. Yi Xiaolun knew did. We're fighting on home soil, so there's no need to worry about supplies. The regular army has also been fully deployed. After mobilization, our conventional troops number 10 million. And with the militia, there are a total of 300 million. Liu Ji continued, what about Reina's side? I've asked. Sister Na is willing to contact us. We'll discuss it in detail after the dimensional anchor is built. Okay, by the way, have you contacted the angels? I still feel we can rely on their strength. Gu Xiaolun shook his head. The last time the angels came to inform us, they said that Tao Tai wouldn't proactively use nuclear weapons, and then they disappeared. Is Tao Tai afraid of the angels' threat? That's right. The Emperor clicked her tongue. Then why don't they stop it? They only cause some unnecessary trouble. Then let's fight a conventional war. It's better to have fewer casualties. Liu Ji took the military cap from Gu Xiaolun's hands and personally put on him. What we can do for now is only this. The next step depends on you. Gu Xiaolun took a deep breath and saluted Liu Ji with an extremely standard posture. May the glory of humanity endure forever. Liu Ji nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Hui, notify everyone. We're having a banquet to celebrate Xiao Luan's victory in Gaia Paradise. Everyone found a clear spot, gathered materials, and started roasting meat. They surrounded a bonfire, chatting about everything under the sun. Chief, every time I eat good food here, I get annoyed. Liu Ji said without looking back. Oh, why? Huang Pekanen bit into a piece of meat with resentment, because the food here doesn't reach my stomach. Seeing this, the others could only smile helplessly, while Mengyu handed her a skewer of roasted meat. We're gathering mainly for Xiao Luan, not just to eat. Gu Xiaolun waved his hands. I've prepared everything I can. I know everyone has intentions. There's no need to do this. Just be casual. Mengyu didn't know how to encourage him, and finally managed to say, good luck. The others echoed in agreement. Show the world the reputation of humanity. Xiao Luan, take out that group of aliens. We're all watching you. Hui Feng laid on Liu Ji's shoulder, and the two exchanged smiles. Now, Xiao Luan seemed like a different person. Much more mature. After that, Gu Xiaolun stopped logging in actively and began preparing for war. He would only log in when Liu Ji summoned him. Time flew by, and the members of the Heroic Legion received orders to stop their ongoing training. Gu Xiaolun welcomed them. He participated in all technological matters. Working around the clock, he visited his teammates, still wearing a lab coat. Xiaolun, what else with this outfit? Gu Xiaolun only noticed his attire after Lu Chuang's reminder and simply took it off and tossed it aside. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Did you miss me? Of course. Come on, give me a hug. The women did not participate. They simply exchanged greetings. But Reina, the tough girl, still warmly gave him a hug. I brought you all here today for a big surprise. What surprise? Follow me. Gu Xiaolun walked into the transformation base first, and the others, sensing something, exchanged knowing smiles before following him in. The base was built into the mountainside, very large. Even now, Gu Xiaolun had not finished exploring it. They walked into a huge warehouse-like space, and before descending the suspended ladder, the scene inside caught everyone's eyes. My goodness, what is this? Chapter 95. The troops have been formed. Thousands of giants clad in massive black armor are seen divided into several formations, standing in an extremely standard posture. Their armor is uniformly colored, but some special decorations make them easily distinguishable. The super original Forged Warriors have already noticed the arrival of their original bodies. They are incredibly excited, but the serious military formation remains perfectly orderly. Compared to other teams, the offspring of the galactic power are not overly emotional. As they see their original bodies every day, Gu Xiaolun introduces, "This is the super original Forged Warrior unit. General Dukao should have explained it to you in detail, so I want to elaborate further. Let us first meet your respective teams. Troops disperse." Lu Chuang and Zhao Xian quickly run over, with the others jogging closely behind. They gaze at the super original Forged Warriors, unable to suppress their amazement. "Hey, that's my kid," Lu Chuang shouts to the crowd before dashing over to the team of the North Star War God. "How do you know? Isn't it obvious? That big axe is a giveaway," Lu Chuang shouts without looking back. When he reaches the offspring, he can only exclaim repeatedly in surprise. At 1.8 meters tall, Lu Chuang is dwarfed by the 2.7-meter offspring, not to mention the armored super originals who are approaching 3 meters in height. Every corresponding team has its own shoulder armor design. Lu Chuang's offspring has an axe, Qilin's has a sniper scope, Ruming Ming's has a dagger, Zhao Xian's has lightning, Cheng Yaowen's has a clenched fist, and Rose's offspring is naturally a rose flower. Speaking of which, Cheng Yaowen, as an alien, becoming an original body is not due to any special modification. Rather, it is because of the long-term fusion between the Denu civilization and Earth's native civilization, resulting in highly similar genes, effectively assimilating them. So why is the development of Earth civilization still so slow? Actually, it's not their fault. It's the rule of the angels. If anyone boosts technology for other backward civilizations, the angels will come with swords to knock on your door. The super original Forged Warriors in the front row kneel on one knee, allowing Lu Chuang to stop craning his neck. "Wow, this is really impressive." He pokes the armor made of Taogang steel. "Are you really my sons?" "From a genetic standpoint, yes." "Then what should we call you?" "Dad." "Father." The super originals bow their heads, and Lu Chuang laughs even louder. The others, when interacting with their offspring, are not as casual. They feel quite shy. Sun Wukong and Reina stand aside, having no offspring of their own, and can only watch the scene. I think it's better not to let Lu Chuang take the lead. I really don't want to see a whole gang of ruffians. Sun Wukong chuckles but remains silent. He then turns his head and sees Dukao and the others approaching. "Old Du, how is it going? What do you think of this group of super soldiers? We don't really know how strong they are, but I feel they want to be lacking too much." Dukao looks kindly at Rose, who is communicating with her offspring in the distance. After all, from a genetic perspective, he is the genetic grandfather of the time-space super originals. At first, we didn't expect the super original Forged Warriors to be this powerful. Their cost-effectiveness is astonishing. Then we'll just wait and see. On the other side, Rose glances at Gu Xiaolun, who is chatting happily with his offspring, and then looks at her own. Is it a genetic issue? They've been so hesitant to speak up. What should I say? Xiaolun didn't tell me I had to cultivate a parent-child relationship. In reality, both Rose and her offspring don't know what to say and can only brainstorm in their minds. Finally, she speaks first. You can be yourselves." "Oh, okay." A few super originals in the front row respond, then fall silent again. Rose holds her forehead with one hand and then sees Dukao in the distance cheering for her, making her even more speechless. On the other side, the atmosphere is completely different. Ruming Ming's offspring surround her, speaking softly and just watching her. Original body, so cute. "Bro, you seem a bit too sentimental." Ruming Ming, having grown up in a poor family and being timid, doesn't dare to speak with her offspring. However, the genes of the North Star dagger exhibit extremely strong traits, which leads her offspring to speak cautiously around her, fearing to frighten her. Original body, don't be afraid. One super original kneels and speaks to her while extending a hand. Ruming Ming forces a smile, gently places her hand in the giant iron hand, and quickly pulls it back. The super original suppresses a laugh, slowly retracts their hand, stands up straight, and then walks to the back of the team. "Ha ha ha, the original body touched me." Then Ruming Ming hears the sound of hammering. Zhao Xin's offspring is listening to him boast. Cheng Yaowen's offspring is discussing how to farm well. And Qilin's offspring sit in a circle, attentively listening to the original body's legal education. Gu Xiaolun shakes his head with a smile, thinking that at least they've gotten acquainted. After they've briefly introduced themselves, Gu Xiaolun calls everyone back together. I believe everyone knows that you share the same genes with your offspring, and your fighting styles are also similar. Next, you all need to train together with your offspring. Rose, Yaowen, and Xin have special tasks. Your offspring will need your help to use their abilities, so you will focus on this. As for us, we will train some teamwork and coordination. You all know the team assignments. Let me introduce each of your roles. My offspring will take damage and fill the lines. Chuangzi's offspring will charge head-on. Mengmeng's offspring will assault. Xin's offspring will mainly scout and assist the assaulters. Rose's offspring will be responsible for teleporting and executing jump assistance tasks. And Yaowen's offspring will closely follow my offspring to build defenses. While Qilin's offspring will be snipers. All right. Does anyone have any questions? No. None. Well, that's good. Gu Xiaolun looks around again and says, everyone relax a bit. You don't need to be so formal. You share similar interests with your offspring, so you'll surely get along well. But, Chuangzi, you need to tone it down. Don't teach nonsense. Lu Chuang called out, quickly waves his hands with a smile. No way, this is my kid. I will definitely teach well. Then it's settled. Let us go. The group disperses again, continuing to chat with their respective offspring. Sniper ranged, Qilin crouches down with her gun, decisively firing and hitting a target 3,000 meters away. How about that? The super originals of Shenhe also carry specially made sniper rifles. At this moment, Qilin casually calls over one offspring. Come and give it a try. Yes, original body. He raises a large sniper rifle that is 8 meters long, with armor-piercing, high-explosive sniper shells. Boom! A deafening explosion sounds, and the massive sniper shell directly tears through the target, penetrating the soil, and then the shell explodes, sending soil chunks flying dozens of meters high. Chapter 96, Training Troops. What kind of weapon is this so powerful? Her offspring handed her the gun, but she did not take it because it looked heavy as hell. The super original Forge also realized this, so he handed her a bullet that was about the size of his fist. A sniper explosive with a chemical propellant developed by the Empire's research department. Relatively low cost, but impressive power. Chemical propellant? Yes, the chemical fuel developed by the research department can propel the explosive to 3 Mach per second. Awesome. I heard the production of a new type of laser weapon is also on the agenda, and its power should be greater than this. The super original Forge then introduced his weapons to their original body, stating that the smart fire control within the powered armor can help us aim at extremely distant targets. And the flying backpack allows us to move quickly. We also have a small pistol and a dagger. Qilin didn't know what to say, her eyes filled with envy. Lu Chuang stood on one side with an offspring, while other offspring formed a circle to watch. Cool, mate. Let's try it with you, Dad. The super original Forge's power axe was 2 sizes larger than Lu Chuang's small axe, but Lu Chuang was not afraid and swung the axe. His offspring's gaze sharpened, and a horizontal slash hit the no-star axe. The powerful force combined with a disintegration field tore through the no-star axe, stopping just in front of him. What the hell is this? Fortunately, Lu Chuang's weapon can be reconstructed, so he stepped forward with the axe. Father, this is a power axe. Its blade is attached with a disintegration field, allowing it to cut through matter at the molecular level. What is this? Let me take a look. Lu Chuang snatched the power axe and weighed it in his hand. Wow, good stuff. Father, this. Oh, don't be so stingy. Let me play with it for a bit. Oh. Ruming Meng's offspring were equipped with huge double-edged swords, similar to the symmetrical long spear of the Hand of the King, as well as ordinary firearms. This left Ruming Meng dumbfounded. She had no idea how to teach her offspring. Instead, they taught her more. On another side, Rose and her offspring sat together, trying to teleport. Zhao Xin and his offspring ran quickly, circling around the distant hills. Cheng Yaowen's offspring successfully used their abilities to construct a giant stone pillar, and Rose, along with her offspring, just teleported to the top. Cheng Yaowen waved at them and gave a thumbs up to his offspring. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaolun's offspring were equipped with a storm shield and a power sword. mainly training for coordinated defense. Xiaolun, why don't we have such cool weapons? In the cafeteria, Lu Chuang complained while eating meat. Right? Our offspring's equipment is definitely better than this black armor. Gu Xiaolun quickly raised his hand to clarify that they were not using the same kind of weapon as them. The weapons carried by the black armor can be constructed at any time, specifically designed for us. Rose, sitting next to Gu Xiaolun, joined in the complaints. At least you have a weapon. I have nothing. Well, you can just go to the military supply office to get some. We definitely have plenty of weapons, but they may not be suitable for you, as long as they can be used. Although the various military branches refer to each other as brothers, some unpleasantness still occurs. Xiaolun. Rose called the confused Gu Xiaolun to the corner, thinking this place was secluded enough, but unexpectedly, a group of strong men were eavesdropping from the hilltop. Huh? What are you doing here? The super originals answered matter-of-factly. Obviously, that's my mom. I'm just checking on her. The Galaxy super originals exchanged glances and ignored them. In the distance, Rose, are you going to wall slam me? TC, when have you seen a girl wall slam a guy? Gu Xiaolun revealed a cheeky smile, meaning, you want me to wall slam you? Rose lightly kicked him, and Gu Xiaolun took a step forward. Rose, you smell so good. The two got closer and closer. The Galaxy offspring grew more excited, while Rose's offspring became increasingly angry. Xiaolun, do you really like me? I like you. Very much. Rose looked at Gu Xiaolun's serious eyes and suddenly blushed. She stammered, I should clarify that what I'm doing next is not agreeing to be your girlfriend. It's for the greater good. And it was the angels who taught me. Huh? Before Gu Xiaolun could react, Rose stood on her tiptoes and gave him a passionate kiss. Gu Xiaolun's black wings suddenly spread out, enveloping him and Rose. He hugged Rose, and they began to kiss passionately. The Galaxy offspring, watching from a distance, had already started taking pictures with their helmet cameras. Oh my God! Rose's offspring were dumbfounded. Their dad was flirting with their mom right in front of them. Who do we complain to about this? You're still taking pictures. Hey, are you not convinced? Another Galaxy offspring quickly pulled him back, saying it's fine. Our original body has the advantage. Let's not argue with them. After being pulled back, he still said arrogantly, it's free love now. You can't control it, understand? I have a bad temper, just as a Rose offspring was about to make a move. He was held back, saying let's not cause trouble. The original body will be unhappy soon. So they had to endure the mocking laughter of the Galaxy offspring. This was also the reason why, for a long time afterward, Rose's offspring and theirs did not get along. Back to the other side, Rose reluctantly pulled away from Gu Xiaolun. She was about to say something when Gu Xiaolun grinned and said, actually, I already know how to fly. Rose's expression changed from surprise to joy, then turned into feigned anger. I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, she lifted her leg to leave. But Gu Xiaolun's wings blocked her. Don't be angry. I'll take you to see the sky. Rose turned her head away and said nothing. Ye Xiaolun smiled knuvingly, picked her up, flapped his wings, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The Galaxy offspring also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, they couldn't use their wings freely and had to hurry away. After all, the neighboring team was about to reach red temperature. A week passed quickly, and everyone thought it would be another calm day, but a sudden change heralded the arrival of danger. A series of inexplicable sounds echoed on Earth, but only Gu Xiaolun and his group were affected. They have come. The offspring of the Galaxy were all holding their heads, as if they had heard something. The medics anxiously inquired about the situation, while Gu Xiaolun stepped forward to take charge, signaling them not to panic. Gather everyone. All squads of the Hero Legion, form up. If you're not dead, hurry up and move. The Galaxy offspring gritted their teeth and quickly assembled with the other super originals, rapidly forming teams in a vast square. Chapter 97. The Arrival of the Gluttonous Beast 3-Body Universe Yin Yin. Dear, don't speak, kiss me. Liu Ji and Zhuang Yin were entwined in bed, kissing while unleashing their gear. Liu Ji looked at Zhuang Yin beneath him, and she made a soft sound. I am your wall-breaking person. Oh, how annoying. Liu Ji chuckled softly and then began executing the wall-breaking plan. Before the Super God universe had even started, this side was already in chaos with gunfire everywhere. The original body brigade rushed over quickly, and Gu Xiaolun was currently using a walkie-talkie to arrange things. Notify all troops in every province, level 1 combat readiness. All militia to distribute live ammunition, and the arms factories to be ready to relocate at any moment. All members of the North Star are to prepare for defensive strikes. The enemy will definitely target the capital for a decapitation strike. All nuclear weapons are to be ready for launch and self-destruction. If we lose on the front lines, launch. If ambushed, self-destruct. No one will occupy our land. The Navy is to return to the inland sea. We don't have time to manage the offshore. Let the Zhengtu battle group dock at the harbor bay to guard the capital. Yes, that is the plan. I will command the whole process. Okay, let us do it like this. Gu Xiaoluan turned around, and the original body brigade stood in front of the legion. Reina did not have a young lady's temperament. She saluted solemnly and reported loudly. Report to the commander. The 1st Regiment of the Xiangbing Legion and the original body brigade are all in position. Gu Xiaoluan returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over this powerful army. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Comrades, the time has come for our country and people to test us. In this battle, I will charge to the front. Remember, we have no fear, no regrets, only the determination to defend humanity. We will burn the heretical lands with sword and fire. With their ashes, we will nourish the vast Star River. Wishing everyone prosperity in arms. Depart. The alarm rang through the skies. And under the gaze of ordinary people, those called gods, along with their demigod offspring, headed to the front line. Gu Xiaoluan led the original body brigade to the airport, and his staff continued to report the latest situations to him. The first target of the gluttonous beast was most likely Tianhe City, followed by Zhengtu City in North Star, where we are stationed. Wherever they want to fight, we will accompany them. Thanks to the efforts of the people, we managed to gather 50 atmospheric shuttles. But it was not enough to transport all the teams. Then we'll make more trips. They walked to a shuttle, a small shuttle developed by the research department that could carry an entire super original casting squad at once, boasting decent speed and firepower. Though it was somewhat inappropriate for combat. The original body. The super originals had not yet put on their helmets. They looked at their original bodies, hoping for some blessings. Gu Xiaoluan recognized the one sitting at the edge, his offspring. Little Zhang, you are my first offspring and the captain of the first squad. Give it your all. Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission. They had already reviewed all super original casting troops during the assembly. Those modified soldiers would not lose morale simply because they couldn't see their originals. They would only fight harder, hoping to earn the gaze of their originals. The original body brigade boarded the shuttle initially manufactured by the Super God Academy, which would also become Gu Xiaoluan's temporary command center. All military districts prepare for defense. Do not support other areas without orders. So the Air Force squad took off, ready to withstand the first assault of the gluttonous beast. We will arrive shortly. Then he ordered again. Squads 1 to 25 defend the central battlefield. Squads 26 to 40 defend the northern battlefield. Squads 41 to 60 defend the southern battlefield. And squads 61 to 70 defend the western battlefield. All squads are ready to relocate at any time. North Star should go. Number 1 glanced at Huang Lao, then shook his head. I trust Xiaolin. I'm not going anywhere. I will hold the North Star. He wanted to say something else. But Gu Xiaoluan's communication came through just then. Report, I have completed the preliminary deployment, and we can block the gluttonous beast's attack. Okay, no need to tell me. Just focus on the battlefield. Yes. The Huaxia government telegram, addressing all compatriots. According to the Super God Academy, the gluttonous beast has arrived on Earth, but our satellites cannot detect the target at all. We cannot accurately predict the enemy's attack direction. So everyone please prepare. We will surely win this war, as long as we unite as one. Latest news, Tianhe City, Zhengtu City, North Star, and 11 other major cities have simultaneously come under attack from the gluttonous beast. The largest scale of space vessels appeared over Tianhe City. All conventional weapons were intercepted, and occasional shells hit but could not harm the targets. The Xiangbing Legion is on its way to the battlefield. Please, brave warriors, hold on. Unexpectedly, the gluttonous beast came fiercely, daring to attack so many places at once. Gu Xiaoluan looked at the map, frowning deeply. Xiaoluan, where are we going? Wherever we are needed, we will go. This is just the advanced force of the gluttonous beast. The target of their main force can only be us. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? I'll chop them to death. Reyna smiled, but you should not be careless. The gluttonous beast still has some strength. What's there to fear? When we kill one, a group we kill a group? North Star number 1 looked at the flashes of light in the sky, clenching his fists tightly. In a high altitude, a flight squad broke through the clouds, flying towards the skies above North Star. Not far behind them were the arriving shuttles. The captain tightened the control stick and shouted into the channel. Comrades, below is North Star. Behind us is the motherland. Those not afraid of death. Come with me to fight with bayonets. Open the attack route for the super original casting troop shuttles. Received. The teammates followed closely, diving headfirst into the battlefield. Inside the cabin, the super originals listened to the communications, silent. They changed their magazines, and the explosive rounds would speak for their anger. Tiana City, the city, was already engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, and the road transport network was on the verge of paralysis. Fortunately, Huaxia had made some preparations. Civilians began to move to the restarted air raid shelters as soon as they received the alarm. But such a massive number of people could not be evacuated quickly. The militia and regular troops had to defend while organizing the evacuation. Bang! A squad of soldiers watched helplessly as the gluttonous beast destroyed a nearby tank without a trace. They used sand piles as cover, attempting to attack the gluttonous beast soldiers in the sky. The soldiers of the gluttonous beast had a type of personal hovering device, extremely fast, and capable of launching energy balls. The defending troops were struggling to fight back. Chapter 98. The arrival of the super original Casting Your Support is arriving soon. The squad leader heard the voice from the intercom and glanced at the gluttonous warship hovering over Tianhe City, spitting out a mouthful of disdain. The gluttonous flagship, a Pioneer-class vessel, resembled a cylinder with a small ring suspended around it, a perplexing design. Whereas the heroic legion? A soldier shouted at him. They're almost here. He didn't know when the support would arrive, but he could only say that. You said that half an hour ago. They really are almost here. They attempted to launch another attack, but no hits were made after a burst of gunfire. Didn't you say the support was coming soon? Another soldier said, glaring angrily at the arrogant, gluttonous entity. Damn it, they really are almost here. Just as the squad leader was about to say something, a burst of static suddenly crackled in their earpieces. He covered his ears and listened carefully. ZZZZ, ZZZZ. A deep, resonant male voice came through. Your support has arrived. They seemed to sense something and all looked up at the sky. The world seemed to quiet down, leaving only the sound of thrusters. Whoosh! Several super original castings flew over them and then landed not far ahead. Bang! 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 This group of 3-meter-tall demigods acted swiftly and without hesitation, every explosive projectile hitting its mark on a gluttonous entity. Continue the advance. Gu Xiaoluan's offspring looked to the sky. The remaining friendly aircraft began their return. He turned to the astonished crowd and said, Comrades, we will take care of the front. Your task is to build a defensive line and transport ammunition. We have received orders. That's good. He nodded and quickly departed with the others. Why'd I suddenly feel like the gluttons aren't that powerful? Squad leader, look at that. So damn cool. Yeah, let us get moving. A squad of 15 super original castings, and there were 3 squadrons in total that had entered Tiana City. The original beings, shuttles, couldn't enter the combat zone. They would arrive by vehicle later, and our mission was to act as the vanguard and establish regional superiority. The squad leader of this team was a Chilan offspring. He fired while speaking, harvesting the lives of the gluttons. Others did the same, quickly forming 5 small groups to create a tightly knit arc-shaped defensive line while advancing steadily. This was a street, and suddenly a glutton charged around the corner of a building. Gu Xiaoluan's offspring stepped forward and slashed horizontally in the direction it was coming from. The glutton's hovering apparatus was easily cut open by the powered sword, sending the glutton and its vehicle flying backward due to inertia. Lu Chuang's offspring casually swung his axe, claiming a new glutton's head. Caution, numerous enemies approaching. After the squad leader finished speaking, he immediately opened fire into the sky, while the others stood ready. A dozen gluttons flew in from above, and two melee-focused super original castings positioned themselves in front of the squad leader. The gluttons charged toward the squad leader's firepower. The Galaxy Offspring raised the storm shield, blocking several energy blasts, then smashed a glutton with a forceful shove. Liu Chuang's Offspring swung his axe rapidly, first striking left, then instantly swinging right. Suddenly, more gluttons flew in from the flanks. After the squad leader emptied his magazine, he was accidentally knocked back by one of the gluttons, which slammed him into a nearby building. His two teammates were not worried about the squad leader's safety. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the hovering apparatus was thrown out, coincidentally hitting another glutton. The squad leader emerged, clutching the glutton's head, and with a fierce squeeze, crushed it in front of them. Squad leader, you seem a bit disheveled. The Galaxy Offspring teased without looking back, causing the squad leader's forehead to bulge with veins. I don't have many bullets left in my sidearm, and supplies can't reach here. You'll have to put in more effort. I'm preparing to destroy key enemy targets. The squad leader took down the sniper rifle hanging from his backpack and checked the magazine. Don't worry, Captain. We'll clear the way. The squad leader looked at them and then hurried after them toward a distant building. He was going to take a sniper position. Energy blast struck the storm shield without causing the Galaxy Offspring's arms to tremble. Rue Moming's Offspring wielded a fearsome double-headed blade, leaping down from above to eliminate an enemy. The Rose Offspring stepped forward. The Glutton's flagship was protected by shields, and even their attacks couldn't penetrate. The Galaxy Offspring nodded. The explosive projectiles they used weren't that powerful, but their greatest advantage was individual equipment, and their accuracy was high. What about the captain's orders? The Rose Offspring shook her head. The commander has issued new orders. We need to hold this position with the other 2 squads. The original beings will lead the main force to decapitate the enemy ship. What? They're charging without us. Muming's Offspring looked shocked, nearly showing her expression on her helmet. The Rose Offspring shook her head regretfully, and the Galaxy Offspring sighed. Why? We still have to help the regular forces maintain the front line and evacuate civilians. Muming's Offspring fell silent, then said dejectedly, I feel like I'm being bullied. The Gluttons still had ample firepower. Their ordinary soldiers were insignificant, but some large hovercraft could injure us, so we must not underestimate them. Saying this, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger, sending a Glutton soldier crashing down. They're so annoying. Our extermination task is still long. They heard some commotion and looked up to see Zhao Xin's Offspring darting swiftly across the building. Can you imagine a humanoid truck speeding at you at 200? The Gluttons were dumbfounded. The shuttle's hatch opened mid-air, unleashing ferocious firepower that swept through the Gluttons above. As the shuttle slowly descended, a new squad arrived at the battlefield. All civilians immediately boarded the shuttle. The militia retreated, and the regular troops prepared to transport ammunition. The squad leader directed this small assembly point, and people were incredulous at the super original castings, beginning to whisper amongst themselves. This was far from the front lines, and they still had to wait for the originals, so they took a brief moment to rest. The squad leader stood in front of the shuttle's hold, watching his teammates clear away scattered Gluttons. The artillery positions in the rear unleashed firepower at the flagship, but the effect was minimal. Uncle. The squad leader looked down and saw a little girl who looked like a potato. Her parents had just stepped onto the shuttle, only to turn around and realize their daughter had run off. They hurried over, apologetically looking at the squad leader, wanting to pull her away. The squad leader gestured that it was fine. He squatted down, still having to lower his head to see the little girl. Child, are you scared? Not scared. The squad leader smiled. Why not? My dad has a big gun. He can shoot bullets. Your dad is a militia member. The little girl nodded proudly and looked at him again, saying, Chapter 99, the original body has entered the field, uncle. Do you have a gun? The squad leader took out his explosive gun, and the little girl's eyes instantly lit up. A big gun. Wow. The little girl reached out to touch it, and the squad leader did not stop her. This is not your weapon, sister. Maybe when you grow up, you could try a regular gun. I want this kind of gun too. Haha. Then you have to reach my level. The squad leader opened his palm to show her his strength. Then, uncle, who are you? The squad leader stood up and looked into the distance. I am the guardian angel of humanity. He noticed his teammates calling for him in the distance, hoping you would never need to use a weapon. Also, you should call me brother. He then stepped away. Captain, Emergency situation. Speak. The Taotai have noticed our strength. They no longer intend to kill us with regular units, and have sent many armored units instead. The captain nodded. What about the original bodies? The assault team has perfectly completed their mission. The original bodies have temporarily boarded the transport plane and are about to arrive on the battlefield, bringing 5 new teams with them, including the assault team. Along with us and the support arriving later, there will be a total of 20 teams and 300 people. So many? Yes. What about the other teams? There are so many enemies in other areas. Chilin's descendants shook their heads. The commander meant for the other regional teams to defend in place. The only area in this battle zone that is most dangerous is the Tianhe City District, and the remaining areas can be handled by the other 5 teams. Inside the cabin, Gu Xiaoluan tirelessly reminded his teammates, remember, after we go down, stick close to the team. Do not be afraid. Although the super original casts are our descendants, their combat quality is higher than ours. Sister Na, are you sure the other side will execute the god-slaying plan? Reina Nadif. The Taotai are most afraid of us. They also have god-slaying weapons, which may not necessarily be useful, but we still need to be cautious. Gu Xiaoluan looked at the electronic combat map on the cabin wall and felt a wave of melancholy. Everyone, be prepared to face death. We are the indestructible heroic company, but we are the only ones. The others understood his meaning and couldn't help but worry about their descendants. Lu Chuang irritably scratched his head and then looked at Gu Xiaoluan. Let's hurry over. Our sons are still fighting hard over there. Gu Xiaoluan seemed to see the shuttle flying alongside them through the wall. We're at the outer ring, prepare to go into combat. Just as he was thinking, an alarm suddenly went off. Unidentified combat units detected ahead, approaching at high speed. Attention, high energy reaction. Evade, evade, evade. A laser struck a shuttle, instantly blowing it into 2 pieces, causing a violent explosion. The super original casts urgently activated their flying backpacks, but many still fell with the wreckage of the shuttle. Floating in midair, Chilin's descendants raised their handguns, trying to aim at the enemy. Can't scan. The enemy has already flown away. Captain. The Rose descendants were also floating in midair. The captain has been shot down. He quickly opened the communication. Commander. High-level units, aerial combat, superior to our side. I understand. All teams. Exit the cabin immediately. Exit the cabin immediately. Ascend. Gu Xiaoluan ordered the crew to ascend and then led everyone diving down. The super original casts have very strong mobility, but the enemy's attack frequency is extremely high, and none of the 5 shuttles were spared. Great Sage, Sister Na, it's up to you. The others immediately descended. Sun Wukong and Reina exchanged glances. Then Sun Wukong immediately created 10 clones to scout the surroundings. Reina had just raised her light ball when a long sword engraved with strange light patterns pierced through her body. Sun Wukong glanced at the rapidly descending Reina and quickly flew toward the direction of the enemy's attack. Boom! The original bodies connected and fell, suddenly seeing their descendants. They rushed up, looking at their injured descendants with faces full of grief and anger. Original body. Don't worry, it's just a minor fatal injury. Ruming Ming's descendant's power armor was dented, but he was only bleeding from 7 orifices and could still stand. But you. Ruming Ming helplessly looked up at him, and he bent down to wipe away her tears. It's just a damaged heart. I still have 2 hearts functioning normally. The Galaxy descendant walked to Gu Xiaoluan's side, and his armor had some damage. Commander, although we were attacked, the cabin body blocked some energy, and we did not suffer any casualties. All injured can fight immediately. Gu Xiaoluan looked at his teammates, hurriedly checking on their descendants, feeling uneasy himself. Steel is still not as good as porcelain gold. We need to quickly change your armor. A wreckage of a shuttle fell with flames onto the street in the distance, and Gu Xiaoluan finally came back to his senses. He slapped his face, and from now on, he would not be distracted. Those severely damaged, wait for the logistics team to change the power armor. Those lightly injured, follow me. Gu Xiaoluan turned and walked toward the city center, with 10 Galaxy descendants closely following their original body. Original body, we should go. Lu Chuang, this rough man, had red eyes as he lightly patted his descendant. You're injured like this, and you still want to go. Stay here obediently. I'm Yufine. Lu Chuang's descendant removed the damaged right-hand armor, making it easier to swing his axe. Lu Chuang smiled helplessly. Good kid. You got guts. Then let us go together. The others were also inspired and followed their own teams, leaving no one behind. Dozens of dark shadows passed in front of Gu Xiaoluan, crushing all enemies ahead. This is Zhao Exine. The reconnaissance team is in position, approaching the target location. The front has been cleared, ready to execute jump combat at any time. Gu Xiaoluan looked at the advanced flagship in the distance. I heard that Tao Tai is a beast body. I wonder if it tastes good. The Rose jumped to his side. Why not taste it and find out? Good. Then let us bring them to the market. Everyone run. Hurry. Bang. A sniper explosive round accurately hit the Tao Ye's small vessel. Captain, the original bodies and support have arrived. We need to help them cross the river. Received. Qilin's descendant looked at the bridge, then at the urban area across the river. Teams 24 and 25, organize airstrikes. Received. We're clearing the enemies. The Western District is about to be cleared, and we have seen the original bodies. They will soon arrive at your defensive area. Qilin's descendant heard a buzzing sound. He smashed the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him, just as a small drone flew up from below. Chapter 100 Successful Decapitation. He removed the magazine from the drone, which then flew away. There are always more solutions than difficulties. What to do if the bullet supply can't keep up? Then use the drone for transport. What he didn't notice was that his position had already been exposed, and a tasty sniper had locked onto him from a building across the way. Just as he replaced the magazine, a specially made armor-piercing round pierced through his head armor and lost its momentum only after embedding itself into the wall. Qilin's offspring glanced at the direction of the attack, and then fell to the ground. The special organ of the super original forged immediately began to work, secreting a strange substance. Take down another one. The tasty sniper was about to admire his masterpiece when he saw the super original suddenly roll to the left and disappear from his line of fire. Shot through the head and still not dead? How crazy! At that moment, the super original had already hidden in another part of the building and set up a sniper rifle. Inside the super original was an organ designed by Liu Ji and the Emperor together, called Guardian Angel, which could secrete special substances when it suffered severe damage. As long as the bodily tissue hadn't lost a significant amount, it could immediately recover and re-enter the fight, with a cooldown time of 300 days. Qilin's offspring pulled the trigger, and the flames of the high explosive shell instantly engulfed the floor where the tasty sniper was located. Then, he immediately moved and shouted over the public frequency. Everyone be careful. The tasty sniper bullets can penetrate powered armor. Stay alert. Outer space. Tasty mothership, what the hell is this? In the command room, a group of tasty soldiers looked dumbfounded at the super original troops. Who the hell can explain to me where all these super soldiers came from? What did the Super God Academy start wholesale gene warriors? These tin cans are too fierce. Our troops are disappearing like snowflakes. The firepower of the hovercraft isn't enough? Fine, but it can't hit them. The combat radius of these cans is too far. Precision strikes can't reach them. Then bomb them. This is Team 25. The Tasty are bombarding us with machine cannons, and we have already lost 2 brothers who are completely incapacitated. Without the storm shield, we can't hold up. Other teams, be cautious. The original body members listening to the messages in the channel were terrified. They didn't know whose offspring had suffered such a severe blow. Qilin, take your offspring and target that gunboat. Okay. Suddenly, a large number of Sun Wukong clones appeared in the distant sky, and Lena flashed above them. Lena and Sun Wukong had returned to the team. Lena casually said, "There are god-slaying weapons on the other side. They hurt a lot. Sun Wukong and I will push forward first. You guys go straight across the bridge." Gu Xiaoluan immediately led the charge across the bridge, then ordered each team to advance separately. Each guard team, charge with your original body. Rose and I will decapitate. He led 5 galaxy offspring ahead, with Rose and her offspring closely following. With the help of others, everyone quickly rushed to the bottom of the Vanguard-class flagship. Rose and her offspring stood at each corner, forming a hexagonal formation. Gu Xiaoluan and his offspring stood in the middle. You all need to be careful. We are not sure where you will teleport. Gu Xiaoluan signaled her to be at ease and to leave quickly, as the Tasty would be coming for them soon. All right. Gu Xiaoluan and the offspring closed their eyes. Virum, the distortion of space was very obvious, and they immediately opened their eyes. They were in a passage, with the tasty ship style following the trend of humanoid creatures. And the passage was square. Red light flowed on the metallic walls, and the 5-meter height of the passage allowed them to move freely. Original body, where are we going? Males to the left, females to the right, left. Just as he finished speaking, 3 galaxy offspring raised their storm shields in front of him, while the remaining 2 stood behind. The tasty quickly discovered the intruders, and alarms rang throughout the flagship, with a large number of soldiers dispatched to stop the invaders. But jumping into battle is the specialty of interstellar warriors. They quickly reached the first alloy door, and the leading super original stepped forward. An attack suddenly came from behind the door. Bullets hit the storm shield and were firmly blocked. Get ready. Gu Xiaolun raised his great sword, and the other offspring nodded, lifting their left hand holding the shield and lowering their right hand holding the sword. The super original knocked on the door with the shield, gauged its hardness, and then kicked it hard. The alloy door let out a short, mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Fierce attacks immediately swept in, but the galaxy offspring moved forward as if they were indifferent, swinging their swords with force in the terrified eyes of the tasty. The invaders have already broken in. We can't stop them. What? So many soldiers can't hold them back. Yes, they're about to reach the command room. Where are the other soldiers? The other soldiers have all been dispatched, but they're also caught in fierce battles, with more tin cans below. Gu Xiaolun and the Galaxy Guard were unstoppable, charging through without restraint. Wherever the resistance was fierce, they charged forward, quickly reaching the front of the command room. The tasty inside the command room were frightened by the heavy footsteps outside, staring in terror at the door behind them. The tasty, similar to the Titanium Lord, can fight at a distance, but in close combat, they are directly finished. Bang! Bang! With each bang on the door, a dent appeared, indicating that the door's quality was indeed somewhat better, but only somewhat. Bang! The dent grew larger and larger. Crack! 2 massive iron hands came together to penetrate the door, gripping both sides and forcefully tearing a small hole. A glowing red eye suddenly appeared through the small hole, staring ominously at them. Aliens, I'm coming. The tasty were directly frightened into a scream by this scene. The red eye suddenly vanished, and those iron hands immediately reached in, tearing a large hole in the door. Bang! The super original threw a piece of the door at one of the tasty, piercing through it. The remaining tasty still wanted to resist, but the entering crowd didn't pay attention to this cute attack. Original body, are we leaving any prisoners? I have nothing to say to those damn aliens. Kill them all. Yes. The guard quickly cleared out the last tasty, while Gu Xiaolun walked to the control console. The screen displayed a floor plan of the warship, with large areas marked with red crosses, and Gu Xiaolun knew this was the route they had charged through. Original body, how do we destroy this alien ship? Gu Xiaolun paused. Does anyone know how to use this? The guard soldiers quickly shook their heads. They only knew how to chop people, not how to use this. Damn it, we went the wrong way. Based on Gu Xiaolun's guess, the power room was not in this direction, so it must be on the other side. Turn around. Turn around. Chapter 101. Huaxia also has its own original body. The Tao Dai are beginning to retreat. Rose leaped onto the building, watching the remaining Tao Dai soldiers fly into the sky. It seems that Xiaolun has succeeded. Let's keep up the effort and try not to let a single one escape. Below, the descendants of Rose and Cheng Yaowen stood together, both using their abilities at the same time. A sharp stone cone slowly floated up, then suddenly disappeared from its original spot. The next second, the stone cone appeared high in the sky, speeding towards the enemy, piercing through a Tao Tai airship. Brother, it's a pleasure to cooperate. The descendants of Rumingming displayed a strong combativeness. One of the descendants spun a double-headed knife, creating an impenetrable dance, surrounded by dozens of Tao Tai. It seems he charged too fast. Brother, how come you didn't call us for such an exciting battle? More of Rumingming's descendants rushed in, like a sharp knife piercing into the enemy's core. Who told you to come? Don't steal my kills. Huh, dream on. The descendant snorted, casually grabbing a Tao Dai and throwing it behind him. That spot happened to be where the guard team was, and the guard team made way, causing the bewildered Tao Tai soldier to crash right in front of Rumingming. Seeing this, Rumingming gathered her courage and swung her sword at the Tao Tai soldier. Up to now, Ruming Ming had only killed a few Tao Tai, and those were deliberately allowed to pass by the guard team. She pulled the large sword out of the Tao Tai's corpse, and the guards immediately applauded her. Amazing. Original body. Congratulations on another kill. This made Ruming Ming a bit shy. Am I really that impressive? Of course. You are our original body. Our genes come from you. As everyone spoke, they left, and the street beside them was covered with Tao Tai corpses, all cut in half. Lu Chuang's descendant watched the retreating sharp knife team in amazement. They charge so fast, yet have the leisure to play with the original body? What do you care about them? The sharp knife team is meant for this. That said, I also want to charge in. The commander 1T allow it. Our task is to advance the front line. Inside the ship, Ge Xiaoluan and the guard team encountered no decent enemies anymore. They crashed through and directly arrived at the ship's tail. Behind the ship's tail was a large cabin, and a circular device connected the upper and lower parts, with red light flashing continuously in the gaps. It seems this is the power room. Install the explosives. Yes, original body. The guard team quickly took action, placing the explosive packs from their backpacks around the device. BM explosive packs have been placed. BM materials are also extracted using technology provided by the Imperial Research Department, although they are not enough in the eyes of the Empire. They're just right for their use. The production is simple and also applied in high explosive bombs. Seeing the task completed, Ge Xiaoluan opened the Xinhua communication channel. Rose. The task is completed. Retrieve my descendants. Locating now. The guard team looked at Ge Xiaoluan in unison, then disappeared from the spot. Ge Xiaoluan hummed a little tune as he walked to the door, picking up the explosive gun and aiming at the explosive pack. One invade Earth. Let's blow you up. Boom. Below, everyone watched as a violent explosion occurred at the tail of the flagship in the sky. Even if other sections were intact, the flagship, having lost power, still plunged down. Ge Xiaoluan flew out from the breach of the flagship. I am Ge Xiaoluan, task completed, returning to the team. This operation had 0 casualties. What the hell? As he looked up, debris from the circular ring outside the flagship struck him, and then he fell down with the flagship. Everyone was a bit dazed, not knowing what the commander was up to. They weren't worried about Ge Xiaoluan's safety. To hurt him, one would need at least a high-level god-slaying weapon. Sure enough, Ge Xiaoluan flew out from the smoke-filled ruins. Kids, I'm fine. Other battle zones report combat progress. Responses quickly rang out in the communication. The North Star battle zone has achieved complete victory. The giant canyon city has cleared the enemies. Good, only our side is left. Ge Xiaoluan raised his large sword and soared into the sky, casually taking down a Tao Tai. Everyone fire at will. Drive the Tao Tai out as quickly as possible, following the commander's orders. The super original casting troops put down their close combat weapons and switched to the long-range weapons brought by the logistics team, unleashing firepower towards the sky. The Tao Tai, seeing this, ran even faster. There was still a Vanguard-class ship in low orbit, but this warship directly left after receiving the remaining soldiers. Liu Ji sat in the rest area, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Xiaoluan is here. The voice of Hui Feng appeared in his ear, and he finally opened his eyes. Chief. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ge Xiaoluan grinning widely, quickly walking up to Liu Ji. Chief, we won. We won the first battle. Got it. Liu Ji smiled and patted his shoulder. I won't say too much about congratulations. The Tao Tai's attack won't stop here. The defeated Tao Tai won't give up. They might seek help from other evil alien forms, so be prepared. Don't worry. Chief, all our factories are intact. It won't be long before we can produce more advanced equipment. That's good. Next, quickly organize recovery and construction work. People across the country are still waiting for you to take charge. Only then did Ge Xiaoluan finally understand Liu Ji's meaning. He looked at Liu Ji excitedly. Not knowing what to say, Liu Ji waved his hand, smiling, go ahead. All right. Liu Ji finally felt relieved. After Ge Xiaoluan went offline, he found the Emperor again. Hui Feng has already issued a notification. It seems Xiaoluan's side can carry out the task smoothly. The Emperor said with calculated wisdom. Liu Ji lightly flicked her on the head. Your sons are coming back soon. I'll teach you how to get along with them next. Huh? What? You can get along with the sons? Of course, I think we get along quite harmoniously. Seeing Liu Ji about to make a move again, she quickly changed the subject. Look at this. She placed a plan in front of Liu Ji, and he then put down his hand that was about to come down. This is, you plan to revert my body? Of course not. The emperor pulled up Liu Ji's body model. Theoretically, the gray goo storm fills your body, allowing you to experiment more on yourself. For example, revert your body, while the organs can be placed outside your body. What about the energy consumed daily by the body? Don't tell me I have to eat all the time. The emperor chuckled. Just install a nuclear reactor inside your body. Hey, don't make a move. Just think about it. Nanobots can allow you to be shaped into old or young, male or female, and you can change your appearance at will. Chapter 102. The New World situation. It does feel feasible, but let's discuss this matter later. Liu Ji mentioned the emperor, and now, I need to conduct some education on love for you. Gu Xiaolun took off his helmet and walked out of the tent. A large number of engineering troops began to enter the city via the highway, preparing to repair some important facilities and get ready for post-disaster reconstruction. Lian Feng, report the battle results. He placed his hands on his hips, admiring the wreckage of warships in the distance. Yes, Commander. On the other end of the communication, Lian Feng, positioned on the Juxia, quickly summarized the national battle reports. The regular troops suffered various losses, with detailed data still being calculated. But there were no casualties among the super original casting troops. The area most affected by the war was Tianhe City, while other battle zones did not suffer significant blows. The enemy's assassination mission completely failed, but Cao Dai's assassination operations in other countries were quite successful, severely impacting other major powers in the world. As it stands, Cao Dai has been driven off the earth. All right, got it. Gu Xiaolun finally felt a bit relieved. He then opened the Shen communication and called all his teammates. Everyone, gather and head to Bezixing. The original bodies, who still wanted to spend time with their offspring, had no choice but to quickly assemble and follow Gu Xiaolun onto the shuttle. Bezixing, closed-door meeting. Gu Xiaolun reported the good news of victory to the seven elders. This time, we owe it to the Xiongbing Company and the super original casting troops. Indeed, the technology provided by the Suzerain Nation is surprisingly strong. Gu Xiaolun watched them excitedly discuss without interrupting. Once they finished, Number 1 showed Gu Xiaolun a document. The United States and other countries have sent us no less than 100 communication requests this month, and we have rejected each one without exception. After today, they will understand why we did so. Old Huang laughed heartily, and the others had sinister expressions. What a pity they were all on guard, like a blind man swinging a stick and accidentally hitting a thief. Gu Xiaolun glanced at the data, surprised that the Hate Alliance from the United States could actually fend off Tao Ye's attack. Number 1 nodded. They paid a huge price to destroy Tao Ye's flagship. The new state forces lost a third of their troops, and a proud air force also suffered heavy losses. As for the Hate Alliance, it seems that an armored man destroyed the flagship while carrying a nuclear bomb, winning the victory. Gu Xiaolun disdainfully looked at the report, thinking this matter wasn't important, right? Number 1 nodded. Of course, what else important is this? He opened the large screen, which displayed a news broadcast from Japan. To respond to unknown life forms and threats from Huaxia, Japan intends to unite with the United States, India, Australia, New Zealand, and South Korea to establish a Pacific Joint Defense Organization, abbreviated as TAIUE. What? Why does this involve us? Are Tao Tai and we in cahoots? Number 1 was also puzzled. We are not sure. Old Huang waved his hand. What else could it be? They fear us because we are strong. So what do you mean? Number 1 did not answer, but countered with a question. Xiaolun. He smiled but seemed a bit hesitant. The Suzerain Nation said that unifying civilizations is a necessary condition to enter the universe. Is that true? Gu Xiaolun abruptly looked up, scanning the room and finding everyone with expectant expressions. Of course. Oh, I see. Gu Xiaolun also thought of this, unable to suppress a smile. Do you have any thoughts? No, this still depends on the Suzerain Nation's intentions. All right, I'll ask after this meeting. Upon hearing this, Number 1 quickly stood up and grasped his hand. Oh, there's nothing to discuss now. Just leave the post-disaster reconstruction and corresponding policies to us. We can't let these small matters hinder your affairs. All right, then I'll go ask. Gu Xiaolun knew that this matter was of great significance to the elders, even being a top priority. After Gu Xiaolun left, The smiles of the 7 elders could no longer be suppressed. "Ha! We're stable now. All is secure." Liu Ji didn't expect Go Xiaolun to return. He was currently showing the emperor where we going, Dad. "Chief, where did you find this?" "I pulled it out of Meng Yu's mind. But enough of that. Why are you back?" "We wanted to ask about the matter of prosperous unification." Liu Ji suddenly turned his head, a slight smile forming. "Meeting. This is definitely worth a meeting. Xiaobi. The other countries on Super Earth might never have imagined that their fates would be decided in the Imperial Conference Room. Everyone, this is the current situation." After Gu Xiaolun informed everyone, they visibly became excited. Tao Dai had indeed caused a certain impact on other countries, presenting an excellent opportunity. "Xiaolun, why are we even having a meeting about this? Just take action." Gu Xiaolun was more cautious. Other countries were on guard, and once war began, there would be no turning back, so a careful decision was necessary. "Do you mean that Tai Yue?" Hai Miao asked in surprise. "With all due respect, they're just a bunch of stray dogs on the roadside. Let me teach you. You can directly use the super original casting troops to strike them swiftly. 1 day to land on the island, 3 days to conquer the peninsula, a week to land in Japan, and a month to reach the East Coast. There's no problem at all." Gu Xiaolun was somewhat incredulous. "Is that true?" "I'm mainly afraid that Tao Tai will retaliate. Fighting on 2 fronts would be a lot of pressure." Huang Pecanin said, "Then just pick 2 and beat them up. Stop once you finish." Liu Ji chuckled, saying, "It's not as simple as stopping when you want. From my guess, once they enter a wartime economy, the quality of life for all social classes there should rise sharply." Gu Xiaolun nodded. "Right, number 1 mentioned it to me. You see, just as I said, people want to stop once they taste the sweetness of war." The others looked thoughtful, while Gu Xiaolun seemed worried. "Chief, do you disagree?" Liu Ji quickly shook his head. "That's a good thing. Huaxia has historically rejoiced at the sound of war, and we should maintain this fine tradition." Then, he glanced at Luo Ji, making Luo Ji somewhat puzzled. Liu Ji remembered that after Luo Ji deterred the Trisolarans, the Earthlings directly entered the so-called civilization era, or maternal era, losing the warlike spirit that humanity should have. Although it sounds appealing to have so many androgynous boys on the streets, it would be better if it didn't happen. "Chief, this doesn't align with your philosophy, does it?" Liu Ji looked at Old 8, who raised an eyebrow, who said liberating all humanity can't be done through force. Chapter 103. Let the Great Fire Soar. You must remember, in the face of enemies, critical weapons can never replace the criticism of weapons. Moreover, although I have said that before, I consider myself not a qualified student. I have learned excellent thoughts, but I did not understand them clearly, so I decided to use the most primitive method. Liu Ji thought to himself, and immediately felt that he had no more confusion. Liberating you does not mean I won't hit you. Hitler looked at Liu Ji and revealed a smile of a like-minded person. Meanwhile, Meng Yu completely didn't care about such things. It was caused by the slow swing of the knife. If you cut faster, you wouldn't have the heart to think about these irrelevant things. Others echoed in agreement. Long live the sage. The wisdom of the ancients. Gu Xiaolun had no feelings for other countries. He only thought about not affecting the fight against Tao Tai. So shall we vote? Vote for what? Who would refuse? Look, those 2 Americans have no objections. David and V exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. It's none of our business. We are imperial citizens. All right, passed unanimously. Everyone looked at Liu Ji, who pulled up a blank document. Let us make this official. In the name of the suzerain state, I approve the unification plan, named Flames Rising. The slogan is, let the great fire soar. As for technology, you can use what you have. If you really need something, just let me know. Gu Xiaolun took the electronic document and carefully examined the signature. Signatory, Liu Ji. At midnight, the 7 had not slept at all. How could they sleep at this time? When Gu Xiaolun walked into the conference room, smiling, they couldn't help but smile back. The chief has agreed. This is the document I copied. Let me see. Don't crowd, let me see. Number 1 held up the document, allowing everyone to see it. Flames Rising, approved for unification, signed, Liu. The 7 looked at each other, then turned to Gu Xiaolun. Huang Lao hesitantly asked, "Is it the Liu Ji we are thinking of?" "Yes." Gu Xiaolun nodded naturally. "Didn't I tell you?" "No. By the way, is this the chief's real name? I thought aliens would have some peculiar names." Gu Xiaolun couldn't help but laugh. The chief is called Liu Ji. It has never changed. Number 1 murmured, if I remember correctly, our suzerain state is called Ascendant Seekers, and not the Great Han Interstellar Empire, right? Of course not. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. How strange. Gu Xiaolun watched as everyone fell silent, not knowing what had happened. After a while, they finally came back to their senses, and their expressions changed as they looked at the document. Truly remarkable. The universe is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Do you think the rumors about the Qin dynasty being an interstellar era might be true? I think it's very possible. After all, the great sage really exists. Number 1 saw the topic drifting more and more off course, and quickly interrupted. Xiaolun, we really want to meet the chief now. Xiaolun shrugged. Actually, the chief is quite far from here, but we can create a teleportation portal to connect both sides. A teleportation portal? Yes, but it seems we can't build one. We don't have the capability. Seeing that others wanted to say something, Number 1 decisively ended the topic. Let us not talk about what comes next. Our current task is to discuss how to combat Tao Dai, an unfinished business. By the way, we also need to discuss Xiaolun's promotion. Me, Huang Lao, pulled him to sit down, of course. No matter what we do next, you're the main character. The others sat down one after another, and Number 1 said, we were just discussing this matter. Shouldn't you have decided this secretly? It wouldn't be surprising if you let me participate. Another person laughed and said, your situation is different. You don't need so many twists and turns. Just like the suzerain state, let us discuss things together. The next day, Xiaolun, what are we really here to do? Qiang Wei asked while holding Gu Xiaolun's hand, with teammates behind them eating melon seeds. We're going to attend a press conference. You don't have to do anything after going on stage. The host will interview us. I will leave some minor questions for you, and I will handle the more serious ones. Our offspring seem to be attending as well. Are they coming too? The crowd was somewhat delighted to hear this. They had spent less than a month with their offspring, which was quite a rare time. Only a few will come to represent the team for honors. Afterward, there seems to be a special report introducing the super original creation, but I'm not too clear about it. Sun Wukong, chewing on a toothpick, slowly followed behind the team. To be honest, I don't like going on TV. Don't say that, great sage. You're the most popular in the team. You can't miss it. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Fine, I'll go. Reina and 2 of her good friends walked while laughing and whispering, occasionally pointing at Qiang Wei and Gu Xiaolun. Gu Xiaolun noticed Qiang Wei's glances back, and he revealed a lewd smile, putting his hand on Qiang Wei's shoulder. The laughter among the crowd grew louder. Oh my, publicly showing off affection. Lu Chuang and Zhao Xan laughed loudly, while the honest Cheng Yaowen remained silent, looking content. Oh, really lacking in manners. Enough already. Never seen a couple before? Although Qiang Wei felt a bit shy. She was ultimately not the kind of sheltered young lady who was afraid of this or that. She huffed softly and pulled Gu Xiaolun away first. Look at this. Still disdaining us. Let us go, let us go. Don't let them run away. Tianhe City, temporary camp square. The big TV was broadcasting a live interview, and people who were taking refuge here and had nothing to do gathered around. Mommy looked Sun Wukong. The child's clothes were a bit dusty, but his mother was not dirty at all. Trucks continuously delivered supplies to the camp, distributing them to every suffering person. On the TV, the appearance of the Xiong Bing battle group's original unit sparked cheers for the crowd below. They knew that it was this group of black-armored warriors who protected them. Please welcome General of Huaxia, Commander of Space Defense, Comrade Gu Xiaolun, to introduce the Tao Tai invaders to the people of the nation. Tao Tai, seemingly powerful, is just a paper tiger. On the same day, the committee discussed and decided to appoint Comrade Gu Xiaolun as the vice chairman. Comrade Gu Xiaolun will undoubtedly be the youngest among the committee members. Gu Xiaolun's speed of promotion was comparable to taking a spaceship, reaching the second-in-command position in just 2 or 3 months. However, no one questioned this decision, nor did anyone think he was too young to be competent. Chapter 104. The marvelous uses of Nanobot's research tower. Are you sure this will work? Don't worry. Liu Ji stood inside a glass container, unsure why he had been easily persuaded by the Emperor's few words. The laboratory was not only occupied by Hui Feng and the 2 of them, but also a research team. The research team was busy handling an energy device, which was connected to the glass container. The team leader looked at Liu Ji, who was being obediently manipulated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is it really okay to use the chief as an experimental subject? Come on, I believe in you. Faced with Liu Ji's encouragement and the excited emperor, the team leader could only sigh at their boldness. The energy device was ready. Hearing the report from the research team, the emperor glanced at Liu Ji. Hui Feng, prepare to start. MM3. 2. 1. In an instant, Liu Ji's body rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a terrifying mass of black strips. His main organs were lifted out of his body by the black strips, and a mechanical arm above the glass container descended, sealing the organs with a thick substance. The chief's bodily functions began to decline. The emperor nodded. This was expected. Hui Feng now. Green lines appeared on the black strips, forming a structure that was intricate yet vastly different from human anatomy. The black strips retracted into the body, and the research team immediately activated the energy device to start supplying power to Liu Ji. Energy transmission successful. Everything is normal. Now, Liu Ji returned to a normal human height, but his appearance had changed slightly from his original look. Liu Ji slowly opened his eyes. Am I still me? He looked at the emperor, who grinned mischievously and shook his head. You've been brainwashed by me into a star fury. Is your butt itchy? It seems you're still you. Liu Ji laughed. Hui Feng, am I me or are you me? Hui Feng lazily responded. In reality, the two had already established a mental link. I'm too lazy to discuss philosophical issues with you. Fine, I think, therefore I am. Let us go with that. In contrast to Liu Ji, who was quite accepting of the situation, the research team was entirely different. The team leader hesitated and looked at the emperor. Don't you know if the experiment will erase the chief's consciousness? No, how would I know? He looked at Liu Ji again. Chief, you don't know either? We'll find out when we try. Liu Ji stepped out of the glass container and patted his shoulder. Oh, don't be like that. Isn't this a success? The research team didn't know what to say and could only record the experimental results. By the way, remember to add that completely changing the body 1T eliminate the soul clause. Yes. Liu Ji stretched and asked, when can we go to the virtual realm? Hui Feng didn't speak. Her reply appeared in Liu Ji's mind. What do you want to do in the virtual realm? Did someone provoke you? Don't slander me. I just think the virtual realm is too ancient and want to renovate it. The emperor smiled at Liu Ji. Haven't you noticed something off? Liu Ji looked at the emperor in confusion, and the team leader pointed at him. Oh crap, where did this thunder come from? Liu Ji pinched himself. It felt pretty good. He reached down. Whoa, am I a battleship? Seeing the emperor laughing uncontrollably, Liu Ji decisively gave him the middle finger as a sign of respect. Hui Feng, turn me back. Although you look cute like this, but fine. The nanobots flew out of Liu Ji's body and reassembled. Now Liu Ji returned to his original appearance, a 185-meter-tall man with a literary aura, still comfortable in this body. The team leader watched Liu Ji's body change, continuously recording data. The energy had already been transmitted to the chief's body through a quantum energy state, connecting all the nanobots, just like the energy supply method of ordinary gray goose storms. As long as the Empire had one energy unit left, the chief would never lack the energy needed to survive. At this point, there was nothing that could kill the chief anymore. Yifeng condensed Buzid Liu Ji. I have backed up your thoughts in the main brain. The emperor was still a bit puzzled. What if we create more Liu Jis? Liu Ji thought for a moment. Why not give it a try? The team leader replied, according to the chief's so-called spiritual energy, there can only be one soul in one body. Creating more bodies wouldn't matter. It would just mean having more controllable units. Speaking of this, it reminds me. Everyone looked at Liu Ji, unsure of what he was about to do. Liu Ji shifted his thoughts and tried to control the nanobots. The next moment, he appeared in the dock's airspace. Liu Ji looked up. He was standing inside an unfinished cruiser. The nanobots were extending from the cruiser's gap, and his body was separated from that mass of nanobots. The synthetic people commanding the construction inside the ship saw Liu Ji and lowered their heads to show respect. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Liu Ji waved to them with a smile. Although they didn't understand what happened, they responded loudly. Serving the country, Liu Ji rarely came here. He closed his eyes again, and his body transformed into a mass of nanobots and flew out. On top of the cruiser, his body reassembled. This time, he had taken on Hui Feng's appearance. and the synthetic people here also bowed their heads and said, Secretary General. Suddenly, they realized something was off. I seem to have an error loop. In my eyes, the Secretary General's information shows as the chief. Others echoed, Me too. Sorry, Secretary General. We might need to go for repairs. Seeing this, Liu Ji stopped teasing them and turned back to his original appearance. Chief, cough cough, new technology. What do you all think? The synthetic people had never seen such a situation and were also taken aback, clapping repeatedly. After taking a tour, Liu Ji's consciousness returned to his body in the research tower. Where did you just go? The Emperor touched his arm, pondering. He just took a tour around the dock. Hui Feng answered first. In the depths of the nanobot's consciousness, she had been quietly monitoring Liu Ji. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Do you think we could try to stuff some special qualities into this body? Oh, we can give it a try. The Emperor quickly called up the traits panel, and Liu Ji selected one trait after another like ordering dishes. I want to be super strong. And how about a natural physicist?